Global survival across oceanic isles. Each begins with one rod and a 6 square meter plot. Lin Mo awakened with his sole SSS tier talent. Daily sign in and bound to the 100-fold amplification system. While others fought tooth and nail for a single loaf, his sign in yielded 100-fold of supplies. While others went out to fish and returned with nothing, he hauled up a single chest and found 100 items. With a prodigious surplus, he assumed the guise of an anonymous profiteer, Mr. J, buying low and selling high to dominate the market. He feigned naivete and crept along in secrecy, yet repeatedly accidentally finished first in server-wide leveling contests, claiming every prize. Until an apocalyptic calamity struck, and he descended from a floating citadel as savior. The crowd cried out, "Mr. J, it's you." Lin Mo smiled. "From now on, my goods will cost more." Chapter 1 Global Isles, 100-fold at dawn. Cold seawater slapped his face. Lin Mo snapped his eyes open. Brine flooded his mouth and nose, forcing a violent cough. He found himself sprawled on a rough plank. No, not wood, but a square slab of gray stone about 6 square meters in area, adrift alone on an endless cobalt sea. The sky was unnaturally clear. 2 suns hung high and seared the horizon with harsh light. What on earth? Lin Mo hauled himself up, drenched. His last memory was dozing at his desk after an all-night session. A sterile mechanical voice rang in his head without emotion. "Ding, welcome to the ocean survival world. All humans aged 18 to 50 have been relocated globally. Each has been assigned an initial island, 6M. Your only tool is the fishing rod in your hand. The sole source of supplies is fishing. Strive to survive. Island upgrades, shelter construction, talent awakenings, more functions await discovery. Good luck." He blinked. His fingers found a simple wooden fishing rod beside him. Line, hook, and a plastic float. Nothing more. He forced himself to stay calm. Years as a securities analyst had taught him to treat crisis with measured analysis. He checked himself. He still wore the same crumpled shirt and trousers. His phone and wallet were gone, and a black band like a sports wristband clung coldly to his wrist. He tapped it. A translucent interface unfurled before his eyes. Personal information name. Lin Mo, island level. 0, 6M, talent. Unawakened supplies. None status. Mild dehydration, hungry chat channels, world region private, trading platform, crafting interface. A constellation of icons flickered. He opened the chat. The world channel instantly flooded him with panicked messages. "Help! I'm in the sea. Someone save me. What is this place? Put me back. Does anyone have fresh water? I'll die of thirst. Ha ha ha. I awakened a B-rank talent, strength augmentation. I can punch through planks. Fishing? I fished for half an hour and only got a clump of seaweed. Selling 1 plank in exchange for any food. PM me." Fear, despair, frenzy, bargaining. Billions of emotions exploded across the channel. Lin Mo skimmed the feed for essentials. Everyone had been dispersed and could not reach one another. A talent system existed with randomized ranks. The scarcest resources were food and fresh water, and everyone's only initial tool was a fishing rod, though catch rates were poor. He muted the cacophony and switched to region channel SH-739, which held about 10,000 people and was marginally more coherent. Someone pulled up a wooden chest. Inside, a loaf and a bottle of water. Seriously? I only get trash. Talents matter. I got D-rank night vision, useless at night. Look, notice. The system's first sign-in has begun. At almost the same instant, the mechanical voice chimed again. Daily sign-in system activated. All survivors may sign in once per day for a random reward. First sign-in guarantees basic survival supplies. Concentrate and silently vocalize sign-in. Lin Mo's pulse quickened. He watched the region's reactions instead of rushing. I signed in. A black loaf and 300 milliliters of fresh water. I'm alive. Me too, but my water's only 200 ml. Wah, only 1 compressed biscuit, so dry. Be grateful. My brother only got a single fishing line. It appeared the initial sign-in ensured some food and water, though quantities and quality varied. A starter grant so no one would die instantly. He inhaled and, with steady focus, mentally intoned sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Purified water, 500 milliliters. 1. White bread, 200 G1. A bottle of clear mineral water and a soft loaf wrapped in wax paper materialized before him. Simultaneously, a new message scrolled through. Detected unique SSS tier talent, daily sign-in awakened. Your daily sign-in rewards will progressively improve in quality over time and may occasionally yield special items. Detected host meets binding conditions. 100-fold amplification system successfully bound. System explanation. Any supplies the host directly obtains daily, including but not limited to sign-in, phishing, and drop loot, will be amplified by 100-fold. Note: items acquired through trade or crafted from blueprints/templates are not eligible for amplification. Lin Mo stood motionless. SSS tier talent. And 100-fold multiplier? He looked to the bread and water in his hand. Apply 100-fold amplification to this sign-in reward. Amplify, he decided without hesitation. In an instant, light shimmered. The single bottle became a neat stack of 100. The one loaf multiplied into a mound of 100 loaves. He stared at the sudden mountain of provisions and, despite his composure, sucked in a sharp breath. Joy flared briefly, only to be smothered by a colder instinct. Exposure invited danger. He scanned the horizon, sea and sky, nothing else, but he dared not relax. He knew all too well that conspicuous wealth invited peril. On the channel, people still celebrated their single loaf and bottle. If anyone discovered he possessed 100-fold more, his expression hardened. He must conceal it and proceed with caution. He uncapped a bottle and drank a third. The cool water soothed his parched throat and cleared his thoughts. He tore off half a loaf and ate, feeling steadier. Recomposed, he organized his plan. The system's two critical constraints were clear. First, only directly obtained items received amplification. He must personally sign, fish, or fight. Second, traded or crafted goods did not amplify, preventing infinite arbitrage. Yet these limits did not prevent him from using amplified supplies as capital in commerce. A strategy crystallized. He opened the trading platform. The interface was sparse. List items for purchase or sale. The system levied a 5% fee, seemingly waived for first transactions. Scrolling postings betrayed the scarcity-driven barter economy. Swap 2 units of driftwood for any food. Please help a child. Fresh kelp for 50 milliliters of water. Seeking any container. Offering wood plank. Supplies were desperately scarce. Barter dominated. Lin Mo noticed hardly anyone openly selling food or water. Everyone hoarded essentials. He paused for a moment, then posted 2 listings. Anonymous seller offering 50 milliliters of purified water in exchange for either 5 units of wood, 10 palm leaves, or 3 stones. Limited supply. First come, first served. An anonymous seller offering 50 g of white bread, about a quarter loaf, in exchange for either 20 fibers, 1 rope, or 1 metal scrap. Same terms. He did not reveal that he possessed abundant provisions. Instead, he parceled them into small lots and tested the market with prices that appeared reasonable. Choosing anonymity was the first measure of concealment. The listings were snapped up almost instantly. Notifications chimed on his wristband. Wood 5 received, palm leaves 10 received, fiber 20 received, stone 3 received. The materials were the very basics needed to upgrade the island and craft tools. What he had expended amounted to only half a bottle of water and a quarter loaf of bread, a trifling loss against his stores. The regional channel erupted. Look at the trading platform. Someone's selling water. There's bread too. Shame I have no materials to trade. I got some. It's real water. Anonymous benefactor. Thank you. The price not cheap, but not extortionate. Better than dying of thirst. Lin Mo watched the chatter without expression. A benefactor? No, he was merely a merchant. He exchanged commodities that had negligible cost to him for goods others had arduously gathered. Mutual need, fair trade. He kept a moral line. He would trade only for materials, not for the meager rations or water clearly procured in desperate circumstances. He would not profit from someone's last gasp. With supplies secured, his next objective was to explore the core mechanic of this world, fishing. He took up the crude wooden rod. It felt light. The line was ordinary nylon. No bait. Do I need bait? He wondered, casting the line into the sea. The float bobbed with the waves. 10 minutes passed with nothing. Just as he considered using food scraps as bait, the float plunged. He jerked the rod. The pull was heavy. The line tightened, and the water below resisted. He steadied himself and reeled with care. Minutes later, a sodden, square object came ashore. Not a fish, but a roughly 30-centimeter wooden crate bound at the corners with rusted metal. He obtained an ordinary wooden supply box and chose to open it. The lid sprang free to reveal 3 items. 2 dull, square stones, foundation stones 2, a coarse hemp rope, rope 1, and a crumpled sheet of paper. He claimed foundation stones 2, rope 1, and a once-used blueprint for island expansion. The drawing indicated that placing 4 foundation stones at specified positions along the island's edge would permanently enlarge the island by 1 square meter. A valuable find. Foundation stones were evidently core materials for island upgrades. Almost at once, his wristband chimed again with a system prompt. Detection of a supply box obtained directly through fishing triggered 100-fold amplification. Would he amplify? He confirmed. A flash of light, and the single wooden box multiplied into 100 identical crates, blanketing half the island. Lin Mo watched the spectacular sight, and for the first time, a genuine smile eased the corner of his mouth. He opened the nearest boxes. Inside, foundation stones 2 and palm leaves 5, with 3 and stone 1, a damaged fishing net, reparable, iron nails 4, murky fresh water 300 milliliters, and so on. Basic resources in abundance. Each box's contents were modest, but multiplied by 100 they amassed into a formidable stockpile. More importantly, with so many boxes, there remained the possibility of discovering even rarer items. He did not rush to open them all. Instead, he composed himself. Evening fell, the sea breeze grew sharp, and the twin suns sank in a wash of dark crimson. He needed to secure shelter for the night. The 6-square-meter stone platform was bare and exposed. The cold, dew, and other nocturnal hazards would be testing. His wristband's crafting interface offered simple options. Expend wood and palm leaves to construct a rudimentary thatch shelter, or use wood and rope to fashion a basic raised bed. Materials were no longer scarce. He set to work. By the time the sky was studded with stars, his tiny island bore a windproof makeshift shelter and a half-foot elevated bed layered with dry palm leaves. Sitting on the bed, he consumed a bottle of water and finished the quarter loaf of bread. The regional channel still carried cries of cold, hunger, and fear. He, however, possessed the first capital for future growth: 99 bottles of water, 99 pieces of bread, nearly 100 unopened supply boxes, and a trove of raw materials. The first step of the anonymous merchant, Mr. J, had been taken quietly. Lin Mo gazed at the dark sea with a calm, penetrating look. This world intrigued him. He affixed a small crumb of bread to the hook and cast a line once more. Night stretched long. His journey had only just begun. Chapter 2. 100-fold supplies, the unscrupulous merchant emerges. Dawn brushed the horizon, and the sea whitened. Lin Mo woke in the crude shelter after a light, restless sleep. Waves sang at his ears, and the regional channel murmured with suppressed sobs and curses. He sat up, twisted open a bottle, and drank a few sips, then tore off a piece of bread and chewed slowly. Food settled his thoughts. First task, check-in. He focused and mentally signed in. A confirmation chimed. Sign-in succeeded. Reward: 1 100G compressed biscuit and 10 iron nails. The prompt then asked if he wished to apply a 100-fold amplification to the sign-in reward. He amplified. A flash, and 100 compressed biscuits, plus 1,000 rusty iron nails piled in the corner. Lin Mo glanced at them with equanimity. Sign-in rewards were randomized. They did not always grant food or water. Still, with 99 bottles of water and 98 pieces of bread on hand, his immediate sustenance needs were secure. He turned to the plan set the previous night: primitive accumulation. The trading platform, refreshed after the night, was busier but still chaotic. 80% of listings were buying food and water, and prices had become grotesquely inflated. I'll trade any food for a found rusty dagger. Urgent. 1 intact seabird egg for 300 milliliters of fresh water. No negotiation. Please, 1 loaf of bread. I'll give a damaged fishing net, and would 8. Others traded raw materials among themselves, trying to cobble together components. Foundation stones registered rarely. When one appeared, it vanished in an instant, bought with mountains of food or water. He examined the crafting menu more closely. A simple fishing rod blueprint required wood 2, fiber 5, and iron nails 1. A stone axe template needed stone 2, wood 1, and rope 1. A campfire schematic called for stone 5 and wood 3. At the bottom of the menu, a notice caught his eye. Upgrading an island to LV1 required foundation stones 10, wood 20, and stone 15. The first 10 players to upgrade would receive extra rewards and a server-wide announcement. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Such an achievement would bring both opportunity and peril. The first to upgrade would become a target. Yet he possessed 100-fold amplification and a corner pile with unopened wooden crates. No need to rush. He would open a portion first. He picked up 10 boxes and prepared to open them in sequence. Cornerstone X2, Rope X1, Wood X3, 200 milliliters, Murky Freshwater X1, Cornerstone X1, Palm Leaves X4, Cracked Clay, Jar X1, Stone X2, Fiber X3. After opening 10 crates, he had amassed Cornerstones X11, wood X24, stone X13, rope X3, fiber X11. Murky freshwater 400 milliliters, palm leaves X12, and a cracked but serviceable clay jar. The cornerstones are enough, Lin Mo calculated. Wood and stone are nearly sufficient too, but upgrading outright would draw too much attention. He decided to wait. The immediate priority was to exploit information and resource asymmetries to complete the first round of harvesting. He returned to the trading platform. Many players had been fishing through the night with meager returns. At this hour, they were exhausted, desperate, and most willing to accept poor bargains. Lin Mo began posting orders, still anonymously. Buying wood. Price, 50 milliliters freshwater or 30 G bread. Limit, 100 units. Buying, stone. Price, 40 milliliters freshwater or 25 G bread. Limit, 80 units. Buying, fiber, palm leaves, rope. He priced basic materials that he did not urgently need, but others might, undercutting the market by roughly 30% and a pending instant trade, immediate delivery. At the same time, he opened several sell orders. Selling, 300 milliliters purified water. Exchange, Cornerstone X2 or complete fishing rod X1 or special blueprint. Selling, 200 G white bread. Exchange, 5 metal materials or tool blueprint. The spread was clear. With virtually costless water and bread, he could absorb large quantities of raw materials cheaply, while using higher asking prices to tempt anyone who might possess something rare. The moment the orders went live, his wristband vibrated. Transaction successful. Acquired wood X5. Paid freshwater 250 milliliters. Transaction successful. Acquired stone X3. Paid bread 75 G. Transaction successful. Acquired fiber X10. Paid freshwater 200 milliliters. The buy orders filled rapidly. Many, ravenous and parched after a sleepless night, readily exchanged surplus materials for life-saving food and water. His sell listings were answered just as fast. Someone traded a crude bird trap blueprint for 300 milliliters water. Another swapped rusted iron plate X3 and copper wire X2 for bread. Most notable was a third transaction. Anonymous user exchanged a complete wooden fishing rod X1 for your 300 milliliters purified water. A fishing rod, exactly what he needed. The starter rod was flimsy. A sturdier one promised far higher fishing efficiency and more supply crates. Transactions flowed like water. Within half an hour, Lin Mo's inventory had transformed. He had consumed roughly a fifth of his food and water, but acquired mountains of wood, stone, fiber, palm leaves, several fragments of metal, tool blueprints, and that new fishing rod. The regional channel began to hum with suspicion. Wait, did you see that? A big batch of buy orders just crashed wood and stone prices. It's that anonymous big shot. He's buying cheap and selling water and bread at higher prices. Such a profiteer, preying on people in need. Don't judge so harshly. He's transparent about his prices. I traded bread and survived. I'm grateful. Where did he get so much food and water? Is it an innate skill? Definitely a rare talent. Probably tied to food production. Lin Mo shut the channel off and paid them no mind. Profiteer, perhaps. He would admit the label, but the trades were consensual. In the face of survival, ethical strictures blur. He lifted the newly acquired fishing rod. It felt substantially more solid than his original. Weighty in the hand, the hook far sharper. Time to test it. At the island's edge, he baited the line with a fragment of compressed biscuit and cast into the sea. Perhaps because the rod was better, perhaps because the bait was more alluring, the float plunged after only 5 minutes. Lin Mo snapped the rod up. The pull was stronger. The line went taut. He steadied himself and worked the fish carefully. Minutes later, he hauled up a wooden supply crate larger and darker than the previous days, its edges even reinforced with crude metal sheathing. Acquired. Sturdy wooden supply, crate X1. Premium goods? Lin Mo thought, and opened it at once. The lid popped, a faint brilliance spilling forth. Acquired. Cornerstone X4, wood X8, intact glass bottle X2, blueprint. Simple water purifier, one-time use, X1. A water purifier blueprint. Instantaneous strategic value. He examined the sketch. Layered sand, charcoal, and palm fibers. It was rudimentary, but in this world, such a device was practically a strategic asset. At that moment, the system chimed. System detected host directly obtained a supply, crate via phishing, triggering 100-fold amplification. Activate amplification? Amplify. He answered. 100 sturdy wooden crates erupted into existence. Lin Mo did not open them all. He began with 20. The yield was abundant, cornerstones X62, wood X125, stone X47, glass bottles X18, intact clay jars X5, rope X11, fiber X28, and another simple water purifier blueprint, plus a rough arrow template. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Blueprints could be one time, but templates allowed limitless production. With materials, he could now manufacture arrows endlessly. Though he lacked a bow, arrows represented significant strategic reserves. A rough tally told him his cornerstones far exceeded the 10 required for an upgrade, enough to ascend multiple levels. We can prepare to upgrade, he mused, glancing toward the island's rim. But only when security is assured and we can claim the server's top-tier reward. He returned to the marketplace. This time he leveraged surplus wood and stone to acquire scarcer commodities. Metal ingots, rare textiles, advanced tool blueprints, still dictating the prices. The regional channel's epithet for him spread, the anonymous profiteer. Some vilified him as heartless, others thanked him for life-saving supplies, and many speculated about his identity and talents. Lin Mo ignored them all. On the light screen, he continued to recalculate resources and plan his next moves. At noon, he ate a piece of bread, drank half a bottle of water, and resumed fishing. The third cast yielded another sturdy wooden crate. Inside, rough animal hide X1, flint X2, unknown metal fragments X3. After the 100-fold amplification, he now possessed 100 hides, 200 flints, and 300 unknown metal fragments. Their uses were unclear, but hoarding them seemed prudent. In the afternoon, he shifted strategy. Instead of bulk buying raw materials, he began selling non-essential but enticing items. For example, 100 milliliters freshwater in exchange for any interesting or unknown item, or 50 bread for a useful piece of information or intelligence. He aimed to test the marketplace value of information. Requests arrived swiftly. Someone traded, "There will be bioluminescent fish in the nearby waters at night for 50 bread." Another exchanged a shell inscribed with strange symbols for 100 milliliters water. A private message came through, sent with a conspiratorial tone. "Boss, I know coordinates for a promising fishing spot, but the price is high." Lin Mo opened the private message. The sender's ID read Know-It-All, a username he recalled from the regional channel, an especially chatty presence. "What coordinates? What's your price?" Lin Mo replied, remaining anonymous. 0.10 loaves of bread, or the equivalent in water, guaranteed value. The information broker replied promptly. Lin Mo considered. "I'll pay 2 loaves as a deposit. Once the coordinates are verified, I'll settle the remainder." "Deal." A coordinate pinged through, accompanied by a note. "I once saw someone haul a locked chest from that stretch of sea. It wasn't opened, but it was clearly no ordinary cargo. You're capable. Go take a look." He recorded the coordinates. From his current island it would require. He glanced at his scant 6-square-meter stone terrace. He would need to upgrade the island to gain mobility or obtain a better boat. Closing the private message, he consulted the island upgrade requirements on his wristband. The materials were already more than adequate. Night approached and the sea breeze turned cool. He tallied the day's gains. Food and water more than half intact. Basic materials amassed into a small mountain. Several rare blueprint templates. A heap of unopened chests, and a coordinate that might conceal opportunity. Standing at the island's rim, he watched the twin suns set in the west. The anonymous dealer Mr. J had begun to earn a reputation. The temptation to be the server's first to upgrade hung before him like a luminous, irresistible fruit. Should he continue to conceal himself and develop cautiously, or seize the chance and gamble for greatness? He turned toward the stacked foundation stones. He already had his answer, but not tonight. He needed the most opportune moment. Back in the straw hut, he kindled a small fire with flint and dry palm fronds. The flame banished the chill and illuminated his calm, fathomless eyes. In the regional channel, alliances were forged over the sharing of a single loaf, while others came to blows over a half bottle of water. The world was rapidly assuming the shape it was meant to take. After his meal, he fed another log to the fire, then took up his fishing rod. In the darkness, the float's phosphorescent specks bobbed gently with the waves. There were many chests yet to open and many fish left to catch. His arrow was poised to arrive, quietly, with the next haul. Chapter 3. Storm Warning. The nature of a profiteer. On the morning of the third day, Lin Mo was roused by the staccato patter of what sounded like raindrops. But it was not raining. He crawled out of the grass shelter and found the sea unervingly calm. The sky lay leaden and the air was so low in pressure it constricted his chest. Far off, swathes of iron-gray cloud were rolling slowly in this direction. The weather was about to change. As was his habit, he checked in. A notification chimed. Sign in successful. Hoa, wingproof wall cloth, 3 mètres, 1. 2 lengths of sturdy hemp rope. Luck favored him. The augmentation completed and a pile of goods materialized in the corner. 100 heavy oilcloths and 200 coils of hemp. He felt the cloth. Its texture was dense and waterproof, ideal for withstanding foul weather. As he draped one across the grass shelter to reinforce it, his wristband trembled violently. A global bulletin announced, large-scale meteorological disturbance detected. A first regional weather event, severe storm, will strike within 24 hours in zones SH700 through SH800. Expected duration, 612 hours. Survivors are advised to fortify shelters, stockpile supplies, and prepare accordingly. Survival is your sole concern. The warning repeated 3 times. The regional channel erupted. Storm? What a joke. My rickety hut can't keep out a breeze. I haven't even secured today's food. Who has wood? I'll trade my last half bottle of water. I must reinforce my home. We're done for. Panic spread like pestilence. Pleas for help, curses, and cries of despair filled every feed. Lin Mo closed the channel and maintained an untroubled expression. A crisis is a graveyard for some and a windfall for others. He opened the trading platform. Sure enough, within minutes prices for materials related to reinforcement, waterproofing, and wind resistance began to spike. Purchase bids for wood and stone surged by 50%. Ropes and fibers vanished from the market altogether. Even the tattered canvas scraps that had been ignored before were suddenly being offered at premium prices. He did not rush to act. Instead, he inventoried his holdings. After 2 days of accumulation, he had abundant foundation stones, mountains of wood, heaps of stone, and plentiful rope and fiber. In addition, he now possessed 100 oilcloths from the augmentation and nearly 100 coarse hides looted from chests. The hides were poor at shedding water, but excelled at insulation and wind blocking. He calculated swiftly. Fortifying his island would be straightforward. Oilcloth and materials were sufficient, and surplus foundation stones could be used to build a low-perimeter wall along the stone terrace to fend off the waves. Survival was assured. What remained was how best to exploit this opportunity to execute a second, larger-scale consolidation of resources. He avoided the blunt tactic he had used before, posting purchase orders to depress prices, which had provoked outrage, especially dangerous during a panic. Instead, he chose a more discreet approach and listed supply offers first. Anonymous sale, windproof oilcloth, 1M 1M. Exchange, foundation stone 3 or wood 15 or stone 20. Limited to 20 units. Anonymous sale, sturdy rope, 5M. Exchange, foundation stone 2 or wood 10. Limited to 30 units. Anonymous sale, reinforced wooden planks, self-installation required. Exchange, any 2 metal materials or a special blueprint template. Each plank requires 5 units of wood to craft. Pre-orders accepted. The price was exorbitant. A single square meter of tarpaulin was worth as many foundation stones as many people needed to upgrade their islands. Yet when survival is at stake, cost becomes irrelevant. The moment the sale went live, private messages and trade requests surged like a tide. Boss, tarpaulin. I need 2 sheets. I'll trade foundation stones. Ropes. I have stones to swap. How do I pre-order the planks? I have a rusty sheet of iron. Does that work? Lin Mo handled the deluge with methodical calm. He exchanged what to him amounted to near zero-cost materials. The tarpaulin and ropes were login rewards. And the wood and stone had been purchased cheaply earlier, for a substantial haul of foundation stones, metals, and several valuable blueprints, including a template for a simple rainwater collector. He never abandoned his principles. As he skimmed trade requests, he opened the sender SID and glanced at their regional channel remarks. Those who were evidently struggling, whose language still betrayed kindness, received a slight slip of his hand. If they offered foundation stones for tarpaulin, he might include an extra half square meter. If their materials were inferior, he would still nod and close the deal. Those who spoke with swagger, boasted of plundering others, or publicly shamed others into sharing supplies, found him iron-minded. Prices fixed, not a fraction conceded, and sometimes he even raised the price in secret. Midway through the trading, he was captivated by a particular private message. Senderide Sukyankyan. Lin Mo remembered her. She had recently used her professional maritime knowledge to warn the channel about a poisonous jellyfish, saving many. He had traded with her twice through an alternate account, exchanging fresh water for rare shells she had discovered and for a hand-drawn title note sketch. Calm, learned, and apparently principled. Her message read, "Anonymous sir, I need a waterproof sheet large enough to cover at least a 4 square meter shelter. I will trade this. Attached was a blueprint, a simple herb drying rack. She added, also, judging from cloud movement and seabird behavior, this storm may arrive earlier and be more severe than the system forecast. I advise preparing for the worst. Lin Montauk's brow lifted. The information was valuable. The template, practical, drying and preserving herbs, is essential for long-term survival. He replied that he had tarpaulin and that she would need at least a 2M by 2M piece. But he required her template plus a specific basis for her forecast. She answered promptly, basis, 1 hour ago, common gulls in the nearby waters all flew inland. A natural instinct to shelter from strong winds. This typically occurs 18 to 24 hours before a storm S arrival, while the system forecast predicts 24 hours from now. Additionally, I observed long-period swells with long wavelengths and modest wave heights, signs that a distant storm has already formed. Professional and meticulous. He did not hesitate. He posted a designated trade, a 2M by 2M windproof tarpaulin cut from a larger sheet in exchange for the simple herb drying rack template. The transaction was completed. Su Qianqian soon messaged again. Thank you. Your prices are high, but your dealings are straightforward. You do not prey on the desperate. You're not like that swindler everyone in the channel is castigating. Lin Mo paused, then replied, I am merely a merchant, each to his own needs. Stay vigilant. The storm approaches. Su Qianqian ended the conversation. Lin Mo closed the private chat. A faint smile curved his lips before he composed himself and returned to his work. As time passed, panic in the channel intensified and prices climbed further. The supplies Lin had listed at exorbitant prices were snapped up immediately. His hoard of keystones quietly surpassed 200 units. He also accumulated considerable quantities of other metals and rare materials. At that point, he set his plan as second phase into motion. Adopting an anonymous secondary account, he posted new purchase orders. Urgent purchase, wood, stone, palm leaves. Price, 80 a market. Limited quantities. Urgent purchase, damp timber, slightly damaged materials. Price, 50 a market. Quality unimportant, bulk preferred. Amid the frenzy, many people sold their base materials to obtain waterproof cloths, ropes, or to cobble together upgrade components for system rewards. Lin used the currency obtained from his high-price sales, keystones, metals, and the like, to buy back these forsaken base materials at a discount. One sale and one purchase, and instead of diminishing, his stock of basic materials grew, albeit more assorted in quality. Meanwhile, his precious hard currency, keystones, metals, blueprints, steadily increased. Someone in the channel caught on. Wait, is the anonymous tarpaulin seller working with this low-price materials buyer? He milking us, selling life-saving supplies at a premium, then snapping up our hard-earned materials at rock-bottom prices. A consummate profiteer. The abuse intensified, but the trades remained brisk. When survival is at stake, moral posturing falters. Lin Mo paid no heed to the invective. His attention was drawn to another system notification. After completing another transaction, his bracelet vibrated, detected, keystone count exceeds 100 units. Proceed with island upgrade. Current level, 0. Upgrade to LV1 requires. Keystone 10 with 20, stone 15. Global Island Upgrade Competition Leaderboard. Anonymous current first place. Island LV1. Achieved. Day 2, 1947. 10th place. Island LV0. Keystones accumulated. 910. Someone had already beaten him to an upgrade, and had done so yesterday. Lin was not surprised. Among billions, a few will always be extraordinarily fortunate or remarkably capable. He noted, too, that the leader was anonymous. Clearly, others have been wise enough to conceal their identities. He did not choose to upgrade immediately. The timing was wrong. Upgrading on the eve of the storm would trigger a server-wide announcement. With everyone's focus on the impending calamity, the publicity would be muted. Moreover, a freshly upgraded island, insufficiently fortified, might prove more fragile when confronted by tempest winds. He would wait, either until the storm reached its most violent peak, or until it had passed. He turned his attention back to the present. The sky grew ever darker. The sea wind carried a cold, briny dampness in gusts. Lin Mo halted his trades and set about fortifying his island himself. He lashed the oilcloth firmly to the thatch frame with rope and weighed its corners with stones. He shaved several pieces of timber to a point with his stone axe and drove them deep into the fissures along the edge of the stone platform to serve as crude wind stakes. The surplus foundation stones he stacked on the leeward side, both to add ballast and, if necessary, to be used as building material. When he finished, he boiled hot water in a bamboo tube, using a makeshift device fashioned from the newly arrived rainwater collector template. The clay pot for heating the water was also from the crate. Having eaten his supper with that hot water, he sat beneath the reinforced shelter and opened the regional channel. It was a chorus of lamentation. Some cried that they lacked materials, some prayed for the storm to abate. Others made desperate final trades. A few exchanged reinforcement tips and offered encouragement. Su Qianqian posted a long message detailing several methods for quickly weaving windbreak nets from island plants and reminded everyone to secure any loose items. Lin Mo read silently and closed the channel. He looked out over the ink-black sea. In the distance, muffled thunder rolled. The storm approached faster than he had anticipated. The reputation of profiteering had been irrevocably cemented, yet his island stood as solid as a fortress. The true trials and opportunities would arrive after the tempest. He tightened his grip on the cold stone axe. His eyes, beneath the dim light, were calm and fathomless. It was time to prepare for being first tomorrow. But before that, he had to survive this storm that terrified so many. Chapter 4. The Server's First Ascension. Anonymous J. The prelude to the storm intensified abruptly at midnight. The gale began to roar, whipping salt-laden spray that rattled against the oilcloth. The once calm sea became restless. Black waves rose in succession, striking the island's stone platform with dull, thunderous impacts. Lin Mo did not sleep. Wrapped in an animal hide, he sat at the innermost part of the shelter, his back against a bundle of timber tightly lashed with rope. He held a stone axe. Several sharpened wooden spears lay at his side. The fire had long since died. In the darkness, only the faint glow of his wrist display remained. The regional channel refreshed more slowly, but every message exuded despair. My shelter, my roof was blown away. Leaks everywhere. Someone help. I can't hold on. I'm clinging to a plank. The island is flooding. Why did the storm come early? The system cheated us. Su Qianqian's judgment had been correct. The storm had arrived prematurely and with terrifying force. Lin Mo's island trembled as well. But the oilcloth was tightly secured, and the pointed stakes, driven into the stone fissures, withstood the wind's assaults. Occasionally a particularly large wave washed over the platform's edge, but receded quickly, unable to unsettle the foundations. He calmly opened the interface he had been monitoring. Server-wide level-up competition live rankings, anonymous. The leaderboard continued to update amidst the storm. First place, Island LV1, achieved, Day 2, 1947. Second place, an island at LV0 with 1,010 foundation stones, 920 units of timber, and 415 stones. Third place, an island at LV0 with 1,010 foundation stones, 820 units of timber, and 515 stones. 10th place, an island at LV0 with 910 foundation stones, 2,020 units of timber, and 415 stones. The materials for second and third were nearly complete, especially the second. Only one piece of timber and one stone short. Under the pressure of life and death, people had begun to manifest astonishing resourcefulness, frenziedly trading all they had in the exchange channels, or, by sheer fortune, fishing up precisely what they needed. At this moment, billions across the server were fighting to survive in the storm. If someone upgraded their island now, Lin Mo's eyes flashed. The moment had arrived. When the tempest raged with its greatest fury, everyone's attention was riveted on survival. A server-wide notification might appear, but it will be quickly submerged in the deluge of panic and cries for help. By the time the wind subsided and people regained their composure, the fact of the first upgrade would already be established and public attention would be scattered. More importantly, he was gambling on the system's reward. Perhaps it would confer something to counter the harsh conditions or aid him through the trials ahead. Without hesitation, he opened the island upgrade interface. A prompt asked whether to expend 10 foundation stones, 20 units of timber, and 15 stones to upgrade the island from LV0 to LV1. The upgrade would expand the island's south area from 6 square meters to 10, reinforce its stone foundation, and grant a random novice boon. Note that the first 10 upgraders server-wide would receive additional rewards, and he was asked whether to hide personal information. He chose to hide and confirmed the upgrade. The instant the command was issued, his wristband flared brilliantly. 10 foundation stones, 20 bundles of timber, and 15 stones piled in the corner were irresistibly drawn to the island's edge. The foundation stones fused into the existing stone platform with a low, sonorous hum. The timber and stone decomposed and reassembled, transmuting into a strengthened structure. The entire island began to vibrate with a resonance deeper and more forceful than the storm itself. Lin Mo steadied himself and watched. The edge of the stone platform slowly extended outward. The coarse stone surface smoothed subtly, and the area visibly expanded. 6 square meters, 7, 8, until it settled at 10. A new sense of stability and solidity spread underfoot. The island's lurching in the waves diminished markedly. The system notified him that the upgrade had succeeded. His island had reached LV1 at 10 square meters. He received a novice boon, foundation stability, slightly improving the island's resistance to wind and waves in severe weather. Congratulations flashed. He was the first survivor in the world to upgrade an island to LV1. A server-wide announcement was about to be made, and he was prompted to choose a display name for the bulletin. Real name, custom alias, or complete anonymity. He chose a custom alias and entered a single letter, J. A vast, emotionless mechanical voice then cut through the roar of the storm and exploded into the minds of every survivor. Global announcement. Congratulations to Survivor J, the first in the world to upgrade an island to LV1. The announcement rang out 3 times. Reward, special building template, exquisite fishery. Novice, 1, foundation stone 50. Purified water, 500 milliliters, 10. White bread, 200 G, 10. JS deed will inspire everyone to press forward in the oceanic world. Almost at that instant, Lin Mo's bracelet vibrated again. System notice. Detected reward materials obtained through upgrade. 100-fold amplification triggered. Apply amplification? His heart skipped. Yes. Light exploded within the cramped grass hut, and then quickly subsided. 100 pale blue templates shimmered into being, neatly stacked, each illustrating a delicate pond structure, filtration system, and feed inlet. Labeled Exquisite Fishery Template, Novice. 5,000 ashen foundation stones rose like a small mountain, occupying nearly half of the newly expanded island. 1,000 bottles of purified water and 1,000 loaves of white bread filled the remaining space. Even with prior expectations, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned by the sudden deluge of supplies. He recovered at once. This was no time for inventory. He hurriedly transferred most of the foundation stones, water, and bread into the bracelet's storage. The capacity seemed to have expanded after the upgrade, leaving only the fishery templates and a few supplies outside. The global channel fell briefly silent after the announcement, then erupted. Someone upgraded? At this hour? Who is Jay? Never heard of him. An exquisite fishery as a reward. What kind of artifact is that? 50 foundation stones, so much food and water. Oh my. Jay, you legend. Please let us hit your coattail. Share your methods. Must be blind luck. How did he upgrade amid the storm? Could it be that anonymous merchant? The timing is suspicious. The regional channel ignited as well. Is he in our area? G? Unknown, completely anonymous. If you own a fishery, you need not fear starvation. He must have hoarded resources in advance. Merchant scum, outrage, envy, conjecture, and please mingle together. The terror of the storm was momentarily diluted by this sudden global spectacle. People's attention shifted from their own survival to the mysterious J. Lin Mo muted the channels and blocked it all out. He examined a template. Exquisite fishery, novice, template. Construction requirements. Foundation stones 20, wood 50, stone 30. Complete water container 1, rope 10. Effect. Can cultivate small marine fish. Automatically yields a modest amount of fish meat daily. Production influenced by the environment. Provides a stable food source. Upgradable. Learn? He learned it. The template dissolved into light and entered his bracelet. The crafting interface now offered a repeatable building option. A fine asset and a sustainably productive strategic resource. Though initial yields would be modest, after a 100-fold amplification, 100 fisheries, even if each produced a single fish per day. That still amounted to well over 100 fish. More importantly, this offered him a plausible, if only partial, explanation for the source of his materials. He did not begin construction at once. The supplies were sufficient, but the storm raged. It was not the time to build. He gazed outward. The tempest seemed to have reached its zenith. Sea and sky merged into an inky void. broken only by sporadic lightning that momentarily revealed heaving waves and countless islets swaying in the gale. His own island, protected both by the Foundation's stabilized boon and by the reinforcements he had installed beforehand, sat like a rock in a furious sea, buffeted, yet unshaken at its roots. Those in second and third place on the leaderboard, poised for upgrades, paused for an instant after the announcement, then began trading and scavenging materials with even greater frenzy. But first place had been snatched away. The rewards differed by an abyss. Lin Mo leaned against the pile of timber and exhaled softly. The first step had been taken. Anonymous J, in such abrupt and breathtaking fashion, had ascended to the global stage. A profiteer? Perhaps. Yet in this moment, he was the world's #1. He closed his eyes and listened to the violent wind and rain. But his calculations were already turning to the calm that would follow the storm. How to leverage the prestige of being first and the newly acquired fishery blueprint to pry open larger resource channels and accelerate his development. The fishery must be built, but not merely one. Perhaps he could sell several, or trade the catch they produced for rarer commodities. The storm continued, but his thoughts had drifted toward the blueprint that would unfold after the tempest. The reverberations of the global bulletin were still spreading, and Lin Mo, at the heart of the storm, was like a beast in hibernation, quietly consolidating his foundations amid the upheaval, waiting for the moment to strike again. From this moment forward, the name J would become an object of speculation, apprehension, and desperate pursuit. Lin Mo's task was to render that goal unattainable. Chapter 5. Aftermath Reaping. The profiteer's reputation cemented the storm abetted gradually in the early hours. When the first pallid shafts of morning pierced the leaden clouds and illuminated the ravaged seascape, Lin Mo peeled back the oiled canvas that served as the entrance to his shelter. The air was thick with the saline tang of the sea and the musty odor of waterlogged timber. The surface of the water had yet to lie completely still. Its furious roar had given way to an exhausted panting. A film of seawater had collected on his island. Here and there lay seaweed, splintered timber, even fragments of a ruined plastic float. Yet overall the island remained intact. The canvas, though flayed by the wind, still clung firmly over the roof. None of the reinforced stakes had come loose. The stone platform, expanded to 10 square meters, glistened with moisture but stood solid and unmoved. He walked to the edge and scanned the horizon. The sight was harrowing. An islet that had been faintly visible on the distant verge of his sight was now gone. Though more islands remained, their shelters had been almost entirely swept away. He could make out figures clinging to broken poles adrift in the water, and others sprawled motionless upon bare stone runs, their condition uncertain. The regional channel, after a momentary deathly silence, erupted in cries more desperate than those heard during the storm. My island split. There's south less than 4 square meters left. Does anyone have medicine? My leg was crushed by a plank. Everything is gone. The fishing rod, the materials, the food I had painfully amassed, swept away. Help me, I'm parched. Where's J? ISNT he ranked first? He has so much water, share some. G. And that anonymous profiteer. Surely they VE hoarded supplies. Bring them out to save people. Soon the denunciations of J and the merchants swelled into a chorus, laced with naked moral coercion and the frantic madness of the desperate. Lin Mo closed the channel without expression. He checked himself first. His wristband reported normal status. His storage was intact. In a corner lay 100 fishery templates, thousands of foundation stones, and a vast reserve of food and water. He took 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water, consumed them slowly to restore strength and keep his wits. Then he methodically cleared debris from the island, gathering salvageable splinters and floats, what others saw as refuse. He viewed as potential trade material. He reopened the trading platform. As expected, it was chaos. Requests for medicine, food, and freshwater multiplied explosively. Sale listings were scarce. Those who possessed supplies were clenching them tightly or demanding exorbitant sums. Timber and stone had plunged back to pre-storm levels. Even lower, many sold material cheaply because repair seemed less pressing than immediate survival. Items related to repair, waterproofing, and medical treatment had surged to absurd prices. A small, clean strip of cloth could fetch 10 units of wood. Lin Mo did not act rashly. He organized his thoughts. Flooding the market with food and water now would be tantamount to pouring oil on the fire and would mark him as a target. The identity of J had been broadcast worldwide and was far too conspicuous. He needed a different approach. He thought of sharing practical experience. His fingers moved swiftly across the light screen. Moments later, a calmly worded, orderly post appeared in the regional channel, signed, an anonymous survivor who narrowly weathered the storm. Title: Several personal notes on reinforcing shelters and emergency post-storm procedures. The post dispensed no rhetoric, only essentials. 1. Reinforcing makeshift shelters. Triangular bracing resists wind better than square frames. Use more than 3 rope tie points. Concentrate heavy weights on the leeward side. 2. Waterproofing essentials. Multiple layers of protection are superior to a single thick cloth. A sloped roof sheds water more effectively than a flat one. Seal seams with wet clay or chewed seaweed fibers. 3. Securing supplies. Bind all loose items or place them in containers anchored toward the island's center. 4. Post-disaster priorities. Inspect personal injuries. Collect usable drift materials. Obtain fresh water as a priority. Includes a simple solar evaporation desalination method. Repair a minimal shelter at once. 5. Beware secondary hazards. Soaked timber can fracture suddenly. Drinking unboiled rainwater may cause diarrhea. Boil it before consumption. There was no boasting and no moralizing. Only hard, practical guidance. At the end, he attached a simple, effective schematic for a rainwater boiling apparatus that required nothing more than a hollowed stone and a relatively clean container. When the post appeared, the regional channel fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted in a torrent of responses. Many offered gratitude and practical praise, eager remarks about the triangular brace, plans to try solar evaporation for water collection, and thanks to the anonymous contributor, while others contrasted the helpful advice with those who only shouted slogans and hurled abuse. Naturally, skepticism surfaced as well. Where would one obtain the materials, they asked, when some had not even a single rope? Could this be a merchant's fake account seeking sympathy? If he truly knew so much, why not share tangible supplies, water or food? Lin Mo disregarded both acclaim and derision. What he awaited were private messages. Sure enough, within 10 minutes of the post, his inbox began to pulse. Many sought technical clarifications or pleaded for aid. He answered a few select, earnest queries with measured, sincere instruction, but never mentioned supplies. Then a series of notable private contacts arrived. Your experience post is professional, wrote Su Qianqian. I applied similar methods in advance and suffered little loss. Would you be willing to exchange more detailed meteorological observations? I have forecasts for the coming weather. Another, signing as Longhun Steel Spear, Zhao Jigang, reported that members who adopted his reinforcement method showed a 30% higher survival rate and proposed establishing a stable channel of information sharing. They could offer intelligence and security when necessary. A brash, unfamiliar account from the wings of freedom appealed in cruder terms. Several of their comrades were wounded and short of medicine. Did he possess anti-inflammatory herbs or know where to procure them? Money was no obstacle. Then Montakus Gaza flicut. Su Qianqian's outreach was expected. Her value lay in expertise and calm judgment. The Longhun contact suggested that organized forces were beginning to coalesce, a potential ally. That the Plunderers' Alliance reached out so promptly, blunt and confident, spoke to their breadth and brazenness. He first replied to Su Qianqian. He would exchange, provided she could supply a detailed 48-hour forecast of wind and wave changes for Sector SH-739. In return, he offered a tried folk remedy, using common seaweed, to arrest bleeding and prevent infection. To Longhun Steel Spear, he answered with guarded cooperation. Information could be shared selectively. And in turn, he required insight into whether the system's disaster warnings followed discernible patterns and any rumors or leads regarding other global first achievements. When he opened the Wings of Freedom message, he did not reply directly. Instead, he switched to another anonymous account and posted a peculiar offer on the trading platform, an electronic compendium of core post-storm survival and reconstruction principles, covering 5 emergency water collection methods, basic wound care, rapid island repair techniques, psychological coping strategies, and more. Available in limited quantity, each copy exchangeable for 2 anti-inflammatory herbs, a single analgesic item, 5 metal ingot fragments, or a complete tool blueprint, limited to 50 copies. Only the listed items would be accepted in exchange. Haggling was refused. A terse note declared, "Knowledge is life. Save yourself." He did not directly vend food or water. He sold knowledge. The prices were steep, aimed squarely at the scarcest medical supplies and advanced materials, and the quantities were limited to foster urgency. The moment the post appeared, the regional channel erupted. Paid knowledge? At a time like this? How callous. A few words for a handful of herbs? Yet if it truly contained a remedy for emergencies, who possessed herbs to trade? I myself lacked enough for my own wounds. Outrage and invective flooded the channel. Lin Mo, however, observed as trade requests began to trickle in. The first successful exchange was for a crude stone carved blueprint, offered by a desperate survivor who pleaded, "My brother has a fever. This is all I have, please." Lin Mo accepted and sent a refined document, essentially an elaboration of his experience post, augmented with 2 practical herbal identification images. One sale begot another. Someone traded 2 found brass fragments. Another offered a crushed, unidentified analgesic root. Someone else parted with a template for a makeshift stretcher. 50 units of knowledge, amid controversy and scorn, vanished with astonishing speed. Lin Mo ended up with a modest cache of metal, several serviceable blueprint templates, and, most importantly, a few genuine medicinal herbs. Those herbs mattered far more than the scrap. Coupled with the formula Su Qianqian was about to exchange, they might enable him to attempt the first essential drug reserves. Then the true spectacle began, almost imperceptibly. The anonymous account that had sold knowledge resurfaced with fresh listings, this time for tangible goods. Reinforced, storm-tested waterproof tarpaulins sized 15 by 15 meters, limited in quantity. Ultra-tough composite ropes, 8 meters long, scarce, and standard-spec reinforcement planks available for pre-order with a 12-hour delivery window. Prices had risen another 20% above what he had charged before the storm, justified by the scarcity of raw materials and the difficulty of processing. Concurrently, his hoarded stock of basic materials, wood, stone, fiber, started to be released slowly at slightly above the prevailing market rates, yet still far below the prices he had paid before the storm. By selling disaster-grade supplies at storm-time premiums with materials he had bought cheaply before the calamity, and by using the valuable items acquired from the knowledge sales as capital, he completed a near-perfect cycle of resource, turnover, and value augmentation. Some in the regional channel began to sense the peculiar flow of funds. The seller of knowledge, the tarpaulin vendor, and the earlier profiteer operated with the same unscrupulous tactics. They were manipulating the market, buying low and selling high, enriching themselves from the disaster. Profiteers, vampires, may they meet a terrible fate. The accusations grew louder. The epithet stuck and spread. Lin Mo paid it no heed. He tallied his gains. A modest inventory of metal, more blueprint templates, and the crucial herbs. More significantly, through Su Qianqian and Long Hun, he had forged a network of valuable information channels. He walked to a corner of the island and gazed at the pale blue fish farm templates. The storm had passed. Orders staggered between collapse and reconstruction. It was time to build his fish farm, not merely to provide food, but to erect before the next storm came. A true bulwark that would compel everyone, even those who denounced him as a profiteer, to come seeking him out. He lifted his head as dawn pierced the clouds, scattering light over the gradually quieting sea. A new day had begun. Survivors tended their wounds and struggled to endure. Lin Mo's commercial empire, having just completed a bloody phase of primitive accumulation, was poised to enter its next stage. He turned, planning the site for the first refined fish farm. In his ears lingered the bitter curses from the channel. His face was placid. His eyes held only cold calculation. A profiteer? He owned the epithet. In this ocean, to survive and to thrive was the sole truth. He advanced steadily along that path. Chapter 6. The fish farm is built. New ripples arise. Constructing the first refined fish farm proved more troublesome than anticipated. Lin Mo surveyed the nascent pond structure and wiped the sweat from his brow. The blueprints were clear, yet the real work, cutting and joining materials, ensuring waterproofing, demanded patience and a measure of skill. He spent the better part of the morning and expended 20 foundation stones, 50 units of timber, 30 stones, an intact large earthenware jar retrieved from a chest to serve as the core water vessel, and 10 ropes for reinforcement. At last he erected the farm's main body on the island's leeward southwest corner. It was a roughly 4 square meter stone pool, about half a meter deep. Its inner walls repeatedly plastered and tamped with clay mixed with fine sand to guard against seepage. One side housed an inlet and filter linked to a simple hand pump, fabricated from metal scraps and timber per the template, that could draw in seawater and, after passing through layers of sand, gravel, and charcoal, feed into the pool. The opposite side featured an overflow and a drain plug. The bottom lay layered with washed pebbles and sand, and he had planted several clumps of seagrass, mentioned by Su Qianqian in the information exchange as habitat suited to small fish. It looked convincingly functional. Exquisite fish farm, basic, construction complete. Status, unstocked. Fry capacity, 50. Estimated base daily yield, 2 portions of small fish meat. Yield is influenced by water quality, feed, fish population, and health. Please introduce suitable marine species as soon as possible. The output was modest, scant, even, but that was not Lin Mo's chief concern. He returned to the grass shelter and regarded the other 99 identical pale blue templates in the corner. One farm might produce only a fish or 2 each day. 100 farms, even averaging a single fish apiece, would yield well over 100 fish daily, steady, reliable sustenance. It would erase his food anxiety and could even render fish a new hard currency. Moreover, the farms themselves offered the perfect pretext for sourcing resources. They provided a plausible explanation for his persistent supply of food for trade. But haste would not serve him. The materials required for 100 fisheries were astronomical. 2,000 keystones, 5,000 logs, 3,000 stones, 100 large water containers, and 1,000 ropes. Although Lin Mo presently had an ample supply of keystones, the deficits in timber and stone were enormous, and water containers were exceptionally scarce. He needed time and a strategy. Lin Mo activated his wristband and began to address the replies he had received overnight. Su Qianqian's message arrived promptly. SH-739 region forecast for the next 48 hours. Wind shifting towards southeast by south. Wind force at level 34. Seas comparatively calm. However, she cautioned that roughly 50 kilometers to the southeast, indirect monitoring indicated a localized sea surface temperature dip, possibly caused by upwelling of deeper currents. This could attract certain predatory species or produce transient patches of fog. The risk was minor, but merited attention. Professional and accompanied by a risk advisory. Lin Mo forwarded the seaweed-based hemostatic and anti-infection formula he had promised. A remedy synthesized from his former life's wilderness survival knowledge and fragments of an old herbal compendium he had acquired in a recent unboxing. The technique was rudimentary but efficacious. Su Qianqian replied swiftly. Formula received. Methodology coherent. I will validate it. Thank you. Also, the oilcloth you previously traded exceeded expectations and spared me a significant loss. I owe you one. Lin Mo replied. Fair trade. No debts between us. He terminated the conversation. He disliked lingering obligations and equally disliked owing others too much. Clear transactional relationships felt most secure. Next came a dispatch from Dragon Soul Steel Spear regarding patterns of natural calamities. Our preliminary analysis indicates the system's warnings possess thresholds. Only when certain meteorological parameters accumulate to a critical extent is a global alert issued. Local, small-scale adverse weather may occur without prior notice. Regarding global first-tier achievements, currently only the island upgrade is known. Additionally, our surveillance has detected that the Freedom S-Wing Alliance appears to be clandestinely collecting fragments of a specific relic. Their purpose remains unclear. We offer this intelligence as an initial gesture and look forward to deeper cooperation. The information was valuable, particularly the note about Freedom S-Wing and the relic fragments, which subtly corroborated leads pursued by the Stonemason Brotherhood in the broader outline. It seemed the undercurrents beneath the surface were beginning to stir. Lin Mo responded. Message received. Cooperation can be discussed. I will require a roster of known Freedom S-Wing personnel in SH-739 and their principal activity patterns as bargaining material for our next exchange. To demonstrate goodwill, he forwarded several suspicious trade IDs and snippets of commentary he had observed. With those matters settled, he redirected his attention to the fisheries. Procuring fry presented a dilemma. The system had not specified how to obtain juvenile fish. Was he expected to catch minnows to rear? That would be prohibitively inefficient. He tried casting a rod into the empty holding pool, but nothing happened. Trading, perhaps? He logged into an infrequently used anonymous account and posted simultaneously in the regional channel and on the trade platform. Purchase, healthy, live marine fish of small size, palm-sized or smaller. Each specimen exchangeable for 100 milliliters of fresh water or 50 g of bread. Equivalent basic materials also acceptable. Delivery must be alive. The announcement triggered a flurry of commentary. Live fish? What purpose would that serve? They're hard to husband. Probably starving and intends to rear them for later consumption. 100 milliliters of water for each fish. I'm going to catch small fish now. New scheme from the shrewd merchants? Everyone be wary. Although some voices of doubt rose, the promise of fresh water and food quickly drew offers to trade. The first bargain yielded a near-dead clownfish, shoved into a half-broken plastic bottle. Lin Mo inspected it. Its gills still moved. He paid 100 milliliters of water and gently placed the fish into the pond. The creature thrashed for a moment, then slowly swished its tail and began to swim, regaining a spark of life. Pond fry 150. Estimated daily base yield. Small fish meat. 0.2 portions. 0.02. Sure enough, the fry count increased, and the projected yield rose by the barest margin. It was precisely the fluctuation around 0.2 portions that offered Lin Mo room to maneuver. He could always claim his pond as productivity was capricious, sometimes thriving, sometimes failing. Over the next few hours, he bought up a couple dozen small sea fish in varying states. Most too weak, but at least alive when placed in the pool. The pond's expected output crept to 0.525 portions. Still meager, yet no longer zero. Procuring live fish cost him some water and bread, but it remained within manageable bounds. More importantly, the exercise taught him who in the regional channel was fishing frequently and how well they fared, a modest intelligence sweep. As dusk fell and he prepared to call it a day, an angry broadcast in the regional chat captured everyone's attention. Speaker ID, Likue Venom. Look clearly. Everyone, these anonymous profiteers. They buy our live fish with a trickle of water and scraps of bread, and who knows what else they're scheming. My neighbor Old Wong spent all his effort catching small fish to exchange for water and left his shack unrepaired. The waves nearly swept it away last night. These blood-sucking vermin. He singled out several users who appear to have traded with Lin Mo's alternate account and fanned the crowd. You think you made a bargain trading for some food? They're bleeding you dry with petty gains. When you're too weak to fish, who will care whether you live or die? Silence hovered for a moment. Then the channel burst into competing voices. Likue has a point. But if I don't trade for food, I'll starve. Venom, spare us your preaching. If you're so noble, hand out water and food yourself. Exactly. If you can't do it, don't be jealous of those who can. Likue snapped back. I'm not powerless. At least I want to prey on my fellows. I call on everyone to unite and boycott these profiteers. Sell them nothing. Let them starve. Boycott? Lin Mo watched the screen and allowed a faint, indifferent smile. He switched to the account he used to purchase live fish and posted a terse message. Purchases continue. Prices unchanged. Those who trust me will receive water. Those who doubt may do as they please. There was no outrage, no argument, only the bluntest statement of interest. Almost immediately, new trade requests began to ping in, more numerous and more urgent than before. Many feared the boycott would actually sever this channel for exchanging food. Likue's denunciations were swiftly drowned by the flood of bargaining. Lin Mo handled the transactions with calm efficiency, adding fish to the pond one by one. The pond gradually came alive. Though still far from capacity, it finally bore signs of vitality. He paid no heed to Likue, an opportunistic buffoon, adept only at inflaming sentiment. Against stark interests and primal needs, any professed boycott proved feeble. Yet he noted the name. Such men were like venomous snakes in the gutter. Their bite might not kill, but being entangled with them invited trouble. When necessary, they must be excised. Beneath the dimming light, the shoal and the fishery drifted and swirled. Lin Mo scattered tiny pinches of crushed bread and watched them quarrel for it. The first fishery was complete. It was more than a source of food. It was a signal, an experiment, a mirror that reflected the very dispositions afloat in these waters. Night fell. Lin Mo sat at the pond's edge, listening to the faint susurrus of water. On the regional channel, the quarrels about profiteers and boycotts had ebbed, yielding to talk of tomorrow, to hunger for sustenance, and to a deeper, more pervasive fatigue. He opened his wristband and surveyed the storage. 99 fish farm templates remained. The road ahead was long. Tonight, however, his aquaculture enterprise had just planted its first cornerstone. He lifted his gaze to the stars beginning to prick the sky. Tomorrow, continue acquiring fry, or begin gathering materials for a second farm, or perhaps use the first fish this pond would yield for some purpose. A vague plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 7. The first bucket of fish. Undercurrent stir, the first fish taken from the farm came in the third morning. Not retrieved by the system, but netted by Lin M.O. with a scoop improvised from rope and old cloth. A palm-sized, silver-gray mullet writhed in the net, its scales flashing faintly in the dawn. Acquired. Fresh mullet meat, small, X1. Almost immediately the system chimed as promised. Detected host directly harvested fish from fishery. Trigger 100x amplification. Apply amplification? He accepted. A flash of light. And while the net still held the living fish, his wristband S storage had instantaneously filled with 99 identical, processed mullet fillets, each weighing roughly 150 grams. The fishery panel S expected yield flickered to 0.2 portions, one collected. Lin M.O. regarded the wriggling live fish and the conjured trove of meat with thoughtful attention. It appeared the 100-fold amplification applied to the immediate outcome of the harvesting action. A live fish pulled up counted as one portion, while the amplification produced processed meat. Had the fish perished and been claimed by the system naturally, the result might have been meat directly. He returned the live fish to the pool. It could still grow, perhaps even reproduce. He sought sustainability. The first fish was more symbol than substance, yet he instantly appreciated the value of this inaugural bounty. He did not post the meat to the trading platform, too conspicuous, while most fought desperately for a single bite. A steady supply of meat would be tantamount to broadcasting that something was wrong. He needed an appropriate pretext and a discreet channel. In the morning he signed in, as usual. This time he obtained a packet of coarse bait and a single-use blueprint for a simple fish creel. After amplification, he ended up with 100 packets of long-lasting bait and 100 creel blueprints. He studied the creel plans immediately. The device was rudimentary, timber fiber construction, suitable for trapping shrimp, crabs, and small fish. It represented another means of procuring food and could also be traded. He did not rush to build anything, preferring first to attend to his other affairs. A contact known as Dragon Soul Steel Spear forwarded preliminary intelligence on the Freedom Wing, a short roster of only 4 or 5 IDs. Among them the roguish account that had contacted Lin M.O. before, marked as a peripheral member, active and belligerent. Their modus operandi was to sweep trading platforms for metal and weapon schematics, while recruiting brawny members in the local channel with rhetoric that celebrated the law of the jungle. Lin M.O. noted the names and, as promised, returned several assessments of likely sites for high-value assets that might interest Freedom Wing, derived from his analysis of trading data and channel activity. It was the completion of their first tit-for-tat exchange of information. He then switched back to his anonymous small account used for purchasing live fish and posted a new notice, due to personal aquaculture experiments. He was buying long-term supplies of live prawns, small crabs, shellfish, and edible seaweeds. Prices generous, specifics negotiable privately. Also offering limited exchanges for fresh fish fillets. Restricted to previous collaborators. The wording was deliberate, emphasizing the experimental nature and small scale of his needs, and restricting certain trades to prior partners. This was meant to cultivate a preliminary, exclusive clientele that he could gradually penetrate. Almost immediately, a dozen vendors who had sold him live fish before sent private messages. They cared little for reputations of profiteering. Whoever could provide a steady supply of food commanded respect. Lin M.O. did not use mullet meat. Instead, he took a few scraps from his hoarded, open tins of salted small fish, chopped them finer, and presented them as unstable experimental byproducts to trade for live shrimp and seaweed. He wanted to convey that this anonymous buyer was attempting aquaculture, occasionally producing small, unreliable yields. That explanation accounted for the sporadic appearance of fish meat while discouraging undue covetousness. During the exchanges, he casually hinted at a need for large quantities of timber and stone to expand his experimental pools. In consequence, some fish portions were bartered for basic building materials. A few dried fish initiated yet another modest circulation of resources, while his true stock of fish meat remained nearly untouched. By midday, the local channel erupted again, not with insults, but with a frantic distress call flooding the chat. Help! Saucy Sector. Approximate coordinates, 739, 211. A large shark is attacking the island. It has smashed a man's raft. Anyone who can assist, please respond. The plea included a shaky, trembling clip, a dark dorsal fin cleaving the water, then slamming into a makeshift raft of planks and plastic barrels. Splinters flew as the occupant screamed and was hurled into the sea. A shark attacking the island? The channel filled with alarm. Why would a shark ram an island? Was it being drawn by blood? It's coming this way. Will it reach us? Who has weapons? Bows? Crossbows? Harpoons? Lin Mo immediately checked the coordinates. The shark was roughly 10 kilometers from his island. No immediate threat. Yet he noticed with alarm the mention of a raft in the distress message. Someone was already attempting to construct a raft to leave the initial island. That was bad news. A raft implied initial mobility and the potential for plunder. He private messaged Su Qianqian. Did you see the footage of the shark attack? Could this be more than an ordinary shark? Su Qianqian replied quickly. From the footage, the dorsal fin shape and the attack pattern deviate from known sharks. Rougher, more frenzied. Coupled with reports of abnormal marine activity after the storm, it may be a sea beast influenced by the world's rules. Its aggression could be amplified. Recommend maintaining distance and reinforcing underwater defenses. I'm analyzing its trajectory. Will report if any pattern emerges. A sea beast, then this world harbored more than mere natural disasters. The oceanic invasion events mentioned in the outline might be a harbinger or the start of a local outbreak. Lin Mo received. Stay safe. He hesitated, then added, if urgent reinforcement materials are needed, I can trade. So, thanks. When the conversation ended, Lin Mo watched the channel fill with growing panic about sea beasts and sharks, alongside sporadic posts hawking homemade harpoons and sharpened wooden spears. A new demand had surfaced, weapons and defenses. He possessed crude arrow templates, but lacked a bow. He had a stone axe template, but its short range was inadequate for confronting marine threats. He needed a ranged weapon. He recalled the nearly 100 unopened, sturdy wooden supply chests in his possession. Time to open another batch. He brought out 20 chests and began to unlock them. Most contained base materials, wood, stone, foundational supplies, until the 17th chest emitted a flash of blue light. Acquired, simple crossbow blueprint, one time, X1 a crossbow. Lin Mo, spirits lifted. He immediately studied the blueprint. The design flowed into light, and the crafting interface presented a new craftable item. Simple crossbow. Requirements: hardwood X3, durable rope X2, metal component X1, iron nails or plates acceptable, sinew or other elastic material X1. He had hardwood from the chests, ample durable rope, and could substitute metal parts with iron nails. He examined the pile of pelts. Some still bore residual fascia, possibly usable as sinew. Following the blueprint, he set to work. After more than an hour of careful assembly, a crude but structurally sound wooden crossbow lay in his hands. The limbs were fashioned by binding two pieces of hardwood together. The bowstring was an oiled, fortified rope, and the trigger mechanism had been improvised from a bent and filed nail. There was no bolt channel. Each bolt had to be placed manually. He fitted a rough wooden bolt, merely a sharpened stick made from his template, onto the limbs. Drawing the string taxed him. With his strength, he could only pull it about 2/3 of the way. He engaged the trigger, aimed at a floating scrap of timber on the distant sea, and squeezed. The bolt sang through the air with a sharp, cutting whistle. The wooden arrow sailed off crooked and slanted, embedding itself in the sea a dozen meters away, far from its mark. Its force was modest, yet it was a ranged weapon, a deterrent, and merely the crudest prototype. What might have become with better materials and finer plans? He had not forged a second one. Neither resources nor time allowed. But the blueprint itself mattered. He stowed the wooden crossbow and the remaining arrows. Using an anonymous small account, he posted an oblique purchase request on the trading board, offering high payment for any blueprints, templates, books, or even rumored information related to ranged attacks and weapon fabrication. Anonymous transaction, negotiable price. He sought not the weapons themselves, but knowledge of their making. This suited his strategy of discreet development and hoarding potential, and would also gauge how much of this kind of material had leaked into the market. Responses trickled in, few direct messages. Such resources, more sensitive and precious than food, were either hoarded by their keepers or reserved for a price. Lin Mo did not fret. The seed had been sown. In the afternoon, he tended the fishery, scattering a few crumbs of bread and fronds of seaweed while observing the schools. He fashioned several simple fish traps from the basket blueprint and hung them along the island's edge, hoping for shrimp and crabs. By evening, he checked the local channel again. The shark attacks had produced no further reports. Perhaps the beast had moved on. Perhaps they had withdrawn after dealing with the unfortunate. The panic had eased, but a deeper dread of the ocean lingered. This time preaching that only by uniting and manufacturing more weapons could they repel the sea beasts, his tone hinting at recruitment and authority building. Surprisingly, a few more voices echoed his sentiment. Lin Mo shut the channel, offering no comment. Night fell, and he sat by the fishery, watching shadows glide beneath the surface. The first fish harvested meant a nascent, stable food supply. The shark strike signaled a more direct existential threat. Securing and soliciting weapons blueprints was his clandestine preparation. In the shadows, Li Kuei stirred, freedom wing expanded, dragon's soul consolidated, and Su Qianqian observed and analyzed this stretch of sea. On the surface, calm had followed the storm. Beneath, currents grew ever more turbulent. He lifted the crude crossbow and let his fingers trace the rough grain. The game of survival was shifting from simple resource competition toward a complex contest of arms and stratagem. As a shrewd merchant, it was time to claim a quiet foothold in the arms market, even if for now he sold only blueprints or later only arrows. He looked southeast toward the shark-haunted blackness of the sea. What would come next to knock at the door? He tightened his grip on the crossbow. Chapter 8 Fish Stock enters the market. Blind bidding mullet did not appear outright on the trading platform. Lin Mo elected a more covert route. He activated another scarcely used anonymous account, its ID a string of random characters. Using a secondary account, he reached out to one of the few people who had previously traded fish scraps for seaweed, an individual who seemed both steadfast and discreet, known only as Old Chun. The source offered a small but steady supply of fresh fish flesh, not dried, though the price was steep. Recipients would have to divide and retail the portions themselves and must not reveal the origin. Interested? Old Chun replied promptly, with equal parts caution and eagerness. What fish? How fresh? And how do we transact? Mullet, came the answer. Clean fillets, each weighing roughly 3 taels, about 150 grams, with no more than 5 pieces available per day. Payment only in hard currency. Metal ingots, intact tools, specialized blueprints, or precise intelligence regarding weapons or defensive installations. Basic materials would not be accepted. Lin Mo deliberately imposed austere terms, tightly controlling quantity and raising the entry bar. 5 pieces a day barely sufficed for personal consumption. For Old Chun to resell them would require meticulous portioning, thin margins, and an acceptance of risk. Whatever he received in exchange had to be premium. Old Chun paused for about 10 minutes, apparently weighing the bargain, then proposed, 3 days supply, 15 pieces, I will trade for that. E transmiti da blueprint. Arav guden chevalde friset template. The template could be reproduced, consuming 8 units of timber and 2 lengths of rope. And the modules could be combined to form a simple barrier that would hinder small to medium-sized terrestrial and shallow water creatures. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. Though crude, it was a defensive construction template, specifically effective against creatures. In light of the recent shark attacks, its value immediately escalated. He did not haggle, he agreed outright. The first delivery would arrive that evening. 5 pieces, coordinates to be sent, and the exchange conducted by message in a bottle. He chose a neutral coordinate not too distant from either island, wrapped the 5 mullet fillets in oiled cloth, sealed them in a bamboo tube salvaged from a crate, and set it adrift. Old Chun placed the waterproof parchment carrying the template into a separate bottle and launched it likewise. An hour later, the 2 bottles were borne by the surf to Lin Mo's shore. He hauled them up with a landing net, inspected the parchment, confirmed the integrity of the template, and studied it. The trade was complete. No meeting, no physical contact, risk minimized. How Old Chun would handle the fish thereafter was of no concern to Lin Mo. He had secured the defensive template, and more importantly, he had established a clandestine conduit for exchanging high-grade fish for hard goods. After arranging the fish, he returned his attention to the regional channel. The shark attack had not abated as a topic of conversation. Sporadic rumors of sightings kept the panic alive. A dread of the deep and of unknown sea beasts was spreading, and with it came an unprecedented demand for weapons and defenses. Weapon listings, once sparse, began to multiply. Crude harpoons and sharpened wooden spears priced outrageously. Even a dubious schematic for a shark net was being traded for 10 units of timber. Lin Mo noticed that Li Kuei was unusually active amid the flurry. He no longer merely cursed the profiteers. He began to preach armed self-defense and collective watch, proclaiming that he was uniting a few like-minded men to produce a batch of standard weapons to supply their united compatriots at cost. From his description, they resembled serviceable spears and shields. His slogans rang loud, and many answered the call. People, exhausted by fear, craved solidarity and the means to protect themselves. Lin Mo sneered. Men like Li Kuei would never truly sell at cost. They prey on panic to garner followers and build authority. Their ultimate aims to extort wealth or sate a hunger for power. His vaunted joint manufacture would almost certainly depend on duping others into donating raw materials. Yet the scheme sparked an idea in Lin Mo. He did not need to play Li Kuei's frontman. He had a better approach. He logged into the anonymous account he used to solicit weapon craft knowledge and found several messages waiting. Most were attempts to swindle resources with gossip, but one caught his attention. The sender SID was a string of gibberish. The message was terse. Reliable remote weapon fabrication technique available, not blueprints. Qualifications must be verified in person. Price very high. A non-blueprint technique? A transmission of craft? Or some rarer, superior codex of skill? Lin Mo replied, "How do you verify qualifications?" A coordinate arrived shortly thereafter. Far from his district, almost at the border. "Bring the maximum sum you can offer," it read. "Meet here in 3 days. Only tangible items accepted. Intelligence acceptable only if of exceptional value. No dilas." Mysterious, cautious, even brazen. Lin Mo did not answer at once. He noted the coordinates and contacted Dragon Soul Arms, asking whether Freedom S Wing or the Stonemasons Brotherhood had any presence near XXYYY and whether they possessed intelligence on non-blueprint weapon craft. This time the reply lagged. Half an hour later they sent. "The coordinate lies at the edge of a known danger zone. We have detected signals of an unidentified large creature. Approach is not advised. No signs of the named factions gathering there. We suspect non-blueprint knowledge may pertain to innate talent or exceedingly rare skill scrolls. Only a handful of unconfirmed rumors exist worldwide." "Where did you obtain this?" "The intelligence is valuable. Den Montag is suspicions crystallized. Danger zone, unknown beasts. A near-mythical artifact. The garbled ID was either a genuine secluded master or a carefully sprung trap, perhaps both." He replied, "A chance lead. Authenticity requires verification. I will share further information if it emerges." He revealed nothing more. After ending the communication, he stared at the distant coordinates and pondered. Go or not? The danger was immense. But if true, a craft beyond blueprints would be priceless, perhaps enough to elevate his crossbows from crude to superb. He set the thought aside for the moment. 3 days remained. For now, the more urgent opportunity was to exploit the current panic-driven demand for arms. He had not sold the crude arrow templates or simple crossbow schematics he had recently learned. They would draw too much attention. He chose a subtler course. He used an old alternate account to post new trade listings, specialized processed hardwood shafts, suitable for spear halves or arrow shafts, air-dried, straight, and resilient. Standard stone spearhead blanks that required personal grinding to form an edge, the stone uniformly composed, and composite fiber ropes of high strength and excellent elasticity, appropriate for bows and crossbows. All were semi-finished goods, essentially raw weapon materials rather than arcane techniques, merely more finely worked. Their prices exceeded those of ordinary wood, stone, and cordage by a considerable margin, yet remained far below the cost of finished weapon blueprints. Those stirred by Li Kuei into attempting weapon crafting but lacking quality materials, and small artisans hoping to profit from resale were likely to become his customers. As expected, many inquiries followed. Numerous buyers grumbled over the price. But when compared to the exorbitant cost of finished arms, the offers felt tolerable. The composite fiber rope proved especially alluring to those intent on fashioning bows or improving fishing rods. Lin Mo traded with deliberate calm. With nearly zero outlay, the materials having originated from 100-fold amplification and prior stockpiles, his processing costing only time, he converted semi-finished goods into metal fittings, scattered tools, and several pieces of intelligence regarding nearby marine resource points and small islets. One report piqued his interest. Roughly 20 kilometers to the northwest lay a reef exposed at low tide, extensive when the sea withdrew, encrusted with oysters and barnacles and occasionally yielding driftwood washed ashore. It was also a congregation site for seabirds, which could prove aggressive, a source of food and potential material, but not without risk. Lin Mo noted the location. Perhaps it was time to construct a raft and undertake his first genuine expedition, not to chase some mysterious coordinate, but to prospect resources, verify the intelligence, and prepare for the mobility he might soon require. Dusk deepened. The shoal's fish swam on undisturbed. He had not secured a second fish today. The system's projected yield remained 2 portions, one already collected, in keeping with his unstable setting. He checked the basket on the shore, a scant haul, only 2 small crabs and a few shrimps, which he tossed back into the fishery as bait. In the regional channel, Kuwait was organizing tonight's joint defense meeting, urging participants to share weapon-making knowledge and jointly draft defensive regulations. His tone increasingly that of a petty chieftain. Freedom's wing remained silent. Yet Lin Mo noticed that several known IDs had quietly increased their purchases of metal and hides on the trading platform. Su Qianqian issued a rare public analysis, meticulously cataloging sharks' common habits, the triggers for attack, and recommended responses, emphasizing avoidance and driving them off rather than direct confrontation, which earned abundant gratitude. Dragon Soul brought no new news, but Lin Mo could feel the information network weaving ever more swiftly beneath the surface. He, meanwhile, resembled a patient angler, casting different bait into different waters, channels for high-end meat, suppliers of weapon-grade raw materials, tentative probes for arcane knowledge, covetous glances toward remote resources. And he'd only wait for the fish to take the hook, one by one. He returned to the thatch hut, kindled a small fire, and, following a template, set to work crafting his first crude wooden cheval de frise. The creak of rubbing timber traveled far across the silent sea night. The firelight traced the calm lines of his face. The mysterious invitation, 3 days hence, the initial reconnaissance of the reef, the quiet infiltration of the weapons market, and Li Kuei's swelling ambition. The next wave might not come from the sky, but from this seemingly tranquil yet treacherous sea of human hearts. He sharpened the final stake and lashed it firmly to the barricade's frame. Defense, after all, must begin at one's own threshold. Chapter 9, First Foray Among the Reefs. An unexpected ally, the raft proved harder to construct than he had imagined. Lin Mo spent an entire day assembling a barely serviceable craft from the light timbers and abundant rope he had stockpiled. Its structure was simple, 2 logs lashed side by side with gaps between them to increase buoyancy, covering roughly 2 square meters. A sharpened pole served as a rudimentary ram at the prow, while the stern was reserved for inserting oars. Without a sail, it relied on hand paddling, slow, only moderately stable, but sufficient for short distances over relatively calm water. He chose to depart at dawn. The sea lay shrouded in a thin mist. He hauled several of the wooden barricades to key points along the island's edge, slung a makeshift crossbow and 5 wooden bolts over his shoulder, hung a stone axe at his waist, packed a day's rations and water, and took a few empty woven sacks made from palm leaves and fibers. Then he stepped onto the rocking raft, aiming for the reef to the northwest. With paddles dipping, the raft drifted slowly away from the island. The 10 square meter safety of land diminished behind him until it was no more than a gray speck on the horizon. Only endless blue remained and the steady hiss of the raft cleaving the water. A sudden loneliness swelled within him, not the passive isolation of being stranded, but the electric thrill of deliberately stepping into the unknown. Lin Mo steadied his resolve, set his course by memory and by the simple compass function on his wristband, an elementary feature unlocked when he upgraded the island. He paddled deliberately to conserve his strength and kept a vigilant watch over the surface. Occasionally schools of fish leapt nearby, scattering small wakes. Seabirds circled in the distance, but there was nothing overtly amiss. After about 2 hours, the sea ahead grew paler, a turquoise tint giving way to the emergence of a gray-black reef, rising from beneath the surface like the spine of a giant. It was larger than he had expected. At low tide, the exposed rock likely covered several hundred square meters, jagged and slick with seaweed and flecked with white guano. The air was thick with the briny tang of the ocean and the acrid scent of bird droppings. Thousands of gulls, cormorants, and other nameless seabirds clustered noisily on the rocks. Lin Mo did not approach recklessly. He halted his raft some 50 meters from the reef and observed with care. Dark-hued oysters and gray-green barnacles clung to the rocks in profuse profusion, forming a broad band along the tidal line. Higher up, the sea had cast ashore plastic bottles, splintered planks, and even a half of a rusted drum. The birds watched his approach warily, but did not immediately attack. The real difficulty was how to land safely and gather supplies, while remaining vigilant against perils, whether from the environment or from others who might covet these resources. He waited roughly half an hour, ensuring no other rafts or silhouettes occupied his sight, before cautiously paddling toward a lee-side slope of rock that was comparatively gentle. Fewer birds congregated here, and the climb ashore promised to be easier. The raft bumped the rock lightly. Lin Mo quickly looped a rope around a protruding stone to secure himself, gripped his stone axe, and gingerly stepped onto the wet, slippery surface. He kept his weight low beneath his feet. The birds circled and shrieked above, but did not swoop. He moved with swift deliberation, first rushing to the scattered debris. A battered plastic bucket lay half-collapsed, yet still serviceable. A few pieces of driftwood of various sizes, good quality. A glass bottle whose seal held well contained nearly half a bottle of murky liquid. The scent suggested some kind of liquor. Most surprising of all, tucked in a crevice between rocks, he found a small bundle tightly wrapped in oiled cloth. Inside were 3 sheets of torn waterproof map, their faint lines tracing the contours of nearby seas, annotated with strange symbols and a single point circled in red. Beside it, a blurred scrawl read, "Confluence of warm currents. Shoals of fish treasure." Though incomplete, these fragments likely belonged to other survivors or were remnants of a maritime chart native to this world. The circled point might indicate abundant fishing grounds or something else entirely. He quickly stowed the map against his chest and began harvesting oysters and barnacles, prying them free with the edge of his axe and tossing them into a woven sack. These shellfish, rich in protein and minerals, were excellent nourishment and relatively easy to preserve. Alive, they could be kept in seawater. His movements were brisk but cautious. He lifted his head frequently to scan the surroundings and the sea. Having filled about half a sack, he was startled by an unusual, urgent splashing from behind another rock, not the sound of waves. Lin Mo froze, crouched low behind a rock, and felt for the makeshift crossbow at his back. The splashing grew nearer, accompanied by heavy breathing and suppressed curses. "Damn, can't shake it. Hurry, run for the rocks." 2 disheveled figures scrambled around the far side of the rocks and onto a lower ledge. They, too, stood beside a rickety raft, even more decrepit than his. Each gripped a sharpened wooden spear. Their clothes were tattered and faces streaked with panic as they hauled the raft ashore. Less than 20 meters behind them on the water, a triangular dorsal fin sliced swiftly through the surface. Another shark? No, the fin's shape and size suggested something smaller but faster. A juvenile bull shark, still deadly. One of the men, in a battered straw hat, howled with a trembling voice. They had scarcely hauled the raft halfway ashore when the dark shape drew near. Shadows shifted beneath the water, outlining a spindle-shaped silhouette over 2 meters long. It surged forward and struck the still-submerged portion of the raft with brutal force. Crack! The already frail craft splintered, wood flying in all directions. Done for. Their faces went ashen. Back to back upon the rocks, spears raised. They watched in despair as the shark circled, seeking an angle of attack. Lin Montauk, his pupils narrowed. He recognized one of them as one of the men who had sold him live fish before. His ID was something like Delu, a man of few words but solid. The other was unknown. Save them, or not. To save them meant exposing himself and courting danger. To let them drown was to risk that the bull shark, now prowling the shallows, would learn to hunt this reef. His own resource point could be lost forever. In an instant, Lin Mo decided. He did not reveal himself. Swiftly he loosed his simple crossbow, fitted a wooden bolt, and aimed for the vulnerable area behind the shark's dorsal fin near the spine. Though a wooden bolt might not be fatal, it could inflict pain and disrupt the creature. He drew a steadying breath, fighting the tremor in his arm. The raft's sway and his nerves conspired against him, and squeezed the trigger. Whiz! The bolt flew in a low, true arc and struck the muscle behind the bull shark's dorsal fin with precision. A muffled roar reverberated beneath the surface. Not a cry, but the thunder of violent motion disturbing the water. The shark twisted violently. Dark red streaks seeped from the wound, staining a small patch of sea crimson. Startled, it thrashed its tail, abandoned the 2 on the reef, and shot away toward the deep, vanishing into the blue in an instant. The 2 on the rocks stared dumbfounded, still trembling, watching where the shark had fled and scanning the horizon in bewilderment. Lin Mo had already stowed the crossbow, and from behind the rock, dragged the woven sack containing shellfish and the scrap of char to the raft and loosened the rope. Which friend came to our aid? Delu panted, voice thick with the relief and puzzlement of survivors. Lin Mo made no answer. He leapt onto the raft, seized a paddle, and rowed hard away from the reef. Wait, friend. Leave us your name. We brothers will reward you richly. The other man called. Lin Mo paid it no heed. The paddle flashed, and the raft skimmed quickly toward his island. He could not linger, nor could he risk exposure. The shot he had just loosed had already been perilous. Only when he had put considerable distance between himself and the reef, and was certain the two could not pursue, their raft destroyed, did he ease his pace, his heart still pounding. It was not fear of the shark so much as the strain of revealing even a flicker of strength before strangers in an alien place. This excursion had yielded more than he had expected. Shellfish for food, a potentially valuable fragment of a nautical chart, and an unspoken rescue. Deleu and his companion would live and likely remember a mysterious crossbowman who had saved them at a crucial moment. Such a favor, or the tale of it, might one day prove more useful than any immediate barter of goods. Of course, risks remained. They might guess who it was, or they might spread news. Yet on balance, the benefits outweighed the dangers. He had also proven the practical utility of the crude crossbow in combat, even if only for ambushes. Its power was limited, but its deterrent and disruptive effects were commendable. He glanced back at the reef, which was receding into the distance. The birds had already settled again, as if nothing had happened. The place still promised food and materials, but after this episode, he would approach it with far greater caution. By the time he paddled back to his island, it was nearly midday. He hauled the raft ashore and concealed it, then immediately inspected the barricades and the fishery. Everything was intact. The fishery-s display panel showed another yield for the day. 1 portion of fish. After amplification, 99 portions had been deposited into a space. Good. The output remained erratic. He processed the oysters and barnacles he had gathered, keeping some in a hastily dug pool and setting others out to dry or to be roasted. Then he retrieved the 3 torn nautical chart fragments and carefully pieced them together on a flat slab of stone. The pieces were incomplete. They only hinted at a sea area roughly 100 kilometers in radius. A red-circled mark lay at the edge of a region denoted by chaotic wave symbols, about 70 kilometers from his island. Too far, entirely inaccessible for now. Closer, however, a blue dot bore a warning. Eddy. Caution. That whirlpool point lay to the northwest. Not far from the reef. Could it be a confluence of currents forming a vortex? Dangerous, yes, but perhaps it concealed useful things cast up from the depths. He memorized these details and tucked the fragments away with care. These scattered clues were like pieces of a jigsaw. They revealed nothing yet. But with enough accumulation, they might one day disclose a corner of the world's truth. In the afternoon, he resumed his usual trades, fulfilling orders for specialty hardwood poles and composite ropes, quietly building resources and intelligence. On the regional channel, Li Kuei was loudly proclaiming that their militia had just repelled, at least according to him, a sea beast that had been harassing the island. Morale soared, and a few more people signed up. News of the attack on Deleu and his companions had not spread, or Li Kuei had deliberately omitted it. Su Qianqian issued a brief bulletin. The anomalous warm area in the southeastern sea was expanding. Nearby personnel should remain vigilant and avoid prolonged stays. There was no new information from Longhorn. The mysterious invitation remained 2 days away. Lin Mo sat by the fishery, eating a roasted oyster as its savory juices burst in his mouth. His first voluntary foray had yielded thrills without disaster and a generous haul. But he knew this was merely a beginning. The secrets and dangers that hid in these waters were far greater than a juvenile bull shark. He needed a faster boat, better weapons, more comprehensive intelligence, and perhaps allies who would not be a burden and who could keep secrets. He recalled Deleu and his companion on the reef, back to back with wooden spears raised. Maybe he did not have to remain a lone wolf forever. The condition, however, was absolute control. He swallowed the last morsel of oyster, stared out at the glittering sea, and wondered where he should sail next. Chapter 10. Ocean Incursion. Selling the footage, the swirling eddy, or the enigmatic appointment 3 days hence. He needed to plan deliberately. In the end, Lin Mo did not attend the mysterious rendezvous. It was not fear, but a calculated decision. The night before the appointed day, he used multiple anonymous accounts to corroborate intelligence around that coordinate from different channels. Weighing Dragon Soul's warning. Su Qianqian's analysis of abnormal marine activity in the area, and the fragmentary whispers he had purchased from distant informants with modest resources. The verdict was clear. The risk far outweighed any reward. At least 3 distinct parties have been operating near the coordinate recently, among them scouts from the Free Wings. The so-called non-blueprint craft was almost certainly bait, designed to draw in people like him. those who hungered for advanced weapons knowledge and had the means to pursue it. Lin Mo abandoned the idea without hesitation. For now, steady growth was paramount. To expose himself to multiple powers over a speculative possibility would be reckless. He redirected his attention to his own development. He fashioned 3 additional chevaux de frise, arranging them with the originals to form a simple obstacle belt at the island's 4 corners. The fish in the pens had grown to more than 30 fry, projecting a yield of 13 portions. Each day, he reliably harvested 1 portion of fish meat, though in reality he accumulated 99 portions, while allowing the remainder to fluctuate, preserving the illusion of instability. That morning, the sign was brighter than usual. He received a basic archery skill book and a basic seawater desalination template. 100 thin leather booklets, each faintly luminescent, and 100 silvery templates depicting intricate filter and condenser assemblies materialized before him. He first opened a basic archery booklet. It was light. There were no written instructions, only a sequence of kinetic impressions, drawing the bow, settling the aim, releasing, along with vague sensations of wind and distance estimation. He concentrated and silently invoked its use. The booklet dissolved into a stream of light that surged into the space between his brows. In an instant, a wealth of foundational principles and fragments of muscle memory about archery imprinted on his mind. Instinctively, he picked up the crude crossbow beside him, knocked a bolt, and aimed at a drifting object on the sea. Everything felt transformed. His arms steadier, his vision sharper, and his sense of the crossbow bolt's trajectory and drop far more intuitive, though the skill was only rudimentary and nowhere near the prodigious marksmanship of a master. It changed his shots from approximate to effective, boosting his hit rate by roughly 30%. In a critical moment that could mean the difference between life and death. It was invaluable. Lin Mo drew a deep breath. Skill books, it seemed, were a superior mode of inheritance to blueprints, directly enhancing personal ability. Then he turned to the seawater desalination template. That, he knew, addressed long-term survival. Fresh water could not forever be procured through daily sign-ins and bartering. He began to study it at once. The basic seawater desalination template permitted repeated construction. Requirements: 1 intact metal container, minimum 5L. 1 piece of heat-resistant transparent material, glass or thick plastic. 5 measures of clean fine sand. 3 measures of charcoal powder. 10 stones. 5 lengths of rope. Function: by harnessing solar distillation, the apparatus can yield a modest daily supply of purified fresh water, output contingent on insulation. It is upgradable. The metal vessel and the transparent component present the greatest procurement challenges. However, he had accumulated some tin and copper sheets from crates and trades and might hammer them into a patchwork. The transparency requirement was trickier. He owned several glass bottles, but few were both heat-resistant and sufficiently large. He recalled a sealed, stout-walled glass bottle he had salvaged from the reef region, small, yet robust, and entertained the possibility of adapting it. He resolved to fashion a prototype. It would take time, while he was absorbed in devising the desalinator. At midday, without warning, that same icy global announcement chime threaded into the minds of every survivor. Global announcement. The first regional marine creature incursion is about to begin. Affected sectors: SH-700 through SH-800. Countdown: 60 minutes. Warning: large numbers of aggressive marine creatures will assault every island within the designated sectors. Survivors must prepare defenses immediately. Successful defense will be rewarded. If an island falls, its occupants will be eliminated. Your fate is in your own hands. The bulletin repeated 3 times. The regional channel, silent for several seconds, then erupted. What? See beasts? 1 hour? What can I use to stop them? We just weathered a storm. Now, this? Weapons. Anyone have weapons? High bids. Help. Panic swelled, fiercer than the storm had been, for this threat was a direct and murderous incursion by living creatures. Lin Mo rose abruptly, his gaze sharpening. This was it, the initial marine assault outlined in the briefing. He felt no hysteria, rather, a composed acceptance. He took stock of his defenses for anti-landing barricades. A rudimentary crossbow, fitted for basic archery, accompanied by 20 wooden bolts, a stone axe, and several sharpened wooden spears. The fishery and supplies had to be safeguarded. He set to work immediately, repositioning the barricades into an arc that favored interlocking fields of fire, leaving a deliberate gap facing the most accessible, gently sloping shoreline. He wedged the spears into reachable crevices and inspected the crossbow to ensure its mechanism was sound. Then he did something few would anticipate. From a crate, he retrieved a waterproof electronic wristwatch with basic video capability. Astonishingly, it still retained one battery bar. He secured it behind a high rock that overlooked most of the defensive perimeter and adjusted its angle. He intended to record the impending assault, not for vanity, but to monetize the footage. According to the outline, he could repel the attack with superior weaponry and fortifications, then anonymously sell the recorded tactics for a handsome sum. This was part of his strategy. No sooner had he completed the preparations than his wristband vibrated. An urgent private message from Su Qianqian. Lin Mo, she knew this contact ID, though not his true identity, alerted him that the incursion was beginning. Based on limited data, the first wave is most likely composed of swarms of small, aggressive fish, such as needlefish or small barracuda, or crustaceans, like large predatory crabs. Their numbers are large, but each individual poses only a limited threat. Their purpose is attrition and sowing chaos. Protect your lower limbs and face. Avoid being surrounded. If you possess ranged capabilities, prioritize striking the command individuals, typically slightly larger and exhibiting unusual behavior. Lin Mo replied at once. Received. Thanks. Take care. I possess an S-rank talent. The heart of the sea. I can communicate with benign creatures and have some perception of malevolent ones. I will attempt to interfere. You must survive. Su Qianqian responded quickly. Her final sentence betrayed a momentary hesitation. S-rank talent. Heart of the sea. Then Montag is Gaza shoppend. Indeed, she was no ordinary person. In the present circumstances, such an ability was invaluable. You as well, he replied tersely, and the conversation ended. The countdown dwindled. The sea's surface took on an uncanny calm. Even the wind seemed to still. An invisible pressure settled over the waters. When the clock reached 0, an announcement declared the assault underway. Almost at once, the waters around the island convulsed. Not with mere waves, but with a boiling tumult driven by countless organisms. The first to surge ashore were innumerable palm-sized, jet-black crustaceans with gleaming shells, sea cockroaches, rushing like a dark tide over the reef toward the island's center, their movement accompanied by a sinister, rustling chitter. Lin Mo felt a prickle on his scalp, but did not pause. He took position behind a barricade and raised a crude crossbow. The fundamentals of archery steadied his hand. He aimed for the few specimens in the swarm that were noticeably larger, their carapaces marked with dark crimson striations, the likely leaders. Wooden bolts flew. Though their force could not penetrate the hardened shells, the precise strikes inflicted concussive pain and disrupted the larger cockroaches' coordination, introducing hesitation into the mass tide. The swarm struck the barricade. The rough stakes held many at bay, some impaled, others wedged, but the press behind continued to surge in a desperate attempt to overwhelm by sheer numbers. The barricade groaned under the strain. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo switched to a stone axe and hacked at those that scaled the barrier or wriggled through crevices. Each blow rang dull against shell, spray of ichor scattering. The clash was fierce yet brief, bereft of their commanders and stalled by the obstruction. The first wave soon lost momentum and retreated into the surf. Hardly had he drawn breath when the second wave struck. Dozens of slender, arm-length silver-gray needlefish leapt from the water, mouths bristling with teeth, using the swell to carve lethal arcs through the air toward the island. Lin Mo fell back at once, the crossbow spitting bolts again. This time the wooden shafts found targets. Several fish were struck through the belly or gills, flopping onto the stone slab and floundering. But even as they fell, more were closing in. Lin Mo parried with his stone axe. The serrated teeth of the fish grazed the blade, sending sparks flying. A mackerel surged through the defense and clamped onto the thick beast skin bound around his calf, its fong biting into flesh and delivering a sharp sting. He countered with an axe blow that shattered the fish's skull and kicked the corpse aside. The mackerel struck with ferocious speed, but once ashore their agility diminished. Using the chevaux de frise and deft footwork, he alternated crossbow bolts and stone axe strikes, barely keeping the onslaught at bay. Just as the pressure mounted, a strange phenomenon occurred. Several of the fish at the forefront stiffened or faltered for a fleeting moment, some even turning to bite their companions. It was Su Qianqian's heart of the ocean talent disrupting them, though limited in scope. That momentary confusion granted Lin Mo a precious respite. Seizing the opportunity, he picked off the most savage with precision shots and hurled 2 sharpened wooden spears that pierced 2 more. The swarm's momentum broke, and it began to withdraw. The sea calmed, leaving only floating carcasses and shattered shells as testament to the recent carnage. Breathing heavily, Lin Mo felt the ache in his calf, but no grave wound. The defenses remained largely intact. He glanced at the electronic watch. Its red light blinked faintly. Likely it had recorded much of the encounter. Then the third and final wave rose. The water bulged, and a dark red behemoth, the size of a water jar, crawled ashore, its shell bristling with menacing spines and studded with compound eyes. A colossal killer crab advanced on the island, 8 long legs moving with startling speed, 2 massive pincers capable of shearing off an arm. Lin Mo's gaze hardened. This was the true trial. The crab vaulted the slightly damaged barricade and charged. Arrows struck its dense carapace and skittered off, leaving mere scratches. His axe blows were absorbed by the shell, sending painful reverberations through his arm. Direct confrontation would fail. Recalling Su Qianqian's counsel, he watched the creature. Its compound eyes rolled. Searching, the assaults were not random. While evading, he loosed his remaining wooden arrows at its joint connections and at the eye orbs. One shaft miraculously found the seam of a compound eye. The crab emitted a piercing hiss, and its movements became disordered. Now was the moment. Lin Mo advanced instead of retreating, surging forward and bringing every ounce of strength to bear as he struck the vulnerable joint where a frontal limb joined the body. A splintering crack echoed as shell shattered. The limb snapped off, and dark green ichor spattered outward. The crab lashed with its other great pincer in a frenzy, but had lost its balance. Lin slipped to its side rear and struck another joint. The axe lodged in the carapace. The wounded behemoth thrashed violently, hurling him and his axe away. He rolled twice to dissipate the impact and found himself weaponless. Though grievously wounded, the crab's fury intensified and it lunged again, at the brink of disaster. His hand closed on the rusty yet keen dagger he had acquired in the trade. He crouched low. As the titanic pincer descended, he rolled forward in a hairbreadth maneuver, scraping along the edge of the claw and slipping beneath the crab to the comparatively softer underside of its shell. He drove the dagger into the crab's belly with every ounce of strength he had, twisting it viciously. A rasping, agonized shriek tore from the creature. Its 8 legs convulsed before it collapsed with a thunderous thud, utterly still. Success. Repelled marine creature incursion. Rating. A. Successfully repelled 3 waves of attack. Eliminated the leader unit. Sustained only minor injuries. Rewards. Keystone X30, Wood X50, Stone X40, Blueprint. Rudimentary Watchtower, Single Use. X1. Tenacious Crab Shell X3. Rewards dispensed. At the same moment, the 100-fold amplifier activated. Keystone X3000, Wood X5000, Stone X4000, Watchtower Blueprint X100, Tenacious Crab Shell X300. These valuable defensive materials went into storage. Lin Mo slumped to the ground, gasping, his eyes fixed on the carcass of the colossal crab and the battlefield strewn in ruin. He had won. He had survived, and the footage had been secured. After a few minutes' rest, he forced himself to his feet, treated the wound on his leg with the prepared herbs, and retrieved his smartwatch. He reviewed the recording. Though the angle was fixed and the image trembled at times, the critical moments, the 3 waves of defense, the targeted assaults upon the command unit, the duel with the man-killing crab, and its ultimate slaying, were all captured with crystalline clarity. He archived the footage with care. Then he switched to his most secretive, only to be used in critical moments anonymous main account, J, on the regional channel and at the forefront of the trading platform. He posted a staggering listing. Anonymous J offers complete high-definition combat footage of the inaugural marine creature incursion with a written analytical guide. Includes the characteristics of the 3 waves. Effective defensive strategies, a detailed analysis of the leader unit's weaknesses, and a kill demonstration. Price. Starting bid 1,000 milliliters purified water or equivalent high-grade resources. Sale method. Sealed dark bid. 1 hour until closing. Highest bidder wins. Only 1 copy available. Note. To survive, one must see the enemy clearly. The post sent the world into an uproar. Survivors who had just clawed back from death's door, those who had been lucky enough to escape, and those whose friends or kin lay lost. Each who saw the listing felt their eyes burn with urgency. A complete recording, a practical field guide. And from that enigmatic top-ranked player J, such a thing was priceless. Private messages poured into J, each pleading for details or attempting to bargain. Because of the appearance of this guide, prices for advanced resources on the trading platform began to swing wildly. Lin Mo filtered out all irrelevant messages and watched only the relentlessly rising sealed bids. 1,000 milliliters water, 1,500 milliliters, a refined harpoon template, 2 iron ingots. The numbers leapt with breathtaking speed. He knew this footage and guide would fetch truly astronomical sums. He leaned back against a blood-spattered barricade, staring at the sea as its surface slowly stilled and at the distant silhouettes of islands where the survivors stood, some bewildered, some weeping. The reputation of a profiteer would now travel farther, entwined with that of savior. He felt the tangible weight of the battered copy of Elementary Archery in his chest pocket, though used. The 100 skill books gained from amplification remained, and glanced once more at the blueprint for the desalination device. Crisis, he realized, could also serve as a ladder. He had just steadied his footing on the next rung. Chapter 11. The Stratagem of Ice and Fire. The proxy emerges in the final minute of the sealed bid auction. Prices continued to leap erratically. Lin Mo's anonymous auction system displayed only the current highest bid and the bidder's code, concealing the precise items and thereby intensifying the rivalry. The top offer had ascended from the initial 1,000 milliliters of water to 3 refined iron ingots, 1 rare blueprint for an enhanced fishing net, and 2,000 milliliters of purified water to be delivered in installments. The bidder's code, Gray Fox. Lin Mo did not recognize the alias, but the composition of the bid betrayed an organized, well-provisioned faction. Refined iron is a material superior to ordinary metal. An enhanced fishing net blueprint is crucial to advancing fisheries. Paired with a substantial quantity of fresh water, the proposal far exceeded Lin Mo's expectations. He did not hesitate. When the countdown expired, he confirmed Gray Fox as the successful bidder. The transaction completed through the system, shrouded in secrecy. Lin Mo packaged the encrypted footage in his analytical dossier and transmitted them. Shortly thereafter, 3 ingots flashed with a cold metallic sheen, a blueprint for an enhanced fishing net shimmering with pale blue radiance. And the first tranche of 1,000 milliliters of purified water, the remaining 1,000 milliliters to be remitted within 3 days, materialized in his wristband storage. System notice, detection. The host has directly acquired certain materials through trade. The blueprint is a finished item and is not subject to amplification. The refined iron ingots and water were obtained directly, triggering a 100-fold amplification. Apply amplification to eligible items? He elected to amplify the refined iron ingots and the purified water. A faint radiance flickered. 300 refined iron ingots and 100,000 ml, that is 1,000 bottles, of purified water were added to his inventory. The enhanced fishing net blueprint remained intact as a finished item. A veritable windfall. Lin Mo controlled his rising excitement and examined the blueprint. Enhanced fishing net, primary, blueprint, single use. Produces a net of superior durability, more judiciously proportioned mesh, and a modest self-repair capability, substantially improving catch efficiency and the survival rate of the haul. Requirements: 10 units of sturdy rope, 20 units of fiber, 2 lengths of iron wire or refined iron filaments, and 1 unit of magic powder or an alternative energy powder. The demands were considerable, especially the iron wire and the magic powder. He could attempt to draw iron wire from the refined ingots, but he had never even heard of magic powder. It seemed impossible to fabricate for the time being. Nonetheless, the blueprint itself was highly valuable and promised great potential. No sooner had he concluded the transaction than a private message from Su Chantian arrived, her tone threaded with urgency. Lin Mo, are you all right? The incursion just ended. I'm observing some anomalies. I'm fine, status A. What anomalies? Lin Montauk replied. The seawater temperature is dropping at an abnormal rate, she answered. Not locally, across the entire SH-739 region. According to my heart of the ocean sensor, many temperate species are migrating toward deeper waters or in specific directions. This is not a good omen. It may herald a severe cooling event, perhaps even a cold surge. Her message carried a weighty solemnity. Cold surge? Lin Mo instantly recalled the outline's mention of extreme, frigid weather. Could the first meteorological catastrophe not be the post-storm recovery period, but rather an abrupt, intense plunge in temperature immediately after? Can we estimate the timing and severity? He asked. Data are insufficient, but it's imminent, she replied. Possibly within 3 to 5 days. A drop in temperature might allow a thin sheet of ice to form on the sea. Survival on the island would constitute a severe ordeal. particularly in terms of heating and food. Understood. Thank you. This intelligence is invaluable. What supplies do you need to cope? I can provide some. Lin Mo offered proactively. Her intelligence-gathering abilities were worth investing in. I need ample rope and heavy cloth to reinforce the shelters and to fashion cold-weather garments. Additionally, if there is any way to secure a sustained source of heat, she continued, without reserve, listing her needs. I can supply some rope and heavy fabric. I'll see about a heat source. Lin Mo thought of the large cache of refined iron ingots he had recently acquired. Perhaps he could fashion simple sheet metal stoves. They would, however, require fuel and a flue design, which would take time. He immediately used an anonymous account to send a parcel of sturdy ropes and relatively thick canvas scraps from his stores to the coordinates she had provided. He asked for no payment. It was recompense for her earlier disruption of a school of fish and a token of goodwill toward ongoing cooperation. She received the items quickly and replied briefly, "Goods received. Thanks. I will continue to track the cold wave intelligence and will inform you of any developments at once. Take care." When the communication ended, alarm bells rang in Lin Mo's mind. A cold snap was approaching, a grave crisis, yet also an opportunity. During the storm, he had made his first fortune selling waterproof and windproof supplies. Now, heating, protection from cold, and preventing provisions from freezing would be necessities for every person. He began to take stock of every resource that might aid in staying warm. He had hundreds of hides, plenty of heavy oilcloth, timber stacked in abundance, burnable for heat, though inefficient and smoky, refined iron ingots that might be used to fabricate stoves. He also remembered a seawater desalination template obtained from a login reward. Solar distillation would be nearly useless without sun during the cold spell, though its reliance on condensation suggested that, inverted, it might be repurposed. Such an idea, however, was too complex and time-consuming for the present. The immediate priority was to amass raw materials for cold weather goods and to find or construct an effective heating solution. He switched again to an anonymous persona, the modestly well-known aquaculture experimenter who bought live fish and posted on regional channels and trading platforms a new notice, buying at high prices all kinds of pelts regardless of size or condition. Heavy fabrics, such as canvas and felt, resinous timber like pine, combustible ores or peat, and any blueprints, templates, or curios relating to insulation or heating. Payment would be generous, in food, fresh water, or specified materials. The announcement elicited little response. Most people remained consumed by the recent invasion as casualties or were occupied repairing the island's damage. Few had yet grasped the warning of the cold wave. Only a scattering of folk produced ragged rabbit skins or dripping wool in exchange for a meal. Lin Mo did not rush. He knew that when the first bone-chilling wind arrived, these presently neglected items would soar in value. While trading small rations for scraps of fur, he set about modifying his own island. He first erected additional chevaux de frise and timber, constructing on the leeward side a more enclosed, lower auxiliary shelter joined to the existing grass hut, thereby reducing exposed surface area and heat loss. Within, he layered animal hides and oiled canvas to fashion a comparatively insulated inner chamber. Next, he attempted to forge a small iron stove from refined ingots. Lacking professional tools, he relied solely on a stone axe for hammering and shaping. The finished piece was crooked and imperfect, yet possessed a firebox and a rudimentary flue. The latter temporarily improvised from bamboo, tubing, and clay. He tested ordinary wood as fuel. The smoke was considerable, but the stove concentrated heat far more effectively than an open bonfire and was at least sufficient for warmth and cooking. While he labored, sweat beading on his brow, a private message drew his attention. Sender ID, Shopkeeper Chien. The message read, "I, Chien Duo, am a straightforward merchant. I have taken note of your clear intent and generous offers. I suspect you have perceived an opportunity. I happen to have a batch of fine, intact snow rabbit pelts and tar-soaked timber, excellent for burning with little smoke. Would you be interested in discussing a transaction? The quantity is substantial. I hope to establish a long-term, stable partnership." Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Was this not the character referenced in the outline? The pivotal secondary figure, his future commercial agent, Shopkeeper Chien? So soon he had made contact. Evidently, he was a man with a keen nose for opportunity. Lin Mo replied cautiously, "How can you prove you possess the goods? How will you guarantee a secure transaction?" Chien promptly sent several clear photographs, a dozen or so pristine snow-white rabbit pelts, thick and well-finished, and dozens of dark, oil-sheened lengths of timber. The goods were on the island and could be inspected in small batches. For security, he proposed system-mediated trades and anonymous liaison. Both parties would assume their own risks. I seek profit, he added, but I value my reputation. The images appeared authentic. The tarred wood was indeed desirable. High calorific value and minimal smoke, ideal for heating. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Mo decided to engage. Very well, he agreed. First exchange, 5 snow rabbit pelts for 10 pieces of tarred wood. What will you offer in return? Qian asked. Your procurement post mentioned food, fresh water, or specified materials. I am in urgent need of reinforced ropes and standardized planks to reinforce my dwelling. I'm also interested in the special hardwood poles you previously sold. Qian had clearly done his homework and was precise in his requirements. These were semi-finished goods Lin could produce in mass. Trading them for valuable warming supplies was advantageous. Agreed. What about the method of exchange? Lin Mo asked. The old custom, a drift bottle and coordinate swap, Qian suggested. They concluded the small inaugural trade swiftly. Lin Mo received the soft, insulating rabbit pelts and the burn-resistant tarred timber. Qian obtained fine ropes and planks. After the transaction, Qian messaged again. Pleased to do business. Permit me a candid warning. Your large-scale acquisition of warming supplies has already attracted attention. The Wings of Freedom have been quietly procuring similar pelts and fuel. Their activity is significant. I advise caution. Wings of Freedom, Lin Mo thought, his gaze sharpening. Indeed, those who have risen are seldom fools. Many thanks for the warning, he replied. How much of your stock can I take on? Lin Mo asked. There are over 30 pelts and more than 100 tarwood logs. If you possess a steady supply of higher-grade materials or food, we might negotiate a deeper, more binding collaboration. I excel at commerce and negotiation. I can handle sales and procurement, provide the supply and direction, and I will manage the rest. Qian Duo's words already hinted at an ambition to act as an agent. Exactly what Lin Mo needed. A discreet front to manage his commercial affairs, attract scrutiny away from him, and broaden his distribution channels. Yet he did not give an immediate answer. He needed to vet the proposal and devise a safer mode of cooperation. We can continue trading. Deeper collaboration will depend on your subsequent performance. Lin Mo replied with a deliberately vague promise. Understood. I will not disappoint you, Qian Duo said, wisely offering no further questions. When the conversation ended, Lin Mo regarded the soft snow rabbit pelt and the pitch-black tarwood in his hands. The shadow of the cold wave was already creeping in. A potential ally and agent had made himself known, and the old rival, Freedom's Wing, was also beginning to maneuver. The market, he knew, would soon boil over as temperatures fell. He moved to the crooked tin stove and fed a log of tarwood. The flame leapt up, exuding a peculiar, slightly smoky warmth that drove back the chill borne on the sea breeze. Firelight played across his contemplative features. The next step was clear, to hoard warming supplies, brace for the oncoming cold front, and once more play the role of the hated yet indispensable profiteer. He spread a snow rabbit pelt beneath his hands and luxuriated in its furry warmth. What should he sell this time? Fur coats? Fuel? Or practical guides to surviving in this frozen world? Chapter 12. Cold Wave Alert and the Panic to Hoard Supplies. Su Qianqian's warning materialized on the third day. On waking, Lin Mo sensed at once that something was amiss. The sea wind that struck his face was no longer a salty, damp cool. It cut with a dry, piercing cold. The sky was a pallid gray, the sun a feeble, frosted yolk hanging listlessly. His wristband registered the ambient temperature, 12 degrees Celsius, a drop of more than 10 degrees from the comfortable 20s of recent days, and still steadily falling. In the regional channel, people finally began to complain. What is happening? Why is it suddenly so cold? I couldn't sleep last night. The shack's leaking. The sea doesn't feel that frigid. Why is the wind so biting? Although panic had not yet swept through the populace, the perceptive had already detected the abnormality. On the trading platform, items that had previously drawn no interest, tattered pelts and old blankets, quietly began to appear in greater numbers, and prices crept upward. Lin Mo understood that the window was closing fast. He accelerated his island's cold proofing. He wrapped the 2 shacks snugly with additional hides and oilcloth, meticulously sealing gaps with a paste of seaweed and damp mud. After adjustments, the crooked tin stove's flue, reinforced with clay and stone, vented far more smoothly. Once a log of tarwood burned, the tiny inner chamber quickly filled with warmth. He tested it in a well-sealed room. A simple ceramic pot sitting by the stove could keep its water from freezing through the night. This is pivotal. It means he can retain liquid drinking water even amid the cold snap. Simultaneously, he amplified acquisitions through several anonymous micro-accounts. Not limiting himself to furs and fuel, he began to seek anything capable of producing heat, oil-rich dried fish that will burn, purportedly self-heating minerals, and even the warm mucilage extracted from certain seaweeds. He offered 20 to 30% above market price, but insisted on anonymity and swift transactions. He paid with previously hoarded miscellanea, specialty cords, standard planks, hardwood poles, a few non-sensitive metal components, and even some unusable low-grade blueprint copies. This barter approach curtailed direct outflows of food and fresh water and was far more discreet. Chien Duo messaged again, his tone more urgent. "Sir, the market has shifted. This morning many more people asked after pelts and pitchwood. Freedom's Wing has openly posted purchase orders and driven prices up. Continue to ship the current batch as planned, but stagger it. Lengthen the timeline and raise the price by 5 with each delivery." Lin Mo replied, "The fiercer they're buying, the greater our subsequent margins. From your stock, aside from what we reserve for ourselves, divide it into 10 consignments, 2 shipments a day. Prioritize retail buyers and small to mid-sized groups. For Freedom's Wing and suspected affiliates. Double the price or demand special items in exchange." Brilliant. You have a market's pulse, Chien Duo enthused. Also, through some channels I secured a batch of dried fire velvet grass. It ignites readily and gives a gentle heat when burned. As for the warm mucilage, a merchant nicknamed Know-It-All seems to have a lead. But he is tight-lipped and demands a steep price. Know-It-All, the loquacious fellow on the regional channel? Lin Mo recalled the man who once sold coordinates. Evidently the fellow did have reliable sources. Take the fire velvet grass at 20% above market. Open contact with Know-It-All, probe for credibility, and if the intelligence holds, negotiate a buyout. Use your judgment on price and account to me afterward. He granted Chien Duo a degree of autonomy. Agents must be practiced and trusted within controllable bounds. Understood. Chien Duo replied with renewed vigor. After ending the exchange, Lin Mo tuned into the regional channel. Li Kuei was loudly promoting a collective cold resistance plan, urging people to pool supplies and build expansive bunkers to share warmth. Surprisingly, many were receptive, particularly those who had suffered grievous losses and could not face the cold alone. Lin Mo sneered inwardly. Such a model, he thought, is almost certain to implode under severe strain. When true cold and scarcity arrive, disputes over allocation, breaches of trust, and power struggles can turn a bunker into a purgatory. He had no interest in engaging. He noticed Su Qianqian had posted another analytical thread, this time enumerating several practical, field-tested methods to rapidly gauge a cold snap's intensity and trajectory, observe the flood state of seabird plumage, measure temperature differentials at various sea depths, and record the closing reaction speeds of intertidal bivalves. Her post was professional, pragmatic, and once again earned abundant thanks. He messaged her privately. "Is the temperature dropping faster than anticipated?" She replied almost immediately, "Yes." The heart of the ocean's indistinct sensory feedback indicated a large-scale upwelling of cold currents from the deep. This was no ordinary chill, but a systemic climatic upheaval. At its worst, nighttime temperatures might plunge below freezing, perhaps far lower, and endure for more than a week. Below zero for a week. Lin Mo felt his chest tighten. This was graver than he had anticipated. Many improvised shelters would not hold. Heating and food would become life-or-death concerns. "Do you need a more robust heating solution? I have a crude stove design I can share," Lin Mo offered. Su Qianqian's value extended beyond mere warnings. Her survival and continued observation were vital to him. "A stove? You built it yourself?" she asked with some surprise. "I have tried surrounding fire pits with stones, but they lose heat too quickly and smoke excessively. If you have a more efficient design, I will trade the predictive data I gather over the next 3 days on the cold current course trajectory." Deal. Lin sent a rough blueprint for a sheet metal stove, omitting any mention of fine iron, describing it simply as thicker metal panels joined together, along with a terse warning. "Ensure adequate ventilation to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning." "Understood. Thank you," Su replied. "I will send the data in about 2 hours. And be extremely careful. During a cold snap, human hearts can be more dangerous than the cold itself. You as well." He answered and ended the conversation. He stepped out of the shack. In the brief interval, his breath had already turned to white mist. The temperature was likely below 10 degrees. The sea seemed outwardly calm, yet its hue had deepened. He inspected the fishery. The schools were lethargic, packed near the deeper bottom. He fashioned a makeshift insulating cover from oilcloth and animal pelts, hoping it would suffice. If the water froze, he would have to contend with breaking the ice and oxygenating the ponds. In the afternoon, Qian Duo reported that Beishitong did indeed have information about a warm-blooded mucus substance. His source was an informant on a different regional channel. Supposedly, in certain southern reef areas less affected by the cold, a warm-water sea slug dwelt whose secretions possess slight self-heating and insulating properties. Acquisition is difficult and yields are scant. Beishitong's price: 10 standard ropes or equivalent food in exchange for precise coordinates and capture tips. Give him 5 ropes for the coordinates and half the capture notes. If it proves effective, pay the remainder, Lin instructed. He did not entirely trust Beishitong, but the investment was worth testing. Soon he received coordinates and partial information. Far away, at the southern edge of Sector SH-739, near the boundary with neighboring regions. It was unreachable for now, but the intelligence was archived. By evening, the temperature approached 5 degrees and the sea wind cut like a blade. The regional channel flooded with cries of cold and pleas to buy warming supplies. Prices for furs, heavy cloth, and fuel began to soar. A perceived scarcity, partly caused by Lin and Qian's covert purchases, colliding with genuine demand, sent the market into frenzy. The free wings openly posted exorbitant purchase orders, their tone assertive and tinged with menace, demanding that sellers prioritize them. Small teams clustered together for warmth, a practice that only intensified the scramble for resources. Li Kuei's bunker initiative ran into trouble. Complaints of unfair distribution surfaced, and managers were accused of hoarding. Confusion and disorder were beginning to show. Lin Mo lingered in his warm inner chamber. Before him, the tarwood stove burned fiercely. He toyed with a smooth snow rabbit pelt in his hands. On the luminous screen before him was a substantial profit report sent by Qian Duo. Today's staggered shipments had yielded most riches through barter, scarce metals, specialized materials, and even 2 commendable defensive schematics. Within the compartment of his wristband, raw materials for cold weather supplies lay heaped like a mountain, and the pile continued to grow. The cold wave had not yet fully descended, yet the first harvest of the hoarding frenzy had already been silently, almost entirely, completed. He drank a mouthful of warm water, his gaze composed. This was only the beginning. When the temperature fell to the freezing point, when the first snowflake drifted down, when despair and cold clenched most throats, the warmth he had stockpiled would reveal its maddening worth. Then, the epithet of profiteer would no longer be mere scorn, but the single, conflicted hope sought by countless people in bitter nights. Outside, the wind keened like a whale. In the cozy inner room, the stove popped and hissed, casting its glow into Lin Mo's deep eyes. He waited for the cold wave's fiercest hour, and for those who would soon come knocking to buy a measure of life. Chapter 13. The Frozen World. Transactions of warmth. The true cold wave erupted without warning at around 2 in the morning. If the earlier signs had been only a dry cold alert, this was the formal advent of extreme frost. The wind, sharp enough to seem to freeze the soul, screamed across the sea, driving fine salt like ice crystals that lashed every surface. His improvised thermometer, a glass tube filled with colored alcohol, displayed the column visibly recessing to -5 degrees and still descending. Lin Mo was roused by the cold. Even swathed in layers of animal hides inside the fire-lit inner room, his breath hung so thick it would not disperse, and the air stung his cheeks. He immediately fed 2 more chunks of pitchwood to the stove. The flames flared and dispelled some of the chill. He donned his thickest snow rabbit pelt, lined with canvas, stepped to the hut's doorway, and lifted a corner of the oilcloth flap. The scene outside arrested his breath. Under the pallid moonlight, the sea was coated in an uncanny gray-white. Ice, not a continuous sheet, but countless shards and slivers and rapidly forming skim, driven by the waves to collide and grind with teeth-aching creaks. At the island's edge, surf froze upon contact into layered shells. The air was appallingly clear and appallingly cold. His wristband trembled violently. The regional channel had been overwhelmed by a torrent of desperate cries and supplications. Cold. It's so cold. My fingers are numb. Water. My fresh water has frozen. The bottle cracked. Fire! Who is fire? My hearth was blown out. Help! My hut collapsed. Someone save me. Leader of Freedom S Wing, I'll join. I'll do anything. Please give me something to warm myself. Chaos, collapse, despair, the extreme cold. More immediate and merciless than storm or sea, was swiftly stripping away all hope. Lin Mo promptly silenced the channel to avoid being tainted by the deluge of negative emotion. He began by inspecting his essential installations. A rim of frost had formed on the insulation cover of the fishery, yet the water beneath had not frozen solid. The shoal had congregated at the pool's heart, its motion almost imperceptible. He gingerly broke the fragile edge ice and cast in a pinch of crushed tarwood shavings, the char residue of which, when burned, still yields a faint warmth. A ceramic jar of fresh water stood by the stove. Its temperature was acceptable. Provisions were plentiful. The chevaux de frise and barriers girding the island were sheathed in icicles but remained structurally sound. Having satisfied himself that there was no immediate danger, he drew a long, cold breath and let his gaze harden into a cool, focused clarity. The moment had arrived. He switched to an anonymous account to contact Qian Duo and found several urgent messages sent 10 minutes earlier. The cold snap had erupted in full force. The markets were in turmoil. The Freewings faction had offered exorbitant sums for any warming goods, but insisted sellers present themselves at their designated trading aisle. And many feared being cheated. Li Kuei's bunker had apparently suffered from inadequate heating. Disputes had broken out and someone had died. Currently, retail buyers and small groups were the primary purchasers, yet they possessed little hard currency and preferred to pay with intelligence or labor. Lin Mo replied briskly. The original plan was revised. Halt bulk shipments of tarwood and premium pelts. Instead, distribute the following items in small retailized packages. 1. Standard warming pack. 1 portion of tinderwood, 2 short sticks of tarwood, and a palm-sized heating pelt. 2. Emergency heat roll. Thick cloth strips soaked in tar that burns slowly for roughly half an hour. 3. Hot beverage sachet. Dried powdered ginger root or a piquant seaweed dust. To brew a drink that temporarily raises body temperature. Qian Duo asked about pricing. Lin Mo instructed, no fixed prices. Favor auctioning or barter first methods. Prioritize procurement of high-grade metals. Intact tools, skill manuals, or leads. Any intelligence concerning the stonemason brotherhood or ruins, and items of gold or gemstone. In cold crises, he observed, the relative importance of food and basic materials diminishes. Items that amplify long-term capability or conceal secrets can be undervalued. Understood, Qian replied. Leave packaging and descriptions to me. I will make them irresistible. He also proposed opening pre-sales and reservations, collecting deposits, and promising priority fulfillment after the cold's peak to lock in future demand and recover some resources. Lin Mo assented and delegated full operational control, demanding daily accounts. He emphasized security. Conduct exchanges via drift bottles or at designated neutral coordinates to avoid revealing the island's position. Qian Duo, confident, answered that he had cultivated agents within several small factions to disperse trades and maintain safety. After closing the thread with Qian, Lin Mo messaged Su Qianqian. The cold front has arrived. How are things on your end? Is your stove functioning? A few minutes later she replied, voice weary yet steady. The stove is fine. It has been a lifesaver. The temperature is -8 degrees and falling. Sea ice conditions are severe, and the ocean heart is detecting massive die-offs or mass dormancy among shallow water life. Moreover, I have detected a faint but persistent heat signature roughly 15 kilometers to the southeast. It is very weak and does not resemble biological heat or ordinary flame. It might be a geothermal leak or perhaps a special resource node implanted by the system. A special resource node? Lin Maxine's mind stirred. In such extreme cold, a stable heat source would be priceless. But 15 kilometers across the frozen sea is far beyond reach at present. Record the coordinates. Continue observation and ensure your own safety. If you can't hold out, tell me. I can supply emergency rations. Then Montauk replied, I'm fine. My reserves suffice. Thank you. You started trading as well? Haven to you? Are those new warming packs in the channel you're doing? Su Qianqian asked perceptively. Mutual benefit, he said without denial. Be wary of the wings of freedom. They seem to be tracing the origin of these supplies. Also, Li Kuei is probably finished. Some of his men have been contacting me privately, trying to barter intelligence about the wings of freedom's hoarding locations for warming goods, Su Qianqian warned. Accept their information. Give them a small ration of warming supplies to keep them dangling. Don't bother with Li Kuei. Then Montag instructed. Li Kuei's collapse was expected. His remnants might still yield useful intelligence. Having settled that, Lin Mo personally began to operate on another, higher tier of the market. Using that most mysterious J account, he posted a brief notice on the regional channel. J. Purchasing anything related to polar environments, cold resistance, geothermal sources, or permanent warmth blueprints, templates, skills, or precise relic locations. Will trade bespoke advanced cold-proof suits or stable heat source solutions. Private messages only include credible proof. The few digits of the announcement were like a drop of cold water into a boiling pan. J has surfaced. Advanced cold suits? Stable heat sources? He truly has inventory. Even better bargains. Buy-in. I possess a remnant page of a thermoregulatory rune. Unsure if it's genuine. The J handle. Already legendary from global first ascents and guide recordings. Instantly drew the attention of high-end players who held genuine treasures, but lacked a way to convert them into urgently needed supplies. His private inbox filled quickly. Most messages were bluster or scams, but Lin Mo, relying on his prodigious memory and analytical acuity, sifted swiftly. One private message caught his eye. The sender SID was a string of hieroglyphic-like garble, and the body contained a single line. Clue to the Everfrost path in exchange for a solution that can sustain core body temperature for over 24 hours or an equivalent. Everfrost path? It sounded like a location or a quest line. Lin Mo replied. How can you prove the clue S value? The other sent a blurred photograph, an ice crystal that enclosed a peculiar bronze key, its bow bearing a snowflake-shaped indentation. The key lies 30 meters beneath Ice Kiss Cliff, in sector SH-701. The route is in my head. Pay half the price first. Verify, then pay the remainder. Ice Kiss Cliff, obviously a polar place. The sender might be an adventurer, or perhaps a native, if any such native existed. The authenticity of the clue was uncertain. Yet the image did not appear to be a crude fabrication. Lin Mo paused for a moment before replying. He could provide the formula for a sustained warming draft, requiring the refinement of a specific seaweed, and an initial set of materials in exchange for the complete route information and a detailed map showing the key S location. The trade would be carried out in stages, with information exchanged synchronously. The other party agreed without hesitation. Lin Mo combined the fragmentary intelligence he had purchased from the know-it-all about the thermal sea slug with a smattering of alchemical knowledge gleaned from a previous life in games. He drafted a half-true, half-fictional rudimentary recipe for a mild warming agent and sent it along with a small portion of the dried seaweed powder Su Qianqian had once mentioned, which possessed a faint heating effect. In return, the other side supplied an exacting written description, how to find a concealed fissure on an ostensibly identical ice cliff, what to watch for in the inner ice caverns, and the structural hazards and the potential menace of frost-devouring worms. The key S position was marked with particular specificity. The exchange was concluded. Lin Mo could not yet verify the information, but he archived it, if he ever had the means to probe the polar wastes. This clue might become the decisive lead. He spent the entire day in the warm interior, fingers dancing across the light screen like a composed tactician, orchestrating flows of supplies and intelligence across multiple channels. Qian Duo fared splendidly. Packs of insulation sold out, traded for a miscellany of small but useful goods and tidbits of information. And a long queue of pre-orders formed. The J account yielded several valuable private messages by offering bespoke cold weather packages. Really, tailored assortments of protective gear of varying grades and quantities. Lin Mo procured leads on 2 rare blueprints and a vague tip regarding the location of a secret reserve island belonging to the Wings of Freedom. Night fell again. The temperature plunged to -12. The wind howled like the cries of ghosts. The regional channel grew quieter. Not because people had been rescued, but because many no longer had the strength to call out, or had gone forever silent. Inside Lin Mo's saw the hearth burn steadily and food was warm. He tallied the day's gains, a richer variety of supplies, and a wider web of information. Outside the window lay an encased inferno of ice. Inside, a lone warm flame swayed, casting light over eyes that measured and calculated everything with serene detachment. A cold wave is both calamity and sieve. It culls the weak and remolds order. He was quietly claiming a pivotal role within that reordering, not the mightiest overlord. but a subterranean sovereign who controlled the lifeblood of warmth. Chapter 14. Beneath the Ice Cliff. The storm sailed vessel for 2 days. The plan to explore the ice-kissed cliff lingered in Lin Mo's mind. During that time, the cold reached its zenith. Night temperatures neared -15, and even daytime rarely climbed above -5. The sea surface was thick with ice floes. Navigation was impossible in most places. Yet the frozen expanse had formed treacherous, irregular ice routes. Activity on the regional channels sank to near silence. Survivors huddled in their tenuous shelters. Trading all but ceased, and only sporadic barters drifted through. Lin Mo's island had become one of the rare warm sanctuaries in this frozen sea. Ample fuel, sound insulation, and steady provisions afforded him the composure to plan. The coordinates Su Qianqian provided for the anomalous heat source lay beyond his immediate reach. Ice-kissed Cliff, however, sat on the fringe of Sector SH-701, roughly 40 kilometers from his position. In the frozen wastes, that distance was traversable if one had a sled or some apparatus capable of swift travel over ice. He observed the piles of timber and furs stacked nearby and conceived a plan. Lacking metal runners, he could fashion a polished hardwood chassis and lash durable pelts over it to reduce friction. Human propulsion would be futile, too slow and exhausting, so he considered harnessing the wind and remembered the spare oilcloths. A makeshift ice sail sled, a triangular wooden frame, smooth wooden runners, a mast and a sail cut from oilcloth. On relatively even ice and with a steady lateral wind, such a contrivance could attain respectable speed. He spent half a day hammering and shaping until he had a serviceable ice sail sled. He used rope and remaining pelts to construct a fur-lined sled cabin and assembled a heavy tundra kit. When preparations were complete, he contacted Su Qianqian. "I'm heading to Ice-Kissed Cliff to retrieve something," he said bluntly. "I need your Ocean-S heart to scan that area for biological activity, particularly threats beneath the water and under the ice." The risks of this excursion were not negligible. Su Qianqian's sensing ability would be crucial. She replied swiftly, her tone laced with concern. Ice-Kissed Cliff was notorious in Sector SH-701. Unusual air currents and icing often preceded a cold front. "It's too dangerous now," she warned. Her senses, she explained, were severely hampered by thick ice and extreme cold. Range and accuracy would diminish. He acknowledged the danger, but insisted the object was vital to his next step. "Any sensing you can provide will help. Focus on signs of large or swarming predatory activity under the ice and in the water." As an incentive, he offered advanced fuel packs and a set of improved stow schematics to sustain her through the remainder of the cold spell. After a moment's silence, she consented, albeit reluctantly. She needed time to concentrate and could not sustain the effort long. The cold drained mental stamina. He planned to leave at dawn, when light was best and winds might be relatively calm. She would begin sensing half an hour earlier, covering a 1-kilometer radius around Ice-Kissed Cliff until she sent a safety signal or contact was lost. "Understood. I will do my best," she said. "Take care," was her final admonition. Before dawn the next day, he was fully outfitted. Beneath his layers, he wore rabbit pelts. A middle layer of thick canvas was stuffed with dried seaweed for insulation. A waterproof oilcloth sheet served as the outermost layer. His goggles and face mask were fashioned from thin pelts and panes of glass. He slung a crude crossbow and a quiver of bolts, carried a stone axe and a dagger at his waist, and bore a pack containing food, fuel, tools, and emergency medicines. He boarded the ice sail sled and trimmed the sail. The steady northwesterly wind offered a favorable beam to the northeast-bound Ice-Kissed Cliff. He untied the lashings. The oilcloth billowed and the sled began to glide. It felt awkward at first, but as speed mounted, the runners found their rhythm, and the craft ran ever more smoothly across the glassy plain. A biting wind struck his face, yet his cold-weather gear did its work. He steered with a makeshift rudder, a movable tailboard, heading for the predetermined coordinates. The 40 kilometers of ice took him nearly 3 hours. Several times he encountered fissures and ridged ice hummocks, forced to slow and detour. Once a dull thud came from beneath the ice, sending a chill down his spine, but nothing broke through. As he neared the Ice-Kissed Cliff, the sight before him stole his breath. 100-meter-high dark gray escarpment rose as if cleaved by a titanic blade, jagged and sheer. The face turned toward the sea was sheathed in a thick, ghostly blue ice, like a waterfall frozen in an instant. Cracks and enormous icicles mottled the surface. glittering with cold light in the morning gloom. It was as if ocean and cliff had been sealed together in a frigid embrace. According to the transaction, the key lay hidden 30 meters beneath the cliff in a covert ice cavity. The entrance sat near sea level. Now the ice surface, concealed behind a protruding, fawn-like monolith of ice. Lin Mo halted his sled about 500 meters from the cliff and secured it to a solid ice hummock with rope. He sent Su Qianqian a brief message, arrived at the perimeter. Her reply came quickly, weary but clear. My sensors detect several faint life signs under the cliff, resembling large jellyfish or mollusks, moving slowly. Threat level currently assessed as low. There is hollow echoing within the ice, uncertain whether a natural cavern or a lair. Be warned, the overhanging icicles above show signs of loosening. My perception can be sustained for another 20 minutes at most. Received. That will suffice, he replied. He drew a deep breath, checked his gear, and headed toward the fawn-like ice. The ice plain was uneven, strewn with shards and slick algae. He tread cautiously, minimizing the tremor of each step. Wind screamed through the cliffs, whipping ice crystals against him like dry rain. Close to the monolith, he indeed found a narrow fissure behind it, only wide enough to stoop through, leading into darkness, exhaling a bone-deep cold. The jagged ice lips resembled teeth. This is it. Lin Mo lit a tarred wooden splinter as a rudimentary torch and bent to enter. The passage sloped downward, a glass-smooth ice tunnel requiring him to chisel footholds with his dagger to descend slowly. The cold was vicious. Even with insulating gear, he felt it as if it sought to freeze marrow. After descending some 20 meters, the tunnel opened into a modest ice chamber. Stalactites hung heavy from the ceiling, the floor a mirror of polished ice. The torchlight painted the walls with an otherworldly azure. According to the intelligence, the key was frozen deep within the ice wall opposite the entrance. Lin Mo approached, torch held aloft, searching. Sure enough, half an arm's depth into the ice a distorted shadow faintly showed. He needed to chip it free, but not too forcefully lest the chamber collapse or unleash the hanging icicles. He drew the stone axe from his pack and, using the blunt side, tapped the ice with patient, incremental strikes. The crisp ring of each tap echoed clearly in the chamber. Every few blows, he paused to listen, confirming no unusual stir. The ice was adamantine, and progress was agonizingly slow. Time slipped away, and Lin Mo felt his window of perception narrowing. As he chipped a shallow cavity and the bronze key's outline began to take shape, an abrupt change occurred. A faint crack sounded beneath his feet, not where he had been striking, but from the lateral ice wall. Then Montag recoiled. Almost at once the ice where he had been standing shattered, and several pallid, translucent tendrils, like magnified grubs, snapped forth, their tips forming suction cup maws that lunged for his former position. Frostmaw larvae, the menace the reports had warned of, lay hidden in the ice and reacted violently to vibration. A blow missed. The tendrils withdrew with a teeth-grating rasp of ice on ice. More fissures spidered outward. There was not just one. His heart hammering, he turned without hesitation and fled for the tunnel entrance. The passage was too narrow. To be surrounded or for the ice chamber to collapse would mean certain death. The cracking and skittering sounds pursued him. He scrambled into the cramped tunnel and clambered upward, using his dagger and stone axe to gouge deep holds in the ice. Just as he neared the opening, the footing vanished. A tier of ice collapsed, and he slid downward. In a hairbreadth moment, he drove his dagger into the sidewall, halting his fall, but now he dangled above the void, and beneath him the pallid tendrils surged, their suckered mouths writhing. A mingled stench of rot and cold rose to his nostrils. He must not panic. Gritting his teeth, he found the crude crossbow at his waist, preloaded to ease climbing, and, straining to steady his aim, he fired toward the zone where the ice was most shattered and the rustling most intense. The wooden bolt whistled into the chasm. The commotion below stalled. Seizing the opportunity, he braced his feet against the wall, wrenched out the dagger, and hauled himself upward, tumbling onto the outer ice just as another tendril reached for his ankle. Breathless, he glanced back. Pale shapes writhed within the fissure, but, seemingly repelled by the exterior light and the relatively higher temperature, they were retreating. He sank to the ice, vapor billowing from his mouth, his back soaked with cold sweat. He had failed to retrieve the key and had nearly lost his life. He could not afford to abandon the task. Spotting his scattered pack and tools, an idea crystallized. He gathered the remaining tarred with shavings and tinderwood, wrapped them in oilcloth into several small balls, set one alight, and hurled it into the fissure. A fireball rolled into the darkness, illuminating the ice tunnel and filling the air with the sizzle of combustion and a sharper, more urgent rustling. The frost-devouring insect seemed inexplicably terrified of flame and heat, retreating even further. It worked. Lin Mo repeated the tactic, flinging a burning oilcloth ball every few meters, and, with nothing but firelight and warmth, carved a passage through the ice until he descended into the cavern once more. This time the hollow smelled of scorched ice and faint, relative warmth. The frost creatures were nowhere to be seen. They had likely burrowed deeper. With no time to spare, he surged forward and began to chop at the ice wall with his stone axe, swift, forceful blows. The ice shattered, and a bronze key of archaic design, its handle embossed with a snowflake depression, tumbled free, cold and heavy in his hand. There was no time to examine it. He shoved the key into his cloak and fled, scattering the remaining burners as he ran to deny any pursuing frost devourers an easy path. He burst through the fissure into daylight. The sky was already bright. Without looking back, he raced for the ice sail sledge, cast off its lines, raised the sail, and sped along the route he had taken, pressing southward, several kilometers from Ice-Kiss Cliff, when he could see no sign of pursuit. Lin Mo allowed himself a brief loosening of taut nerves and drew the bronze key from his cloak to inspect it. Beyond the snowflake indentation, the key's surface bore fine, undulating lines like ocean swells. To the touch it emitted an odd warmth, wholly incongruous with the surrounding cold. As his fingertip brushed the snowflake depression, the key transformed. It suddenly became searing hot. The snowflake crater glowed with a soft blue light, and a surge of information flooded his mind, not as words, but as a succession of moving images and schematics. A streamlined vessel with triangular sails and a distinctive ram prow cleaving monstrous waves with the steadiness of a rock. The keel and hull dismantling and reassembling in intricate sequences. Finally, light coalescing into a single diagram, a faintly gilded blueprint seared deep into his consciousness. Acquired complete construction blueprints for the storm ship, Soulbound. Detected host obtained full blueprint through exploration. Triggered 100x amplification. Amplify the storm ship, exactly as the outline had promised. The key to being the first to elevate his island to level 5 and to claim the title of Storm King. Struggling to contain his excitement, Lin Mo uttered the amplification command in his heart. Amplify. In an instant, 100 physical copies of the same faintly golden blueprint materialized within his wristband as storage. Each sheet meticulously documented every aspect of the storm ship, from keel to rigging. The materials demanded were astronomical, but in that moment the blueprints represented boundless possibility. He gripped the still-warm bronze key and cast one last glance at the forbidding cliff, receding like a frozen leviathan. Beneath that ice lay not merely a key, but a ticket to a new era. He looked toward his island, and an unprecedented light kindled in his eyes. The bitter cold would pass. His ship was about to set sail. Chapter 15. Secrets Unveiled. Barter. When the ice sledge slid back near his island, dusk was nearly upon the world. Lin Mo was nearly frozen solid, his limbs stiff and numb, each breath a shard of pain in his lungs. But he still bore that bronze key, now restored to a coldness that seemed to carry an invisible weight. And in his mind the blueprint of the storm-sailing vessel was as clear as daylight. Within him nonetheless burned a fierce, incandescent fire. He had labored mightily to haul the ice sled ashore and cover it with oilcloth. Staggering into the inner chamber, warm as spring, the blast from the hearth nearly made him faint. He stripped off his heavy gear, swallowed several long draughts of tepid water, and lay curled in the animal pelt until he felt his blood flow anew. Once his body had recovered somewhat, he plunged eagerly back into consciousness and scrutinized the plans again. They were complex, excruciatingly so, entirely unlike the crude rafts and ice sleds he had built before. The difference was worlds apart. The drawings were detailed to an almost shocking degree, from the core keel material requiring special treatment, either century-old hardwood or the bone of some deep-sea leviathan, to the precise curvature and joinery of every hull plank. From the tailoring and stitching specifications of the triangular mainsail and foremast sail, which demanded high-tenacity canvas, to the intricate blocks and tackle and rigging system, necessitating abundant metal fittings and bespoke cordage, from rudder and ram to, at the tail end of the plans, a reserve slot for an energy core and basic rune inlays, elements that plainly trespassed into domains he could not yet comprehend. The bill of materials was astronomical. Timber in the thousands, metal in the hundreds, ropes and canvases of various gauges, specialty adhesives, waterproof coatings, many materials bore names he had never heard, with marginal notes permitting substitution by XXX at reduced performance. This was not a project for a single person, nor for an ordinary crew in the short term. The specifications presupposed an organized collective with full logistical and industrial capacity. Yet Lin Mo possessed 100-fold amplification. He need not assemble one finished piece of every item. He needed only to obtain a single specimen of each material type. Once he directly procured an original sample, whether by personally gathering, fishing, slaying to obtain a drop, or, as with the blueprint, discovering it firsthand, he could multiply it 100-fold. The crux lay in that first direct acquisition. Goods purchased through trade or as finished products would not benefit from the amplification. Thus, he would have to take part personally in the initial procurement of nearly all core materials. It was impossible to do it all himself. He would require strategy, agents, and the leverage of the marketplace. He first cataloged the most basic yet voluminous necessities: standard timber, common stone, fibers, rope, iron ingots, copper ingots. Items he might secure by buying a first sample and then exploiting the 100-fold effect to amass vast primary reserves. But acquiring the inaugural metal ingot, especially the first iron or copper bar, would likely demand specialized channels, since traded metal was mostly in fragments and intact ingots were scarce. Then there were the advanced materials: century-old hardwood, high-strength sailcloth, refined pitch, deep-sea beast sinew, the crystalline cores of magical beasts, each requiring exploration of particular locales. The hunting of formidable creatures, or complex processing, every one of them would be exceedingly difficult to obtain. At the end lay materials unheard of: star-marked steel, the gastric sac of a leathery whale, the tail feather of storm kite, and the ducandensate of tranquil seaweed, things that likely belonged to legend or to perilous, restricted regions. The road ahead was formidable. Lin Mo steadied himself and began with the first task: to process the gain from the ice-kissed cliff for consolidation. He first contacted Su Qianqian and sent a brief. "I have returned safely and secured the items. Your perceptive warning was invaluable, detecting the threats beneath the ice. The promised advanced fuel packs and the revised furnace schematics will be delivered to the designated coordinates shortly. As an additional token of thanks, I am including a highly efficient hot beverage formula." Su Qianqian replied quickly, her tone one of palpable relief. "Glad you're back safe. Don't be so reckless at Ice-Kiss Cliff next time. I urgently need the fuel and the schematics. Thank you. I accept the recipe. Consider me indebted. Also, the cold snap appears to be easing, and an anomalous heat signature to the southeast is growing clearer. Perhaps we can investigate after the chill abates. Take care to rest." After ending the exchange, Lin Mo packed the promised supplies and dispatched them anonymously. Su's favor and her ongoing intelligence capability were intangible and invaluable assets. He then tallied the other spoils of the expedition. Beyond the keys and schematics, the attack by the frost-devouring worms had yielded a few trophies: several severed, charred, pallid tentacle fragments. They felt icy to the touch, tough and rubbery in texture, exuding a faint, persistent chill. Their use was unknown, so he preserved them for now. Turning to the true challenge, procuring materials for the storm-sailed vessel, he refrained from employing the conspicuous Persona J. Instead, he activated a commercial anonymous account tied to Qian Duo and 2 auxiliary subaccounts. He issued a set of complex directives: 1. Whisper and probe, in several active trading subchannels. Seed the rumor that an anonymous magnate, perhaps an admirer or subordinate of J, is assembling base materials for an epical project, committing to continual, unlimited purchases of standard timber, stone, fiber, and ordinary rope at prices 10 above market, provided quality is assured, and accepting diverse forms of payment, including food, fresh water, and semi-finished tools. 2. Focused breakthrough. Marshal every resource in contact to locate and secure the first standard iron ingot and the first standard copper ingot, at any cost, yet with utmost secrecy. Deploy false leads where useful to sow confusion. 3. Intelligence collection. Pay premium sums for any information, true or false, regarding centennial trees, sources of extraordinarily strong textiles, hotspots for large sea beasts, or traces of rare or veins. Gather everything for subsequent vetting. 4. Market modulation. While acquiring base materials, discreetly release small, frequent batches of previously hoarded surplus cold weather supplies, mid-grade pelts, ordinary fuel, in exchange for harder-to-obtain metal components or rare items, thereby recouping resources and tempering the market to prevent prices from spiking due to their purchases. Duo grasped the intent and replied, "Understood. Procurement of base materials will commence at once. We will expend the proceeds from our earlier goods to mask our true objective." Iron and copper ingots were proving problematic. Lin Mo of the Stonecutters Brotherhood pondered the matter. The Brotherhood supposedly possessed such stockpiles, but they bartered only for knowledge or relic intelligence. The maritime informant by Shirtong had boasted a few days earlier that he knew where the great squid had shed its skin. Lin Mo resolved to press him further. This enigmatic organization was finally surfacing. He would make tentative contact and probe their interests, offering only peripheral information about the Everfrost path, nothing that touched its core. In exchange, Bai Shirtong would be given a modest sweetener, though any claim would require verification. Understood, he entrusted the task to Duo, who departed with eager determination. With that arranged, Lin Mo set his own plans in motion. Using an alternate anonymous account, he reached out to several survivors who had displayed skill and professionalism in prior exchanges. An ID known as Old Carpenter, adept with timber, Furnace Zhang, who seemed versed in metal smelting, and a weaver who had once demonstrated coarse hand-woven cloth in the channel. He offered them long-term cooperation and technical support in return for a steady supply of materials, posing several concrete processing riddles: how to kiln-dry large logs quickly without cracking, how to refine relatively pure iron under rudimentary conditions, how to weave fabric both featherlight and resilient, compensating their counsel with provisions or tools. He did not expect perfect solutions at once. He was casting a wide net, accruing knowledge, and building a reservoir of practical expertise. These artisans might become his technical advisors or junior processors in time. As he busied himself weaving this invisible net of resources and intelligence, an urgent private message from Dragon Soul Steel Spear shattered his contemplative rhythm. The message warned that the main fleet of the Freewing faction was assembling, apparently heading toward Sector SH-739, and that they had likely learned of his extensive trades during the freeze and suspected him of holding high-value items, perhaps the source of winter supplies or relics from the Ice Kiss Cliff excursion. Caesar himself was said to be leading the contingent. The intent appeared hostile. The sender advised immediate concealment or relocation to a safe coordinate that Dragon Soul could provide, offering temporary sanctuary. Freewing, Caesar himself? Lin Mo's gaze went steely. Of course, prominence invites predation. His recent activity, particularly the near monopoly on supplies during the cold snap, had inevitably drawn wolves. To hide under another's protection would be to place his fate in other hands and reveal more of his cards. He looked inward at the mental image of a single ship standing unbowed in the storm, then at his own warm yet fragile island. The storm was arriving sooner than he had anticipated. And was that vessel not forged to master storms? He replied to Dragon Soul Steel Spear, "Thank you for the warning. I have my own preparations. However, I require precise intelligence on the Freewing fleet's size, composition, and likely landing points. In exchange, I can provide a predictive analysis of the second wave of marine incursions, based on a deep review of the initial footage and a preliminary hypothesis regarding the post-freeze regeneration patterns of resource nodes." He did not seek sanctuary, he sought intelligence. He would trade his own worth to secure the support of allies, not beg for alms. Dragon Soul Steel Spear paused for a moment before replying, "I can provide you with the intelligence. But Caesar wields an S-rank combat talent, Thunder S Fury. His personal combat prowess is formidable, and his core fleet is far better equipped than ordinary survivors. Are you certain you wish to face him directly? Not a direct confrontation." Lin Mo typed, his gaze sweeping over the neatly stacked chevaux de frise in the corner, the camouflage fishery, and the exquisitely intricate schematics for the storm sail that occupied his mind. It was about teaching them that some things cannot be seized by sheer numbers, and, incidentally, to recruit them as the first contributors of materials for my shipbuilding. Chapter 16. Repelling Foes on the Frozen Sea. Triumph in the first engagement at midday the next day, the fleet of the Freewing appeared on the horizon. It was not the formidable armada Lin Mo had envisioned, but a motley assemblage of 5 vessels, each of differing size and design. The largest was a shabby 2-masted schooner, its hull layered in patches yet its sails intact. It was plainly their flagship. Two of the remaining craft resembled enlarged versions of the rafts Lin Mo had encountered earlier, fitted with crude cabins and sails. The other two were grotesque constructions of assorted buoyant debris, seeming as if they might disintegrate at any moment. Even so, in this frozen sea where most survivors still struggled with dugouts and rickety rafts, such a flotilla was enough to impose an overwhelming deterrent. Lin Mo stood behind a makeshift barricade of ice and stone at the island's edge, observing calmly through a homemade monocular, two lenses of differing focal length fitted into a bamboo tube. The fleet halted about a kilometer west of his island, evidently wary of nearshore ice ridges and submerged reefs. At the prow of the two-masted ship stood a tall figure cloaked in heavy furs, blonde hair conspicuous against the gray sky, Caesar. A few others stood beside him, pointing and gesturing as they scrutinized Lin Mo's island. The island had been reinforced and disguised against the frost. The shacks were covered in oilcloth and pelts, blending with the ice. The fishery, too, was masked. Only a few deliberately exposed barricades and a handful of conspicuous supply piles, actually traps and baits, betrayed human habitation and a modest stockpile. He waited, letting them make the first move. As expected, a smaller flatboat separated from a fleet. Three figures stood in it, rowing cautiously, skirting the ice floes as they probed the thickness with long poles. Lin Mo had already marked the thin spots in the ice and laid a number of hidden traps beneath the surface. Simple mechanisms of rope attached to sharpened stakes concealed under the ice that would spring up to pierce a hull. These devices, however, were designed only for small boats. The three in the skiff were careful, advancing slowly as they tested the ice. They circled and chose a gap that looked thicker and free of barricades, edging toward land. Just as the boat neared the shore, the unexpected happened. Crack! The ice shattered. It was not a contrivance of Lin Mo, but the ice itself that betrayed them, too frail to bear the weight of the skiff and the concentrated steps of three men. With a gasp, the boat listed, two bodies plunged into the bone-searing water, instantly submerged by the merciless cold. One man fought desperately at the gunwale, clinging as if to a last hope, while Lin Mo regarded them with an implacable chill. No mercy for those who elect to plunder. He did not strike those already submerged. The freezing sea was execution enough. From the distant fleet came commotion, but no immediate succor. Caesar watched, calculating. The two in the water floundered, their struggles ebbing as body heat fled. The man clinging to the skiff could not haul them free. At last the boat capsized, and all three were swallowed. They thrashed once or twice, then stilled, drifting slowly away with the floes. The initial probe had cost the wings of freedom 3 lives, brutal, yet a potent deterrent. Lin Mo knew the true assault was imminent. As he anticipated, 2 larger, iron-sheathed skiffs were lowered from the brigantine, each hull plated with scrap iron, each carrying half a dozen or more men armed with a ragged assortment of weapons, harpoons, cleavers, even a crude, handmade crossbow. Caesar himself boarded one, standing at its prow with a face as dark as winter sea. The 2 boats made no pretense of testing. They bore straight for Lin Mo's appointed landing, an area that appeared level but hid chevaux de frise, ice pits he had dug, and taut tripwires. The boats struck thin ice at speed. Their iron noses shattered the edge and skidded onto the surface before coming to rest. A dozen men howled as they leapt ashore, weapons raised, pouring through the gap in the barriers. Now, Lin Mo rose from concealment, his improvised crossbow already cocked. Muscle memory born of basic archery lent his movements a fluent precision. 3 wooden bolts streaked out in quick succession, not for the men themselves but for the ice beneath their feet. The shaft struck. Mechanisms he had planted responded. Springy lengths of hardwood, held bent beneath the ice, suddenly snapped upright, carrying with them razor-stone flakes that swept across the attacker's legs. "Ah, my leg!" The leading 4 or 5, taken unawares, were lacerated and thrown to the ground, their formation dissolving into confusion. "Ambush! Find cover!" someone shouted. But the barren ice offered no sanctuary save for a few supply heaps Lin Mo had deliberately left. A handful instinctively dove for them. A cold smile touched Lin Mo's lips as he loosed another bolt. It struck one of the supply piles. Tarred shavings and tinder packed beneath erupted in a flash of flame and choking smoke. Though the blast inflicted little physical harm, The sudden conflagration and flare convinced the wings of freedom that they faced a more fearsome weapon than reality warranted. Don't break ranks. He alone. Archers, suppress. Caesar bellowed, choosing to command rather than charge. A crooked bolt from their crude crossbow glanced into the ice before Lin Mo's cover, embedding uselessly with no real threat. But Lin Mo had already withdrawn behind cover. His aim was to sow disorder and buy time. He slipped swiftly to another prearranged firing position, where the angle was superior and he could glimpse several foes attempting to flank. He raised his crossbow again, took aim, and loosed an arrow. Another assailant screamed as an arrow pierced his thigh, and he collapsed, like a specter on the frozen wastes. Lin Mo exploited his intimate knowledge of the terrain and the ice ruts he had tunneled beforehand, thinly veiled beneath snow and brittle ice, to dart between shelters. Each appearance produced 1 or 2 shots. He did not seek to kill, only to maim and foment panic. The men of the free wing were stunned. Though numerous, they were cramped upon the narrow landing point. Faced with an invisible barrage of cold arrows and the unknown number of traps, their strength was impotent. Even Caesar's bellow could not immediately reverse the tide. At last Caesar could not contain himself. Worthless. Stand azide. He roared, shoving his blocking men and lurching forward. Faint sparks danced about him, the air hissing softly, an S-rank talent, thunder S wrath. Lin Mo's gaze hardened. He took aim at Caesar and fired. Caesar did not even look. He flicked his hand. Crack! The wooden shaft disintegrated under a leaping arc of electricity half a foot from his arm. Found you, Caesar hissed, his gaze fixed on the spot where Lin Mo had just appeared. His hands wreathed the air, palms cupped, and a conspicuously thick blue-white arc coalesced in his grasp, buzzing with a menacing hum, poised to unleash. Alarm flaut in Lin Montauk's chest. He could not take it head-on. Without hesitation, he rolled into a nearby, prearranged ice gully. Almost simultaneously, the hefty arc thundered outward, smashing into the shelter Lin Mo had vacated. Boom! Ice and stone exploded apart. The makeshift barricade of ice and rocks was blown through, electric light dancing as a vast patch of the ice surface melted. Such force, struck full on, one would not likely die, but would be left grievously maimed. Lin Mo hauled himself from the gully, his heart pounding. Yet he did not cease his motions. He continued to flit between covers while taunting loudly. Caesar, is that all you can do? A talent that cannot strike its mark. What separates it from fireworks? He intended to enrage Caesar, to unbalance him and drain his strength. You're courting death. Caesar, indeed furious, unleashed another arc which slammed into the ice near Lin Mo, gouging a vast crater and scattering ice shards. Lin Mo had already evaded. Aim for his footing. Don't let him escape. Caesar barked to his rear. Several men armed with harpoons and cleavers attempted to encircle. Lin Mo loosed arrows again, forcing two to recoil, but Caesar's relentless lightning strikes progressively constricted his refuge. Covers were shattered one by one. The situation grew perilous. Lin Mo's eyes swept to the 2 pointed free wing vessels moored at a distance, then to his own men, who dared not approach too closely under Caesar's indiscriminate bombardment. A desperate stratagem flickered across his mind. Feigning exhaustion, he sprinted toward the island's far side, seemingly the escape route where his ice sail sled lay. Seeing this, Caesar immediately gave chase with men in tow, convinced Lin Mo intended to flee by sled. Lin Mo reached the ice sail sled and, instead of boarding it, suddenly shoved it with all his might. The ice sled, propelled by its own momentum, slid toward the 2 sharp-prowed boats. Upon it lay the last packages he had prepared, tarred with shavings, tinder herbs, and several sealed clay jars filled with animal fat fashioned into incendiary bottles. Fire the sled. Lin Mo cried to Caesar as he drew his bow and loosed a flaming rocket whose cloth tail had been soaked in oil across the path ahead. The rocket ignited the tarred shavings he had scattered on the ice. A line of flame raced to meet the oncoming sled. Caesar instinctively lashed out an arc of electricity at the sled. The arc struck the burning kindling and triggered a violent explosion. The jars shattered, the animal fat ignited, and a vast fireball consumed the sled and the surrounding ice. The sled had been sliding directly toward the 2 boats, and the inferno and blast waves swept toward them. Although the vessels themselves did not catch fire, the searing heat and shock sent the wings of Freedom crew scrambling, their formation collapsing into disorder. More critically, the explosion and tremor rent an already weakened expanse of ice. The broken, brittle surface erupted with sickening, continuous fractures. Great slabs gave way with cracking and rumbling. The two sharp-prowed boats, several crew who had not managed to disembark, and the remains of the sled all plunged into the freezing sea. Caesar's face contorted with fury. Those boats were their principal means of transport and an integral part of their fighting strength. This was precisely the outcome Lin Mo had sought: destroy their vessels and strand them on the ice. He melted back into the ruins and smoke as Caesar raged. The surviving men, 8 or 9 in number and some wounded, were cowed, bereft of ships and in an alien landscape, opposed to a cunning and ruthless adversary. Their will to fight evaporated. Retreat. Fall back to the main ship, Caesar ordered. Though unwilling, he was rational enough to withdraw rather than suffer greater losses. The survivors supported one another, splashing and slipping across the fractured ice as they fled along the route they had come. Lin Mo did not pursue. He stood at the rim of the collapse and watched them recede. He had won, single-handed, by exploiting terrain and preparation. He had repelled the wings of Freedom's raid, destroyed 2 ships, and inflicted nearly 10 casualties. Yet the victory had a cost. Multiple shelters lay ruined, the ice sled was gone, and some of his traps had been exposed. More consequential, he had forged an implacable enmity with the wings of Freedom and with Caesar. He cared little. In these waters, weakness was the true sin. He approached the broken ice and surveyed the floating wreckage. Fragments of boats, bodies, scattered weapons, tools, and a few packages. Spoils. Taking time, with grappling hooks and nets, he hauled up whatever could be salvaged. A few serviceable harpoons and cleavers, some metal fittings and tools. Several waterlogged parcels containing frozen hard bread and jerky, and 2 small metal ingots carefully wrapped in oiled cloth that made his heart quicken. One iron gray, the other a dark reddish hue. An iron ingot and a copper ingot, his first pieces of metal, now in hand. Blood clung to him, but it mattered little. Scattered supplies remained. Ropes, fragments of canvas, a few pieces of hide. Most crucially, in the wreck of Caesar's pointed vessel, he had found a palm-thick, hardbound notebook wrapped in waterproof leather. When he opened it, it was not a diary, but a scrawl of hand-drawn charts, maps marking resource nodes, personnel rosters, trade ledgers, a compendium of the Freedom S-Wing's operations and intelligence in SH-739 and its vicinity. A treasure beyond price. Lin Mo tucked the notebook and the metal ingots away with care, erased the traces of battle, and pushed the corpse into the abyssal sea. Back in the roughly intact shack, he kindled the stove and began to inventory his spoils, materials, arms, intelligence, and above all the 2 ingots and that notebook. The construction of the storm ship had taken its first unshakable step. From this clash, the infamous reputation of Anonymous J would surely spread as the remnants of Freedom's wing fled and carried the tale across the waters. Fear, at times, preserves distance far more effectively than kindness. He gazed toward the horizon. The Liberty fleet had already sailed off, dissolving into the gray seam of sea and sky. Lin Mo knew they would return. Next time might not be a probe, but an all-out vengeance. He must hasten, grow stronger sooner, build that vessel capable of mastering the storm. Chapter 17. Secrets of the Notebook. The route chart revealed the embers of battle cooled in the wind. Lin Mo spent most of the day clearing the island, repairing the shelter and the ice-scarred surfaces where Caesar's arc had struck. The bodies of the Freedom's wing members had long since sunk, their shattered craft consigned to the ice sea as a trivial footnote. Blood was buried beneath snow, the signs of combat blurred. Only the faint mingled tang of scorch and blood in the air, and a few conspicuous craters across the isle, testified to what had transpired. Lin Mo paid little heed to these superficial wounds. His concern was for substantive gain. Inside the lean hut, the stove drove the chill from his bones. He spread the hardbound notebook, taken from Caesar's ship, upon a stone table draped with hides. The cover had been fashioned from the tan skin of some deep-sea fish, thick and worn at the edges, darkened with salt and oxidized blood. The flyleaf bore no name, only a slogan scrawled in charcoal: "The weak are prey to the strong." That is truth. Caesar. The handwriting was brazen, domineering, the strokes biting through the page. Lin Mo turned the pages without expression. What followed was the true prize. The opening scores of pages read like a sea log, beginning roughly a month after the global crossing. They recorded how Caesar awakened an S-tier talent, Wrath of Thunder, how he used raw force to bind his first followers, how he plundered the weak and consolidated resources, step by ruthless step forging the Freedom S-wing. The entries did not shy from brutal suppression of dissidents or the merciless apportionment of spoils, supplies, and people alike. Every line dripped with a naked law of the jungle and an unquenchable hunger for power. Lin Montag skimmed swiftly, extracting the crucial details. The Wings of Freedom presently count roughly 30 core members, with over 100 peripheral adherents scattered among several outpost islets in the SH-700, SH-800 sector. They command at least 3 known small resource sites, a shoal rich in iron sand, a reef prolific with oysters, and an island that yields a peculiar resin at regular intervals. Caesar's individual combat prowess is emphasized throughout the logs, yet they discreetly note that overusing the Wrath of Thunder exacts a corporeal toll and requires recovery time. A potential weakness. Beyond these entries, the later pages proved more valuable. A hand-drawn chart, far more complete than the fragment Lin M.O. had salvaged from the reef. It spans most of the waters between SH-700 and SH-800 and even extends slightly beyond. Different symbols and colors annotate the map. Red crosses denote perilous zones, annotated with small notes such as sea beast lairs, anomalous whirlpools, and sinister mists. Blue circles mark resource points, timber isles, quarries, fishing grounds, freshwater springs. Black triangles indicate other known islands occupied by formidable survivors or factions, occasionally accompanied by strength assessments or relationship remarks. Hostile, negotiable, under observation. Green dashed lines suggest probable safe passages. Certain loci bear special icons, keys, chests, question marks, clearly signifying unknowns or secrets deserving exploration. Lin M.O.'s eyes locked onto a conspicuous golden dashed route. It begins at the edge of SH-739, winds southeast through a region labeled the Agitated Sea, and culminates at a site marked with a golden chest symbol, beside which were the 3 characters, Storm Eye. Storm Eye. He instantly linked it to the storm sail schematics he had obtained. Both the name and attributes of the design were intimately bound to storms. Could this Storm Eye relate to the construction of such a vessel, or to something of far greater import? Had Caesar been pursuing this place as well, and partially charted the route? His pulse quickened. He examined the golden course closely. Several intermediate nodes and cautions were recorded. Buoy Zone No. 7. An abandoned lighthouse suitable for temporary anchorage. Traversing the agitated sea requires hulls of specified strength and strong anti-wave resilience. The Storm Eye's periphery is beset by persistent thunderstorms and turbulent currents, and may harbor guardian creatures or ancient ruins. The demands were exacting and the hazards formidable. Yet the golden chest S emblem implied that, in Caesar's estimation, the site's value was beyond measure. Lin M.O. engraved the route in his memory, likely the first challenge awaiting him once he completed a storm sail vessel. Further pages contained scattered notes, encounters with other regional powers, mostly clashes, fragmentary intelligence on the Stonecrafters Brotherhood, described as enigmatic, averse to warfare, prioritizing knowledge, pronounced wariness and enmity toward the dragon soul, and several conjectures and bounty entries concerning an individual referred to as J. On the most recent pages, Caesar had written in emphatic strokes, confirmed, J is concealed in SH-739, suspected to control efficient resource acquisition channels and advanced defensive technologies. Initial engagement failed, resulting in casualties and vessel losses. We must reassess, marshal our forces, and seize it at all costs. The island may conceal momentous secrets or treasure. Reading these lines, Lin Mo's gaze grew colder. As he suspected, Caesar would not relent. The next assault might come with the full weight of his forces. He snapped the notebook shut and tapped his fingertips against the course cover. Intelligence can, at times, outweigh entire armies. This notebook had granted him an unprecedentedly clear picture of the Wings of Freedom, the organization's inner workings, the configuration of the surrounding seas, and the spectrum of latent dangers and opportunities. The advantage now lay with him. He needed to exploit this informational edge and race against time. First, construction of the storm-sailed vessel must be accelerated. The golden route's bearing toward the eye of the storm was likely the key, or at least concealed resources that could hasten the build. He contacted Chien Duo and shared selected portions of the notebook concerning resource sites, excising critical and sensitive details. With instructions, adjust procurement strategy, prioritize acquiring the specialty materials from these locations, paying up to 15% above market rate. Simultaneously, disseminate ambiguous warnings about the restless sea and the eye of the storm across several secondary channels. Mixtures of truth and falsehood to muddy the waters, especially targeting any of the wings of freedom's possible intelligence conduits. Qian Duo was stunned by the dossier's granularity, but quickly grasped the plan. Understood. Use our intelligence advantage to wage an information campaign, unsettle the opponent's judgments, and at the same time precisely secure the resources we require. Brilliant. Also, the first batches of standard timber and stone have already been assembled via dispersed purchases and are ready for delivery. Excellent. I will send the time and place for handover separately. Be cautious. Wings of Freedom may ramp up monitoring of material flows in the near term, Lin Mo warned. Rest assured, our downstream network is now taking form. The contacts are single-threaded and hard to trace, Qian Duo replied confidently. When the communication ended, Lin Mo sent a message to Su Qianqian. The attackers have withdrawn. I've obtained some intelligence regarding an anomalous heat source to the southeast that may be associated with areas called the Restless Sea and the Eye of the Storm. Have you heard of them? Su Qianqian replied swiftly, her tone surprised. Where did you obtain those names? The Restless Sea is vaguely recorded in my heritage knowledge. It is said that its currents are chaotic, the weather capricious, and that it frequently manifests electromagnetic anomalies, indeed a navigational no-go. I have not encountered the Eye of the Storm before, but the name suggests it might be the CS core. If the anomalous heat source lies there, it may not be geothermal at all, but rather an area where energy converges or discharges. That would be perilous, yet could also harbor immense opportunity. Do you intend to go? Merely to investigate. The storm-sailed ship requires many uncommon materials. That region could be a clue. Lin Mo had not concealed everything. After a pause, Su Qianqian added, the ocean's heart is sensitive to energy. If you truly decide to go, and can ensure your vessel is sufficiently robust, I can attempt more precise sensing and issue early warnings as you approach. But the prerequisite is a ship capable of withstanding extreme sea states and potential energy surges. A raft will not suffice. Her words were a tacit admonition of the risk and a discreet offer of assistance. I understand. I will build the ship, Lin Mo replied. After a moment, he added, thank you. You're welcome. The cold front was swiftly abating. The melting ice would alter ocean currents and raise sea levels, so reinforce the edges of the island. Li Kuei's remnants had been utterly dispersed. Some had joined the Freedom Wing. Others sought to trade supplies. I followed your advice and kept them dangling. Su Qianqian shifted the conversation. Freedom Wing may be preparing a major move soon. Be careful and maintain contact, Lin Mo concluded. Once he had dealt with those matters, Lin Mo stepped out of the shack. Dusk was approaching. The wind was still biting, but noticeably gentler than in recent days. Out on the sea, gray-white floes were loosening, colliding and emitting a continuous, brittle chorus of fractures. The cold wave really was receding. With the thaw, suppressed factions would stir. Sea beasts long dormant would awaken, and the countless secrets and perils hidden beneath the waves would reemerge. He gazed toward the southeast, where the restless sea and the storm's eye lay in fathomless blue. Then his eyes fell upon the heavy notebook in his hands, and finally returned to his 10-square-meter island, scarred by tempests, the cold wave, and bloody fights. From 6 to 10 square meters, from nothing to modest savings, from obscurity to a rising notoriety. The next step was to depart this cramped plot and venture into the vast, fierce ocean. The sailboat schematics in his hand, the golden route mapped in his mind, and the bronze key in his pocket were his confidence to set forth. He turned back into the shed, spread a fresh hide beside the hearth, and began jotting down the priority list of core materials according to the storm sail plans. Dragon bone keel, high-strength hull timber, mainsail cloth. Prototype energy core, item by item. Outside, the ice's cracking sounded like the urgent drumbeat to a new era. Lin Mo lifted the charcoal and, at the top of the hide, wrote 4 weighty characters. Hoist sail, embark. Chapter 18, Pinnacle of Level 5. King of the Storm, he completed the 7th day's sign-in at first light. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have received 1 standard iron ingot, 1 standard copper ingot. A flash of light, 100-fold amplification activated. 100 iron ingots and 100 copper ingots materialized in the Ring S storage, merging with the 2 pieces he had obtained earlier from the Freedom Wing. His metal reserves instantly grew substantial. Lin Mo regarded the cold metal blocks with composed eyes. Iron and copper were the fundamental skeletal materials for constructing the storm sail and for upgrading the island to higher tiers and more complex facilities. Now he possessed 102 iron ingots and 102 copper ingots. If, by analogy, advancing one island level required 10 keystones, the materials needed to reach level 5 would be astronomical. Yet he might already have assembled the crucial first tranche of core metals. He did not rush to upgrade. The system had not yet prompted what resources were required to elevate the island from level 1 to level 2. He needed to trigger that condition. Opening his ring, the island information interface displayed. Island level, LV1. Materials required to upgrade to LV2. Keystone X50, wood X200, stone X150, iron ingot X5. Copper ingot X3. Special requirement. Island core stability must reach 100, current. 87. Note: core stability increases organically as an island as facilities are completed, defenses remain intact, and its lord resides there, though it may also be raised more rapidly by expending particular materials or by triggering special events. The upgrade requirements have skyrocketed. The cornerstone demands 50 units, 200 timbers, 150 stones, plus 5 iron and 3 copper. Core stability itself is a novel metric. Lin Mo glanced at his island as core stability, 87. It had likely slipped following combat and damage, but according to the instructions, simply continuing to live there and restoring facilities should gradually restore it. He had no leads yet on the special materials or events that could accelerate recovery. He would not rush. The immediate priority was to leverage his existing resources, especially the vast quantities of base materials amplified 100-fold, to trade for the other materials required for upgrades and to strengthen his overall position. He contacted Qian Duo and initiated a plan to convert basic materials into rare goods. We'll use our stockpiled standard timber, stone, fiber, and plain rope to exchange en masse for cornerstones, intact beast hides, high-quality hemp or plant fibers, special resins, bone glue, and any wood or stone samples labeled sturdy, resilient, or lightweight. Offer prices 5 to 10% below market to move volume quickly. Also, diligently inquire into methods for rapidly increasing core stability. Record any information, however improbable. Qian Duo immediately understood. We'll flood the market with our near-infinite basic goods to obtain scarce, high-grade items while gathering intelligence. Cornerstones are always in demand. Many are stuck at upgrading from level 1 to 2. If we undercut timber and stone prices, we should obtain a good supply. I'll arrange it. Also, Lin Mo added, keep an eye on the Stonemasons Brotherhood. If possible, attempt to barter our fragmentary information about the path of Everfrost for their knowledge on island cores, stability, or ancient construction techniques. Approach them sincerely, as seekers of knowledge rather than adversaries. After ending the call, Lin Mo set another plan in motion personally. Using his J persona as credibility, he posted a terse procurement notice on the regional channel. J, seeking exact intelligence or physical specimens related to island core stability. Willing to trade custom defense blueprints, premium building materials, or equivalent resources. The name J was attention-grabbing, and private messages arrived swiftly. Most were speculation and hearsay. But one stood out. An ID claiming to be a ruins cleaner reported finding a luminous blue crystal in a shallow ruin. When touched, the island shuddered slightly, and the system prompted, stable energy source detected. Absorb? The cleaner had not dared to handle it. They offered to disclose the Crystal S coordinates in exchange for a full set of personal defensive gear and 3 days' rations. Blue crystal? Stable energy source? Lin Mo recorded the message and replied, agreed. First send the precise coordinates and a detailed description of the Crystal S appearance for verification. Upon confirmation, I will advance half the gear and food. The remainder will be paid once you either deliver the crystal or provide a detailed account of why retrieval proved impossible. Another message arrived from an account called Geologist, written in a professional register. Based on his observations and modest experiments, the stability of a core depends on the island's foundational structure, the homogeneity of its materials, and the presence of energy accumulations or structural stress points. Repairing obvious damage, Optimizing layout and reinforcing weak spots with like materials will gradually improve stability. A rapid recovery, however, may require neutralizing energy buildups, such as certain radiating minerals, or introducing stabilizing resonators, for example crystals tuned to specific frequencies. He offered a preliminary, simplified method for detecting structural stress on islands in exchange. The intelligence seemed credible. Lin Mo traded an efficient thermal insulation formula and a batch of standard planks for the detection protocol. The method was rudimentary. Compare rates of water pooling across different zones. Note disparities in ice thickness, and use a simple pendulum, a weighted cord, to sense ground-level vibrational feedback, thereby approximating where structural weaknesses or anomalous energies might lie. Lin Mo immediately tested it on his island. As suspected, in the sectors that had borne Caesar's arc strikes most severely, the pendulum's motion was erratic. A patch of ice that had melted and refrozen accumulated water at an anomalous rate. These are likely stress loci. He logged their positions for prioritized repair. In the ensuing days, Lin Mo entered a rhythm of intense activity. By daylight, he patched the island and, following the geologist's guidance, reconfigured zones, residential, storage, fisheries, and defenses into clearer, more functional districts, reinforcing frailties with matching materials. Simultaneously, through Duo and several alternate accounts, he conducted a steady, large-scale resource exchange. An overwhelming influx of standard timber and stone flooded the market. Though the unit prices were modest, sheer volume converted into mountains of foundation stone, diverse pelts and fibers, and a miscellany of odd, but potentially useful artifacts. Corners of the island filled with stacked supplies. The core stability climbed slowly but resolutely. 899194. Through Jay's channels. In trading non-core defensive knowledge and materials, he procured from a relic cleaner the precise coordinates of blue crystals located on a perilous shoal and gathered fragmented intelligence on energy resonators, structural stability runes, and the like from other sources. Most of these fragments could not be immediately verified, but were archived for future use. Su Qianqian brought encouraging news. The cold snap had mostly passed, much of the sea ice had melted, and shipping lanes were reopening. Using the ocean's heart, she guided several small friendly groups through treacherous thaw currents, enhancing her standing. She also reported that the anomalous heat source to the southeast registered more clearly and roughly corresponded with the direction noted in Caesar's restless sea observations. Dragon Soul Steel Spear contacted Lin Mo with an update on the wings of freedom. After retreating to his stronghold, Caesar was feverishly rearming, purchasing vast quantities of weaponry and shipbuilding materials and intensifying the absorption of peripheral powers, unmistakably preparing for a forthcoming large-scale operation. Dragon Soul had bolstered patrols and intelligence in Region SH-739 and, with tact, offered to assist Lin Mo in relocating to a safer area should he require it. Lin Mo declined once more, yet offered additional intelligence in return. Excerpts from his notebook detailing the distribution of wings of freedom outposts and resource nodes, thereby cementing the mutually beneficial alliance of information. On the seventh evening, Lin Mo stood at the island's heart, on the luminescent display of his bracelet. The island's particulars were rendered with crystalline clarity. Island level, LV1, 10 square meters. Materials required to upgrade to LV2. Keystone 50, 5250. Wood 200, 215200. Stone 150, 162150. Iron ingot 5, 1025. Copper ingot 3, 1023. Special requirement. Island core stability must reach 100, current, 100. All conditions satisfied. Proceed to upgrade to LV2. Detection. You're the first survivor globally to meet the LV2 upgrade criteria. Upgrading will trigger a server-wide announcement and confer additional rare rewards. Hide personal information. He chose hide and initiated the upgrade without hesitation. A familiar vibration surged through him, stronger than before. The materials he had amassed in the designated area transmuted into filaments of light, flowing inward to become one with the island. The stone platform expanded outward. Its area swelled from 10 to 15 square meters, its edges becoming more regular, the rock surface taking on a subtle metallic sheen. A deeper, more substantial steadiness rose beneath his feet. Upgrade successful. Your island has attained LV2, 15 square meters. Acquired primary buff. Efficient organization. Island storage utilization modestly increased. Congratulations. You are the first survivor worldwide to elevate an island to LV2. Rewards: Special Facility Blueprint, Basic Watchtower X1, Keystone X100, Iron Ingot X20, Copper Ingot X10, Rare Resource Energy Crystal, Small, X1. The announcement reverberated across the globe. The regional channels erupted anew. Before the community could recover from the astonishment that Jay had once again seized the lead, an even more staggering development transpired. 10 minutes later, another global proclamation detonated through the feed. Global announcement. Congratulations to Survivor Jay, the first in the world to upgrade an island to LV3. And then, double strike, triple strike, quadruple. In under 2 hours, the global notifications cascaded without pause. Jay's name streaked across the world channels like the most brilliant meteor, rocketing from LV2 to LV5 with suffocating velocity. When the final bulletin declared Jay the first ever owner of a Level 5 island, the world chat fell into a momentary hush and then erupted into pandemonium. What occurred? Did he ride a rocket? How could one ascend for levels so swiftly? The materials, where did they all come from? A monster. He must be a monster. The epithet Storm King felt overwhelmingly majestic. Indeed, with that last proclamation, a new title, emblazoned with the sigils of thunderclouds and roaring surf, materialized before Jay's name. Congratulations. You have been awarded the exclusive title, Storm King, Novice. Effect. Within your island and the surrounding maritime region, your perception and adaptation to storms, waves, and similar natural meteorological phenomena are slightly enhanced. Dominion is marginally increased. Lin Mo stood upon the island, now broadened to 25 square meters, feeling the rock-solid earth beneath his feet in an emergent subtle attunement to the surrounding airs and the ripple of water. The isle's layout had become more rational. Low wall outlines traced the edges, and at its center a shallow basin had formed to collect rain. A Level 5 island conferred not merely greater area, but a qualitative transformation. He sensed a closer, almost intimate bond with the land itself, within the wristband's interface. The fourth wave upgrade rewards piled up like a mountain. Hundreds of foundation stones, abundant metal, several precious blueprints, including a basic workshop and an upgraded rainwater collector, and a few faintly luminous energy storage crystals. More consequentially, with the island's elevation to Level 5, new functions unlocked: a basic communications tower constructible, a simple jetty constructible, an expanded, rudimentary regional map, an exclusive Level 5 island quest chain, not yet activated, and a group chat function, create or join. The group chat feature meant that he could more effortlessly assemble his core cadre. It was time to establish Moyuan Pavilion. The communications tower and simple jetty were the infrastructural stepping stones toward wider horizons. A sea breeze brushed his face, redolent of melting ice and damp salt. Lin Mo gazed toward the distance, his sight piercing the clearing night until it rested upon the restless sea beyond. The title Storm King was already branded across the sky. His vessel would batter and cleave through every tempest. Chapter 19. The founding of an allies ensnared beneath the night. The epithet Storm King flickered like a seal, heralding the dawn of a new era. Standing at the heart of the 25-square-meter isle, Lin Mo felt the unprecedented solidity and weight of the ground underfoot. The Level 5 island offered not just expanded dimensions, but a profound, holistic shift. The modest walls now suggested clear boundaries. The shallow rain basin foreshadowed systematic freshwater collection. Most importantly, the tenuous yet intimate connection with the isle made him feel like an extension of its very being rather than a mere tenant. Icons for newly unlocked features glittered on the wristband's display. He first selected the most pivotal, the group chat function. The interface prompted, detection of the title Storm King. Reputation adequate, permission granted to create or join a group chat. Creating a group consumes one communications token, the upgrade reward having been issued, or equivalent resources. Group size and features depend on the creator's island level and reputation. Would he create a group? Name it. He answered without hesitation. Name, Moyuan Pavilion. MO for depth and stratagem. Yuan evoking deep roots and inclusivity. Pavilion signifying an ordered, semi-autonomous enclave. The name embodied his intention to cultivate an elite, low-profile circle. System, Moyuan Pavilion created successfully. It is currently a primary level group, capped at 10 members. It supports text and voice communication and the sharing of basic map markers. constrained by a defined communication radius, influenced by island level and facilities. Maintenance consumes a modest quantity of basic resources daily. A terse notification announced that he had been vested with the authority of Pavilion Master. The instant the group chat was established, the regional and broader world channels had yet to quiet from the tidal wave provoked by JS 4-level ascent and the conferral of the tidal Storm King. When further changes already emerged, an onslaught of new group founding notices. Dragon Soul EC Division, formally constituted. Unite our compatriots, resist foreign aggression. Wings of Liberty, recruiting warriors. Survival of the fittest, might makes right. Mutual Aid Brotherhood, welcoming all honest traders and comrades willing to support one another. Mason S Workshop, dedicated to exploration and construction. Earnestly seeking like-minded souls. Gastronomy Research Society. Factions and associations of every creed proliferated like shoots after rain. The island S elevation to level 5 unlocked, not merely new functions, but ushered the previously fragmented and anonymous survivor world into an era of organization and factional alignment. Mayuan Pavilion lay among them, inconspicuous. Lin Mo had not yet invited anyone. He was waiting, sifting. First he sent Su Qianqian an invitation to the chat. With a brief note, "This is my group, Mayuan Pavilion. It is not open to the public. You are the first." A few seconds later, the invitation was accepted and Su Qianqian SID, Shallow Sea Scholar, appeared in the member list. "Congratulations, Storm King," Su Qianqian messaged privately. With a teasing lilt but more solemnity, the disturbance has been enormous. Everyone's eyes are on you now. The Wings of Liberty will likely go mad. As expected, Lin Mo replied and posted in the chat. "I need you to employ the heart of the ocean to monitor all anomalous vessel movements in nearby waters, especially those matching the Wings of Liberty specifications. In return, a portion of the Moyuan Pavilion S resource repository will be open to you." Understood. I will maintain continuous surveillance. Furthermore, after the cold wave fully passed, an abnormal heat source to the southeast has become stronger and more regular, almost certainly connected to the restless sea. I have drafted a preliminary map of the signal intensity variations and uploaded it to the group files. Su Qianqian promptly entered a professional mode and uploaded a simple line graph to the two-person chat. The chart depicted the heat signature rising and falling like a heartbeat, its intensity slowly increasing. It was as if something were awakening or accumulating energy. Lin Mo studied the map, thoughtful, and added, "Also, be careful yourself. Caesar now most likely harbors the greatest hatred toward me, and he may lash out at those associated with me. I will be cautious. My island's location is concealed, and its defenses have been reinforced," she replied. After closing the conversation with Su Qianqian, Lin Mo attended to the rest of his messages. Countless applications to join Mayuan Pavilion and requests for private chats poured in. He did not glance at them, immediately setting his account to block messages from non-contacts. What he needed were elites, trustworthy, capable allies who shared his principles, not a rabble-seeking spectacle. Two names occurred to him. The first was Sure Hao, ID Ironwall. This former serviceman was upright and resolute. His sparse remarks in the regional channel betrayed a steadfastness and regard for the greater good. More importantly, from intelligence shared by Dragon Soul and Lin Mo's own observations, Sure Hao had distinguished himself in several small-scale skirmishes and rescue operations, demonstrating notable personal combat ability and skill in defensive organization and on-the-spot command. This was precisely the shield and Commander Lin Mo urgently required. He sent a concise private message to Sure Hao's account. "Ironwall, IMJ, I admire your discipline and fidelity. I have established the Mayuan Pavilion to restore order, shelter kindred spirits, and seek a way forward. I lack someone capable of organizing defenses and holding our rear. Would you be willing to discuss this in detail?" He offered no promises of reward and did not embellish danger. He stated his intent and needs plainly. With someone like Sure Hao, bluntness proved more effective. He did not idle after sending that message. His second contact was Qian Duo. The invitation to Qian was even more forthright. "The group channel is open. My faction is the Moyuan Pavilion. You possess a rare talent for commerce. I require an agent who can conduct negotiations openly, consolidate resources, and expand our channels. I formally invite you to join and oversee all external commercial affairs for Moyuan Pavilion. You will receive a share of the profits and participate in decisions, but must adhere to core rules. Do not exploit the poor, never cross our bottom lines, and keep information fully transparent to me. Consider it. He also sent a preliminary collaboration framework outlining clear responsibilities, rights, and obligations. With Qian Duo, he offered ample incentives and freedom while explicitly delineating constraints. Once those matters were settled, Lin Mo began planning new constructions for the island. A Level 5 island could now erect a basic communications tower and a rudimentary dock. The communications tower required timber, stone, metal, and reward energy crystals. Once completed, it would extend the group chat's effective range and might later unlock advanced communication or reconnaissance functions. The simple dock demanded substantial stone and would plus waterproofing and anti-corrosion treatment. A dock would allow future vessels to berth safely and streamline cargo handling. He was about to open the construction interface when Su Qianqian sent an urgent voice message into the group chat. The wind howling and distant metal striking audible beneath her words. Lin Mo, southwest, roughly 15 kilometers. 3 ships are besieging a small island. The vessels bear the Freewing standard. The energy signature of the island is familiar. It's a small observation post with which we exchange intelligence. Its keepers are called the Stargazers. There are only 2 of them, and their combat capability is weak. They won't hold out long. Caesar may not be aboard, but the leader is ruthless. Is Freewing clearing local powers, or have they discovered the observation post-S value? Perhaps its detection ability? Either way, abandoning them to die contradicts your principles. This could also be an opportunity to test your new strength, and perhaps gain allies or intelligence. Send me the coordinates. Lin Mo replied with calm brevity while quickly checking his equipment. A simple crossbow, bolts, a stone axe, a dagger, and a few incendiary vials. Improvised bottles filled with animal fat and sealed in ceramic. He glanced at the foundations of the communications tower and dock. Only just begun, and without hesitation turned toward the shoreline. Moored there was his sole means of waterborne transport. An improved raft, slightly larger than his previous one, fitted with a crude cabin and a small sail. Its propulsion and defenses were still precarious. Yet for the moment, it was all he had. He boarded, hoisted the sail, and steered toward the coordinates Su Qianqian had sent. The sea wind whipped his dark hair back from his brow, revealing eyes as calm and cold as a winter pool. The Storm King's first battle would not be fought in defense, but on expedition. His raft cleaved the waves, not swift, but resolute, bearing him toward a stretch of ocean where injustice was unfolding. Almost at once he received 2 replies. Sure how. Mr. J, I have long heard of you. I live by fidelity and honor. To protect my kin is my wish. Might you disclose the Moyuan Pavilion's charter and its present objectives? If our principles align, I would gladly follow in your wake. Qian Duo, Pavilion Master, I offer you my humble service. I have read the charter. It seems just and reasonable. I will faithfully observe its rules and help you expand resources and relieve burdens. When may I assume my duties? Lin Mo steered the raft with one hand and replied with the other amid the toss of the sea. To sure how. I will send the charter shortly. Current objectives. First, consolidate our foundation and establish safe zones. Second, integrate dependable forces to form a core. Third, explore the roiling sea to procure crucial resources. One guiding principle. In this lawless world, we shall create an order and justice we can endorse. To Qian Duo, welcome aboard. Effective immediately, you are appointed External Affairs Steward of the Moyuan Pavilion. Your first task is to utilize all available channels to purchase any information or artifacts pertaining to the roiling sea, the eye of the storm, ancient sea charts, and advanced shipbuilding techniques. Pay any price. Resources will be allocated to you. Having sent his replies, he shut down the light screen and fixed his gaze on the dim silhouettes and glimmers of flame along the horizon. The raft was modest, but its blade would be tried. The Moyuan Pavilion had been founded, but its journey was only beginning. The distant fires and cries awaited the newly anointed Storm King to judge and to end them. Chapter 20. Aid upon the furious sea. The first flash of edge, a raft's speed, is limited. By the time Lin Mo reached the coordinates, the skirmish seemed to be nearing its close. 3 refitted ships of the Wings of Freedom formed a V-shaped encirclement around a small rocky isle. A half-collapsed shack smoldered on the shore, and 2 dinghies lay beached while a dozen figures ransacked the place, their shouts and clamor carried on the wind. A larger vessel patrolled beyond, and on its prow a bald, broad-shouldered man wearing a fur vest stood with arms folded, watching with cool indifference. Lin Mo lowered his sail about 500 meters from the fray and concealed his raft behind a jutting reef. He produced a handcrafted monocular and peered intently. The besieged islet was little larger than his own starting atoll, jagged rock that invited defense, but was difficult to assault. Yet the defenders were few and exhausted. Their line had been broken. Besides the burning hut, there was a small enclosure of stones inside, which a crude observation apparatus had been rigged. Several wooden poles set at different angles, from which metal sheets and glass lenses hung, catching and reflecting the firelight. This was evidently the observation post Su Qianqian had described. Two figures had been driven to the island's rocky brink. A man clutching a harpoon and a woman holding a sharpened stake, making a last, desperate stand. The attackers from the Wings of Freedom numbered 7 or 8, armed with assorted weapons, jeering as if indulging in sport while cats toy with trapped mice. The bald, hulking man aboard the outer vessel was evidently the operation's ringleader. His composed demeanor bespoke absolute confidence. Lin Mo rapidly appraised the situation. A frontal assault was impossible. His small raft and equipment were hopelessly inferior. He needed guile, create disorder, and rescue the captive amid the confusion. His gaze swept to the patrolling ship, then to the island, where members of the Free Wing faction were wreaking havoc, their attention wholly fixed on their prey. A plan crystallized in his mind. Silently, he secured his raft to a rock, gathered his simple crossbow, all his bolts in 3 incendiary jars, and doffed his heavy cold-weather cloak to lighten his burden. Clad only in close-fitting leather armor and waterproof trousers, a dagger clenched between his teeth, he slipped into the icy water. The water bit like a knife, yet his movements were swift and fish-like. A silent approach toward the patrolling vessel. The subtle physiological gains from the 100-fold amplifier, together with the endurance forged by recent harsh conditions, had endowed him with exceptional stamina and breath-hold capability. He swam to the stern and slipped beneath the rudder into a blind spot. Only 2 men were aboard, one on the bow keeping watch, the other near the cabin tending ropes. Neither noticed the faint disturbance beneath the surface. From a leather pouch at his waist, he withdrew a short length of oil-soaked cord. With his dagger, he scored a deep groove in a plank near the stern's waterline, wedged the cord into it, set it alight, then dove and made for the opposite side of the island. The grease-soaked fuse burned slowly but produced thick, black smoke. Seconds later, acrid fumes rose from the stern. "What is that? The stern's on fire?" The lookout at the bow cried out. The man sorting ropes leapt up alarmed and ran to inspect. At the same moment, Lin Mo slipped up behind a rock on the far side of the island, distant from where the Free Wing had landed. He drew a long, cleansing breath, raised his crossbow, and sighted the man on the shore, machete in hand, turned away and raucously encouraging his comrades. 80 meters separated them. The wind gusted and the target was moving. It was a difficult shot. Lin Mo held his breath. The muscle memory of his rudimentary archery and an instinctive read of the wind line aligned automatically. He adjusted his arm fractionally to compensate for drift and lead. The bolt sang low and swift. The man's scream cleaved the air as the wooden shaft embedded itself deeply in his shoulder. His machete clattered to the ground, and he pitched forward. Enemy attack behind. Pandemonium erupted. The Free Wing members spun toward the empty sea and jagged rocks. There, behind the rocks, someone with a sharp eye shouted, having caught sight of the water disturbance Lin Mo had made as he withdrew. "Damn it! There's another one. Split up and kill him." A leader-figured man roared. 3 of them cursed and leapt into a small skiff beached nearby, or slicing the water as they charged toward Lin Mo's refuge. Exactly as he had intended, their forces became divided. Confusion and panic rippled through their ranks. Lin Mo slid behind another outcrop and watched the skiff bear down. 3 men, 1 rowing, 2 armed with tridents and short spears, surging forward with bluster. Calmly, he recocked his crossbow. This time the distance had closed to roughly 30 meters. He took aim at the rower. Mobility must be neutralized first, and loosed a second bolt. The paddler took an arrow to the chest, emitted a muffled groan, and collapsed backward. The oar slipped from his grasp, and the skiff lurched sideways. The 2 remaining crewmen froze for a heartbeat too long. Lin Mo's third arrow had already found its mark. Another man cried out as an arrow pierced his shoulder and toppled into the sea. The last man, clutching a short spear, was terror-stricken and flattened himself inside the hold, too frightened to show his face. On the larger ship surrounding them, chaos reigned. The stern fire had been extinguished, yet smoke still hung heavy. With the island under attack, the bald, broad-shouldered leader bellowed orders to wheel the vessel and render support. But the reef and shallows impeded them, slowing every maneuver. Sensing the sudden shift in momentum, a man and a woman on the island seized their chance. The man burst from behind the rocks and drove a harpoon into the back of a Wings of Freedom man who was gazing out to sea. The woman screamed and jabbed a blood-stained wooden club into the knee of another. Caught between two fronts, leader wounded and reinforcements stalled. The Wings of Freedom's morale collapsed in an instant. Retreat! Get back to the boats! Their leader roared hoarsely, clutching his bleeding arm. The survivors abandoned the injured and the dead, scrambling and tumbling toward the skiffs. Some in the panic slipped into the water and were left without help. The larger ship edged closer and lowered lines to take them aboard. The bald leader stood at the bow, face ashen, eyes burning with malice as they tracked the reef where Lin Mo had hidden, and then the pair who were finishing off foes and gathering spoils. Yet he gave no order for a full assault. Losses were grievous and the situation uncertain. Better to withdraw. Finally, with a word ground from between his teeth, leave 3 vessels. One barely manned, limped away from the area. Only when the ships were slivers on the horizon did Lin Mo swim back from behind the rocks to his raft. He hauled himself aboard, dripping seawater from his hair, quickly dried his skin and drew a cloak about his shoulders. He then piloted the raft toward the scarred, battered island. The man and woman steadied one another on the shore and watched the approaching raft with wary eyes. The man was in his 30s, lean-featured, wearing homemade spectacles of wood and glass. One lens fractured, and his body bore several abrasions. The woman, perhaps in her early 20s, had disheveled hair and ash on her face. She gripped the bloodied club with a stubborn glare. "Stop! Who are you?" the man demanded, bracing the harpoon, his voice raw but resolute. Lin Mo halted in the shallow water a few meters out and did not come ashore at once. He displayed a crude crossbow briefly and then set it upon the raft, a gesture of non-hostility. "I was sent by Su Qianqian," he said. At the name, the pair visibly relaxed, though vigilance remained. "Sister Qianqian?" the woman murmured. "How does she know of us?" She detected the energy fluctuations and the fight here. Lin Mo explained succinctly. "Are you Skywatchers?" The man and woman exchanged a glance and nodded. "I'm Li Wei, and this is my sister Li Wenxiu. We were attempting some astronomical and marine meteorological observations." "Thank you for coming to our aid," Li Wei said, lowering his harpoon and speaking with the weary gratitude of those who have survived an ordeal. "Why did the Wings of Freedom attack you?" Lin Mo asked. Li Wei managed a wry smile. "Perhaps it was because we had noticed some anomalous currents and meteorological irregularities and shared them on the regional channel, which drew their attention. They must have thought we held some special value, or simply deemed us easy prey and sought to seize our meager instruments and the little data we had accumulated." "Did they take the data?" someone asked. "I hid the core logbook," Li Wenxiu replied, her eyes rimmed with red. "They smashed some of the peripheral instruments." She spoke with a tremor. "Those devices have been assembled bit by bit from saved scraps and frugal earnings." Lin Mo glanced at the island's smoldering ruins, the shattered lenses and splintered wooden rods, saying nothing. He steered his raft ashore and leapt on a solid ground. "This place isn't safe," he said bluntly. "Wings of Freedom might come back, or send others. What do you intend to do?" Confusion and despair washed over Li Wei and Li Wenxiu. Their small island had been nearly destroyed. For 2 people to rebuild and withstand possible reprisals seemed a near impossibility. After a pause, Lin Mo spoke. "I founded a small collective called my UN Pavilion. We are few for now, but our aim is to establish a relatively secure, orderly haven where we can pursue the truth of this world. If you are willing, you may join us temporarily and contribute your observational expertise and knowledge. We will offer protection and essential provisions. Of course, you are free to come and go." There was no tone of charity in his offer, only plain cooperation. Their skill in observing weather and oceanic conditions would be invaluable for his future expeditions into the turbulent sea and beyond. Li Wei and Li Wenxiu exchanged a look. Li Wenxiu whispered, "Brother, we..." Li Wei pushed up his damaged glasses, drew a deep breath, and regarded Lin Mo. He had noticed the raft's spare but practical gear and the razor-precise archery moments earlier. This was no ordinary passerby. Lin Mo considered for a moment and declined to utter any famous name. "Call me Mo," he said instead. "I am one of the founders of my UN Pavilion." At that instant, his wristband vibrated. Su Qianqian's voice came through the group channel, laced with concern. "Lin Mo, how are things over there?" I sense the combat fluctuations cease. Wings of Freedom's energy signature is reseeding. Lin Mo replied in the chat. It's resolved. Wings of Freedom retreated. I rescued 2 people, Li Wei and Li Wenxiu, the observers you mentioned. They suffered significant losses. I'm inviting them to join my UN pavilion for the time being. Excellent. Suqianqian answered. They sound reliable, and their observational data are priceless. Welcome, Li Wei, Nu, Em Sui Yanyan. I'm glad you're safe. Hearing Su's familiar voice through Lin Mo's wristband, the siblings finally let down their guard, faces lighting with relief and excitement. Qian, cease. It really is you. We almost, Li Wenxiu choked with emotion. It's all right. Come back with Mo for now. We will plan at length, Su reassured. Li Bei Nuda Grabili turned to Lin Mo and said solemnly, Mr. Mo, my sister and I are willing to join my UN pavilion. We cannot promise more than this. We will commit ourselves to observing the heavens and the seas, and to recording and analyzing the data to the best of our ability. Welcome. Lin Mo inclined his head, gathered what supplies remained usable, and urged, let us depart at once. Half an hour later his raft bore Li Wei and his sister, together with a waterproof satchel containing precious observational records and several core instrument components, away from the smoke-streaked, grief-haunted reef island. On the raft, Li Wenxiu gingerly wiped a fractured lens, while Li Wei stared in silence at the shrinking silhouette of their homeland, now nothing more than a dark speck on the horizon. Lin Mo stood at the stern, guiding the craft. The sea wind set his robes to fluttering like a banner. Mo Yuan Pavilion had received its 3rd and 4th members, a scholarly brother and sister possessing uncommon expertise. The Storm King's first outward action had culminated in a dramatic rescue and the foiling of the Free Wings. Word of the rout would soon pass from deserter to deserter and spread across the sea. Lin Mo's reputation, the name Mo, would, for the first time, enter the consciousness of the region's factions. He cast his gaze southeast toward the roiling sea. Ships must be built. People must be gathered. The road ahead remained long. Yet the first step had been taken with resolve. Chapter 21. The Mo Yuan Assembly. Division of labor, and setting sail by the time he returned the Li siblings to his own, it was deep night. The 25-square-meter island seemed more crowded than usual under the cloak of darkness, but it felt livelier for it. Lin Mo cleared a corner where materials had been stored, and with salvaged timber and oilcloth he hastily erected 2 crude shelters. From his stores he fetched spare pelts and a modest cooking set, fashioning a provisional billet for the newcomers. The comforts were scant, but they would do. Safety was paramount, he said tersely. Li Wei and Li Wenxiu, beholding a place that felt sturdier and more orderly than their ruined homestead, especially the tin stove casting a warm glow and the neatly stacked supplies by its side, could not hide their astonishment and relief. This is already excellent, Mr. Mo. Thank you, Li Wei said earnestly, and his sister bowed low. No thanks necessary. Call me Lin Mo, or Pavilion Lord if you prefer, he replied, waving them off. Rest now and recover your strength. The stove will boil water. There is clean water in the jar and food in that chest. We will speak at length tomorrow. Once the arrangements were made, Lin Mo withdrew to his reinforced shelter. He sent a brief message in the group chat to Su Qianqian to confirm their safety, then set about clearing his backlog. Sure how, and Qian Duoduo replied with detailed responses, indicating their willingness to join and inquiring about the next steps. Lin Mo issued the first formal announcement in the Mo Yuan Pavilion chat. Tomorrow at 8, the inaugural core meeting at this island. Agenda. First, establish the charter. Second, allocate responsibilities. Third, define near-term objectives. Attendees, Lin Mo, Pavilion Head, Sui Yanyan, Shelasiskar, Shihao, Iranol, Chendo, Stuartan, Li Wei, Stargiza, Li Nu, record. Please acknowledge receipt. The message drew swift, orderly confirmations. Even a newly settled siblings replied promptly. The nascent group's capacity for execution revealed itself from the outset. Lin Mo opened a message from the Dragon Soul Pike again. It contained reports about stragglers from the Free Wings being brought back and Caesar's latest reaction. Caesar flew into a rage and executed 2 ringleaders of the flight, concluding that the attackers were J or closely affiliated with J. He has issued the highest bounty and released partial descriptors of possible hideouts, details that deviate somewhat from the earlier intelligence about your island. The Free Wings are accelerating internal consolidation and preparing for a large-scale retaliation. Their targets remain unspecified and may fall upon any faction or resource-rich region suspected of ties to J. Additionally, our surveillance shows the Stonemason Brotherhood has been increasingly active in Sector SH-739, seemingly in search of something, possibly ancient charts or ruins. Lin M.O. replied that the bounty notice was acknowledged. Caesar would, in the short term, likely avoid assaulting well-defended positions, preferring harassment, interdiction of supplies, or recruiting allies to exert pressure. He would heighten the island's vigilance. The movements of the Stonemason Brotherhood warranted attention, and any further intelligence should be shared. In return, he offered an improved design concept for an efficient seawater desalination system based on an optimized existing template. Communication ended. Lin M.O. leaned back on a fur mat and stared at the rafters. The pressure was unseen yet expected. M.O. Yuan Pavilion must coalesce quickly into a fighting force, and the construction of the storm sails must be expedited. At first light, the next morning the 6 of them were assembled on Lin M.O.'s island for the first time. Su Qianqian arrived first in a small but sturdy single kayak, her attire neat and practical, long hair bound, a waterproof satchel on her back containing tools and dossiers. Shurhao appeared almost simultaneously, steering a stout raft lashed from logs and rope. Tall and broad-shouldered, his crew-cut square face bore a calm gaze. He carried a crude shield reinforced with thick planks and sheet iron and a short-handled axe at his side. After stepping ashore, he nodded to Lin M.O., then silently inspected the island's defenses with focused attention. Qian Duo was slightly later, his raft fitted with a makeshift sun awning. He wore a merchant's robe patched from assorted fabrics and greeted everyone with a genial, profit-friendly smile, while his eyes quickly cataloged the supplies and newcomers. Li Wei and Li Wenxiu were already up and stood a little apart, reserved. Lin M.O. offered no prolonged pleasantries. He indicated a cleared patch before the shed where stones had been arranged as seats. "Seat, time is limited, we go straight to the point." They took their places, and a sober air settled over them. M.O. Yuan Pavilion is hereby officially founded, he declared. We are neither scattered mercenaries nor brigands. Our aim is to forge, amid this lawless sea, an order we can govern, securing space to survive and to grow, and to seek the truths that underlie this world. To do that we require strength, resources, intelligence, and mutual trust. His gaze swept the group. The rules are simple. Outwardly, profits and risks are shared. Internally, each fulfills their duties and information is pooled. Major decisions are deliberated democratically, but in moments of crisis, I retain final authority. Speak now if you object. Shurhao said in a grave tone that it should be so. In a crisis, there must be a central pillar. And he had no objection. What he prized above all was order and efficiency. Su Qianqian nodded in agreement. Her primary concern was securing the peace to continue her marine research and whether the group could furnish the requisite support and protection. Qian Duo smiled broadly and declared that with the Lord at the helm, they would row in concert, as was only proper. Li Wei and his sister exchanged a glance and promptly voiced their assent. Now seeking refuge, they naturally harbored no objections. Very well, Lin M.O. continued. Next is the division of duties. Shurhao, present. Shurhao straightened his back. You will assume responsibility for all defensive affairs of the Maoyuan Pavilion, the combat training of personnel, the planning and command of external military actions, the further fortification of the island defense system, the establishment of early warning mechanisms, and the basic combat skills training for corps members. You have full authority. Prepare a list of required resources. Lin M.O. entrusted him with a weighty charge. A light of determination flared in Shurhao's eyes as he cupped his fists and vowed. I accept the mandate. I shall not fail. Su Qianqian. Yes. Su Qianqian replied. You are to serve as Maoyuan Pavilion's chief researcher and intelligence officer. You will oversee marine environmental monitoring, analyses of biological behaviors, forecasting of weather and sea conditions, and the detection of anomalous energy loci. Employing your sea heart talent. Establish our intelligence network to surveil neighboring powers, particularly the Freedom Wing, and to assess potential risks. All observation data and analytical reports are to be archived and shared. Lin Mo's assignment was precise. Su Qianqian inclined her head with sober resolve. Understood. I will establish a monitoring system as soon as possible. Regarding the anomalous heat source and the agitated waters to the southeast, I recommend prioritizing their investigation and preparing with greater detail. Qian Duo, at your service. Duo responded at once, striking an ostentatious pose. You will be our steward of external affairs, responsible for all commercial trade, procurement of resources, purchase of information, and certain diplomatic contacts. Use your channels and networks to procure whatever materials and intelligence the pavilion requires. Your mandate is to secure the greatest gains at minimal cost while preserving Moyuan Pavilion's secrecy and safety. Accounts are to be reconciled daily and major transactions reported in advance. Lin Mo granted him substantial commercial autonomy while delineating strict boundaries. Qian Duoduo's eyes gleamed. This was his element. Rest assured, Lord, I shall spare no effort to expand our resources and safeguard the coffers. Li Benxiu. Lin Mo turned to the scholarly siblings, who immediately grew tense. You are charged with establishing and maintaining the pavilion's astronomical and meteorological observatories, assisting Su Qianqian with data collection and analysis, and organizing and archiving every diagram, manuscript, and map we acquire. Build our knowledge repository. Your work will be the cornerstone of our long-term advancement and exploration. Lin Mo entrusted them with roles suited to their expertise and comparatively secure. Li Wei adjusted his spectacles with excitement. We will not betray the mission. We shall rebuild the observatory without delay. Li Wenxiu nodded with equal fervor. Finally, I shall assume responsibility for the overarching plan, Lin Mo said calmly. I will oversee the allocation of core resources, render major decisions, and resolve the most intractable difficulties. At the same time, Lin Mo revealed that he was preparing to construct a vessel capable of long voyages, an undertaking he deemed pivotal to the future of the Moyuan Pavilion and one that would require everyone's wholehearted cooperation. Apart from Su Qianqian, who had heard faint rumors, the others initially wore looks of astonishment that quickly turned into exhilaration. A ship would bring true mobility and a far broader horizon. There were 3 near-term objectives. First, to consolidate the foundation. Hao was to take command. Within a week, he would complete upgrades to the island's defenses and institute basic personnel training. Su Qianqian would establish an early warning network. Qian Duo was to ensure an uninterrupted supply of resources. The Li Wei siblings would assist in establishing an observation station. Second, to prepare for shipbuilding. Lin Mo would compile a list of core materials required in the first phase. Qian Duo was charged with procuring these through any available channels. Hao and Su Qianqian would provide risk assessments for potential sources. The Li Wei siblings would consult archives and offer technical support. Third, intelligence and infiltration. The priority was to monitor the movements of the Wings of Freedom, to ascertain the intentions of the Stonemason Brotherhood, and to gather everything related to the storm eye of the agitated sea. The orders were clear. Each person left the meeting with a distinct responsibility. Lin Mo then invited everyone to state their most pressing needs and obstacles. Hao requested manpower and materials to reinforce defenses. Su Qianqian required specialized materials to fabricate sensing buoys. Qian Duo sought startup funds and a list of more secure trading channels. The Li Wei siblings needed tools and supplies to repair the observation instruments. Lin Mo recorded each request, apportioned some resources on the spot, and arranged subsequent handover procedures. The meeting was concise and efficient. Afterwards, Hao immediately began surveying the island and drafting defensive works. Su Qianqian and the Li Wei siblings gathered to deliberate on the observation station's sighting and instrument repairs. Qian Duo rubbed his hands together, already scheming how to leverage his newly acquired authority and resources. Lin Mo watched the scene and felt a measure of calm. The Moyuan Pavilion, this modest vessel, had finally set its keel and hoisted its mast. What remained was to meet the winds and steer into the deep blue. He returned to his shed, spread out the storm sloop schematics, and fixed his gaze on the keystone, the principal timber for the keel. He resolved to visit the minter of the Stonemason Brotherhood, hoping to barter knowledge for that indispensable first timber. Chapter 22. The elusive keel, converging undercurrents. The wheels of the Moyuan Pavilion began to turn, each member attending to their tasks, restoring a long-missed, efficient order. Hao planned the island's defenses with near-exacting standards, using the wood and stone Lin Mo had allocated. He raised a continuous breastwork along the island's edge, roughly waist-high, with internal footings to facilitate observation and firing. Embrasures were left at key points and reinforced with a mixture of clay and rubble. At the 4 corners, rudimentary wooden lookout platforms were erected, crude now, but taking shape. He pressed Li Wei into service, applying the siblings' observational expertise to string a series of warning lines across the sea at varying distances, employing buoys and ropes that would ring bells attached to the island should any vessel or large creature disturb them. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian and the Li Wei siblings set about constructing a new observation station on a slightly elevated, leeward part of the island. The surviving fragments of the instruments were painstakingly reassembled by Li Wei, in consultation with Su Qianqian's demands for energy sensing. They devised a composite apparatus, an array of lenses and metal plates set at precise angles to concentrate light and reflect subtle energy fluctuations, linked to a rudimentary mechanical transmission that amplified the faintest perturbations and recorded them upon a hide rubbed with charcoal. Crude though it was, it represented the utmost that their circumstances would allow. Li Wenxiu took charge of meticulously logging each observation and cross-referencing the new data with Su Qianqian's prior records. Qian Duoduo, finding himself in his element, put to use the limited authority over basic supplies that Lin Mo had entrusted to him and moved with quiet craft. He did not brazenly procure the rare materials required for the storm ship. Instead, he pursued an indirect stratagem. Under the aegis of the Mayuan Merchants Guild, he offered abundant, good quality, inexpensive timber, stone, and cordage in secondary trading channels, attracting small survivors and burnishing his name. Privately, he negotiated with several reputable mid-sized teams, exchanging stable supplies of mundane materials for special items that might otherwise lie idle. Exceptionally tough vines, a species of lightweight, buoyant wood, an odd phosphorescent ore. 4 truly critical commodities: century-aged hardwood, star-patterned steel. He merely let rumors of generous purchase offers leak out, while tightly controlling counterparties and transaction methods to avoid undue attention. Lin Mo concentrated on the most intractable problem, securing primary keel materials and opening a line to the stonemason brotherhood. The ship's keel, according to the plans, demanded either oil-rich hardwood older than a century found on ancient forest isles, or the vertebrae of colossal deep-sea beasts, both prospects remote and perilous. He pinned his hopes on the stonemason brotherhood, a secretive order versed in ruins and arcane lore that might know where such materials could be procured or how to substitute them. Rather than approach them directly, he fed a carefully crafted bait through Qian Duoduo's channels, an ostensibly complete exploration record of the frost path and the bronze key beneath Ice-Kiss Cliff, omitting the schematics for the storm ship, offered in exchange to those knowledgeable in ancient monumental load-bearing materials or lost shipwright techniques. The ploy was deliberate, returning credible information from the frost path and Ice-Kiss Cliff with signal capability and daring, while the promise of knowledge about ancient structures and forgotten shipbuilding would appeal to the Brotherhood's interests. 2 days passed with no ripple. As Lin Mo weighed whether to alter his approach, an unforeseen visitor manifested at the periphery of the Mayuan Pavilion's warning zone in an extraordinarily singular manner. It came not as a proper vessel, but as a tiny raft, a precise assembly of planks and floats bereft of any propulsion, borne by the current to rest against a small reef roughly 300 meters from Lin Mo's island. No living soul occupied it, only a square parcel, tightly swathed in oilcloth, lay upon the makeshift craft. The instrument Li Wei was calibrating the observation lens when he first sighted it, and he at once reported the discovery to Lin Mo and Su Qianqian. Lin Mo rowed the little skiff himself until it neared shore. Using a long pole, he plucked the parcel aboard, examined it for traps, and carried it back to the island. There was no letter inside, only 3 objects: a palm-sized block of deep brown wood, dense with fine growth rings, heavy to the touch and faintly redolent of pine; a rough scrap of leather sketched with rudimentary lines and arcane symbols; and a grayish-white badge of archaic design, neither metal nor stone, engraved with a crossed chisel and compass. The wood was unmistakably a sample of centennial hardwood. Though small, it sufficed for verification. Lin Mo's conviction hardened. This piece corresponded closely to the primary material properties demanded by the dragon bone specifications in his mind. The map rendered a convoluted stretch of waters and spare strokes, its center marked by a whirlpool sigil and flanked by inscrutable ancient signs. Along the margin, in common script, ran a terse line: Sleeping Forest Abyss, Dragon S Spine here. Proceed at your own risk. Sleeping Forest Abyss? Dragon S Spine? Could they be indicating the source of the dragon bone? The badge plainly bore the emblem of the Stonecutter Brotherhood. There had been no face, no words, Only these tokens and the map. The implications were clear. First, they had learned of Lin Mo's need. Second, they possessed a sample and apparently knew its provenance. Third, they were willing to barter, but demanded the full particulars of the Everfrost Path and Ice-Kiss Cliff in return for the map and any further contact. Fourth, they exercised extreme caution, unwilling to reveal identity or locale. Su Qianqian noted that the name Sleeping Forest Abyss surfaced in shards of old nautical lore, an archipelago shrouded in mist where time itself flowed oddly, where flora and fauna grew to monstrous proportions and peril lurked at every turn. It was mythic, its precise position never confirmed. Lin Mo turned the hardwood over in his hand. Its compact grain and graceful veining bespoke something exceptional. The whirlpool on the map likely marked an entrance or a vital locus. By delivering the map, the Brotherhood had offered both proof of goodwill and a test. If they could not or would not reach the place shown, they had forfeited the right to anything further. Do we send a reconnaissance? Sure, Hao offered, his voice low. I could take a small party. Lin Mo shook his head. Not yet. Their defenses remained incomplete, and the wings of freedom watched like predators. It would be folly to divide their strength. Besides, the map's authenticity and completeness still required confirmation. He chose instead to tender a partial recompense. Lin Mo prepared a waterproof packet containing a detailed but circumscribed report on the Everfrost Path's peripheral environment, the structural peculiarities of Ice-Kiss Cliff, and the behavioral traits of the frost-devouring worms, omitting keys and schematics. He set the packet upon the unmanned skiff and pushed it back into the current. A mute reply. I have demonstrated my knowledge and reach. I have received your map. I will verify it. After settling the matter with the stonecutters, Lin Mo summoned his inner circle and relayed another critical intelligence Qian Duo had unearthed. The Wings of Freedom were engaging in a vast procurement of arms and ship reinforcement materials, far beyond ordinary needs. Caesar himself appeared to be overseeing the refitting of several large oared-sail vessels, fitting iron rams to their prows and installing raised platforms along their flanks for volleying fire. When Qian Duo reported, the habitual smile that usually graced her face had noticeably receded. Additionally, she continued, several of our peripheral trading posts have reported that the Freedom Wing has recently been discreetly inquiring after the locations of resource-rich zones and neutral observation stations. And they have done so with an alarming hardness of manner. The faces of the Li siblings drained of color, evidently recalling their prior encounter. They were clearly accumulating strength, preparing for a forthcoming large-scale operation. Sure, Hao judged that their objective might be a known resource isle, or perhaps us. A warning also arrived from Dragon Soul. Caesar's bounty has been tripled, and he has begun to court a number of small and mid-sized raiding bands with promises of reward, attempting to assemble a broader anti-J alliance. Lin Mo added that few had answered the call. Caesar's renown was so tarnished that many feared absorption rather than partnership. We must hasten shipbuilding, he said. Su Qianqian turned to Lin Mo. Only by attaining superior maneuverability and maritime combat power can we break free from passive defense, whether to secure resources or to confront conflict. Lin Mo inclined his head. Precisely. Which is why the keel timber must be obtained without delay. Even if the sleeping abyss is perilous, reconnaissance is necessary. But we must be thoroughly prepared. He looked to Sure Hao. Do not let construction of our defenses slacken. Strengthen maritime watches and rapid response drills. To Su Qianqian and the Li siblings, he added, use the observation stations to analyze, as far as possible, the climatic conditions and current patterns of any sea regions where the sleeping abyss may lie, even if only by conjecture. Turning back to Qian Duo, he instructed, continue to procure all potential expedition supplies, high-tensile ropes, climbing gear, protective armor, antidotes, illumination devices. At the same time, monitor the Freedom Wing's material flows to discern their likely targets and timing. Orders received, the group dispersed to prepare. Lin Mo walked alone to the island's edge and gazed out over the vast, indifferent ocean. The sample of century-old hardwood in his hand felt cold and weighty. The Stonecutter brothers had brought knives, and they had brought honey. The Freedom Wing sharpened their blades. Shadows crept nearer. Yet his vessel still lacked its most crucial backbone. He clenched the timber. His eyes were calm as an abyss. It seemed inevitable that an expedition into unknown perils and an ensuing maritime clash would arrive in quick succession. The small ship Mayuan Pavilion, which had only just set sail, was about to meet its true test in wind and wave. He turned and strode toward the clanging, hastening works of defense. Time was growing ever more precious. Chapter 23. The Grove's mist and the clash of hidden sentinels. The chart of the sleeping abyss lay unfurled upon a stone slab, its corners weighted by several small stones. The sea breeze was slight, yet it made the leather edges quiver, and the crude lines and strange sigils upon it seemed to writhe in response. Lin Mo, Su Qianqian, and Sure How clustered around the map. Qian Duo stood a little way off, tallying the batch of high-tensile vines and metal fastenings she had just acquired, while the Li siblings adjusted the newly installed wind vanes at the observation post. The map was painfully sparse. Sure How pointed to the vast blank expanses and the few isolated marks. Only a rough bearing, no known distance, almost no points of reference. That whirlpool emblem, was it an entrance or a snare? The warning to proceed at one's own risk suggested that even those who had charted it might not fully comprehend its nature, or that the place was indeed extraordinarily hazardous. Su Qianqian traced the sinuous curves on the chart that denoted water. From the curvature and the density of those lines, she deduced that the sea here likely harbored intricate currents, hidden reefs, and a propensity for eddies and mist. The slumbering Lin Yuan, if it truly were an archipelago of ancient trees, could, under particular climatic conditions, generate year-round fog through the transpiration of its colossal trunks, coupled with a convoluted terrain. It might form a natural labyrinth. Lin Mo listened to their appraisal, his gaze lingering on the century-old hardwood sample they had brought. Whatever the danger, the dragon bone must be secured. A storm sail vessel is the key to breaking the deadlock. He paused, then added, "We must not act recklessly." Sure How. Organize and commence training for an expeditionary team immediately. Quality over quantity. Start with 5 to 6 people. You will oversee selection and training, with emphasis on wilderness survival, climbing, cooperation, and adaptability. Understood. I'll select candidates from the peripheral members who have recently excelled and a few promising recruits from the original Long Hun. Sure How replied at once. Su Qianqian. You and Li Wei continue analyzing the charts, Lin Mo instructed. Combine known current and wind data to narrow down a more precise sector and the optimal window for ingress. Also, enumerate all potential hazards and contingency plans, especially biological and environmental threats. Leave it to me. Li Wenxio's records are meticulous. We can cross-reference them, Su Qianqian said, then cautioned, the wings of liberty have been stirring. Intelligence from Old Qian suggests their activity is increasing. If we siphon off personnel and resources for a large-scale expedition, might that be precisely the vulnerability? Lin Mo turned to Qian Duo. Old Qian, regarding the Wings of Liberty's recent procurements, is there a discernible pattern? Beyond weapons and hull reinforcements, are they bulk buying expedition supplies? Ropes, lighting, medicine, specialized garments? Qian Duo set down the vine in his hand, rubbed his palms, and the habitual smile on his face dimmed. I was about to report this. From several covert channels, the Wings of Liberty have indeed acquired a batch of high-grade climbing ropes, windproof lamps, and materials for gas masks. The quantities are not massive, but are concentrated. They also show interest in herbs that counter hallucinations and powerful insect repellents. However, they are simultaneously purchasing sulfur, fuel oil, and siege hammer components. So it is difficult to tell whether these expeditionary items are intended for exploration or for assaulting a fortified position in difficult terrain. Preparations on both fronts, Lin Mo murmured. Caesar is no fool. He may also be seeking a rapid way to bolster his power. Exploring ruins or perilous domains is a plausible route. But he has not abandoned military expansion. We must be prepared for sudden attacks, or for his aims to collide with ours. Sure How's eyes sharpened. All the more reason to obtain the dragon bones swiftly, build the vessel, and seize maritime initiative. Precisely, Lin Mo decided. Proceed with the expedition's preparation and training. But the departure will depend on circumstances. While we are away, the island's defenses must be flawless. Sure How. Finalize the defensive network and conduct emergency drills. Complete them within 3 days. Yes. Sure How answered in a low, resolute voice. Su Qianqian. Intensify your analysis. Qian Duo. Continue to monitor the Wings of Liberty supply flows, especially purchases that may point to specific locations. Li Wei, your observation post must operate at full capacity. Report immediately any abnormal weather or sea state changes. The order was received and acted upon. Everyone set about their tasks. Over the next 2 days, the island hummed with tense, orderly activity. Sure selected 6 men from more than 30 peripheral members and several former Longhun warriors to form a preparatory expedition team. He led them personally through rigorous adaptive drills in a nearby reef labyrinth, scaling slick rock faces, securing ropes against undercurrents, night navigation, constructing and disarming improvised traps, and practicing small unit assault and defense. The training was grueling, yet no one complained. Selection alone conferred recognition, and all understood what such an expedition might entail. Su Qianqian and Li Wei were submerged in the observation post and its accretion of data. By correlating the sparse lines on the map with Li Wenxiu's recent current logs and Su Qianqian's intuitive readings of energy, they iteratively plotted a sector roughly 50 nautical miles in radius and forecasted a week-long weather window relatively favorable for passage and exploration. Qian Duo, like a mole burrowing through the market, funneled batches of expedition essentials back to the island by whatever channels he could. High-grade rope, light yet resilient waterproof fabric, bespoke non-slip saws, filtration bladders, concentrated provisions, medkits, and even a few well-maintained steel short knives that had slipped out of the black market. His informants also fed him movements of the free wing. Caesar himself had overseen the construction of 3 large sail-oared vessels nearing completion, their bows glinting with rams. Several of his combat teams had been prowling resource points along the periphery of Sector SH-739, apparently clearing ground and establishing outposts. On the 3rd afternoon, just as Sure was preparing a final comprehensive exercise, the observation post S-bell sounded urgently. Northeast, about 2 kilometers, unknown raft approaching fast, possible auxiliary propulsion. Li Wei's voice came through the freshly assembled bamboo speaking tube, taut with apprehension. The island snapped to alert. The members of the preparatory team seized their weapons and hurried to prearranged defensive positions. Sure climbed the highest watch stand and lifted his spyglass. Lin Mo stepped from the shed to the parapet. Through the lens, a slim, oddly shaped raft carved through the swell. A crude, oscillating wheel had been affixed to its stern and was driven by human tread, imparting a speed noticeably superior to ordinary rowing. 3 figures stood aboard, clad in patchwork furs, brandishing harpoons, their faces daubed with paint, rugged, ready for menace. The craft bore none of the Free Wing's signatures. It resembled a band of pirates or itinerant raiders, perhaps opportunistic scavengers, or less likely, a disposable probe sent by the Free Wing to test the waters. The raft came to a halt roughly 300 meters from shore, tantalizingly at the outer limit of the makeshift crossbow's effective range. At the head of the raft stood a hulking, one-eyed man. He rose and brandished his harpoon toward the island, bellowing in a coarse voice, "Hey, islanders, listen up. This stretch of water belongs to the Bloodshark crew. Smart ones will hand over 30% of their food and water, and that woman. Otherwise we'll flatten this rotten isle." His finger indicated the observation window, where Su Qianqian stood watching. The demand was naked extortion and outright provocation. Sure glanced at Lin Mo, querying with his eyes. Lin Mo gave a slight shake of his head and murmured, "Let the reserve squad cut their teeth. You direct, I'll hold the rear." Understanding flickered across Sure-Hao's face, and he signaled the men below. Behind the parapet, 6 reserve operatives tightened their grips on crude weapons, breathing a touch faster but with resolute eyes. Hardened by prior drills and Sure-Hao's instruction, they knew this was their first real test. Rather than ordering the crossbowmen to fire outright, Sure-Hao followed the plan. 2 men lifted improvised shields of planks intended to cover the parapet gap, and he himself took up a makeshift megaphone of bamboo and hide and answered in a sonorous, uncompromising tone, "This territory belongs to the Moyuan Pavilion. All non-residents, withdraw at once. Advance further, and you'll be cut down." The one-eyed brute hesitated, surprised by such firmness. He spat and sneered. "Moyuan Pavilion? Never heard of it. Men, charge. Take the island. Everything and that woman is ours." The raft surged forward anew, the pedal-driven wheels spinning furiously. 2 of the crew hoisted harpoons and shrieked as they closed. "Archers, target the drive wheels. Fire at will." Sure commanded. 2 reserve crossbowmen immediately peered through the shield gap, took aim, and squeezed the triggers. One bolt missed and splashed into the sea. The other struck with surgical precision at the wooden axle connecting the raft's rotating wheel. Crack! The axle, fashioned of hardwood rather than metal, split along a critical seam. The rotation jammed, and the wheel's speed collapsed. They have crossbows. The one-eyed leader roared, furious and alarmed. He urged the raft onward. He thought that once close, their crossbows would be useless. Though the raft slowed, its momentum still carried it within 100 meters. Spearmen ready. Sure how ordered again. For reserve men lowered their shields, taken behind by their comrades, and grasped 3-meter hardwood pikes, their points bound with sharpened metal or hardened bone. Through the parapet's firing slits, they thrust the spears forward, angling toward the oncoming bow. On the raft, the 3 assailants' eyes flashed red. They raised their harpoons, preparing to leap and grapple as they struck the island. When the raft plunged into the final 50 meters, and the one-eyed man had already cocked his harpoon to throw, Sure how uttered a low command. Now, for spears thrust out in unison, not aimed at flesh, but at the raft's prow and waterline, with the leverage of the parapet and the full force of the spearmen. The pikes drove deep into the seams of the raft's planking. The forward surge stalled violently. The hull was even pried up a little. The one-eyed captain staggered, nearly losing his footing. Just then Sure how himself hefted a loaded rudimentary crossbow, took aim at the one-eyed brute who staggered with the raft's sway, and calmly squeezed the trigger. Whiz, swift and merciless, the bolt grazed the man's cheek, spraying a smear of blood, and buried itself deep in the shoulder of the man behind him. A horrible scream erupted. The successive blows threw the ragged band into utter confusion. The raft was snagged by a spear and could neither advance nor retreat, while the crossbow's south threat loomed close. Retreat! Fall back! The one-eyed man snarled, clutching his face. His earlier swagger vanished. The uninjured accomplice fumbled wildly at the battered wheel mechanism, but the fractured axle refused to cooperate. In the end, the 3 jumped into the water and splashed away toward the approaching shore, abandoning raft and weapons. Sure how gave no order to pursue. One does not chase a routed enemy at sea, especially when the situation is uncertain. The reserve men watched the disgraceful flight. Then the stranded, still lurching enemy raft, their faces a mixture of excitement, tension, and lingering fear. They had won their first real engagement without a single casualty. Sure how descended from the lookout frame and patted several men on the shoulder. Well done. But remember, this is only the beginning. Clear the field. Haul the raft ashore and inspect it for anything of value. Keep watch. There may be accomplices. Aye. The men answered in a thunder of assent, morale high. Lin Mo stepped to Sure how and murmured, handled well. I've never heard of the Blood Shark Gang. Perhaps a fledgling crew, or a deliberate probe set loose to test us. I'll tighten the perimeter and extend the early warning network. Sure how's voice grew grave. This encounter revealed some flaws in our coordination. Training must be adjusted. Understood. You have full authority, Lin Mo said, nodding. He cast his gaze toward the northeast. Word that we've got tough defenders here will travel fast. If the Wings of Freedom or others come next, they won TB this sort of rabble. He turned to regard the odd raft being dragged ashore. The crude wheel-drive contraption gave him pause. Our vessels must be not only sturdy, but swift. Chapter 24. Shadowed Bids and Gathering Storms. May the highest bidder prevail. The blood shark attack was like a stone dropped into a pond. Its ripples spread rapidly. News that Mayuan Pavilion had repelled the attackers without loss and salvaged a raft fitted with an improvised drive soon circulated within certain circles. The report served as a warning to those who eyed the island covetously. This place was not to be trifled with. Yet Lin Mo understood that a cautionary tale lasts but a moment. Real security is founded on capability that surpasses the prevailing dangers. Constructing a storm sail vessel had become an urgent necessity. The seized raft was hauled ashore for meticulous examination. Its rudimentary wheel drive, though inefficient and fragile, proved that propulsion beyond mere human power was feasible. Lin Mo dismantled the components and handed the parts and his sketches to Su Qianqian and Li Wei, urging them to explore possibilities for refinement, at the very least to furnish ideas for auxiliary power on the sailboat to come. Meanwhile, he expedited the procurement plan for keel materials. Su Qianqian and Li Wei had completed their analysis of the slumbering Linyuan waters and, together with the Stonecutter Brotherhood S-chart, delineated a relatively precise coordinate range. The weather window would open 3 days hence and endure for roughly 48 hours. An expedition required not only preparation but abundant resources, above all, high-quality gear, medicines, and a variety of implements to meet unforeseen perils. Although Qian Duo had done his utmost to source supplies, certain items were either scarce on the market or obtainable only through specific channels. It is time to move product, Lin Mo told Qian Duo. Use some of the things we cannot personally employ, but which others would claw one another to obtain. Exchange them for the expedition material we desperately need, and probe the waters at the same time. Qian Duo's eyes brightened. You mean an auction? Not a public sale, Lin Mo corrected. A clandestine auction. Anonymous bids, restricted qualifications. Invitations extended only to capable and reasonably trustworthy buyers. The lots must be exquisite and sufficiently alluring, yet must not betray our core secrets. Brilliant! Qian Duo applauded inwardly. It would both procure urgently needed supplies and filter prospective collaborators, observe rivals' reactions, and further enhance my UNS renown, of course under my merchant imprint. Indeed, Lin Mo said, you shall oversee the enterprise in the name of the Moyuan Trading Guild. I will supply 3 lots. He produced a list. First, a replicated blueprint for a reinforced fishing net, primary tier, accompanied by 10 packages of the indispensable auxiliary material, high tenacity, fiber bundles. Qian Duo inhaled sharply. Food remained hard currency. A superior net was a golden goose. Though the blueprint was single-use, together with the critical materials, it could elevate a small team's fortunes. Second, 50 units of tarwood and 100 measures of tindergrass, accompanied by a concise guide to constructing a simple yet highly efficient stove. The frost had abated, but warmth and cooked provisions were perennial necessities. Tarwood and tindergrass were premier fuels, and the stove manual would be a blessing in dire times, an offering certain to attract teams prioritizing long-term survival and comfort. Third, Lin Mo paused and produced a sheet of leather with a faint metallic sheen, a fragmentary treatise on the forging of rough bronze armor plates. It documented a technique employing common copper and bone glue to preliminarily strengthen leather defenses. Incomplete though it was, the concept was lucid and practically applicable. He had excerpted it from a tattered artisan's manual acquired in a prior transaction and had reorganized it with his own insights. It was not derived from any sign-in or amplification, and thus bore no traceable provenance. In an era where metal armor was rare, any method to bolster protection was priceless. Qian Duo breathed heavily. These 3 lots will set powerful teams at each other's throats. What do we seek in return? Primarily tangible goods, Lin Mo replied, enumerating high-strength mountaineering ropes, professional climbing apparatus, portable water purifiers, high-energy concentrated rations, precursor materials for broad-spectrum antitoxin serums, high-intensity illumination equipment, underwater snorkels, precision compasses, and any credible rumors or physical specimens related to the slumbering Linyuan or the ancient arboreal isles understood. I will dispatch the clandestine invitations at once. The meeting place was agreed upon. The uninhabited 3-pronged reef to the southeast, its complex terrain easy to surveil and convenient for withdrawal. The time was set for midnight the following evening. Qian Duo's mind raced as he volunteered to compile the guest list, promising a mixture of capable buyers and planet eyes for observation. Lin Montauk nodded. Very well. For security, I will have sure how deploy men around the perimeter to ensure nothing goes awry. Take care of yourself. Bring something for protection. Rest assured, Pavilion Master. Qian replied with a self-satisfied chuckle. I'm rather fond of my life. His hands rubbed together, eyes alight with excitement at this opportunity to show his worth. The covert posting acted like bait cast into the dark web, silently stirring certain hidden nerves in SH-739 and its environs. The next night, the moonless wind ran cold. The 3-pronged reef comprised 3 enormous rocks arrayed like a protective triptych around a relatively calm pool. 7 or 8 vessels of varying sizes and styles slipped quietly into position, anchoring at cautious distances from one another. Each carried only a dim lantern, which cast wavering silhouettes that left faces indistinct. Qian stood upon the largest reef platform, flanked by 2 reserve members of the Moyuan Pavilion, all clad in uniform dark waterproof garb and expressionless. He had changed into a more formal dark silk robe of uncertain provenance. The habitual genial smile remained on his face, but under the lantern's jaundiced light his eyes were keen. Welcome, honored guests, to the Moyuan Trading Guild's inaugural clandestine appraisal, Qian announced. his voice low but amplified by a tin horn, so it carried to every boat. The rules are simple. 3 items will be presented in sequence. Bidding is anonymous. We accept only the listed physical goods in exchange, or intelligence of equal rarity. Highest bid wins, immediate handover. Payment and goods settled on the spot. No further inquiry after departure. Any disturbance? Well, he paused, surveying the shadowed outlines of the other reefs. The consequences are your own. Silence followed, broken only by the soft slap of waves against stone. No one objected. Those who had received invitations and come were no novices. The first lot was unveiled, a blueprint for an enhanced fishing net, basic, together with its crucial auxiliary materials. With a sweep of his hand, Chien signaled. An aide produced a waterproof cylinder, while another unfurled a treated reproduction of the plans. Under the lantern, the intricate schematics and the list of materials gleamed clear. A brief hush, then pens began to scratch across decks. Bids were written, sealed in envelopes, and placed in small wooden boxes which were ferried by dinghy to the reef. Chien inspected each quietly, betraying nothing. In the end, the plans were taken by a mid-sized single-masted sloop in exchange for 200 units of standard timber, 50 units of stone, and the precise coordinates of a small, high-yield oyster reef. The price was not the highest, but the added coordinates were valuable and aligned with Lin Mo's aim of acquiring intelligence. The second lot proved more contentious: premium fuel bundles and a handbook on highly efficient stoves. Samples of tarwood and a tinder herb were displayed, while key passages of the stove manual were read aloud. Competition visibly intensified. Warmth and cooked food, after all, are vital to any group's cohesion. Several vessels traded bids back and forth until a slender, unassuming cutter, its crew deft and efficient, prevailed. Its payment comprised 10 complete sets of climbing ropes and carabiners, 5 portable high-intensity wind lamps, and 3 validated insect-repellent herbal formulas suitable for different regions. Perched on a higher reef, Lin Mo observed in silence through his telescope. The cutter did not bear the ragged appearance of ordinary survivors. It carried a disciplined, almost military bearing. Dragon Soul operatives? Or some other organized faction? He made a mental note of the ship's demeanor. When Chien Duo announced the next lot, his voice took on a rare solemnity, a fragment of roughly forged bronze armor plate. Those versed in such things knew its worth at once. As a metallic-hued parchment was unfolded, the air around the auction stilled for a heartbeat before flaring with heat. Defensive technologies, in any age, are strategic commodities. The bidding intensified to a white-hot pitch. Timber and stone were no longer mentioned. Offers became strange rarities and high-grade intelligence. 5 refined iron ingots, plus quarterly records of the southern magnetic storm zone. A complete set of diving apparatus, 30 damaged, paired with a segment of unknown, exceptionally hardwood salvage from the edge of the ghost kelp forest. Verified training notes for the S-tier talent Swiftstep, combined with an ancient coin recovered from 200 meters below, its pattern resembling a chart. Each bid outdid the last. Lin Mo felt a quiet astonishment. Such obscure and potent artifacts and intelligence already circulated openly in the market. S-tier training insights? Deep-sea antiquities? Behind each lay untold ventures and provenance. Just as the bidding seemed likely to conclude in favor of the offer that paired the S-tier notes with the ancient coin. A silent, unmarked gray brigantine, its hull painted in deep ash, submitted a bid. Chien Duo accepted the document, and his pupils constricted. He glanced toward the gray ship. A cloaked figure stood at its prow and inclined a slight nod. Drawing a breath, Chien proclaimed the winner, a segment of century-old ironwood core, approximately 2 chi long and half a chi in diameter, together with a 3-day measured chart of the ocean currents beyond the sleeping abyss forest. Century-old ironwood core, the very sort of candidate material sought for a dragon keel. Though not as ideal as an intact 100-year hardwood, it was an excellent substitute or auxiliary material. The value of the empirically measured chart needed no elaboration. Murmurs of suppressed dismay passed among the other crews, but none dared to protest. The dark brown wood core, its grain as dense as iron, and the chart stamped with precise dates and data were incontrovertible. The 3 lots were exchanged swiftly and quietly. The winning ships extinguished their lamps and slipped away. Most who had failed departed in silence. A few who lingered, upon noticing faint glints in the surrounding darkness, the telltale reflections of crossbow bolts laid by Sure How, prudently withdrew. Chien Duo returned to the reef in a small skiff. Bearing the spoils, master of the pavilion, He reported, "I have not failed you." Chienduoduo's face wore a mingling of exhilaration and fatigue as she handed several weighty parcels. The precious ironwood core and the sea chart to Lin Mo. Beyond the supplies listed, they had bartered for many additional treasures. The gray vessel must have belonged to the Stonecutter Brotherhood. They had indeed kept an eye on them and struck with overwhelming force. Lin stroked the cold, unyielding ironwood core and studied the astonishingly detailed current chart, his resolve steadying. The clandestine auction had yielded far more than anticipated. "Did the Free Wing people show?" he asked. "They did," Chienduoduo replied in a low voice. The small oared sailboat with the reinforced ram in the southeast corner was theirs. They kept a very low profile and only bid on the armor work, but they were outbid by the stonecutters. "Their people observed us and the handover the whole time." "Expected," Lin said, glancing toward the darkness where the Free Wing vessel had disappeared. They would now be all the more certain that the Mo Yuan Pavilion had designs of its own. Still, there was no time to dwell on that. With this wood core and the empirically measured charts, the expedition's chance of success had risen by some 20%. Notify Shi Hao and Su Qianqian. As planned, the expedition departs at sunset tomorrow. Yes. When the clandestine auction concluded, Mo Yuan Pavilion had not only procured urgently needed supplies, but secured critical materials and intelligence. The center of the storm, however, had quietly shifted toward the somber, mist-shrouded expanse of the sleeping ravine. Chapter 25. The first traces of a lost. The ravine's deepening shadows at sunset. The expedition set out punctually. 6 members comprised the team: Lin Mo, Shi Hao, Su Qianqian, Li Wei, and 2 reservists who had distinguished themselves in prior training and during the Bloodshark Gang assault. Adept at climbing and close combat, and Xiao Chun, sharp-eyed and skilled in observation and trapcraft. Li Wenxiu and Chienduoduo remained on the island to oversee defense and serve as a support contingent. They sailed upon a hastily refitted, relatively large wooden raft. Its frame was lashed from sturdy logs, augmented by lateral bulwarks to fend off waves and stray projectiles. A makeshift cabin of poles and waterproof canvas rose at the center to store provisions and provide rotating rest. At the stern sat the captured, improved wheel drive mechanism. 2 crew could pedal it to supply auxiliary propulsion in calms or when maneuvering was required. The bow bore a detachable metal ram, one of the items obtained at the auction, and 3 firing ports punctuated each flank. It was the finest vessel their present means could yield, neither swift nor particularly nimble, yet robust and laden with the collective hopes of the expedition. Guided by the Stonecutter Brotherhood's empirical charts and Su Qianqian's calculation of a favorable weather window, the raft departed Mo Yuan Pavilion at dusk and set a southeastward course. The opening stretch of the voyage was tranquil. Moonlight flickered across a placid sea. Apart from the steady rhythm of oars and the occasional cry of seabirds, all was hushed. Shi Hao tended the helm and kept watch while Su Qianqian attuned herself to the subtle energy undulations of the surrounding waters. Cross-referencing them against the current readings Li Wei logged, and making fine adjustments to their heading. Lin Montak, Avu, and Xiao Chun alternated between rowing and resting to conserve their strength. The first half of the night passed without incident. As the night deepened, a mist began to creep across the surface. At first, it was a mere filmy veil that hindered nothing. But as they pressed on, it thickened, and its hue shifted from gray-white to an uncanny pale blue. Visibility contracted swiftly to less than 50 meters. They had entered the fog-obstructed zone marked on the reconnaissance chart. Li Wei consulted the map in a low voice. The annotation warned of perpetual mist, a tendency to lose one's sense of direction, occasional strange noises, and advised maintaining a straight course while relying on instruments. "Everyone stay vigilant," he added. Shi Hao slowed the raft and spoke gravely. "Oh, Xiao Chun, watch both sides and beneath the hull. Miss Su, do you sense anything unusual?" Su Qianqian closed her eyes and concentrated. Her brow tightened. The fog itself emitted no overtly malicious energy, she said, yet it was oppressively dense. An obstructing weight that severely constricted her perceptive range. Beneath the water there were scattered life signs, small in stature but swift, circling them without displaying aggressive intent. Lin Mo produced the precise compass he had procured earlier and confirmed their heading. "Hold course," he instructed. "Slow the pace if necessary. Safety comes first." The raft drifted through the viscous, cobalt mist as if gliding into a world apart. Aside from the rhythmic slap of oars and the creak of rudders, an uncanny silence reigned, as though the fog had swallowed even the wind. That absolute quiet unnerved them more than any clamor. Sound, Xiao Chun snapped, ear straining, lowering his voice. Front left, faint, like many claws scraping wood. Everyone froze. From the left front of the fog came a faint, persistent rustle, approaching gradually. Hao motioned. Ao and Xiao Chun shouldered their crossbows and trained them toward the noise. Lin Mo tightened his grip on his improved bow. The fog billowed, and several dark forms began to take shape. At first they looked like drifting planks, then the truth emerged, armor-like shells. The creatures resembled oversized sea turtles. Their carapaces a murky green studded with wart-like protrusions and fringed with dense, backward-pointing barbs. They propelled themselves with stubby, stout limbs, floating languidly through the mist. Small heads with cloudy white eyes gave no sign of interest in the raft. They swam mechanically, their shells rubbing together with a dry, sibilant sound. Fog-walking crab tortoises. Su Qianqian breathed, relief softening her voice. She described them as lethargic denizens of particular misty seas, subsisting on fog-borne microbes and drifting algae, rarely initiating attacks. Their shells were formidable, their flesh, it was said, poisonous. Their presence, she noted, was a confirmation their course was true. The fog sea sustained a stable ecosystem. A false alarm. Yet the strange fauna and the oppressive atmosphere left the group subdued. They pressed on. After more than an hour, in that liminal hour before dawn when the fog was thickest, the surface of the sea began to alter. The deep blue gave way to a hazy, ash-green luminescence. Nearly there, Li Wei said, his voice tinged with excitement. The chart had warned that, in the core of the fog sea, seawater, stained by the secretions of ancient root systems and peculiar minerals, took on a phosphorescent gray-green hue. The edge of the slumbering forest abyss lay near. Soon the mist thinned and visibility returned. Before them rose not islands but the colossal, inconceivable roots of gigantic trees, thrusting up from the water like titan pillars. They coiled like gnarled dragons, intertwining, some portions breaking the sea's surface, others plunging beneath, forming an intricate, labyrinthine forest of roots. Sea water threaded among them, issuing a murmuring, hollow echo. The principal trunks rose upward and vanished into the still dense mist above. The canopies were nowhere to be seen. Each exposed root was so massive that several people would be required to embrace it. The bark was a somber iron gray, cloaked in heavy moss and parasitic vines. The air grew damp and oppressive, redolent with a potent, complex aroma of decaying wood, loam, and a keen resinous tang. My God, how vast must that tree be? Ao murmured, craning his neck. 1,000 years? Or longer? Li Wei ran a hand over a nearby cold, slick root. His eyes behind his spectacles glittered. The grain and density were far superior to ordinary hardwood. If the central trunk could be located, or if there existed branches stout enough to meet their needs, suppressing his astonishment, Lin Mo issued orders. Su Qianqian, sense it. Whence does the life, energy, the very sap essence of the wood, radiate most strongly? Li Wei, record the distribution of these roots and seek a passage inward. Su Qianqian closed her eyes to attune herself once more, this time taking more time. After a long, while she opened them and pointed toward the forest's depths. Slightly to the left. There, the energy is intensely concentrated, deep and resonant, with a peculiar rhythmic cadence, like a heartbeat, but far slower. Yet that direction also gives me the impression of being watched. It is faint, but it exists. Watched. Lin Mo felt a chill. A living thing? Or something else? He made his decision. Remain vigilant and explore that way. Oh, Xiao Chun. Watch the canopy and the crevices above. Hao, cover our rear. The raft threaded cautiously into the root maze. The waterways were narrow and tortuous. At times they had to push aside drooping vines or small rafts of tangled wood with long poles. Light filtering through the mist, and the towering root walls fell in mottled, ghostly patterns. The silence around them was terrible. Only the whisper of water and the sounds of their breathing and heartbeats accompanied them. After several hundred meters, the scene suddenly opened. They entered a comparatively broad stretch of water ringed by colossal roots. At its center rose a fractured, monumental trunk. Its diameter must have exceeded 10 meters. The break was jagged, as though rent apart by some inconceivable force. The rupture stood 5 or 6 meters above the waterline, revealing an interior as dense and compact as metal, its grains seeming to flow with a dim, golden sheen. Even that small exposed portion exhaled an ancient, steadfast, and austere presence that far surpassed the ironwood cores they had previously encountered. "This is it," Li Wei breathed, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is without doubt a supreme hardwood, tempered by countless ages. Its core would serve perfectly as the principal timber for a dragon keel." Yet their attention was soon captured by something else at the ripped surface. Embedded in the dim golden heartwood was an object, not a natural burl or mineral, but a neat, gray-white cube about a foot on each side. The cube's surface was smooth, its substance neither stone nor jade. Incised with an intricate lattice of geometric motifs and symbols so fine they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A few of those signs blinked with an exceedingly faint, cold blue light, almost imperceptible. On the wooden core surrounding the cube, there were likewise regular, unnatural carvings, grooves that resembled interfaces or conduits for energy connecting to the cube itself. "What is this?" Xiao Qin gaped. "It is not a natural object." Su Qianqian's expression grew grave. The cube registered no trace of life energy. Yet it emitted an extraordinarily faint but steady energy field, kin to the rhythm I perceived before. It looked as if it had been inserted. Lin Mo stepped closer and craned his neck to examine it. The flickering symbols and geometric tracery bore no resemblance to any script or ornament he had ever seen. They exuded a cold, anachronistic technological aura. This could not have been fashioned by any survivor, perhaps not even by the people of this era or this world. Could what slumbers in the forest depths be more than just an ancient tree? In Lin Mo's mind, there flickered images from Caesar's notes about the Eye of the Storm. Memories of the Mason's obsession with eldritch lore and the conjectures surrounding this world's abrupt program of civilizational selection. Might this colossal tree and the cube be connected to the world's true nature? First, extract the heartwood. Lin Mo forced himself calm and pointed to a relatively intact area beside the cube. "Be careful. Do not touch the cube or the surrounding engravings." "Oh, Xiao Chun. Prepare the tools and cut from the flank." "Li Wei, take the measurements." "Sure how." Su Qianqian, keep watch, especially the water surface and beneath it. The objective of the expedition lay within reach, yet a deeper, far grander enigma quietly surfaced with the appearance of the gray-white cube. Chapter 26. Heartwood of the Colossal Tree. An unexpected yield removing the core proved far more arduous than they had anticipated. The dark golden heartwood was as hard as iron. Au and Xiao Chun took turns working with traded high-carbon short blades and specially made saws, yet progress crawled. The blade left only faint white marks on the wood. The saw's teeth grated with a piercing, metallic squeal. The shavings themselves gleamed with a metallic sheen. "This timber is harder than iron," Au panted, shaking his numb wrists. Its density was extreme, the fibers packed impossibly tight. Li Wei peered at the cross-section, eyes alight with astonishment. Such a material could only have been formed through an unimaginable accumulation of years and under exceptional environmental conditions. If a storm frigate's keel were fashioned from this, its strength would far surpass any design specification. Lin Mo watched the surroundings with wary attention while calculating time. They had been lost within the labyrinth of roots for over 4 hours. Though the fog had thinned somewhat, the light remained dim and the void was filled with an ancient, abiding silence. Only their own noises echoed against the colossal root walls, sounding disturbingly out of place. "Su Qianqian, has the cube changed at all?" Lin Mo asked, the gray-white cube embedded in the core still the source of his deepest unease. Su Qianqian had not taken her eyes from the cube. She shook her head. Its energy field remained exceedingly faint and stable, without any fluctuation. The notches around them showed no change. She paused and pointed beneath the surface. "I sense that since we began cutting the heartwood, scattered life signs underwater have been slowly converging toward us, not in hostility, but as if drawn or roused." "Hurry up." Lin Mo's voice tightened. "Sure how." Watch the water. Sure how immediately shouldered his crossbow and trained it on the surface around the raft. Au and Xiao Chun bit their lips and redoubled their efforts, though their progress remained sluggish. As they struggled to saw, a viscous droplet seeped from the break in the heartwood near the cube. It glowed with a faint golden light and slid along the grain like molten amber, slow and strangely tactile. "What is that?" Xiao Chun murmured. The droplet fell into the shallow groove they had just cut and did not spread. Instead, it coagulated like quicksilver into a small bead, emitting a softer, more distinct golden radiance. At the same time, a scent rose, an indescribable blend of ancient wood perfume and an invigorating, clarity-stealing note. Su Qianqian made a soft sound of recognition. Her sea-heart affinity reacted plainly. This substance contained an exceptionally pure and gentle life energy, not aggressive, but more like an essence. It could be of great benefit to living beings. Lin Mo motioned for Ao to collect the golden liquid carefully with a clean cloth. The bead felt slightly warm, not sticky, and held together on the fabric. Almost the instant the droplet was removed, a dim symbol on the gray-white cube flashed for a fraction of a second, so brief it might have been an illusion. The surrounding energy field shivered with a barely perceptible disturbance before settling back into calm. Be careful. Continue. Lin Mo suppressed his misgivings and issued the order. The primary task remained: secure enough dragonbone heartwood. After nearly another hour of alternating effort, they finally severed a section roughly 2 meters long and 30 centimeters in diameter. It was extraordinarily heavy, for men had to strain together to lift it. The cross-section revealed a splendid dark golden whorl, the texture warm, firm, as if it harbored inexhaustible strength. The main dragonbone timber secured. They were about to hoist the log onto the raft when the water nearby erupted. A dark red tentacle, as thick as a man's waist and studded with suckers, lunged out and whipped toward the freshly cut timber. Careful. Sure How reacted with lightning speed. An arrow flew from his crossbow and struck the tentacle mid-length. It pierced the flesh, but the appendage only shuddered and did not release. Instead, it coiled tighter and began to drag the log toward the depths. A colossal octopus. Protect the heartwood. Lin Montauk Huavit, hefting the modified crossbow and firing at the tentacle where it met the water. Oh, and Xiao Chun hacked at the limb with her blades. But the tentacle's resilience was astonishing. Each strike bit like cleaving soaked, thick leather, leaving only shallow wounds. The wooden core was being dragged beneath the water. At that desperate moment, Su Qianqian performed an unexpected maneuver. She hurled the cloth that had soaked up the golden liquid straight at the massive tentacle. The rag struck precisely amid the clustered suction cups, and the shimmering fluid smeared across them at once. What followed was astonishing. The fierce tentacle convulsed as if scalded by boiling oil. Its suckers contracted violently, and the grip on the wooden core slackened abruptly. Moreover, the appendage recoiled precipitously, as though repelled by something it found unbearably abhorrent or terrifying. It retreated beneath the surface, dragging with it the crossbow bolt that Sure How had fired, leaving only expanding ripples and a faint metallic tang of blood on the murky water. Can that liquid drive it away? Li Wei was still shaken. Not merely drive away. Su Qianqian murmured, watching the surface as the enormous life sign receded. More like suppress or interfere. The octopus possessed formidable vitality. Yet contact with the golden fluid threw its energies into disarray and forced it to withdraw. The substance seemed to exert a particular antagonism towards certain aquatic beings. Lin Mo studied the now quiet water, then looked at Su Qianqian. The value of that golden liquid was likely far greater than they had imagined. Hurry, secure the core to the raft. We leave immediately. Sure How decided without hesitation. None dare delay. Together they lashed the heavy timber firmly to the raft's center with ropes and covered it with waterproof cloth. The raft rode noticeably lower in the water, but its structure remained sound. Lin Mo cast a final glance at the jagged stump of the giant log and the still, gray-white cube. This enigmatic place surely concealed more than they had uncovered, but for now they had to ensure a safe return with their prize. The raft turned and sped back along the route they had come. Whether it was the lingering scent of the golden liquid or the retreat of the giant octopus deterring other creatures, their return proved remarkably uneventful. No further attacks impeded them. When they at last emerged from the labyrinth of roots and re-entered the relatively thin blue mist, everyone exhaled. Dawn had already broken, though the fog lingered. Visibility had improved markedly. We succeeded, Xiao Chun breathed, excitement lighting his face. Awu wiped his brow and grinned. Li Wei inspected the bundled core with almost obsessive care. Sure How remained vigilant, steering the raft. Su Qianqian leaned against the hull, pale and drained. The prolonged exertion of sensing had taken its toll. Lin Mo sat at the prow. Fingering the small vial of golden liquid he had transferred into a bamboo tube aboard the raft. This expedition had yielded far more than anticipated. The crucial timber for a keel and the serendipitous discovery of that mysterious golden substance. His gaze drifted toward the Mo Gu Islands. With the keel in hand, the construction of the storm-sailing vessel could accelerate. Beneath his thoughts lingered a conviction. The somnolent Lin Yuan and that enigmatic cube were intertwined with the deeper truths that lay behind this world. The stonemason brothers had deliberately offered the map. It was unlikely to have been merely a bargain for intelligence. At that moment, the lookout Xiao Chan whispered, "Master." To the right front, there appear to be ship silhouettes. In the fog, they are indistinct, but there is more than one. Instantly, everyone's nerves tightened. Sure Hao adjusted their course at once, attempting to cloak them amid mist and reef. Lin Mo lifted his spyglass and peered through the thin veil. Pale outlines confirmed several vessels, gliding slowly in a direction that seemed to bear toward the slumbering Lin Yuan. The hull forms felt familiar, Freedom's wing perhaps, or ships from other factions who had likewise learned of this place. Lin Mo's expression cooled. It seemed that this seemingly secluded chasm of ancient timber had more secret observers than they had imagined. "Accelerate, evade them, and return directly to the island," Lin Mo ordered. Under the dual thrust of a wheel-like drive and oars, the raft altered its heading with barely a sound, slipping like a ghost into the denser fog. The mysterious ship silhouettes behind them were soon swallowed by the mist and vanished. Yet Lin Mo knew the undercurrent never ceased to stir. The dragon bone they had recovered and the single vial of golden liquid might well become the catalyst of far greater upheaval. Chapter 27. Dragon Marrow Tempering. The genesis of a ship, the heavy raft bore 6 weary, yet exhilarated figures ashore beneath the afternoon sun. News had reached them in advance. Breathlessly awaiting, Li Wenxiu and Qian Duo hurried forward with reinforcements. When the waterproof covering was drawn back to reveal a section of dark golden wood, its grains spiraling like a vortex and exuding a solemn aura, everyone held their breath. "Is this the dragon bone?" Qian Duo's eyes rounded. She reached out impulsively, then hesitated. "A millennial timber, the marrow of somnolent wood." Li Wei gently stroked the warm, solid cross-section with reverence. Its hardness surpassed iron and stone. Its latent depth defied estimation. With such a backbone, the hull's foundation would be as steadfast as a rock. Li Wenxiu hastily recorded the wood's measurements and, with care, took some fine shavings left from the cutting for further analysis. Sure Hao, a Wu, and Xiao Chun moved the timber to a prepared, level area of the island, propping it upon stones to prevent damp. Lin Mo did not rest. He entrusted the bamboo tube containing the golden liquid to Su Qianqian, instructing her to study it alongside the Li siblings and to ascertain its properties and potential uses. He then convened a meeting of core members. Inside a lean-to, the hearth drove away cold and fatigue. With the dragon bone secured, construction of the storm-sailed vessel could commence in earnest. Lin Mo spoke plainly and projected the schematic section concerning the dragon bone treatment via a simple hand-ring projection. The first step required preliminary shaping and tempering of the wood. The plan stipulated alternating quenching by terrestrial fire and deep-sea cold currents to purge impurities and awaken the wood's potential, enabling to bear the future hull's weight and the ocean's fury. Terrestrial fire? Deep-sea cold currents? Qian Duo stared dumbfounded. Where were such elements to be found? It must be a symbolic prescription. Su Qianqian mused that perhaps they were referring to alternating extremes of heat and cold to alter the internal structure of the timber, rendering it far more resilient. The micro-energy storing crystal we obtained might simulate the effect of an energy shock, she continued, but it is woefully insufficient. And that golden liquid? Libei interjecta, suddenly animata. Su Qianqian and I ran preliminary tests. That fluid contains an exceptionally pure, vivifying energy and seems to possess a natural affinity for and permeability into wood. If diluted or treated and combined with carefully controlled temperature cycles, it might awaken latent potential. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Is there a concrete protocol? We must experiment. Cautiously, Su Qianqian proposed beginning trials with the offcuts left when the wooden core was extracted, seeking the optimal ratios and procedure. That will require time and auxiliary materials to regulate temperature and energy input. Leave the materials to me, Qian Duo declared, thumping his chest. Tell me what you need. I'll draw up a list. Good. Lin Mo apportioned the tasks. Li Wei and Su Qianqian will undertake experiments on the Dragon Moreau tempering procedure. Speed is of the essence. Qian Duo will provide full logistical support and meanwhile continue to gather intelligence on the other essential materials for building the vessel, especially star pattern steel and the leathery whale stomach sacks and other unfamiliar items. Sure how, Lin Mo turned to the ever-silent defense commander. Must not relax island defenses. The Wings of Freedom may already have noticed our activity. The shipyard will be our most vulnerable period. We must be infallible. In addition, the reserve force must continue training. We will need sailors who can fight aboard ship. Understood. Sure how nodded. The defense network has undergone a third reinforcement and early warning perimeter now extends 5 kilometers. I will reassign personnel to commence basic naval combat and vessel handling instruction. Yet he paused. If we truly intend to build so large a ship, our current manpower is manifestly insufficient, whether craftsmen or seamen. This was the very dilemma that troubled Lin Mo. A storm-sailed vessel is no mere raft. Its complexity demands professional artisans and a substantial crew. The Mayuan Pavilion S Corps and its fringes number fewer than 40, and each has obligations. I will find a way to recruit, he thought. But first we must produce something tangible, even if only a prototype, to attract truly capable people. When the meeting broke, everyone dispersed to their tasks. Li Wei and Su Qianqian erected a makeshift laboratory in a quiet corner of the island, sawing the wood offcuts into dozens of small blocks. They immersed them in varying dilutions of the golden liquid, roasted others over charcoal, chilled some in seawater ice, and even subjected samples to faint energy pulses from the diminutive storage crystal. They meticulously recorded each trial S effects on hardness, toughness, weight, and even the fluctuations of the sample's energy fields. The work was tedious and painstaking, yet they took keen delight in it. Qian Duo, armed with a sprawling list, set about frenetically. Through legitimate channels, he procured fine timbers, metals, ropes, and canvas. Through shadowed informants and lavish bounties, he sought leads on those obscure, hitherto unheard-of materials. He even dared to reach out to several factions he had brushes with during previous clandestine dealings, offering non-essential technical schematics, such as improved furnace blueprints or scarce resources, small quantities of tarwood. In exchange, tentatively probing for intelligence about star-pattern steel and the like. Sure how intensified the island's patrols and watchkeeping while composing a concise waterborne combat manual and a primer on basic sailing operations. He divided the reservists into squads and, using the existing rafts and seized retrofitted boats, conducted formation drills in nearby waters, maneuvers for turning, coming alongside, boarding, and sea-based marksmanship with crossbows. The training was strenuous. Yet no one complained. Everyone understood that their future lay upon the sea. Lin Mo immersed himself in the finer details of the storm sail vessel plans, mapping each stage of construction, the sequence of tasks, the workspace, and the manpower and materials required at every phase. He also monitored external intelligence closely. Dragon Soul steel gun reported again, confirming that Freedom S-Wing had been operating frequently in the southeast sector of SH-739, seemingly in search of something. They had clashed with several small groups and absorbed 2 of them. Caesar's movements remained erratic, but he was believed to be orchestrating an operation capable of altering the regional balance. Dragon Soul had amplified surveillance on Freedom S-Wing and reiterated a warning to Lin Mo to remain cautious. Meanwhile, the stonemason brotherhood vanished like a stone dropped into a lake. After the covert handover of the map and Wood Core, they had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Lin Mo attempted to reach them through a few intermediaries apparently connected to them, left by Qian Duo, and expressed willingness to continue discussions about the cube and the ancient timber, but all inquiries met with silence. 3 days later, Li Wei and Su Qianqian achieved a breakthrough. They discovered a practicable quenching protocol, blending the golden liquid into a specially treated deep-sea salt solution at a precise ratio to create a pale golden quenching bath. Submerging wood in this bath for 12 hours, followed by rapid transfer to a bespoke charcoal-fired kiln and relatively even mid-temperature roasting for 6 hours. Then immediately plunging the wood into icy seawater for abrupt cooling. Repeating this cycle 3 times yielded remarkable results. The treated timber's edges displayed about a 15% increase in hardness and roughly 20% greater toughness. Its moisture uptake fell sharply, and the wood exuded a faint, calming coolness. This, they surmised, was the awakening of potential the plans had alluded to. Su Qianqian pointed at the test data. Exhausted, but exhilarated. Though it fell short of a true geofire cold current, the effect was nonetheless substantial. If an entire keel were treated thus, its performance would satisfy or even surpass basic construction requirements. Lin Mo's immediate concern was the consumption of the golden liquid. The substance appeared non-renewable. Processing a full keel would consume about 1/3 of their current stock, Li Wei estimated. However, they could attempt to recover and recycle part of the quenching bath or seek substitute botanical essences with comparable properties. Lin Mo made a decisive choice. Use it. He instructed Qian Duo to assist in erecting quenching sheds and charcoal kilns of sufficient scale, and ordered Sure how to marshal personnel to ensure the quenching operation's safety and secrecy. Chapter 28. Quenching and Assaying. Former followers come to surrender at the order. The central clearing of Mayuan Pavilion's island, once heaped with materials, was swiftly emptied. From timber, stone, and heavy oilcloth rose a vast workshop, its interior carved to receive soaking pools and drainage channels. Beside it, a more intricate structure, a charcoal-fired kiln engineered for uniform temperature and airtightness, began to take shape. All labor proceeded with taut, disciplined haste. The island hummed without respite. Hammer blows, the rasp of saws, and shouted commands rose and fell like the birth throes of a miniature shipyard. At the workshop's heart lay the dusky gilded keel, quiet and expectant, awaiting the transformative tempering that would render it anew. It would bear more than timber and sail. It would carry the ambitions and hopes of a nascent era. Lin Mo stood outside the shed, watching the sun set the sea ablaze with gold and crimson. The quenching of the keel was merely the first rite. The true tempest was gathering, unseen, beyond the horizon, and he must have the ship sailing before the storm broke in full. The tempering began on a windless dawn. Inside the great shed the mood was solemn. The pale golden quenching bath rippled faintly, exhaling a singular perfume of sea brine, resin, and that enigmatic gilded elixir. The keel, suspended from a bespoke wooden frame, descended slowly into the liquid. Where the bath kissed the wood, a soft sizzle rose, as if parched earth were sipping long-awaited rain. The keel's once stable sheen seemed to stir. The immersion commenced, timed for 12 hours. Li Wei kept his gaze fixed on a rudimentary water clock marked by an hourglass and carved notches, his voice taut with unease. The process had only been trialed on offcuts. Applied to a whole keel, a single failure would entail incalculable loss. Lin Mo, Su Qianqian, Sure Hao, and Qian Duo watched. Qian Duo had even halted his commercial networks to stand sentinel, declaring that the future of Mayuan Pavilion outweighed any trade. The wait was long, but the island's operations never slackened. Sure Hao increased the sentries by 30%. All reserves forfeited their rotations and entered a state of highest alert. A Wu and Xiao Chun, with a handful of alert novices, piloted modified rafts in ceaseless patrols within 5 nautical miles of the isle. From time to time, Su Qianqian closed her eyes to sense the flow and reported to Lin Mo that the energy permeation was uniform, the core's vitality rising slowly, without any sign of rejection or disorder. Lin Mo nodded, his gaze never leaving the soaking vat. He understood this was only the opening act. 12 hours later, with the concerted effort of many hands, the keel was hoisted. Its hue had deepened. A crystalline film glossed its surface, and, in the torchlight, it shimmered with a faint golden radiance. Move it into the charcoal kiln. The kiln had been preheated long before. Li Wei's painstaking design of earthen ventilation channels and the calibrated placement of charcoal ensured as even a heat as possible. The keel was tenderly set upon a stone platform bespoke for the purpose. The kiln mouth was sealed with heavy slabs and wet clay. Thus began the baking stage, timed for 6 hours. Every half hour, they inspected the kiln through a narrow observation port to gauge the heat and the surface changes of the wooden core. Li Wei's face was flushed by the furnace's breath, yet his gaze remained unyieldingly intent. The roasting stage demanded the utmost patience and command. The fire watchers took turns at the kiln, eyes fixed on that section of dragon bone, its form rendered as if quietly aflame beneath the ember's dark red glow. The temperature could not climb too high, lest it carbonize, nor fall too low, lest the latent potential remain unawakened. Seconds drew into minutes in the workshop's oppressive silence. broken only by the sporadic crackle of charcoal and the restrained breathing of the workers. In the fourth hour, an observer whispered sharply, "There's a change. The grain on the wood seems to be moving." Lin Mo pressed his face to the viewing hole. Inside, the dragon bone's dusky golden veins appeared to take on life, flowing and unfurling with agonizing slowness, as if undergoing a profound, heat-induced revival. The formerly dense timber became subtly more translucent, revealing hints of a far more intricate internal structure. The quenching solution and heat were reshaping the wood fibers. Li Wei murmured with urgency, "Hold the temperature steady. No fluctuation." The final 2 hours were the hardest to endure. When the last grain slipped through the water clock, Li Wei almost roared, "Time is up. Cut the fire. Prepare for rapid quenching." Pre-chilled seawater, drawn from the depths, was swiftly channeled into the kiln's base sluices, flooding over the still scorching stone slab and the dragon bone. A plume of white steam erupted, filling the workshop in an instant. Scalding droplets stung faces. "Fall back. Watch for burns." Sure Hao barked, directing the crew. It took a full quarter of an hour for the vapor to abate. When the kiln door swung open, a complex aroma, roasted, saline, and coolly woody, washed over them. The dragon bone lay upon the stone, still breathing out faint warmth. Its aspect had altered irrevocably. The hue had deepened from dark gold to a more subdued, somber brown. Yet beneath the surface the veins still flashed with occasional gilt luminescence. The exterior was mirror-smooth. To the touch it no longer yielded warmth but offered a jade-like coolness. It had contracted slightly, yet its solidity and the sense of concentrated mass were elevated to another plane, as if the object were no longer timber, but some extraordinary metal tempered 1,000 times over. Success! Li Wei was the first to surge forward. He struck the dragon bone in several places with a custom hardness tester, a pendulum tipped with different metals, and listened to the crisp, harmonized ringing. Ecstasy lit his face. Hardness had increased by at least 20%. The structure was uniformly dense, flawless, the perfect dragon bone blank. Su Qianqian reached out and touched it. Her heart of the ocean perceived within the core a stable, immense vitality, like a dormant volcano that, once roused, would unleash stupendous power. Lin Mo exhaled deeply. The most critical and uncertain step had been accomplished. Begin the second soaking and quenching cycle at once, he ordered, tamping down his excitement. Proceed according to the plan, 3 cycles to achieve optimal effect. Bolstered by the inaugural success, the subsequent refining cycles proceeded far more smoothly. When the third phase of rapid quenching concluded and the entire keel had at last settled, 2 days and a night had slipped by. The keel that lay before them measured a little over 2 meters in length and about 25 centimeters in diameter. Its surface bore an austere, weighty dark brown. Yet as it was turned to the light, countless minute golden flecks within shimmered like distant stars. It lay there in silence, and at once became the heart of the workshop, perhaps of the whole island, emanating a composed dignity that was at once reassuring and awe-inspiring. The backbone of the storm sail had been forged. As everyone circled the keel, basking in the triumph, Au returned from patrol in a hurry and reported to Shi Hao and Lin Mo, "Commander, Instructor Shi. About 8 nautical miles to the southwest, we discovered a badly damaged small wooden raft with 2 people aboard, one unconscious, one gravely wounded. Their clothing and remaining gear resemble those of a regular unit. They say they know Instructor Shi." Shi Hao knit his brows. "Know me? Take me to them." Lin Mo went as well. In a makeshift medical tent on the island's west side, Lin Mo saw the 2 unannounced arrivals. The raft was indeed in tatters, almost falling apart. The unconscious man was young, his face ghastly pale and breath faint. The wounded man, in his 30s and bearing a jagged old scar across his face, had one arm twisted unnaturally and multiple bleeding wounds, yet his gaze remained sharp. When he saw Shi Hao enter, he froze for a beat and then struggled to sit up. "Doomsday, Thipian, is that really you?" The scarred man's voice was hoarse, disbelief threaded through it. Shi Hao stepped forward and held him down. "Don't move. Are you Zhao Tai?" "Zhao Tai the hammer? It's me." Zhao Tai cried out, pain flashing across his face as he touched his wounds, yet his eyes flared with light. He could scarcely believe he was seeing the old platoon leader alive. It turned out that Zhao Tai and the unconscious young man, Lu Feng, had both served under Shi Hao in their former unit. A few months after Sherhow had been pulled into this world, they, too, had been swept in and had fought for survival, eventually joining a small veterans mutual aid group. 3 days earlier, their safe house had been ambushed by a squad from the Free Wing. The group was scattered and suffered grievous losses. Zhao Tai and Lu Feng had fought their way onto a raft and drifted at sea for 2 days, depleted of ammunition and provisions. After a further bout of rough weather, the raft was smashed. Lu Feng was grievously injured and fell unconscious. And Zhao Tai was near collapse when AOS patrol found them. Damn those bastards from Free Wing. Zhao Tai ground out, hatred bitter in his eyes. There were too many of them, better equipped, and that leader who can discharge electricity. We took down 7 or 8 of them, but Sherhow's face darkened. He patted Zhao Tai's uninjured shoulder. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. This place is safe. Rest and recover. Lin Mo listened quietly. Too battle-hardened. Familiar soldiers turning up at such a juncture was like a providential relief, especially given their blood feud with Free Wing. Their loyalty and fighting spirit were beyond doubt. Sherhow, place them under your care, Lin Mo said. When they recover, if they are willing, they may join my UN pavilion. We are in dire need of trustworthy, battle-capable brothers. Zhao Tai glanced at Lin Mo, then at Sherhow. Sherhow inclined his head toward him. This is Lin Mo, head of the Mo Yuan Pavilion. He rescued us. His command brought us here. Perhaps here, these scattered veterans may find a new formation. Zhao Tai struggled, and with the one hand that still obeyed him, he offered a ragged military salute. Lord Lin, the debt of life you have paid for us will never be forgotten by Zhao Tai and Lu Feng, if it means avenging the wings of freedom. This life from now on belongs to the Mo Yuan Pavilion. Lin Mo inclined his head. First, recover your wounds. When you are healed, there will be a place for your strength. When he left the medical tent, Lin Mo felt a measure of steadiness. The keel had been tempered successfully. By fortune, they had gained 2 dependable veterans. The Mo Yuan Pavilion's strength was being consolidated piece by piece. He lifted his gaze to the larger shipbuilding sheds taking shape. The keel was complete. Next, it must be given sinew and flesh, plated with scales, that it might truly become a WIRM capable of tearing through storms. And the blood debt owed by the wings of freedom was finally coming due. Chapter 29, Star Steel Scarce. Old foes at the door. The tempered keel had been installed in the newly finished central workshop, broader and sturdier than before. Propped upon bespoke wooden cradles and draped with oilcloth against dust, it lay like a slumbering colossus, patiently waiting to be roused and become the spine of a great ship. But a spine alone would not suffice. It needed bones, muscles, skin, and wings of sail. Each of the other principal materials listed in the stormship plans presented acquisition challenges on par with the keel. Lin Mo assembled the core members beneath a makeshift deliberation tent beside the workshop and once more spread the blueprints before them. With the keel done, the next task was the main hull frame and outer shell. Lin Mo tapped the intricate diagrams and explained the 3 primary required materials. First, the star pattern steel to serve as the principal skeleton and load-bearing structure. It must combine exceptional strength, toughness, and a degree of corrosion resistance. Second, the deep-sea ironwood for connectors and to reinforce critical joints, dense and weighty in its texture. Third, a composite derived from the processed gastric sac of the resilient skin whale for the hull and inner lining. Waterproof, impact-resistant, and endowed with a measure of self-repair. Qian Duo studied the names, his habitual smile tightening with unease. Pavilion Master, I have scarcely heard anyone speak of star-pattern steel or the resilient whale's gastric sac. Deep-sea ironwood is somewhat familiar. Rumor places occasional salvages near profound trenches in the southern seas, but the yield is meager, prices inflated, and the salvage itself perilous. Su Qianqian considered, her expression distant. In fragments of ancient marine memories, I once brushed against an echo of such a material. It seemed born where lava snail secretions met seabed mineral veins, fused over unimaginable ages into a peculiar metal whose surface bears star-like markings. But the depths and pressures required to form it are realms we presently cannot reach. Li Wei adjusted his glasses. The plans do list alternatives. Star-pattern steel can be substituted by a fusion of 100 refined iron and star sand, though its performance will fall by roughly 30%. The resilient whale's gastric sac may be replaced with multi-layer treated giant sea lizard hide or heavy canvas saturated with mixed adhesive. But in doing so, its self-healing property would be forfeited. There is presently no definitive substitute for the deep-sea ironwood. Alternatives exist, and a glimmer of possibility is better than none. Chiendo Duo, Lin Mo, said, turning to his steward for external affairs. Your paramount task from now on is to mobilize every resource and contact at your disposal. Spare no expense in gathering intelligence on star sand, sightings of the giant sea lizard, and, above all, the precise locations or procurement channels for the deep-sea ironwood. Begin stockpiling essential materials as well: 100-tempered steel, heavy canvas, and adhesive compounds in large quantities. Understood, Chien Duo replied, nodding emphatically. A resolute light flashed in his eyes. I will visit several black markets and underground intelligence hubs myself. Even if I must dig to the Earth's core, I will unearth these leads. Sure how? Lin Mo addressed the defense commander. During the shipbuilding period, defense is paramount. Once Xiao Tai and Lu Feng are healed, integrate them into your defensive roster. We remain short-handed, but we must be discerning rather than careless. Increase the frequency and range of maritime patrols, especially toward the southeast. The Freedom Wing's nest lies in that quarter. Caesar will not relent easily. Yes, sure how reported. Xiao Tai and Lu Feng have excellent foundations. Upon recovery, they will immediately be combat capable. I have already revised the patrol scheme, adding nocturnal sentries and rapid response squads. He added, we have extended waterborne combat training to all reservists. They have grasped basic formations and boarding tactics. Lin Mo then turned to the researchers and scholars. Su Qianqian, Li Wei, continue to refine the blueprints. Detail every construction step and pre-plan the site, tools, and manpower allocation. At the same time, explore further potential uses for that golden liquid. And keep monitoring the direction of the slumbering Lin Yuan. I have the uneasy feeling that matters there not finished. Su Qianqian inclined her head. Beyond its remarkable effects on wood, we have preliminarily found that the golden liquid exhibits a mild activating influence on certain common metals. It may possibly assist in the casting processes as a partial substitute for star-patterned steel. As for the slumbering Lin Yuan, I have maintained a thread of perception there. Currently there is nothing abnormal, but that cube continues to trouble me. The meeting concluded, and everyone returned to their arduous tasks. Chien Duo had all but taken up residence in his commercial intelligence center, a lean shack piled high with transaction ledgers and fragments of information. Through various channels, he scattered resources and promises, desperately chasing any lead on those rare materials. After several days, the harvest was meager, yet not wholly barren. Regarding star sand, an old fisherman who frequented the perilous southern seas claimed that on particular moonlit nights near Thunderstorm Cape, the surf sometimes deposited tiny, faintly glowing silver grains on the shore. They appear to be fragments of meteorite or fractured deep-sea minerals. But the quantities were exceedingly small, and the risk of collection was extreme. The Cape lives up to its name, and the weather there is brutally severe. As for the giant sea lizard, rumors placed it along the marshy edge west of grid SH-800, a sizable, lizard-like creature with rugged hide, not overtly aggressive, yet inhabiting a region choked with toxic vapors and complex littoral conditions. The most concrete yet dispiriting tidings concerned the deep-sea ironwood, in the abyssal depths of the Devil Trench. Along the boundary between SH-739 and SH-740, an expeditionary team once hauled up short segments in specially rigged nets. The wood was pitch black and as heavy as iron, sinking at once upon immersion. But the Devil Trench is a maelstrom of chaotic currents and prowled by vast predators. To date, there exists no record of any successful large-scale salvage. Chien Duo compiled the fragmented yet invaluable intelligence and presented it to Lin Mo. Each piece carried immense risk. Lin Mo read the reports with a face as still and dark as a pool. The path to shipbuilding was indeed strewn with thorns. No matter how arduous, it had to be pursued. As he weighed whether to risk gathering star, sand, and giant sea lizard hide, or to concentrate on salvaging the sunken ironwood, Su Qianqian arrived with graver tidings. Lin Mo, my sensing network has detected an anomaly. She found him inspecting progress at the work sheds, her expression grave. To the southeast, roughly 30 nautical miles out, a flotilla of more than 10 vessels is moving in our direction. Their speed is slow, but their formation is tight. 3 ships show strong energy signatures, especially the central one, which emanates a distinctly aggressive, thunderous fluctuation. It's Caesar. He has come in person. Finally, Lin Mo said, his gaze chilling. This was not a probing nuisance, but Caesar himself leading a force far larger than before. Can we determine their exact aim? Is it us or something else? He asked. Their course points directly at our island, with no sign of deviation. They should arrive by around midday tomorrow, Su Qianqian replied. Also, 2 ships have peculiar energy readings, not of a combative nature, more like transport or engineering vessels. I can't be certain. Engineering ships? Then Montak Mom Ulit. What does Caesar intend? An all-out assault or something else? He summoned the corps members at once. Freedom S-Wing main force is approaching. Caesar leads them. Estimated arrival, noon tomorrow. Lin Mo announced tersely. Sure how. Implement level 1 battle readiness. All non-combatants to shelters, combatants to their posts. Inspect every defensive installation, all weapons and arrows. Understood. Sure how moved without hesitation to carry out the orders. Qian Duo, cease all external trade immediately. Recall all personnel and material abroad. Inventory the stores and prepare for a prolonged defense. Qian Duo's smile vanished. She hurried away. Su Yanyan, leave. Take Li Wenxiu and the other non-combatants into the underground storeroom, the concealed chamber we dug while upgrading the island and erecting the sheds. Safeguard the blueprints and critical documents. Close the observation post to avoid making a target. And you? Su Qianqian asked, looking at Lin Mo. I will be with Sure Hao, he replied calmly. Also, tell Zhao Tai and Lu Feng that if their injuries do not impede them, they are to report to the breastwork. We need every able fighter. Su Qianqian opened her mouth as if to speak, then only nodded. Be careful. Caesar's thunder wrath covers a wide area. Don't try to meet it head-on. I know. They dispersed. The island erupted into hurried, ordered motion. Footsteps, shouted commands, the clatter of gear. Firing embrasures at the breastwork were checked again. Crossbows were strung. Rolling stones and log barriers were hauled into place. All rafts patrolling at sea were recalled and replaced by submerged stakes and barrier cables near the shore. Night fell, yet the island glowed with lights, most veiled by specially made wind-proof covers, while everyone made their final preparations for the coming battle. Lin Mo stood atop the reinforced lookout, staring out over the ink-black southeast sea. Chapter 30. Clash upon the furious sea. The first sails appear. Did Caesar choose this moment to strike because he calculated they were at a pivotal stage of shipbuilding, aiming to shatter Mo Yuan Pavilion's foundations in one blow? Or did he harbor some other design? Those 2 peculiar engineering vessels filled him with an ominous foreboding. He felt the nearly spent vial of golden liquid at his waist and cast a glance at the slumbering keel in the workshop. A storm was coming, and his ship remained unbuilt. This encounter would be the sternest trial since the Pavilion's founding. The darkness before dawn was at its most viscous. Mo Yuan Pavilion's island lay like the last tranquil islet before a tempest, apart from the sea's light slap against the rocks. Only suppressed breaths and the occasional metallic chime of weapons remained. All non-combatants had retreated to the underground storerooms. Behind the breastwork, Sure Hao marshaled over 30 fighters into their places, among them the still wounded but adamant Zhao Tai and Lu Feng. Crossbows were cocked, heavy stones set in place, and canisters of incendiary oil laid out in neat ranks. From the newly erected wooden watchtowers, sentries fixed their gaze upon the southeastern horizon. Lin Mo and Sure Hao stood shoulder to shoulder atop the central tower. The sea breeze carried its briny tang and a subtle, unsettling restlessness. They're coming, Sure Hao murmured, passing the spyglass to Lin Mo. At the seam where sea met sky in the east, a rank of moving black specks first emerged, sharpening into form in the faint dawn. The fleet outnumbered Su Qianqian's sensing, 15 or 16 vessels in all. A large 2-masted ship held the center. Its hull was evidently reinforced, its grotesque metal ram flashing a cold light in the dim morning. Upon its prow stood the tall figure of Caesar. Flanking him were 4 slightly smaller, but likewise heavily armed sail galleys. More disquieting were the 6 strange craft on the fleet's wings, sailless and low in profile. Their bows sheathed in thick iron plating and drawing deep water, appearing as purpose-built ramming vessels. The 2 engineering ships Su Qianqian had mentioned lagged at the rear, their decks piled with sundry materials, their exact function obscured. Those 6 rammers are headed for our shore defenses, Sure Hao observed at a glance. They intend to force a landing and pry open a breach. And those 2 engineer ships are likely not to be trifled with. Orders followed. All ballistae, prioritize the ramming ships, deny them approach. Archers, take free shots at any advancing enemy. Stones and oil, hold until my signal. Lin Mo's voice was cool and steady as it carried through the improvised speaking system to each defensive sector. The Freedom S-wing fleet formed up about 500 meters from the island. There was no hailing, no parley. Caesar plainly had no patience for words. He stood upon the prow with arms spread. A lattice of blue-white electric arcs danced over him with a crackling sizzle. And even at that distance, the violent surge of energy could be felt. Attack! Caesar's roar detonated like thunder across the water. The 6 ramming ships surged first, rowers pulling in perfect unison, hurling them like released arrows toward the island's relatively weaker western and southern flanks. At the same time, archers aboard the 4 warships began to send up volleys. Distant and imprecise, their purpose was suppression. Ballistae fire, sure how commanded with decisive calm. Behind the island's breastwork, 4 modified heavy crossbows, wound by winches and built of tempered iron and hardwood, gave a dull, mechanical cough. Bolts as thick as an arm shrieked through the air and smashed into the 2 lead battering vessels. One struck squarely against an iron-plated prow. The impact drove the bow down, slowing the craft as the plating buckled and the hull groaned. Another was skinned along the flank, rent open so that seawater gushed in and plunged the deck into chaos. 4 more battering ships had closed to within 200 meters. The men of the Wings of Freedom hoisted shields to blunt the scattered arrows and urged their vessels forward with desperate cries. Officers bellowed orders. Archers to the oarsmen and helmsmen. Fire at will. And a rain of arrows fell. Most were absorbed by shields, yet some men collapsed, and the assault lost a measure of momentum. At that moment, aboard Caesar's flagship, a surge of lightning flared. He clasped the air with both hands and loosed a bolt, thick as a water barrel and blindingly blue-white, that skittered over the sea with ruinous intent and struck a section of the island's western breastwork. Sure how shouted a dodge, but the lightning moved too fast. With a deafening detonation, the stone and timber bulwark shattered, leaving a gap nearly 2 meters wide. Rubble and splinters filled the air, and several nearby defenders were flung down by the blast. Caesar laughed, contemptuous. The arcs about him dimmed only slightly, even as his presence swelled with triumph. Press the assault, he commanded, leave none alive. The breach intensified the defender's strain. 2 battering ships seized their chance, and, heedless of bolts and falling masonry, rammed toward the opening. Seal the breach. Lin Mo leapt from the central watchtower and sprinted to the gap, sure how at his heels. Dust and smoke choked the breach. Wounded sentries struggled to rise. Lin Mo and Sure How, leading a reserve detachment, shoveled spare stakes and stones into the opening and formed an improvised shield wall. Hold the line. They will not take it easily, Lin Mo shouted to steady his men. The first battering ship smashed against the outer reef and splintered. But dozens of free-wing elites had already leapt ashore, wading in with blades and axes. Kill! Sure How roared. He charged like a moving iron bulwark. Heavy shield and axe felling 2 attackers at once. Lin Mo, armed with a refined arbalest, maintained a calm, lethal cadence of shots, picking off enemy leaders and ranged men. The reserves planted spears and joined the brutal contest on the sand. Chaos engulfed the breach. The free-wing fighters were savage, yet the Mayuan pavilion defenders, exploiting their ground and the hastily thrown-up works, and bolstered by Sure Hao's ferocity and Lin Mo's precise supporting fire, managed to hold their foothold. Caesar would not permit them a moment's relief, seeing the landing falter. He gathered his arcs once more and fixed his gaze on the conspicuous workshop at the island's center, where the tempered dragon bones were stored. Stop him, the commanders cried. Su Qianqian's voice crackled urgently through the speaking tube. He's aiming for the keel. Lin Mo's chest tightened. But he was trapped in close quarters and could not break free. Just as Caesar's thunder was about to roar again, a strange low hum arose from the island's eastern side, near the workshops. In the blink of an eye, a faint golden, translucent barrier, like an inverted bowl, enveloped the entire workshop and the tens of meters around it. What? Caesar's thunder struck the golden shield, erupting into a spectacle of blinding electric light, yet the barrier merely quivered violently and did not fracture. It was Su Qianqian, with the last of the golden fluid. Together with the rudimentary energy guidance array she had devised from storage crystals and specific minerals, and the precise manipulation of the heart of the ocean she had. At the 11th hour, activated this provisional protective dome. Her face went ashen at once. The exertion had been immense. Caesar, both astonished and enraged, unleashed the fury of his thunder twice more at full force, straining even his own strength. His eyes burned with malice as he turned to the two engineering vessels at the rear that had so far remained motionless. Ram them! Bring the island mortars to bear! Crush that shell and the workshop together! The two engineering ships crept forward. Only then could one discern that their prows were no mere rams, but bore colossal pendulums of hardwood and iron chain, their hammerheads sheathed in jagged iron spikes. As the deck winches turned, those dread island mortars were slowly drawn up, poised to fall. They were siege engines designed to demolish an island's foundations and structures. A single blow could destroy the workshop and keel and might well cripple the island itself. Every heartbeat in the onlookers' throats seemed to stop. At that moment of despair, a flash of resolve crossed Lin Mo's eyes. He bellowed into the speaking tube. "Oh, Xiao Chun, now, deploy the Storm's Fong." Storm's Fong? What is that? Even sure, Hao stood stunned. Beneath the newly constructed wooden causeway stretching into the sea on the island's east side, the water began to churn violently. A vast, streamlined black shape cleaved the surface like a leviathan roused from the deep, revealing one menacing prow. It was a ship's bow, specifically the distinctive trident ram of a storm frigate, initially constructed and temporarily secured upon a reinforced giant raft chassis, concealed beneath the waves. In that instant, the raft's lashings were severed, and the improvised side-mounted, human-powered paddle wheels whirred madly, propelling this half-formed vessel like an arrow in a diagonal charge toward the two engineering ships readying their island mortars. The prow had been a secret project Lin Mo and Li Wei had built in parallel with the keel, using available materials to prioritize the most combative element as a trump card. Though merely a bow without engines or steering and capable of only one straight-line assault, its iron plating, ice-breaking trident ram, and sheer mass rendered it a terrifying weapon. The people of Freedom's Wing had never imagined such a thing lay hidden beneath the water. By the time they perceived it, the terrible Storm's Fong was already upon them. A thunderous crash and the splintering of timbers drowned out everything. A steel ram bit viciously into the fragile hull of an engineering vessel, with chips and shards of hull rained into the air. The ship was shoved aside, its frame listing dangerously. The island-smashing hammer atop it tore free of control, its iron chains snapping. The monstrous head slammed onto the deck, provoking screams and yet greater devastation. Another engineering ship was swept up in the chaos. In the panic, an operator erred and released his hammer prematurely, which struck only empty air. The massive recoil rocked the vessel violently. The ambush had succeeded. The most threatening siege engines were rendered useless in an instant. Well done. Sure Hao, elated, seized the momentum and led the defenders to press the enemy back from the breach. Caesar watched, eyes blazing with fury. His painstakingly prepared coup de grace had been undone by such an inconceivable stratagem. Repeated setbacks and the draining of his energies had stoked a ferocity within him until it was nearly ungovernable. "Lin Montag, I will end you," he roared, shedding caution. Electric arcs leapt frenetically about him, the currents flirting with loss of control. Like a thunder god descending, he vaulted from the prow, treading upon shattering sheets of electric light, and surged through the air toward the center of the island, toward the place where Lin Mo stood. He intended to enter the fray personally and with absolute force. Crush everything. Only now did the true crisis arrive. Lin Mo looked up and saw that tempestuous, thunder-laden form hurtling through the air. His gaze was as keen as a blade. He inhaled, steady and unshaken, and tightened his grip on a modified crossbow. In the groove lay the final bolt, its tip anointed with the last vestige of that gilded liquid, a luminous smear of gold. "Come, Cesar," he thought. "Let us see whether your thunderous fury or my stratagem is the deeper power." Chapter 31. The thunderstruck golden bolt. The wolf in retreat Caesar surged forward, borne on a storm of lightning. It was not so much a leap as a brief, furious glide. The electric light at his feet detonated in the air with a series of sharp reports. Where he passed, the sea was furrowed by a transient pale streak. The violence of his approach seemed intent on rending the entire island. His target was unmistakable. Lin Mo, the man who had time and again thwarted his schemes, inflicted severe losses, and besmirched his honor. "Master, be careful," Sure Hao cried, eyes swollen with alarm, striding forward, only to be held fast by two die-hard Free Wings warriors. The other defenders were cowed by the spectacle, their attacks stalling as if struck by divine judgment. Yet confronted by this terrifying onslaught, Lin Mo remained remarkably composed. He did not step back. He lifted the modified crossbow with calm assurance. The coarsewood grain of the stock, illuminated by Caesar's blinding blue-white arcs, appeared unervingly distinct. The bolt in the groove, its tip gleaming with a warm golden radiance beneath the electric glare, contrasted starkly with the cold brilliance of Caesar's storm. The distance closed with alarming speed. Caesar's face contorted into a snarl, his eyes alight with murderous intent, his right hand curled like a claw, coalescing an intensely unstable sphere of lightning that threatened to detonate at any moment as it reached for Lin Mo's head. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Now, Lin Mo squeezed the trigger. His movement was unhurried, almost languid, carrying an uncanny cadence. The arrow slipped from the bow without a piercing whistle, seeming oddly weightless as it traced a near-perfect golden filament toward the devastating sphere of lightning and the contorted visage of Caesar behind it. A flash of disdain crossed Caesar's eyes. A mere wooden shaft dared challenge his thunder? He did not flinch. The thunderball retained its momentum, intent on pulverizing both arrow and archer. Yet as the lightning sphere neared the arrow, an abrupt anomaly occurred. The liquid at the arrow's golden tip appeared to awaken under the sphere's energy. There was no explosion, no violent shock. Instead, the liquid unfurled into an exceedingly thin yet astonishingly resilient membrane of golden light, like an exquisitely woven net that gently encompassed the raging thunderball. The sharp electrical roar warped into a muted, tortured sound. The sphere seemed mired in an invisible quagmire. Its forward rush faltered, its surface convulsed with frantic flashes, but could not tear the seemingly fragile veil. Rather, the golden filigree flowing across the membrane seemed to come alive, ravenously siphoning the sphere's power. Caesar's grin froze into stupefaction. He felt his concentrated thunderous force being neutralized, devoured by that shimmering sheath. The membrane not only intercepted the assault, but began to unravel his power in turn. The unexpected reversal induced a momentary stutter and disarray in Caesar's forward momentum. The electric light beneath his feet flickered uncertainly. His form wavered in midair. In that instant of suspension, Lin Mo did not linger to observe the outcome. He tumbled backward and rolled aside. A short distance behind his former stance lay a pile of spare stones and a sharpened, upright hardwood pike that Sure-How had arranged earlier. Caesar, shaken by the interdiction of his thunder and by Lin Mo's evasion, had lost his initial mark. His forward inertia had not yet dissipated, and his footing grew treacherous. Alarm surged through him as he forced a twist to regain control, but he was half a step too late. He avoided the stones, but his left arm failed to clear the slanted stake. Encased in crackling arcs, his arm scraped violently against the sharpened wood. Pain lanced through him. Even with electrical protection, the specially treated hardwood, hardened as iron, ripped his flesh, leaving a wound so deep bone could be glimpsed. Blood gushed and was seared by the electric arcs, the air filling with the tang of scorched flesh. More crucially, the impact utterly disrupted his balance and the regulation of his forces. With a heavy splash, Caesar could not sustain his brief glide. He collapsed in a graceless heap onto the beach several meters before Lin Mo's previous position, sending up a scatter of turbid water and sand. The electric arcs enveloping him dimmed and disordered, their pulse irregular, evidence of a severe backlash. From a distance aboard a free-wing vessel came a startled cry. "Leader!" Lin Mo sprang up with lethal swiftness, a cleaver in hand taken from a fallen foe, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Caesar, who was struggling to rise. On the other flank, Sure-How at last dispatched his assailant, his body streaked with blood. He strode forward bearing a war axe. Closing the pincer on Caesar with Lin Mo, Caesar clutched his blood-soaked left arm, half kneeling in the shallows. His face a conflicted mask of agony, fury, and an ineffable dread. He stared at Lin Mo, then at the grisly gash on his arm and the dimming arcs of electricity around him. He understood he had been defeated. Not only had his long-planned assault collapsed, but in direct confrontation his vaunted gift had been undermined by strange means, and he had suffered a grievous wound. The ambushing storm's fong had wrecked their siege engines. The pale golden barrier had blunted his thunderous bombardment. That damned golden arrow had somehow countered his wrath of thunder, and now he had been forced to fall ignominiously, trapped in peril, to continue the skirmish on enemy turf, when his forces were faltering and that hulking man-sure-how was closing in, risked ruin. Retreat. Caesar spat the word through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse with unwillingness. He summoned the last of his electric arcs and flung several errant bolts toward Sure-how and Lin Mo, then turned without looking back and stumbled toward the nearest warship. The scattered electric serpents had lost potency and were easily deflected by Sure-how's shield, although the wings of freedom still outnumbered them at sea. Their core leaders were wounded and in retreat, the siege engines destroyed, and the landing parties had suffered heavy losses at the breach. Morale had plunged to its nadir. At the withdrawal order, the fleet breathed a collective sigh of relief and began to wheel to bring Caesar and the survivors aboard, hastily falling back. Run? Sure-how's eyes burned with murderous intent, and he would have pursued, but Lin Mo restrained him. Watching the wings of freedom ships recede, he shook his head. Caesar was wounded but still capable of fighting, and at sea their numerical advantage would be meaningless. Ours would be squandered in a maritime melee. Our objective has been achieved. Hold the island, preserve the dragon keel, and cripple Caesar. He glanced at the ordinary cleaver in his hand, then toward the direction of Caesar's escape. The golden liquid in that earlier arrow had been exhausted, yet its effect had been unexpectedly profound, seeming to uniquely suppress and neutralize Caesar's thunderous energy. It offered him a new avenue for confronting this formidable adversary in the future. Sure-how drew several deep breaths, tamped down his urge to pursue, and bowed his head. As you say, Lord, we shall consolidate our defenses and tend to the wounded. The battle was over, but the island lay in disarray. The breach on the western parapet demanded urgent repair. The injured required care, and expended arrows and provisions had to be inventoried and replenished. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of blood, scorched metal, and sea brine. Su Qianqian emerged from the underground shelter, pale and supported by Li Wenxiu. Maintaining that pale golden barrier had nearly drained her of all spirit and strength. Qianqian, are you all right? Li Wenxiu asked anxiously. I'm fine, she replied, just exhausted. Su Qianqian waved her hand and first turned her gaze to Lin Mo, seeing him unharmed. The worry in her eyes eased slightly before she glanced toward the workshops. The keel was intact. Lin Mo walked over and nodded to her. Thanks to you. A faint, pallid smile crossed Su Qianqian's face. She then looked toward the direction Caesar had fled, her brow knitting. His thunderous wrath was formidable, but exacted a heavy toll on himself. This time it had been unexpectedly checked by the golden liquid, and he had been wounded. He would likely hesitate to unleash his full strength again in the near future. Yet by his nature, he would not surrender easily. I understand. Lin Mo stared out to sea. The Freewing fleet had dwindled to distant specks. We must accelerate. Before he regathers his strength, the storm sail must be completed. He turned to the weary yet resolute assembly and spoke with clear, commanding authority. Clear the battlefield, tend the wounded, repair the defenses. Account for our losses and replenish supplies. All participants will receive merit and reward. Rest for half a day. From tomorrow, devote yourselves wholly to shipbuilding. Yes, they answered in unison. The relief of surviving and the hope for the future mingling on faces streaked with blood and smoke. The wolves had retreated, but their fangs remained. Mo Yuan Pavilion's response would be to forge blades and build holes steadfast enough to cleave any storm. The sea breeze carried the metallic tang of victory and the clarion call of a new voyage. Chapter 32. Hoist the sails. The Storm King on the 5th day after the battle. Mo Yuan Pavilion's island had largely been restored to order. The shattered parapets were rebuilt, thicker and reinforced with wooden corner towers. The fallen had been given proper burials at sea, and the wounded, tended with herbs prescribed by Su Qianqian and cared for meticulously by Li Wenxiu, were steadily recovering. A faint scent of scorched earth lingered in the air, but it was now joined by a resilient aura of rebirth. In the central workshop, the tempered keel was once again reverently placed upon a bespoke platform. Surrounding it were the stocks of materials Qian Duo had amassed at great personal cost. Carefully selected hardwoods, hefty coils of rope steeped in tar and resin, iron and copper ingots gathered from every quarter, robust high-tensile canvas, and a few eccentric but potentially useful substitutes, several roughly tanned hides said to be from a giant sea lizard. and a small pouch of glittering stardust fragments. Li Wei and Su Qianqian had all but taken up residence in the workshop. Facing the unrolled blueprints for the storm sail and the mountains of material, they calculated, simulated, argued, and recalculated by day and night. The keel was the ship's spine. But to make it a true vessel required precision in every rib S angle, every plank S curvature, and the strength of every seam. As an alternative to star-patterned steel, they considered blending meticulously forged iron with stardust powder and utilizing the residual activity of the golden liquid through threefold folding and forging. In theory, this would achieve about 70% of the original Material S performance, but it demanded at least 3 skilled smiths and a reliably high-temperature furnace. Li Wei tapped the whole framework on the blueprint, his eyes rimmed with exhaustion, yet alight with exhilaration. A substitute for the leathery whale's gastric sac was fashioned from 3 superimposed layers of giant sea lizard hide, with a canvas core saturated in a blended adhesive, boiled from fish swim bladders, resin, and a golden solvent. Its edges were secured with copper rivets and leather thongs. The assembly passed waterproofing and impact tests, yet its capacity for autonomous repair depended entirely on the periodic application of maintenance salves, Su Qianqian added. Her complexion remained a little pallid, but her gaze was intent. What of manpower? Lin Mo asked. That is the greatest bottleneck, came the reply. Even if the vessel on the plans is built to the barest specifications, it is beyond the capabilities of the few dozen people we now have. The basic frame and hull plating require at least 20 individuals skilled in carpentry and ironwork, working day and night for an estimated month. The internal structures, masts, rigging, and sails demand still more hands and far more specialized craftsmen, Li Wei said bluntly. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, then turned to Qian Duo. Old Qian, how many can you recruit? Whatever means you use, so long as they possess real skill, are willing to toil, and have relatively clean backgrounds, they will be well compensated, and their families may be offered sanctuary. Qian Duo licked his slightly chapped lips, a gleam in his eye. Through clandestine hires and ordinary trade, I've built up a fair network. Some small teams are struggling. Some artisans are being squeezed by larger powers. If we pay handsomely and provide a secure environment, assembling a core of 30 to 40 craftsmen should be feasible. The caveat is the tremendous consumption of food and supplies. I will find a way to source provisions, Lin Mo replied. He looked to sure how. From the reserves and current personnel, select a contingent of nimble, quick-learning men to apprentice under the craftsmen, hands-on learning as they work. We need our own sailors and our own shipwrights. Understood. I have preliminarily identified 15. Sure How nodded. Also, Zhao Tai and Lu Feng have recovered quickly and can be assigned to the core defense unit. Lin Mo drew a breath and issued the order. Mayuan Pavilion. Formally commence the storm ship project. All resources are to be prioritized for shipbuilding. Qian Duo. Within 3 days, I want to see the first batch of craftsmen ashore. Li Bei. Su Qianqian, prepare the final, simplified, and practicable Phase 1 construction drawings and the materials list. Sure How. Island defenses and internal order are entrusted to you. The command was absolute, and the whole of Mayuan Pavilion snapped into motion like a wound-up mechanism released, accelerating with a thunderous surge. Qian Duo demonstrated remarkable vigor. Through discreet intermediaries, he circulated notices advertising generous wages for various artisans, offering board, lodging, protection, and equal treatment for their families, accompanied by alluring images of plentiful provisions, orderly temporary workshops, and comprehensive fortifications. He also personally courted several veteran carpenters and blacksmiths he had long watched, men who had voiced grievances in regional channels, promising them lucrative rewards. Within 2 days, 7 or 8 vessels of assorted sizes bore anxious yet hopeful craftsmen and their kin toward the Pavilion S Island. Sure How's team subjected arrivals to rigorous scrutiny, verifying skills and screening for suspicious elements. In the end, the first cohort, 32 craftsmen and 19 of their relatives, were admitted to the island. Most of the newcomers were emaciated, their eyes bearing the weary strain of prolonged survival and a wary vigilance toward unfamiliar surroundings. Yet when they beheld the island as orderly defenses, ample logistical provisions, and the exceptional keel displayed in the central workshop, a slow light kindled in their gazes. Construction formally began amid the clamorous yet disciplined clatter of industry. The tempered keel was reverently set into the pre-dug, angle-precise slipway carved from the beach. following the simplified plans honed by Li Wei and Su Qianqian. The artisans set about fashioning slender, precisely curved ribs from treated hardwood. Mortise to the keel's flanks until the skeleton of the vessel unfurled like that of some great beast. Blacksmiths, sweating beneath makeshift sheds, hammered and reforged fastenings and reinforcements to a recipe laced with stardust, with the island's confines limiting workspace. Many preparatory tasks were carried out on nearby reefs or improvised waterborne platforms. Wood shavings filled the air, hammers chimed, and work chants rose in rhythmic succession. Lin Mo slept no more than 3 or 4 hours each night, flitting among the work sections to resolve practical problems, coordinate supplies, and fortify morale. His composure, decisiveness, and profound command of the plans quickly earned the craftsman's respect. Beyond her role in technical oversight, Su Qianqian undertook another crucial charge, using the heart of the ocean and the newly erected observatory to keep a vigilant watch on the surrounding seas, both for any retaliation from Freedom's wing and for the disquieting tremors she faintly felt, emanating from the ocean's depths. 10 days hence, the hull's framework had taken shape. The dark brown keel stood like a spine, an array of dense, steadfast ribs extended from either side, sketching the vessel's long, sinuous, power-infused silhouette. Though the outer planking had yet to be applied, the vast, intricate skeleton alone filled all who had labored on it with stunned pride. That evening, Su Qianqian found Lin Mo inspecting the dockside progress, his expression graver than usual. "My sensing grows more distinct," she murmured, hair loosened by the sea breeze. "It is not Freedom's wing. It is the ocean itself. The heart of the ocean is sounding an alarm. An unprecedented, malevolent biological tide is amassing in the deep, its sweep seeming to encompass all of SH-739 and the adjacent sectors. The timing may be within the next few days. Its intensity far exceeds the last marine incursion." A weight fell over Lin Mo. Internal strife remained unresolved, and now an external calamity, unpredictable and vast, loomed. "Can you be more precise? A primary direction? Any pattern?" he asked. Su Qianqian shook her head. "It is very indistinct, like a deep-sea storm gathering," she said. "I can only sense that the malice is taking on substance and slowly rising. Perhaps it is linked to the earlier disturbance of that cube associated with Lin Yuan's slumber, or perhaps it is a cyclical catastrophe of this world." She paused and glanced at the nascent skeleton of the ship. "Will our vessel be ready in time?" Lin Mo let his gaze travel over the hull's metallic sheen in the sunset and the faces at work, tired, yet infused with hope. "If time will not allow it," he said with unflinching resolve, "then we must make time." He issued the order, "Accelerate construction, round-the-clock shifts." Sure How raised the defensive alert to its maximum, preparing for the onslaught of the sea beasts. Qian Duo spared no expense to guarantee supplies, above all arrows, pitch, and reinforcing materials. A palpable sense of urgency lashed at everyone like an invisible whip. On the construction site, the lamps burned through the night. Shouts and the clang of hammers grew more frantic. Each worker understood that they were racing against catastrophe. By the 3rd day after the warning, most of the hull had been sheathed and the main mast base secured. The ship, whose fate so many had pinned their hopes upon, was beginning to reveal a fierce, almost elegant silhouette, a streamlined hull, a towering mast, multiple embrasures and ballista positions already reserved. That same day, Su Qianqian's warning was vindicated. At noon, the observation bell screamed a mournful alarm. Li Wei's roar, amplified through the megaphone, reverberated across the island. Southeast, south, southwest, numerous rapid life signatures, uncountable in number. It was a sea beast tide, a true tide of beasts. Everyone froze and turned toward the sea. At first, the horizon showed only a rolling white line. In an instant, that line swelled into a boiling, ebony flood, not water, but a maelstrom of marine life converging into a waterborne death. Creatures of every stripe and size surged forward, each radiating berserk hostility. Colossal fish bearing spinal spines, octopuses and squids flailing tentacles and glowing with baleful eyes. Carapace crabs as large as millstones, and the faint silhouettes of dorsal fins belonging to large predators cutting through the throng. Their aim seemed to be every island that bore the scent of civilization. Everyone to defensive positions, non-combatants to the shelters. Sure How's bellow smothered the initial panic. Almost at once the vanguard of the tide struck the defenses of Moyuan Pavilion Island with brutal force. Walls shuddered. Waves and savage beasts smashed ashore. Arrows screamed, stones tumbled, and vats of pitch detonated into spreading infernos. The battle ignited. This assault was madder, far more heedless of losses than the last. The beasts surged as if driven by an unseen compulsion, overwhelming in their numbers. Lin Mo stood behind the parapet, firing his crossbow ceaselessly at the enormous specimens that appeared to act as leaders. Sure Hao was the immovable bulwark. Wherever the line faltered, he appeared, his axe dispatching several beasts with each swing. Zhao Tai, Lu Feng, Wu, Xiao Chun, and other core fighters rooted themselves at the front. Yet there were simply too many. Multiple points of the defense teetered, casualties mounted. Worse, the observation station, perched high and conspicuous, had drawn the attention of flying predators, great sea bats and mutated seabirds, and was now besieged and gravely imperiled. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed at the sight. He spun and barked to the crew manning the heavy ballistae. Turn muzzles. Aim at the sea before the observation station. Provide covering fire. Open a path. Master, those are our own people, someone protested. Execute the order. Lin Mo's voice brooked no argument. He hurled the names into the megaphone. Su Qianqian, Li Benxiu. They prepared to rappel down the cliff behind the observation post. I'll support you, Lin Mo called. The arbalest boomed, carving a void in the mass of sea creatures ahead of the outpost. Lin Mo, accompanied by Au and several skilled fighters, used the ropes and rails they'd earlier rigged across the island, braving the torrent of winged beasts and incoming bolts as they swept swiftly around to the rear of the observation station. When he arrived, Su Qianqian and Li Wenxiu had just sealed the last of the crucial documents and were ready to descend. Giant sea bats flailed at the wooden window frames. Try to batter them down. Jump! Lin Mo shouted from below, holding open a hastily rigged catch net. Without hesitation, Su Qianqian shielded Li Wenxiu and leapt. They dropped into the net as the window glass fractured and the bats shrieked in and through the opening. Lin Mo caught them and fell back, while Au and the others drove off the pursuing sea creatures with crossbow bolts. Thank you, Su Qianqian murmured, still shaken. Her face drained of color, yet clutching the satchel of papers. You're safe. That's what matters, Lin Mo replied tersely, shepherding them toward the relative safety of the central workshed. At that moment, an urgent report came from the front. Master, the eastern line has been breached. A large sea beast has come ashore, an oceanic leviathan. It appears to be a hammerhead shark whale. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Hammerhead shark whale. An adult could exceed 10 meters, its skull a brutal, hammer-like mass with devastating force. Not far behind the eastern defenses lay the unfinished shipyard for the storm sail vessel. Sure Hao, hold at all costs. Do not let it near the dock. He ordered, then his gaze fell on the pale, resolute Su Qianqian, and a bold plan flashed through his mind. Qianqian, your ocean heart, can you attempt to disrupt that beast? Even for an instant? She met his eyes, then looked toward the eastern tumult, the thuds and human cries growing louder. She set her jaw. I'll try, but I must be much closer. It may drain my spirit, perhaps even cause a backlash. I'll cover you, Lin Mo affirmed. Oh, take the remaining incendiary flasks and all the crossbow bolts. With me. The eastern perimeter was a scene of ruin, a stretch of parapet smashed to rubble, and in the shallow water a gray-black behemoth, its bulk comparable to a small craft, its skull flattened into a monstrous hammer, was rampaging, flinging defenders aside like rag dolls. Sure Hao and Zhao Tai were locked in deadly combat with it, but conventional arms sourced little more than glancing wounds. Shijing Su Qianqian. Lin Mo used the broken terrain and scattered cover to close the distance. They halted behind a reef some 50 meters from the creature. Now he whispered, raising his crossbow to aim at the beast's vulnerable eye. Su Qianqian closed her eyes and poured herself into the ocean heart, an invisible psychic tide. A weave of expulsion and soothing intent spread outward like ripples and reached the raging hammerhead whale. Its forward surge stuttered. The enormous head rocked from side to side, disoriented and agitated, its attack cadence thrown into disorder. Now, then Montauk fired. Au and the others hurled their incendiary flasks and loosed a storm of bolts. The flask struck the creature and detonated in blazes, while bolts found purchase in the thin skin of its eyelids, its mouth, and other frilier spots. A howl of agony and interference ripped from the Leviathan. Abandoning its assault on the defenses, it swung its immense bulk about, plunged into the deep, scarred and aflame, and swam toward the open sea, leaving behind devastation and a precious moment to draw breath. Did it succeed? Ao could scarcely believe it. Su Qianqian went limp and slumped to the side. Lin Mo, swift of hand and eye, caught her. Her face was ashen, her breath a whisper. She had already fainted. The strain of forcibly disrupting such a mighty sea beast had proven too great for her. Take her back to rest. Quickly. Lin Mo entrusted Su Qianqian to the arriving Li Wenxiu. Having driven off the hammerhead shark whales, the pressure on the eastern flank eased abruptly. Sure Hao seized the opportunity to seal breaches and reorganize their defenses. The tide of sea creatures, bereft of its leader and unable to break the line, gradually weakened and began to withdraw. By the time the last beast vanished into the waves, dusk had once again settled. The Moyuan Pavilion island reeked of blood and singed flesh. Everywhere lay evidence of battle and weary wounded. Yet they had held, preserving their home and the not yet finished vessel of hope. The casualty count proved heavier than anticipated, though the core members remained largely unscathed. Su Qianqian had exhausted herself into unconsciousness and would need time to recover. Lin Mo stood upon the shattered parapet, gazing at the sea, which had calmed yet retained its depth, and at the sailboat's rugged skeleton outlined against the twilight. He opened his wristband, the island's information displayed with crystalline clarity. Island level. LV4, 20 square meters. Materials required for LV5, satisfied. Special condition, successfully repel a large-scale sea beast tide, completed. All conditions met. Proceed with upgrade. The system detected that he was the first survivor globally to meet the LV5 criteria. An announcement would be broadcast and additional rare rewards bestowed. Hide personal information. This time Lin Mo did not choose anonymity. He calmly entered his true name and confirmed the upgrade. In the next instant, the island expanded once more, becoming firmer and more fully endowed with functions. A majestic global proclamation reverberated through the minds of all survivors. A congratulation to Lin Mo, the first in the world to elevate his island to LV5, accompanied by rare rewards and the granting of a singular title, Storm King. At the sound of the announcement, Lin Mo felt an invisible, vast force settle upon him, as if forging a deeper kinship with the winds and the tides. On his wristband, the emblem representing his title, Storm King, Novice, gleamed with renewed luster. He lifted his head and looked southeast toward the old lair of the Free Wing. Then beyond, into the deeper distance where the restless sea and the eye of the storm lay hidden. The Storm King had been formally crowned, and his ship was poised to cleave a path through thorns and waves into a magnificent yet perilous new era. Far out on the water, the battle-worn members of Moyuan Pavilion, hearing the proclamation, were stunned for a heartbeat before erupting into thunderous cheers. The Pavilion Master, the Storm King, Lin Montauk, we won. We held the line. Amid the throng she slowly came to. Su Qianqian was steadied by Li Wenxiu. She glanced toward the solitary, upright silhouette on the parapet and let a complex, almost serene smile flicker across her pale face. Whether he was called Mr. J or Lin Mo, he had at last stepped forward and become the incontestable sovereign of these waters. Chapter 33, Riding the Wind and Waves. The Voyager's tale, Lin Mo, the Storm King. The name echoed like a spark dropped into boiling oil. The skeletal outline of that great ship, emerging monstrous and unmistakable against the twilight and smoke, set the SH-739 sector and beyond into tumult. The regional and global channels erupted. Doubt, astonishment, invective, veneration, fear, and curiosity braided together as messages scrolled so fast even the wristbands grew warm. Could Lin Mo be the mysterious J? Had he truly built such a vessel? The title Storm King felt imperious. Had the Freedom Wing been driven back? Where was Caesar? Is Moyuan Pavilion still recruiting? I want in. The equation of the once enigmatic Mr. J with the now overt Storm King, Lin Mo, struck far deeper than a mere broadcast. It signified that a leader possessing peerless combat prowess, unrivaled means of resource acquisition, successful defense against the sea beast tides, and likely access to advanced shipbuilding techniques had formally revealed himself. Overnight, Moyuan Pavilion's island became the epicenter of the sea. Gazes converged from every quarter, some tinged with envy, others with apprehension, many with naked greed and malice. Within the island, however, things were otherwise. In the wake of battle, reconstruction, treatment of the wounded, repair defenses, and the final, frantic work on the storm sails occupied everyone until they could scarcely stand. The clamor unleashed by Lin Mo's revelation seemed to be held at bay by an invisible barrier. The island's rhythm was taut and disciplined, even more efficient than before the conflict. In the central deliberation tent, the core members had assembled once more. Su Qianqian's face remained drawn, yet she could sit upright, leaning against a wooden chair draped with animal hide. Li Wenxiu tended to her with cautious attentiveness. Outside, pandemonium reigned. Qian Duo rubbed her hands, eyes glittering. Was it excitement or anxiety? My inbox is overflowing with inquiries, offers of cooperation, petitions to join, overtures to purchase intelligence on the Storm King. Conversely, the Freedom Wing lay unusually mute. Caesar seemed to have retreated to his den. He was licking his wounds and biding his time. Shirt House spoke in a low, hard voice. His bandages had not yet been taken off. He had paid dearly in this fight and suffered grievous humiliation. Given his temperament, he would not relent when he returned. He will be more ferocious. We must act swiftly. All eyes slid toward Lin Mo, and involuntarily toward the colossal hull outside, now sheathed and being fitted with its main mast and internal frameworks. The streamlined hull caught the sun in a deep, matte brown. The scent of fresh waterproofing mingled with resin on the air. Craftsmen moved like an ant army along the vessel's length, their hammering calls and sawing rising into a chorus of hopeful industry. The ship's primary structure could be finished within 3 days. Li Wei pushed up his glasses and reported briskly. The bases for the main mast and the fore and aft masts would be secured today. The rigging would consume the most time. With a simplified plan, it would take at least another 5 days to reach a provisional completion. The internal cabins, weapon platforms, and control systems could be refined later. To attain a basic state of seaworthiness, however, would require no fewer than 7 days. 7 days. Lin Mo tapped the table lightly with his fingers. The reprisal from a Freedom Wing could strike at any moment. The deeper restless sea and the eye of the storm were calling, and Su Qianqian's warning of unrest in the deep had not entirely abated. Time, as ever, was urgent. 3 days. Lin Mo's voice was low, but it stilled the tent. In 3 days, I want to see her afloat, able to move under sail and by auxiliary sweeps. She need not be perfect, but she must be movable, and she must be combat capable. Li Wei opened his mouth to protest, but Lin Mo's calm, unyielding gaze silenced him, and he swallowed the words back. He gritted his teeth. We will do our best. We will need every hand, day and night. All right. Then Montauk nodded. Sure how. Defenses cannot be relaxed. But you may draw some hands from non-critical posts for the final stages of shipbuilding, primarily for transport and assistance. Qian Duo. Ensure an uninterrupted supply of materials, especially food and stimulants. We cannot allow our craftsmen and brothers to be worn down. Understood. The pair dispersed to carry out their orders. Lin Mo looked at the pale girl, Su Qianqian. Rest well and regain your strength. There's one thing only you can do. You mean? She asked, lifting her eyelids. Use the heart of the ocean to bless, or rather, to mark, this ship. Lin Mo said slowly. I do not need it to possess miraculous powers. I want it to be more intimately attuned to the sea, so that you may more easily perceive the ocean's state and perhaps, in certain circumstances, receive faint guidance. Su Qianqian paused and then fell into thought. After a long while she murmured, I can try. I will attempt to weave my affinity with the sea into the parts of the hull that touch the water most closely, the keel, the rudder, and into the figurehead of Sea God what we will mount as a traditional blessing. It will take time, and I must regain much of my strength. The effect may be negligible. Do your best. The gesture itself will be meaningful. Then Montauk replied, we will need you at the launching ceremony in 3 days. Arrangements were made, and the others dispersed. Lin Mo emerged from the planning tent into the sea breeze and walked along the newly erected jetty toward the great ship taking shape. The craftsman paused and cast him looks of reverence. He nodded for them to continue. His hand slid along the cool, smooth hull, feeling the resolute grain of the wood and the precise, lovingly hammered rivets. This was no mere assemblage of timber and metal. It was the crystallization of the sweat, wisdom, and even blood of everyone in the Mo Yuan Pavilion. He climbed onto the still unfinished stern deck and surveyed the island. The defensive works crisscrossed the land. Watchtowers rose into the sky, workshops clustered together, and people moved busily along their tasks. A heavy sense of responsibility settled upon him. Pavilion Master. Sure How's voice came from behind as he climbed up beside Lin Mo. When the ship is finished, where do we go first? Lin Mo did not answer directly. Instead he countered, what do you suppose? The wings of freedom must be dealt with, he said, otherwise we shall never know peace. Sure How did not hesitate. Yet he warned that a direct assault on their stronghold would be too perilous. I propose we exploit our mobility, he continued, to first neutralize their peripheral resource points and outposts, sever their talons, and force their main force to sail out for a decisive engagement. At the same time, search for the gateway to the restless sea. There may lie the advanced materials we urgently require, and it will also serve to validate Miss Su's sensing. Much as I suspected, Lin Mo murmured. And the stonemasons' brotherhood, he added, they furnished us with maps and timber cores, and then fell silent. That cube has always felt like the keystone. We need more truth about this world. They may hold answers. They watched the sea in silence. Far off, several small boats that plainly did not belong to the Mo Yuan pavilion prowled beyond the perimeter, the wary shapes of curious scouts drawn by rumor. Sure Hao's gaze sharpened. Shall we drive them off? He asked. No, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. Let them look. The clearer their view, the more some will pause and reconsider. Deterrence is sometimes more potent than concealment. 3 days slipped by under relentless exertion. Time blurred on the island. Day and night lost distinction beneath the canopy of lights. Every body was spent, yet every eye burned with the fire of those about to witness a miracle. At last, at noon on the 3rd day, the principal structures were complete, though many details remained unfinished, and the hull's interior stood largely empty. The ship, over 20 meters in length with a streamlined profile, a towering mainmast, and a pair of menacing beaks on the prow and bowsprit, now dominated the refitted dock. Its hull was a deep brown, interrupted only by a newly carved totem of waves and wind on the bow, simple yet majestic in the sunlight. The stern bore the freshly painted characters Mo Yuan in bold, iron-fashioned strokes, radiating authority. Along the shore, every member of the Mo Yuan pavilion had gathered, whether they had labored on the build or not. Artisans bore soot and grease on their faces, yet their eyes shone with a fierce light. Warriors stood at arms, solemn and proud. The non-combatants tended to the wounded and craned their necks in eager expectation. Even Miss Su, propped by Li Wenxiu, stood at the forefront of the crowd. Lin Mo took his place at the prow, the sea wind billowing his cloak. He raised his voice through an iron horn so that it carried plainly to every ear. Friends, he intoned, this ship has no name, for its name will be written by each voyage we undertake and every victory we win. It is more than wood and iron. It is the embodiment of our will, our sweat, and our sacrifices, our ark. Today, it will first embrace the sea. He paused, his gaze sweeping over faces wearied by toil, alight with excitement, or clouded by anxious expectation. I know many of you still doubt, still fear, still watch from the sidelines, he continued. You doubt whether we can endure the threat of the wings of freedom and the countless sea beasts. You fear this world's unknown perils. You wonder how far so small a vessel can go. But I stand here today to tell you, and all who watch us, with a heavy hand he struck the cold rail, and his voice rang out like a bell. From this day forth, the Mo Yuan pavilion will fear no storm nor wave. This ship shall be our sword and our shield as we cleave the sea. Our aim is not mere survival. It is conquest. Conquer this furious sea, pierce the veil of this world's mysteries, and carve out a place to stand firm for ourselves and for all who would follow us. He turned to face the ocean, drew a deep breath, and proclaimed in a clear voice, I hereby declare the Mayuan Pavilion flagship launched and underway. A thunderous cheer rose up. Under that roar, the great wooden stay was severed and the dock gates yawned open, letting the sea pour in. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, the great dark brown warship emitted a low, primeval rasp as it slid along the oiled slipway, steady and unhurried, and entered the blue water. Spray flung up. The hull dipped and then steadied, buoyant once more as it rocked gently with the waves. It had succeeded. The shore erupted into more fervent applause. Many wept openly. Lin Mo did not linger. He turned and nodded to Sure Hao, Xiaochun, and the 10 sailors chosen as the first crew, including Zhao Tai and Lu Feng, who were already waiting at the gangway. Board. Set the sails. Sea trial begins. The crew, trained and disciplined, scrambled up the rope nets and took their stations. Sure How gripped the helm. Tall triangular sails, stitched from high-strength canvas, were slowly hoisted on the main and foremasts, swelling with the sea breeze and singing in full, rustling tones. Stern-mounted auxiliary paddles began to be driven by manpower, providing the initial thrust. The dark brown vessel, as if endowed with a soul, eased away from the dock, traced the coastline of Mayuan Pavilion Island, and steered for the wider ocean. The crowd on shore trailed behind, cheering, reluctant to depart. Su Qianqian watched the ship's silhouette shrink, sensing a faint but tangible bond forged through the heart of the sea. A relieved smile, pale and soft, touched her features. Qian Duo was already calculating how to leverage the triumph of this launch and the renown of the Storm King to secure further advantages and opportunities for Mayuan Pavilion. Beyond the horizon, curious vessels hastily changed course and hurried to spread word far and wide that the pavilion now possessed a large sailing ship and had successfully launched it. The Storm King had stepped aboard, sword in hand. The curtain of a new era was being drawn back by that black-sailed Leviathan. On the deep blue sea, the sail faded into the distance, leaving only a straight white wake, as if announcing the conqueror's arrival to the boundless ocean. Chapter 34. A triumphant debut. New maritime norms. The storm-sailed ship's maiden sea trial did not venture far. Sure How handled the unfamiliar behemoth with caution, conducting a series of fundamental tests roughly 10 nautical miles from Mayuan Pavilion Island. Steering responsiveness, speed under varying wind conditions, the rigging's load-bearing performance, the efficiency of the auxiliary paddle power, and the hull's overall stability. The results were heartening. Although the cavernous interior raised the center of gravity, causing a slight heel during sharp maneuvers, the keel's toughness and the hull's streamlined form delivered excellent recovery. With the main and foresails working in concert, the vessel could reach nearly 8 knots in moderate winds, and with human-powered paddles could briefly sprint past 10 knots. In an age still largely reliant on oars and crude sails, such speed was astonishing. A fine ship, Sure How muttered, gripping the wheel, feeling through his feet the steady, potent cadence of the sea. Even his ordinarily stern face betrayed a rare look of approval, though he admitted the handling required acclimation, particularly the helm, which responded far sluggishly compared to a skiff. Lin Mo stood at the prow, letting the salt wind brush his face while his gaze swept the surrounding waters with keen scrutiny. Apart from a few curious seabirds in attendance, only some distant, wary skiffs were visible. Scouts of various factions evidently cowed by the imposing presence of the black-sailed Leviathan and unwilling to approach. The trials are nearly complete. We will return, Lin Mo ordered, intending to acquaint everyone with the coordination of their stations. Tomorrow we begin tactical drills. The schooner carved a graceful arc across the sea and turned for home. Though the sailors' motions remained somewhat awkward, the fruits of their training were beginning to show. Hoisting and lowering the sails, adjusting the lines, relaying orders, patterns emerged where chaos had been. At that moment, the lookout, Xiao Chun, suddenly raised the alarm from the mast's crow's nest. Starboard bow, about 5 nautical miles. Smoke and flames. There appears to be a fight. Everyone sprang to alertness. Lin Mo raised a spyglass. Far to the east-southeast, on the rim of the horizon, blurred silhouettes of vessels were entangled amid plumes of black smoke and flashes of explosions. The distance made it impossible to discern the parties involved, yet the engagement seemed considerable. Shall we investigate? Sure How asked. Lin Mo pondered briefly. A newly launched ship, untested in combat, risked much by rashly entering an unfamiliar battle. Yet this was also an opportunity to assess real-world performance and to observe the disposition of nearby forces. Perhaps they could approach cautiously and observe from beyond the fighting line. After a moment, he decided, all hands full battle readiness. Load the ballistae. Archers to the deck. Do not open fire without my command. Aye, came the response. They altered course and crept toward the skirmish. As the distance diminished, the scene resolved. For ships were besieging one. The beleaguered vessel was a medium-sized, 2-masted merchantman, hull rent in many places and its sails aflame, fighting desperately. The attackers were 4 disparate craft, each bearing at their prows a black pennant depicting crossed bone blades and a lightning bolt, the sigil of the Freedom's wing. They were marauding the merchantmen. The merchantmen were no easy quarry. Shadowed figures crowded her decks. Arrows and thrown spears answered the onslaught, and even a couple of ballistae roared, repelling several boarding skiffs. Yet against 4 assailants, defeat seemed only a matter of time. It's the white bird, Duo, who had somehow scrambled onto the forecastle, cried, bringing another spyglass to her eye. Her face tightened. Captain Oldby was a man of integrity who ran short coastal routes between SH-738 and 739. They had traded with him on several occasions, and he was well regarded. Freedom's wing scum. Then Musquets chilled. Caesar had recently inflicted a grievous loss upon them and had, as ever, stooped to plundering neutral traders to recuperate, methods as cowardly as they were vile. Lord, do we engage? Sure Hao asked in a low voice, fingers tightening upon the wheel. On deck, Au, Zhao Tai, and the others clutched their weapons, eyes alight. Their new ship's maiden trial. They hungered for a decisive victory to validate themselves. Lin Mo did not answer at once. He was calculating. The enemy comprised 4 vessels, 2 warships similar to those he had seen before, and 2 modified clippers. He had only 1 new ship and fewer than 20 sailors. Though his hull was stout and his ordnance formidable by comparison, he stood at a severe disadvantage in manpower and experience. A head-on boarding engagement would be folly. His gaze swept the battlefield and rested upon the quiet, dangerous black-sailed ship beneath his feet. An idea sparked. No boarding, he decided. Lin Mo gave swift orders. Sure Hao. Seize the weather gauge and keep your distance. Ballistae, target the 2 fast ships, cripple their propulsion and rigging. Archers, harass their decks at will. Duo. Use flags and the horn to hail the white bird. Tell them to close on our position. We'll cover their retreat. The commands were crisp and immediate. Sure Hao took the helm. The sails caught the wind, and the ship described a swift arc to claim the windward position. They kept roughly 150 meters from the free-wing vessels, comfortably within the effective range of the heavy ballistae, yet beyond the reach of most enemy archers. Moyuengu is here. Free wing, cease your attack or be deemed to have declared war. Duo bellowed through a tin horn, while a seaman fluent in flags sent a succinct signal. The sudden appearance of the black-sailed Leviathan and the audible proclamation stilled the battle. The free-wing captains plainly recognized the newly famed ship in these waters. Their assault slackened. The 4 ships reformed warily, facing Moyuengu. The battered white bird, as if clutching at a lifeline, strained toward Lin Mo's banner. It's Moyuengu, the Storm King's ship. Came a jubilant cry from the white bird. King or no king, it's still a single ship. Take them along. Snarled a leader aboard 1 free-wing warship. He detached a warship and a clipper to intercept the merchantmen, while sending the remaining 2 vessels to finish the mysterious black-sailed ship. Predictably greedy, Lin Mo sneered and ordered, ballistae, aim at the fast ship. Fire. Calibrated and ready. 2 heavy ballistae thundered. The bolts, massive, shrieking through the air, hurtled toward the maneuvering clipper. Built for speed, the clipper's hull was comparatively light. 1 bolt skimmed a gunwale, throwing up splinters. The other struck true amidships toward the stern, tearing open the planking. What exploded, seawater gushed in, her speed collapsed, and she began to list into chaos. A single volley had disabled an enemy's propulsion. The free-wing leader inhaled sharply, stunned by the ballistae's power and precision. Yet having committed, he gritted his teeth, ordered his archers to loose, and pressed the ship closer to grapple. The black-sailed ship occupying the advantageous position proved swifter and far more nimble. Sure Hao steered with unerring calm, maintaining the perfect standoff distance from the enemy vessel. On deck, archers sheltered behind shields loosed volley after volley. Though the range and the sea's caprice blunted their accuracy, their arrows nonetheless disrupted the enemy's deck crew. Lin Mo refrained from unleashing the crossbow battery upon that craft. Instead, he ordered, aim at the other warship besieging the white bird, bring down its mast. The gunners adjusted their aim with haste. At that moment, the white bird was desperately disentangling itself, perilously close and at a difficult angle to its pursuer. Fire. Another impeccably timed broadside. 1 bolt flew wide, but another, as if guided by sight, struck the lower midsection of the enemy's mainmast with a brutal impact. Creaking and thunder, heavy hardwood groaned, then sheared in 2, rigging and canvas collapsing in a shuddering ruin upon the deck. The ship instantaneously lost its principal drive, yawed broadside upon the waves. unable to continue the chase and blocking its allies' line of advance. In an instant, the balance of battle reversed. Of the wings of freedom's 4 ships, one lay mortally wounded, another crippled. Only 2 remained serviceable, and one of those was momentarily occupied by the White Bird. The commander of a squadron that had charged the black-sailed vessel saw disaster unfold. Half his force ruined, while the strange black ship remained intact and eerily agile, and his courage evaporated. "Retreat," he barked, abandoning all pretense of honor as he turned his bow to flee. Attempt to flee? Lin Mo's gaze went ice-cold. He ordered pursuit at a cautious distance, peppering them with arrows and the crossbow battery. "Sure how? Do not let them slip away." The black-sailed ship clung like a persistent thorn, exploiting its speed to hover at just the right range astern of the fleeing vessel. The battery thundered intermittently while archers kept up a steady harassment. Though they could not sink her, they rendered her pitiable. Men were felled into the sea, sails perforated by shafts. Her speed bleeding away. At last, after leaving a dozen corpses and a ship full of injured behind, the pursued vessel staggered free and limped to rendezvous with another equally battered craft. Together they fled frantically southeast. The crippled ship and the mortally wounded fast boat were callously abandoned on the ocean. Their crews leapt into the water and swam desperately for the horizon. Lin Mo forbade a merciless pursuit. Let not the exhausted foe be hunted to annihilation. The sea is treacherous, and he must conserve strength and leave behind a few living witnesses for the sake of rumor. When the battle ended, the sea sighed back to calm, strewn only with burning wreckage, floating splinters, and the mournful cries of those who had fallen into the water. The White Bird drew alongside. Captain Bai, an embroidered, weathered, middle-aged man with a bandaged arm, stood upon his damaged prow and made a deep, grateful bow toward the black-sailed ship. "Master Lin, you have saved my life. I shall never forget your debt." "No need for such ceremony," Lin Mo replied, standing at the rail. "The wings of freedom run rampant. We are bound to watch one another's backs. How fares your vessel? Any casualties?" "7 brothers dead, more than a dozen wounded," Old Bai answered, voice raw with grief and relief. "The ship can still make way, barely, but it needs substantial repairs. Had you not arrived when you did, my entire crew and family would have been lost to the sea today. Come with me to Moyuan Pavilion and make ready for repairs," Lin Mo said. Lin Montauk invited. "Captain Bai, I have a word. I wish to speak with you, and with all those who still struggle to survive, about today's events and the rules that will govern these waters henceforth." Old Bai paused. Then as realization dawned, he bowed solemnly. "How could I refuse?" The black-sailed ship led the battle-scarred White Bird back toward Moyuan Pavilion Isle. Word of the engagement traveled swifter than the wind across SH-739 and the neighboring seas. Lin Mo, the Storm King, had taken his newly launched black galleon to sea for the first time and, by the strength of a single vessel, shattered a 4-ship raiding fleet of the Freedom's Wing, rescued the White Bird, and emerged virtually unscathed. The Freedom's Wing was routed once more. Their fierce supremacy had been checked. What seized the imagination of all who heard, however, were Lin Mo's parting words to Captain Bai about the rules of these waters. Every faction, crew, and solitary mariner who learned of the battle understood implicitly. In a region long governed by chaos and brute power, a new figure had arrived, intent on imposing order. Though he possessed only 1 ship and held dominion over a single isle, the prowess, skill, and unassailable composure he displayed compelled many to reconsider their course, whether to continue floundering amid the fear and turmoil sown by freedom's wing, or to cast their lot with this newly risen Storm King and the prospect of a more orderly future. On the tide, the black sail billowed, cleaving the waves toward home with unerring purpose. Aboard it lay more than men and triumph. It bore the nascent shape of a new era and the outline of maritime regulations soon to be enforced. Chapter 35. New decrees assert authority. Order emerges as the White Bird followed the black galleon into the modest quay of Moyuan Pavilion Isle. Captain Bai and his shaken crew were struck speechless by the scene before them. Expecting a camp of ruin and weary survivors, they instead beheld a disciplined, well-defended maritime stronghold. Robust stone and wood bulwarks wound around the isle. Watchtowers flew bright banners. Artisans busied themselves repairing fortifications while warriors patrolled and trained. In a newly constructed dockyard, the frames of several smaller vessels were already taking shape. The island exuded an efficient, vigorous vitality. a stark contrast to the rumors of disorder and despair that had circulated beyond its waters. Is this truly Mo Yuan Pavilion? A young sailor murmured behind Old Bai, incredulous. Captain Bai, please. Lin Mo had disembarked and stood waiting at the pier. He had exchanged his battle garb for simple, dark cloth and wore an expression of calm restraint rather than triumph. Old Bai hurried to lead his men ashore and bowed once more. Master Lin, forgive our intrusion. Your domain has opened our eyes. Merely the toil of survival, Lin Mo replied, and guided them toward a cluster of intact huts where the crew could be billeted for the time being. Su Qianqian, our physician, will have her people attend to the wounded. Food and water will be brought at once. Rest for now. The thoroughness of the arrangements moved the crew of the White Bird to tears of gratitude. Soon, steaming fish broth and freshly baked flatbreads arrived. Su Qianqian, though not yet fully recovered, accompanied Li Wenxiu and several herbalists to wash and dress the wounded. For those who had only just escaped death, these simple ministrations imparted a long-missed sense of safety and warmth. After a brief settling in, Lin Mo met Captain Bai alone in the Central Council tent. Qian Duo and Sure Hao remained present. The interior was spare, a rough wooden table and a few stools. Lin Mo poured hot water for Captain Bai and spoke without preamble. Captain Bai, I saved you out of principle. You need not trouble yourself over it. I asked you here to discuss maritime affairs. Captain Bai cradled the warm cup and smiled wryly. Master Lin, in these times, what constitutes legitimate commerce? It is merely risking life and limb to shuttle goods between survivor outposts for a meager meal, always on guard against wolves like Freedom S-Wing, just as today. If I told you this state of affairs could be altered, Lin Mo looked directly into his eyes. Captain Bai blinked in surprise. Altered? How could that be? Only someone capable of holding Freedom S-Wing at bay. Someone who can impose a degree of order upon these waters. He spoke with resignation. Freedom S-Wing was powerful, and Caesar S' reputation was fearsome. Rules are made by people, Lin Mo said with a calm, yet inarguable authority. Freedom S-Wing enforces the rule of the strong, pillage and predation. My rule is equitable trade and orderly mutual benefit. He signaled to Qian Duo. Qian Duo produced a brief code inscribed upon a waterproof hide and slid it across the table. The heading read, Interim Code for the MUNC Region, Draft. Captain Bai read the title and felt his pulse quicken. The provisions were succinct, reduced to several core articles. 1. Within the MUN Pavilion S sphere of influence, provisionally SH-739 and adjacent waters, the navigation and trading security of all vessels that abide by these rules shall be guaranteed. 2. Unprovoked attacks and plunder of other ships are prohibited, except in cases of legitimate self-defense or against publicly declared hostile forces. 3. The MUN Pavilion shall establish an arbitration office to receive and mediate maritime disputes, contingent upon the consent of both parties. 4. The pavilion will offer paid convoy services, berthing and repair facilities, and basic material supplies. 5. All vessels under the pavilion's protection are obliged to share non-core intelligence regarding sea conditions, weather, and hazardous zones. In small print at the end was a final clause. During the trial period, the MUN Pavilion reserves the right of final interpretation and the authority to enforce these rules by force. Captain Bai read the document again, his breathing growing heavier. Though few in number, those clauses struck at the heart of the greatest need for small merchant ships and crews, security. If even partially realized, they would no longer live in constant dread and could devote themselves to commerce and production. Master Lin, can this be achieved? Captain Bai asked, his voice trembling. Freedom S-Wing will not sit idly by, and there are countless other predatory bands. This will require the concerted effort of everyone who refuses to be prey. Lin Montauk replied, the MUN Pavilion will serve as the framework of the umbrella, but it will take ships like the White Bird together to hold up this sky. We do not demand tribute, nor do we coerce anyone into joining. We only ask that while you enjoy our protection, you observe the rules, and, within your means, exchange what you have for what you lack and watch one another's backs. This is an overt strategy to trade security and order for loyalty, intelligence, and a nascent commercial network. Old Bai was silent for a long time. He had prowled the seas for many years and was no innocent. Lin Modi Dane's ambition was vast, and the danger commensurate. Yet the present reality was stark. Without MUN Pavilion, his White Bird would have sunk today and his men would be dead. Following the brigand logic of Freedom Wing would ultimately mean being absorbed or obliterated. The path Lin Mo offered, at least, seemed to hold promise. I need time to consider, and I must consult the men aboard, Olbai finally said. His tone had softened considerably. Whatever the case, Pavilion Master Lin saved us today. Bye-bye. And everyone on the White Bird will remember this debt. If we are called upon, so long as it does not betray our conscience, we shall answer without hesitation. That will suffice. Lin Montauk nodded. You should remain here to repair the ship and tend your wounds. Consider your choice carefully. Qian Duo will coordinate supplies and repairs with you. After seeing the emotionally stirred Olbai off, Qian Duo hurried forward, his small eyes glittering. Master of the pavilion, splendid. With this proclamation, it is as if we extend an invitation to every minor power. If we prove capable of resisting Freedom Wing, allies will flock to us. Information, resources, manpower, they will all converge upon us. Provided we can hold them off, Sherhow said gravely, pouring cold water on the optimism. Caesar suffered such a defeat. He will not let it stand. Next time they come, it will not be only a handful of raiders. Our ship may be formidable, but it is only one vessel with a small crew. Defending what we have is feasible. Seizing large swathes of sea or striking proactively is far from assured. I know. Lin Mo walked to the edge of the shelter and stared at the bustling island beyond. We need allies and we need time. Qian Duo. See to it that today's battle and the contents of our code are disseminated in an appropriate manner. Emphasize that we repelled Freedom Wing and sheltered merchant ships. For those wavering, oppressed small crews, approach them discreetly and offer measured assistance. Understood. The propaganda front is part of the commercial war. Qian Duo accepted the order. Sure how? Lin Mo turned to him. While strengthening our defenses, select a second cohort of seamen from the reserves and craftsmen and begin boarding drills. Also investigate whether we can, using existing materials and captured vessels from Freedom Wing, hastily retrofit several fast cutters or auxiliary warships to coordinate with our main ship. They need not be heavily armed. Reconnaissance, harassment, and transport capability will suffice. Refitting captured ships will take time, but it is feasible. I will start at once, Sherhow replied. One more thing, Lin Mo added. Contact Longhun Steel Spear. Send them a copy of our code, clarify our stance and intent, and solicit their counsel and potential cooperation. Also inquire about Freedom Wing's latest deployments and whether there is news regarding the Stonemason Brotherhood. The three dispersed to carry out their orders. Lin Mo remained alone in the meeting shelter, his fingers drumming the tabletop absent-mindedly. Implementing the new code and consolidating their strength had been placed on the agenda sooner than he had anticipated. But the moment was fleeting. Atop the renown won by repelling the wings of freedom and rescuing the White Bird, the flag must be raised without delay. Caesar's vengeance hung like a sword over their heads. Before it fell again, he had to weave a net stout enough to hold. Farther still lay long-term enigmas and threats that could not be ignored. The summons of the restive sea, the secrets sleeping in the forest abyss, the silence of the Stonemason Brotherhood, and the deep-sea tremors perceived by Su Qianqian. He stepped out of the shed. The setting sun painted the water in molten gold and crimson. By the quay, the black-sailed Leviathan lay moored like a dormant beast. Further off, the White Bird's crew, aided by members of the Mayuan Pavilion, were hauling supplies and patching the hull. Snatches of conversation and the occasional laugh drifted over the water, relief at surviving the wreck, and perhaps a guarded hope for what lay ahead. The seed of order had been planted. Whether it would blaze into flame depended on what came next, whether the tempest to the wings of freedom would strike first, or whether Lin Mo's rules would take root in this merciless sea. He turned and walked toward the dock, under Sherhow's direction. The craftsmen were feverishly dismantling and refitting the captured wings of freedom vessels. Tom would not wait. He had to play the cards in his hand, one by one, placing each in the position of greatest advantage. Chapter 36. The Provisional Code takes effect. Black market clashes the temporary regulations for the Mayuan waters. Once cast into SH-739 and its surrounding seas, produced reverberations far beyond expectations, like a droplet into boiling oil. Qian Duo's manipulation of public opinion proved remarkably effective. Through several semi-public intelligence channels, he disseminated the full text of the regulations and carefully leaked an account, tastefully dramatized, of the Mayuan Pavilion's Black Sail flagship's first triumph and the rescue of the White Bird. He even furnished visuals of the ship's crew receiving treatment ashore and of repair work underway. Images fabricated from coarse sketches and shards of crystal photograph fragments. For a time, Topics such as the Storm King Lin MO's attempt to impose new maritime order, the Wings of Freedom's punitive blow, and the UN Pavilion's offer of a secure trading zone spread like wildfire across regional channels and in private gatherings at small enclaves. Reactions varied. Small teams and solitary merchant vessels long preyed upon by the Wings of Freedom or other marauders saw, in the pallid light, a slender promise of dawn. Though few dared to voice public support, some ships quietly began to avoid traditional perilous routes and tentatively approach the 30 nautical mile zone surrounding the Mauyuan Islands to probe the waters. Slightly stronger but still beleaguered mid-sized groups adopted a cautious wait-and-see stance. They admired Lin Mo's display of strength and his vision of order, yet feared this could be the prelude to another Wings of Freedom uprising or doubted whether the Mauyuan Pavilion could withstand the inevitable frenzied counterstrike from Caesar. Most numerous, however, were the lurking eyes and calculating minds in the shadows. The remaining elements of the Wings of Freedom, other predatory bands from neighboring regions, and certain independent ne'er-do-wells with convoluted backgrounds watched coldly, assessing the mettle of this newly crowned Storm King and calculating how best to profit. Lin Mo understood all of this perfectly. He did not expect a single inked ordinance to earn him universal obeisance. It was nothing more than a signal. A sieve meant to separate those who hunger for order and are willing to cooperate from the murky swamps of chaos. A few days later, the first visitors came of their own accord. Not a fleet, but 3 unassuming fishing rafts bearing 7 or 8 gaunt figures whose eyes nevertheless betrayed a hard-earned shrewdness. They called themselves the Scavengers Union, a small mutual aid collective eking out a living by salvaging wreckage from abandoned isles and shallow sea relics, habitually driven off and exploited by stronger factions. Their leader was an elderly woman with streaked hair and knobby fingers, Luo Pa. Addressing Pavilion Master Lin, she said they sought no asylum, only a relatively secure spot at the edge of his designated waters where they might sort their hull, mend their tools, and occasionally trade picked over refuse for sustenance and medicine. They pledged to follow the rules, remit a portion of their gains as anchorage fees, and share the trivial scrap intelligence they came across. Practical and humble in their demeanor, they embodied precisely what Lin Mo needed at that juncture: fresh lifeblood, actionable information, and proof that his regulations could yield tangible benefits. Very well, Lin Mo received them personally. 3 nautical miles east of the Mauyuan Pavilion, a cluster of reefs that rose above the water would serve as their temporary haven. For trade, they were to deal with Steward Chien Duo. The instructions were simple: observe the rules and avoid trouble. There lies your harbor. Luo Pa bowed with profuse thanks and withdrew. Before long, the reef, mockingly christened Scavenger's Corner, began to smoke with cooking fires and take on the modest bustle of life. From the scraps of information the Union offered, Chien Duo sifted several useful leads. A significant metallic anomaly beneath a southeastern reef suggesting a possible wreck. Unfamiliar, oddly shaped large vessels prowling the periphery toward the restless sea. And murmurs that the Freedom Wings were quietly hoarding sulfur and a heat-resistant clay. Almost simultaneously came a reply from the Dragon's Soul Steel Spear. Lengthy, cautious yet positively toned. The message acknowledged Lin Mo's endeavor to institute order as a necessary countermeasure to the anarchic code championed by the Freedom Wings. They offered cooperation in intelligence exchange and limited material assistance, particularly provisions and medical supplies, and pledged to provide strategic deterrence when necessary and feasible. They were clear, however, that they would not directly intervene in an armed confrontation between Mauyuan Pavilion and the Freedom Wings unless hostilities escalated to imperil the survival of Dragon Nation as survivors. Regarding the Stonecutter Brotherhood, Dragon Soul's intelligence was scant. Their operations appeared increasingly clandestine, focused on the systematic exploration of a specific deep-sea, steely forest relic, perhaps in pursuit of deciphering some ancient script or reclaiming lost technology. As for the Freedom Wings, Dragon's Soul corroborated parts of Luo Pa's tips. Caesar, having returned to his stronghold, was meting out savage punishments to graceless commanders while simultaneously emptying stockpiles. Through multiple intermediaries, he was buying sulfur, saltpeter, lamp oil, and vast quantities of timber for arrow shafts and planking without regard to cost. He appears to be preparing for a large-scale, high-intensity strike, and the Mauyuan Pavilion is a highly probable target. Sulfur, saltpeter, lamp oil. Does he intend to unleash a conflagration? Sure Hao read the intelligence report with a tightening brow. Or manufacture explosives. Our ships and fortifications are mostly wooden. Fire is our greatest vulnerability. Having learned from past losses, Caesar knew that brute force seldom paid. He sought other means. Lin Mo mused. Are they buying timber merely to replace damaged warships, or is there a darker purpose? Su Qianqian, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke. Her voice was still faint, but her thoughts were lucid. The heart of the ocean is extremely sensitive to large-scale energy concentrations. If Caesar intends to amass vast quantities of explosives or incendiaries, the preparations cannot be entirely hidden. The energy fluctuations will betray them. I can attempt a focused attunement toward the Freedom Wing stronghold. Perhaps I can issue an early warning. That's far too risky. Li Wei protested at once. You're not fully recovered. Directional attunement drains more, and it might draw the attention of any sentience on their side. It's worth trying, Su Qianqian insisted. Passive suffering is worse than proactive warning. I only need to know whether a dangerous, large-scale energy accumulation is occurring. I don't require specifics. Lin Mo studied her pale face and resolute eyes. Finally he nodded. You may attempt it, but you must regulate the duration and intensity. Stop immediately if you feel any discomfort. Li Wei, assist her and prepare calming and replenishing remedies. Understood. Li Wei raplia reluctantly. Just then Qian Duo rushed in, his expression a strange mix of excitement and gravity. Leader, there is a substantial deal, but it's hot to handle. He lowered his voice. An intermediary arranged it. A mysterious seller wants to move a large consignment. At least 500 gene of refined sulfur, 200 gene of purified saltpeter, 30 barrels of high-grade oil, and 50 treated hemlock beams. Perfect mass timber. A chill ran through the group. Sulfur, saltpeter, oil. Prime timber. Weren't these the very items Caesar had been feverishly acquiring? Who was the seller? What do they want in exchange? Lin Mo asked. The seller is exceedingly secretive, communicating only through encrypted channels. Their identity is unknown. The price is steep and not ordinary goods. They demand 3 specific items. First, the complete craftwork for the bronze armor plates we auctioned before. Second, a detailed report on the distribution of internal energy nodes within the sleeping abyss, even if only conjectural. And third, Qian Duo hesitated. A 1-year safe passage guarantee personally signed by Lin Mo, covering the SH 700 to 750 region. Quite a stomach, someone muttered. They wanted not only technical processes, but critical intelligence and Lin Mo's reputation as surety. Extortion or a probe? Perhaps both, Lin Mo said, tapping his fingers on the table. Whoever can produce such a cash that Caesar craves must either be a deeply rooted, powerful force, or there is turmoil within the Freedom Wings. Someone there may be using us to trip Caesar while lining their own pockets. Do we accept? Qian Duo asked. Acceptance could entangle them in an unknown conspiracy and risk leaking technology. Lin Mo glanced at him. The bronze armor craft isn't our deepest secret, but it remains a valuable asset. Accept, he said with scarcely a moment's hesitation, though with altered terms. We will provide a simplified version of the bronze process, stripped of the core alloy ratios and quenching procedures. The report from the dormant Lin Yuan offered only a hazy analysis of the peripheral energy field, withholding any detail about the core region. When asked to guarantee safe passage, a chill gleamed in his eyes. He would only vouch for the safety of waters directly controlled by the Mayuan Pavilion and for 3 specifically designated public sea lanes. He appended a proviso. If the protected party were to initiate hostilities against the Mayuan Pavilion or its allies, the guarantee would be instantly nullified and the party deemed hostile. Lin Mo added his own conditions. The transaction site would be of their choosing, the sooner the better, and they would insist upon inspecting the goods in person. He also ordered an inquiry into the intermediary's background and the probable provenance of the cargo. This was a dance on the blade's edge, a barter of non-essential technologies and ambiguous intelligence for strategic material capable of inflicting grievous harm on Caesar, while simultaneously probing the hidden intentions of adversaries and allies alike. Danger and opportunity lay entwined. Qian Duo accepted the orders and moved swiftly. Over the next 2 days, beneath the island's placid surface, eddies of tension swelled. Scavenger-S Corner gradually attracted several small groups, and the reef area took on the semblance of a miniaturized neutral bazaar under the Mayuan Pavilion's rules. Trade remained modest, yet information began to coalesce. Under meticulous conditioning, Su Qianqian conducted 2 brief, directed sensing sessions. The returns were indistinct but alarming. In the direction of Freedom S-Wing S stronghold, multiple unstable, malevolent energy nodes were detected, varied in intensity but widespread, their distribution betraying an artificial origin. Li Wei, meanwhile, led craftsmen and some sailors in relentless labor, converting seas hulls and spare materials into 2 light sentry boats, long and slender, fitted with small sails and spare oars. They were swift and lightly armed, insufficient for heavy combat, but ideal for reconnaissance, courier duties, and harrying small enemy units. After a tense exchange of offers and covert investigation, Qian Duo secured a preliminary accord with the enigmatic seller. The rendezvous was set for an abandoned, lawless islet between the spheres of the Mayuan Pavilion and Freedom S-Wing, at midnight the following night. As dusk fell, Lin Mo stood upon the forecastle of the black-sailed ship, staring at the ink-like sea. Tomorrow's transaction could prove either a snare or a turning point. Sui Yanyan sensed aggregations, Caesar's frantic procurement, and the sudden appearance of the mysterious vendor were like scattered pieces of a puzzle, hinting at an approaching tempest. Could his vessel, his rules, and the nascent order he had just begun to cultivate withstand the coming storm, or even rise upon it? He tightened his grip on the rail. Its cold bite sharpened his thoughts. Whatever fate approached, he would meet it. The moment he chose to stand forth and impose a new code upon this blood-stained sea, retreat ceased to be an option. Only by pressing onward and crushing every impediment could he carve a path for those who would follow. Chapter 37. Night Voyage of Doubt. The Mentor appears at midnight. The sea lay black as ink, pierced only by a few pallid stars struggling through the low-hung clouds. The black-sailed ship Mayuan drifted like an imperceptible specter, every light extinguished, guided solely by Su Qianqian's ocean heart, her subtle attunement to the currents, and sure how seasoned helmsmanship. The vessel glided under the cloak of night toward the lawless ruined isle they had agreed upon. Tension coiled taut aboard, apart from indispensable sailors, and at the wheel, Lin Mo and Sure Hao. The deck held only Au, Xiao Chun, and 5 of the ship's finest warriors, all clad in dark armor with weapons within easy reach. Su Qianqian remained below, her complexion still pallid, yet she insisted on accompanying them. In such circumstances her perception was the only reliable pair of eyes. 3 nautical miles from the target, Sure Hao's voice dropped to a whisper. There were no energy signatures of large vessels nearby, but something lay beneath the waves, faint, as if lying in ambush. Su Qianqian closed her eyes and listened inwardly for a moment before inclining her head. Not a great sea beast, perhaps a planted sensor, or a small diving apparatus. Its energy profile was unfamiliar. Then Montakis Gaza tightened. As they had feared, their counterparts had prepared contingencies. The ruined isle's silhouette emerged from the dark like the carcass of a leviathan sprawled upon the sea. Their rendezvous lay in a lee-sheltered shallow bay on the island's north side. From afar the inlet was mute, the only sound the monotonous slap of waves against rock. Slow down. Keep distance. Send a scouting skiff forward, Lin Mo ordered. A light scout boat was lowered. Xiao Chun, with 2 experienced seamen, slipped across the water as silently as a water strider. Moments later, a rhythmic, faint bird call, an arranged safety signal, answered from the dark. Only then did the Mayuan drift to the bay's edge and drop anchor 100 meters from shore. From that standoff point, their bolt throwers would command much of the mouth of the bay while permitting an orderly withdrawal if needed, almost simultaneously with the anchor's descent. A lone lantern shrouded in heavy cloth glowed within the shadow of rocks on the bay's inner side. Its dim light reached only a few meters. Beneath it stood 3 figures draped in gray cloaks, their forms swallowed by voluminous fabric. Beside them lay several square parcels wrapped in oilcloth, presumably the goods for trade. As expected, the other party had arrived on time and brought few people. Qian Duo, bring men to inspect, Lin Mo signaled. Sure Hao, keep watch. Oh, take 2 and come with me. Donning light leather armor with a modified bolt thrower slung across his back and a short blade at his hip, Lin Mo was the first to clamber down the rope ladder into the skiff. Qian Duo and 2 knowledgeable craftsmen followed him. The skiff sliced the tranquil water toward the lone lantern. As they approached, Lin Mo discerned the 3 gray-robed figures more clearly. Each wore a mask obscuring the lower half of the face, revealing only eyes that betrayed no emotion. The central figure was of medium stature, hands tucked within long sleeves. Its presence as still and inscrutable as a stone. Master Lin, an honor, the central figure intoned. The voice had been deliberately altered, with a metallic rasp that rendered it neither wholly male nor female. The goods are here. Our terms? Lin Mo stepped onto the damp rock, his gaze sweeping the oilcloth-wrapped parcels. If the goods pass inspection, payment will be rendered, he replied, motioning to Qian Duo. Qian Duo and his craftsmen advanced, carefully peeling back a corner of the oilcloth. They examined the sulfur S color, assessed the purity of the saltpeter, tested the viscosity of the lamp oil, and tapped the timber to judge its hardness and grain. After a brief pause, Qian Duo offered Lin Mo the slightest, almost imperceptible nod. The merchandise was genuine, of superior caliber, and the quantity essentially matched. The technical blueprints and intelligence reports were all present. Lin Mo produced 2 sealed bamboo tubes from his breast and set them upon a flat reef. Inside was a simplified bronze armor technique, its 3 core steps omitted. Yet its fundamental framework and underlying principles remained intact. There were also records of peripheral energy field fluctuations around the slumbering Moyuan and an initial hypothesis. The core zone was not addressed. The gray-robed leader glanced at the tubes, but did not immediately seize them. Instead, he asked slowly, and the guarantee? Lin Mo then produced a 3rd item, a specially made token, a thin sheet of metal pressed into shape, etched with the characters Moyuan and a modest wave motif. On the reverse, Lin Mo had incised an intricate personal mark with a special cutter, difficult to replicate, and a line of small script. Bearer of this token shall be accorded temporary safe passage within the 3 shipping lanes under Moyuan's jurisdiction, see appendix, and its controlled areas. Valid for 1 year. Note, should the bearer initiate hostilities against me or my allies, this token becomes void and shall be treated as proof of enmity. He placed the token upon the reef as well. The token is here. The terms are explicit. The ball is now in your court. The gray-robed leader fell silent for several seconds, as if weighing the proposition. At last he raised his hand, signaling his companions to push the cargo toward Lin Mo. He stepped forward to retrieve the 3 items. Just as his fingers were about to touch the bamboo tubes, a sudden aberration erupted. A roaring rocket, blazing, streaked from an unknown quarter across the ink-black sky and struck a nearby heap of discarded planks. Flames surged up instantly, lighting half the cove. Almost simultaneously, the water at the cove's mouth exploded into spray. 4 one-man, torpedo-shaped, pitch-black mini-submersibles burst from the sea. Their bows flashed with a cold gleam. Reinforced rams and openings for underwater crossbow ports glinted ominously. Farther up on the ruined island, points of fire winked in the shadows. The twang of bowstrings and the whistle of thrown spears cleaved the night. An ambush, and for more than 1 quarter. Enemy attack. Protect the Pavilion Lord. Sure how's roar came from the black-sailed ship. On board the Moyuan, bolt cannons thundered, pouring lead toward the black subs and the flares above. On the reef, Lin Mo reacted with lightning speed. As the rocket detonated, he dropped low and bellowed, "Fall back!" To the ship, Qian Duo and the craftsmen scrambled to shove the heavy parcels. A Wu and 2 warriors raised their shields to form a protective screen before Lin Mo, deflecting several arrows streaking through the air. The 3 gray-robed figures appeared momentarily startled, but did not descend into chaos. The leader swiftly tucked the bamboo tubes and the token into his robes, while the other 2 dragged 2 rectangular metal cases from the cargo, and with nimble hands, flung them open. Inside lay 2 exquisitely engineered folding crossbows, their mechanisms flashing with a faint blue sheen. "Not our men," the leader snarled at Lin Mo, his voice shedding its disguise to reveal a slightly hoarse male timbre. "Water Ghost and Night Owl of the Wings of Freedom, Caesar's assassination squad." He lifted a hand crossbow and, without hesitation, fired in rapid succession at the nearest charging black submersible. The crossbow bolt flew with blistering speed, its tip drawing a ghostly azure afterimage in the darkness before striking the flank of a submarine. The vessel shuddered and began to take on water. Freedom's wing? How could Caesar have known about this transaction? And why dispatch such an elite assassination detachment? Lin Mo had no time to ponder. He fired back with his modified crossbow at the short spears raining down from above, while ordering his companions to retreat toward the small launch. The assault was eerily precise, rockets to illuminate and sow confusion, a submerged submarine, and elevated crossbowmen sealing escape routes and hunting key targets. With a muffled crash, a black submarine rammed the little boat carrying them. It splintered, and everyone was cast into the icy sea. Lin Mo fought to the surface, shook the brine from his face, and saw Ao grappling with a frogman in a black rubber suit who had emerged from the sub. From above, more bolts and spears descended like a metallic rain. "Take cover behind the rocks," Lin Mo shouted, loosing an arrow at a high crossbowman. The man gave a pained cry and collapsed. The gray-robed leader and his companions displayed astonishing combat discipline. Back to back, wielding hand crossbows and a curious short staff that could launch razor blades, they temporarily held off the converging strikes from beneath and the flank. Their weapons bore clear technological advantages. "Master Lin," the gray-robed leader called abruptly, pointing toward a darker jumble of boulders deeper within the ruined isle. "There is cover. Move in." Lin Mo cast a quick glance at the direction of the black-sailed ship. Sure had deployed bolt launchers and archers to suppress the high ground and was trying to bring a rendezvous launch to pick them up. But submarines and a storm of bolts blocked any approach. Remaining in the open shallows or on the surface would be to stand exposed. "Go," Lin Mo decided decisively, giving the command to Ao and the others as he swam toward the rubble indicated by the gray-robed man. They clambered up a patch of slick reef and slipped into the natural shelter formed by jagged stone. Arrows and spears clanged against rock, sending sparks flying. For the moment they were safe, yet effectively trapped. Outside, Freedom's Wing's assassination team was tightening its cordon. The black-sailed ship was entangled with the submarines and could not force its way through. "Who are you?" Lin Mo asked, leaning against the cold stone and gasping, his gaze fixed on the gray-robed leader. During the earlier melee, the man's mask had been half torn away, revealing a face in his 40s, gaunt, high-cheekboned, eyes cavernous with intensity, a long old scar carving his lip. The gray-robed leader, the scar-faced man, peeled back his tattered cloak to reveal a body-hugging gray garment of unusual weave that seemed to swallow light. He glanced at Lin Mo without directly answering, then spoke briskly. "Caesar has had his eyes on this consignment for a long time. We deliberately leaked portions of the deal to draw him out and eliminate him. We did not expect him to send such a tenacious assassination squad. We apologize for implicating you." "Deliberate leak? Lured him out?" Lin Mo's eyes chilled. "You used us as bait?" "Mutually beneficial," the scar-faced man replied with calm equanimity. "You secure the cargo. We coaxed Caesar's hidden piece into the open. The plan shifted slightly. We underestimated the number of the night owls." He glanced outward, though he knew they would not succeed so easily. No sooner had he spoken than a sharper, unlike any bow's shriek rent the air. Explosions and screams followed. Lin Mo peered through the fissure in the stone and saw that high on the ruined island, where the Free Wings crossbowmen had hidden, several clusters of searing white fire had suddenly detonated, accompanied by blinding flashes and a stinging odor, specialized flash concussion charges. "Our people," the scarred man observed coolly. "The master taught us always to leave a contingency." "Master?" "The stonemason's brotherhood's master?" The sudden strike had disrupted the threat from above, and the pressure from the black-sailed vessel eased sharply. Seizing the moment, Sure ordered the ballistae to concentrate their fire. They finally destroyed a troublesome black submersible and opened a gap. The picket boat darted in and took Lin Mo and the others aboard. "Go!" Lin Mo hesitated no longer and led them toward the boat. The scarred man and his companions made no move to board. "The deal is done. We are even," he said, nodding to Lin Mo with a complex look. "Pavilion Lord Lin, your code is intriguing. I hope our next meeting will not be under such ignominious circumstances. One more thing. The secret of the sleeping Lin Yuan runs far deeper than you imagine. Be careful with that cube." With that, he and his companions retreated swiftly into the deeper shadows among the rubble, as if they had never been there. From the picket boat, Lin Mo looked back to see only scattered fires on the ruined isle and the battle's noises receding. The Free Wings assassination squad seemed to have received a withdrawal order and were quickly pulling away. A carefully arranged exchange and ambush had culminated in a three-way melee, from which each party disentangled themselves. BMO Yuan gathered everyone and set course for home. Below decks, Lin Mo changed out his sodden clothes, stared at the piles of sulfur and oil stowed in the corner, and traced the small rolled, encrypted parchment the scarred man had slipped him. The parchment bore a single line of text and a mark. To learn the matter of the cube. 3 days hence, coordinates, XXXYY, meet at the Lone Tower. Master. The stonemason's brotherhood's master had at last shown himself. Caesar's assassination squad had likewise sharpened its fangs. This sea truly offered no respite. 3 days passed amid tense preparations. The aftershocks of the night raid on the ruined isle had yet to subside. The emergence of the Free Wings assassins and the stonemason's master summoned were like two stones dropped into a deep pool, sending concentric ripples through the Yuan pavilion. The sea's sulfur, saltpeter, oil, and spruce timber were secreted away in a reinforced underground depot, personally entrusted to Schurhau's loyal guards. These supplies might serve as weapons against Caesar, but they could equally invite further covetous eyes. Lin Mo disclosed little of the master's invitation, informing only his inner circle that a pivotal contact with a mysterious power awaited them. He entrusted the island's defenses and internal affairs wholly to Schurhau, and instructed Qian Duo to intensify internal and external intelligence monitoring, with particular attention to any new movements from the Free Wings after their assassination team's setback. Su Qianqian's body, carefully tended, had recovered considerably, yet her spirit remained weary. When she learned that Lin Mo was to attend the mentor summons, she fell silent for a long moment before saying only, "Take this." She handed him a small talisman fashioned from a rare seaweed fused with the residues of that golden liquid, its surface exuding a faint, soporific coolness. "It might help keep you lucid, to ward against certain disturbances of the mind," she murmured. Her ocean heart attuned her to subtle energies, and she harbored a vague but insistent suspicion that this mentor was no ordinary man. Meanwhile, Li Wei bent over a mountain of records and the fragment of dragon bone, attempting to discern further clues about the cube and the so-called ancient civilization from stormship schematics and the scattered data Lin Yuan had brought back, hoping to furnish Lin Mo with something useful for the meeting. On the third evening, Lin Mo slipped away from Yuan Pavilion alone, piloting a swift, lightly modified scout craft. He had brought no companions. That had been the mentor's explicit stipulation in his sealed message. The sail rose, and the boat bore him toward the coordinates given, a lone tower on the northwestern fringe of Sector SH-739, near the boundary with the neighboring region. The coordinates led to a minute islet, almost entirely sheer rock. At the island's heart stood a ruined stone tower, constructed of some ashen, grayish masonry weathered by wind and salt. Its walls were streaked with pitting and clinging dark vines. The spire had collapsed, leaving the structure roughly 20 meters in height, an uncanny silhouette against the desolation. There was no quay. Lin Mo moored the scout to a jutting reef and clambered up the slippery cliff. The wind here had become a keening, bitter thing, spitting tiny salt grains against his face. He tightened his hand on the short knife at his waist and surveyed his surroundings with care before proceeding toward the tower's sole entrance, a low, cavernous arch inside. It was black save for the wan light that seeped through the collapsed roof and fissures in the walls. The air was cold and damp, heavy with mold and the brine of the sea. Moss and loose stones carpeted the spiral steps that wound upward. He did not hesitate. His footsteps echoed through the hollow tower as he ascended, senses taut and heightened. The talisman from Su Qianqian lay against his chest, a steadying chill against his sternum. The interior seemed deserted, bearing only the traces of long years, until he reached the third tier, the most intact level, and glimpsed another presence. This floor had no windows, but at its center stood a crude stone table flanked by 2 benches. Upon the table burned a simple bronze oil lamp. Its small flame steadied the gloom and illuminated the figure seated opposite. The man wore a gray, unremarkable cloak like the others, though his hood lay partially down, revealing much of a scarred face, the same scarred man Lin Mo had briefly collaborated with on the desolate isle before. He sat quietly, hands folded upon the table, his gaze composed as Lin Mo mounted the final step. "Master Lin, please sit," the scar man, or rather, the mentor, said in a tranquil voice, bearing a curious magnetism that compelled calm. He gestured to the opposite bench. Lin Mo did not sit immediately. His eyes swept the floor, cataloging every shadowed corner. The chamber was cramped and unobstructed. Besides the stone table, the stone stools, and the single oil lamp, there was nothing else. He detected no other presence. "Rest easy. It is only you and me." The mentor seemed to read his thoughts. The ruined isle is crowded and prying. Some matters are not fit for public ears. Here it is quiet, and for now at least, it is safe. Only then did Lin and Mo take a seat upon the stone bench opposite the mentor. The lamp's light danced across their faces, casting trembling shadows. How should I address you? Mentor? Or something else? Lin and Mo asked. Names are unimportant, merely labels. You may call me Mentor or Greystone. The mentor's tone remained calm. I called you here for two reasons. First, to apologize for the affair on the ruined isle. Using your transaction as bait was ill-considered. Second, there are matters that have come to the point where you ought to know them. About that cube? About Lin Yuan's slumber? Or about this world? Lin Mo cut straight to the point. A trace of approval flickered in the mentor's eyes. You're perceptive. Yes, they're all related. He straightened slightly and began with an answer to the first question. The pale gray cube embedded in the ancient wood, we call it a civilization node. Or the observer SI. The observer SI? Then Montauk found it. This world was neither formed naturally, nor is it merely a playground for gods and demons. The mentor said slowly, each word weighing as if with 1,000-fold gravity. It is a testing ground for a civilization selection program. Humanity on the old Earth was teetering toward collapse for countless reasons. One or more higher intelligences, perhaps advanced civilizations, perhaps custodians of some cosmic law beyond our comprehension, initiated this selection. They projected billions of human consciousnesses into this simulated oceanic world, endowed them with varied initial conditions and innate talents, and observed how we would survive, evolve, compete, cooperate, and whether we might ultimately give rise to a new order or traits capable of preserving the flame of civilization. Even though Lin Mo had braced himself, those words still struck him with force. Civilization selection? Higher intelligences? A testing ground? It sounded incredible, yet it also matched the manifold peculiarities of this world. What evidence? Lin Mo forced himself to calm. The evidence lies within the observer's eyes you discovered, within the depths of the sleeping Lin Yuan, at the heart of the restless sea, and in all the marked ruins. The mentor replied, gesturing upward as if toward the endless void beyond the tower. These nodes are part of the system that sustains this world. They are probes for recording and observation. They gather region-specific data, monitor energy flows, and, under certain conditions, make subtle adjustments to the experiment as progression. Adjustments? For example, sea beast tides? Whether catastrophes? Lin Mo immediately thought. Partly yes, but more often the influence is latent and macroscopic. The distribution of resources in a region, the unlocked thresholds of certain technologies, even the luck of individual subjects. The mentor's voice carried a faint, barely perceptible irony. Of course, the system has rules and limits. It cannot arbitrarily erase or over-intervene, lest the experiment lose its purpose. It functions more like a complex ecological simulator, rife with variables and trigger conditions. Lin Mo absorbed the revelations, and the knots of doubt in his mind began to loosen and link together. Why was there a sign-in system, innate talents, inexplicable supply, crates and blueprints? Why did sea beast incursions and natural disasters follow patterns? Why did unnatural landmarks, such as the Eye of the Storm and the Path of Eternal Frost, exist at all? Do the Stonemasons Brotherhood know of this? What are your aims? Lin Montauk pressed it. We were among the first to glimpse the truth, or rather, we refused to remain mere specimens under observation. The mentor replied, his gaze growing distant. Our goal is not rebellion for its own sake. Our goal is comprehension, exploitation, and striving. To understand the system's rules and its loopholes, to appropriate the knowledge and technologies left in ruins and nodes to accelerate our development. To contend for a higher appraisal when the final culling concludes, to earn passage to the new world, or to seize administrator privileges within this proving ground. Administrator privileges, Lin Mo thought, recalling the title and the faint sensation he had received when his island was upgraded. You approached me to cooperate? Lin Mo asked, meeting the mentor's eyes. You have potential, the mentor conceded. 2 SSS-tier talents and a 100-fold amplification system. Such a combination is exceedingly rare in this early phase of the trial. You are cautious, strategic, adept at concealment and growth, and, rarer still, you have begun to impose order, something higher observers may value more than blunt force. Moreover, you have touched and influenced the observer's eye. That alone marks you on the system's list of interests. If we cooperate, we can share intelligence on the system and the ruins, provide mutual support when probing hazardous zones, and exchange needed technologies and resources. We need not merge. We can remain independent yet coordinate on crucial objectives. The mentor outlined conditions. For instance, to explore the eye of the storm in the turbulent sea, where higher-order nodes or databases likely await, and to address Caesar and whatever forces of other specimens might be backing him. There are others backing Caesar? Lin M.O. seized on this crucial point. The rise of the wings of liberty was too swift, too smooth, the mentor said. Caesar's S-tier talent, Thunder's Wrath, is formidable, but alone it cannot explain how he amassed such resources and personnel or forged a fleet so quickly. We suspect he too contacted a ruin or node and received some aid, or allied with a faction that glimpsed part of the truth but chose a different path. His frantic procurement and preparations indicate his sights are set on more than just you. The torrent of information silenced Lin M.O. He needed time to sort it. Cooperation with the Stonemasons Brotherhood carried both benefit and peril. They clearly knew more, but were more enigmatic and harder to control. I need time to think, he finally said. Of course, the mentor replied, unsurprised. Cooperation rests on voluntariness and trust. You may deliberate. As a token of good faith and compensation for the ruined island, he produced from his bosom a thin gray booklet, neither paper nor leather, and slid it toward Lin M.O. This is an introductory handbook on the elementary recognition and application of energy runes, accompanied by a secondary relic map marking SH-739 and 3 nearby sites that appear relatively secure and may harbor clues to star pattern steel substitute ores or submerged ironwood deposits. You may verify its authenticity. Lin M.O. regarded the booklet and the folded maps without immediately reaching for them. The price? None beyond this. Consider it an investment. The mentor rose. The oil lamp threw his shadow long and distorted across the tower's weathered wall. A storm approaches. Lin M.O. Caesar's revenge is but a prelude. The true trial may well emerge from the ocean's abyss, or perhaps from the system itself. Whether you remain a thrashing piece upon the board or endeavor to fathom the game and sway its rules is a choice that falls to you. He ascended the ruined stairwell toward the tower's summit, his voice dissolving into the dark. The Council of the Lone Tower ends here. If you come to clarity, use the old method to make contact. Take care, Storm King. His footsteps receded until they vanished. Silence reclaimed the tower. Only the lamp's flame burned quietly, and Lin Mo's heartbeat sounded clear in the stillness. He sat for a long while before he lifted the gray booklet and the map. The booklet was cold to the touch. Its lettering and diagrams were ancient and strange. The map plainly marked 3 coordinates far from the main shipping lanes, annotated with terse notes and hazard advisories. At last the corner of the truth's iceberg had shown itself, relentless, vast, and yet imparting an unprecedented lucidity. He stowed the items, snuffed the lamp, and descended the tower into darkness. Outside, night lay heavy and the sea wind howled. The distant waters were an inky void, as though concealing endless secrets and perils. Yet Lin M.O. felt a brighter resolve than when he had arrived. To apprehend the rules of the game, even partially, was immeasurably preferable to groping blindly. He leapt into the sentry boat and cast off. The sail rose. The prow cleaved the waves, steering toward the M.O. Yuan pavilion and toward the increasingly distinct course of his fate. The path ahead might be harsher, but the direction had altered. Chapter 39. The Trail of Star Steel, the first union upon his return from the Lone Tower. Lin M.O. did not immediately disclose the staggering verities of the civilization culling plan. Such revelations struck too violently. An imprudent disclosure would only breed needless panic and chaos. He mentioned to the inner circle only that he had met with his mentor, confirmed that the Stonemason Brotherhood was, for the present, a collaborator rather than an adversary, and produced the rune manual and the relic map. Li Wei lunged for the gray volume, as if drawn by a spring, his eyes magnified behind glass, fingers trembling as they traced the odd, regular lines and sigils. This was no mere ornamentation. Those geometries embodied an exquisitely precise logic of energy conduction and transmutation. Though they represented only the most elemental strata of the craft, their principles were contiguous with higher arts. If one could comprehend and apply them, if even the simplest runes for fortification, corrosion resistance, or moderated energy release were mastered, the impact upon the construction and defense of storm sails and vessels would be transformative. Su Qianqian leaned in and attuned herself with care, her brow knitting. The rune's energetic fluctuations were singular. Unlike the electromagnetic or chemical reactions familiar to our world, they more closely resembled the foundational, law-like force exuded by that cube deep within the sleeping abyss. Extraordinarily stable, yet utterly indifferent. Can it be learned? Can it be harnessed? Sure how, as ever, cared most for practical application. It would demand time for study and, crucially, physical materials for inscription and testing. The booklet mentioned that engraving runes requires special conductive media, certain high-purity mineral powders, particular biological bone dusts, or shards of energy crystals. Our scant store of micro-energy storage crystals might prove useful, but it was woefully inadequate. Of the 3 sites marked on the ruins map, one entry suggested the possible presence of star-pattern steel associated or similarly highly conductive minerals. Lin Mo pointed to a coordinate at the fringe of Sector SH-738, a labyrinthine waterway known as Echo Canyon. That was our most urgent objective. With sufficient conductive material, rune research could advance, and there might even be remarkable results in strengthening the tempered iron intended to substitute for star-pattern steel. I know Echo Canyon, Qian Duo interjected. He had been gathering intelligence these past weeks. The underwater topography was notoriously intricate, with treacherous currents and odd acoustic phenomena, hence its name. Several earlier exploration teams had never returned. Rumors spoke of aggressively luminescent jellyfish swarms and a species of predatory fish that imitates sounds to lure prey. The danger was considerable. No matter the danger, we must go, Lin Mo decided. The construction of the storm sail vessel could not be halted. We needed superior materials to face Caesar and the challenges ahead. Sure how. You are to assemble a compact, elite expeditionary team. Few in number, but exceptionally capable, fully equipped. Li Wei, accompany them to identify and collect, or Su Qianqian. He glanced at the pale, still fragile girl, remain on the island and continue recuperation, and meanwhile study the runebook S sections on early warning and defenses to see whether any principles can be adapted to the island as protection. No, I will go, Su Qianqian replied, shaking her head with resolute calm. The heart of the ocean was uniquely sensitive to underwater environments and energy anomalies. It could provide early warning of currents and dangerous fauna. In a place like Echo Canyon, sight and hearing alone would not suffice. My body is well enough. I could detect danger. Lin Mo regarded her stubborn gaze and realized persuasion would be futile. Su Qianqian was gentle outwardly, but steel within. Once she made a decision, it was seldom altered. Very well, he conceded, but you'll be placed amid the formation and serve chiefly as a sensory guide. Do not engage in combat unless absolutely necessary. Sure how, assign personnel specifically to protect her. Understood, Sure how nodded. Lin Mo continued his deployments to Qian Duo. You're responsible for 2 matters. First, use the supplies we obtained from the derelict island trade, especially that batch of iron fir timber, to expedite the refit of at least 2 auxiliary craft capable of mounting light ballistae, swift enough to serve as escorts and provide fire support for the Moyuan. Second, pursue deeper contact with the Dragon Soul faction, not necessarily a formal military alliance, but negotiations for intelligence sharing, targeted material exchanges, and coordinated contingency plans against the wings of freedom. Disclose to them, with appropriate caution, that Caesar may secure unknown backing, and that his objectives could extend beyond what our current intelligence indicates. An entente with Dragon Soul? Qian Duo's eyes brightened. What a brilliant maneuver. The Dragon Soul boasted formidable strength and an upright code. If we could find accord with them against the free wings, our burden would be greatly eased. Even if open alliance proved impossible, covert cooperation would still be advantageous. I will draft the proposal at once. When the meeting adjourned, everyone dispersed at once. Sure how selected 15 individuals with combat experience and seasoned explorers from the perimeter, together with himself, Lin Mo, Li Wei, Su Qianqian, and the increasingly composed and reliable Zhao Tai and Lu Feng. Both recovered from their wounds. They formed a 20-person expeditionary party. Their gear, beyond standard armaments, included improved underwater breathing tubes fashioned from hollow plant stems and waterproof membranes, specially woven anti-stab suits made from treated sea beast hide and vine fibers, high-intensity crystal lamps powered by stored energy crystal shards, an abundance of ropes and grappling hooks, and several rudimentary mineral resonators Li Wei had forged through the night. Those small devices, based on principles hinted at in the rune manual, were designed to produce faint responses to certain highly conductive minerals. 2 scout boats, hastily modified with small sails and additional rowing stations, set out at dawn and slipped away from the island, steering northwest toward Echo Gorge. After much of the day at sea, the waters ahead altered. The once open expanse gave way to a scatter of reefs and islets, and the ocean deepened into an inky green. A humid tang hung in the air, briny with a faint sulfurous trace. Most disquieting were the intermittently emanating sounds that accompanied them. At times a distant conk's call, at times the low lament of a whale, at others a sharp metallic rasp. Layers of noise from all directions that made any origin impossible to discern and frayed the nerves. This is it, the outer rim of Echo Gorge. Sure how checked the charts and sea conditions, ordered the vessels to slow, and raise the alert. Those sounds will mislead your senses. Watch for undercurrents and hidden reefs. Su Qianqian sat amid one of the boats with her eyes closed, gathering herself. Her ocean heart unfolded like an invisible sonar, probing the surrounding waters. The submerged topography was indeed intricate, gouged chasms and fickle currents. Many life signatures flickered across her senses, mostly small fish and crustaceans. Though a few strong energy signatures roamed in the depths, their forms indistinct. Abruptly, she opened her eyes and pointed toward a calm, dark stretch of water on the left front. There, the underwater rock face emitted strong, intermittent energy radiations matching the handbook's description of an inert conductive vein, likely the associated or they sought. Li Wei lifted a resonator and trained it in that direction. The crystal needle began to tremble, issuing a nearly imperceptible hum. Go and take a look, but be cautious. Then Montauk commanded. The boats edged forward with care. Before them rose a steep submerged cliff, coal-black and clothed in thick mats of dark green seaweed and barnacles. Near the surface, tiny crystalline nodules inset within the rock faintly glowed a somber blue. Blue-veined crystal, someone breathed, an excellent primary conductive medium. Libei brata oxitavli. The purity looks promising. Wherever blue-veined crystal appears, it often coexists with magnetite or cobaltite, materials crucial as additives for substitute star-pattern steel. Just as they prepared to lower ropes and tools to collect samples, Su Qianqian's expression changed. Careful, something is rising from the ravine fast. Strong energy signatures. More than one. No sooner had she spoken than the dark water began to roil. Several arm-thick, semi-translucent appendages shimmered with an eerie phosphorescence as they thrust out of the surface and lashed toward the nearest boat. Their heads were concealed at the bases of the tentacles and could not be seen clearly, but the open suckers were studded with fine, bone-like barbs that glinted coldly. Phosphorescent ghost whisks. Highly aggressive, their tentacles laced with paralytic toxin, Su Qianqian shouted. Defend. Bolts ready. Sure Hao barked. The warriors aboard instantly raised shields and weapons. Zhao, Tai, quick as lightning, cleaved through a tentacle aimed at the rail. From the severed end a fluorescent slime sprayed, emitting a sweet, briny odor. Lu Feng and the others countered with spears and machetes. Lin Mo raised his modified crossbow and trained it on the dark shapes undulating beneath the water. But he did not fire. His rudimentary archery-honed instincts told him that, although the tentacles attacked with ferocity, their motions were oddly discordant, as if some interference disrupted them. Echoes? Or, he remembered a passage in the rune manual that described how certain basic rune combinations could disturb creatures that relied on specific frequencies to perceive or act. Li Bei, is there a simple rune in the manual for sound or frequency interference? Lin Mo called. Li Wei, dodging a lash of a tentacle, froze for a moment and then frantically rummaged through his memory. Yes, there is a very simple, silent ripple basic configuration. In theory, it emits a fixed low-frequency vibration that unsettles many creatures, but it requires a conductive medium to activate and its range is limited. Use the blue-veined crystal now. Lin Mo shouted as he used a bolt to fend off another tentacle. Li Wei fumbled a small shard of the blue-veined crystal he had collected earlier from another trade out of his pack, along with a special carving knife whose tip had been inlaid with a sliver of conductive metal. Forcing himself to calm, he recalled the diagram and, with trembling fingers, etched a rudimentary rune onto the crystal, 3 arcs and 2 dots. When the final stroke was made, he concentrated his faint mental energy, his attention, into the stone. A low hum, The crystal's dark blue microglow brightened perceptibly, and an almost imperceptible ripple of warped air radiated outward from it, spreading swiftly. The effect was immediate. The frenzied, phosphorescent tentacles froze. Then, as though struck by an invisible lash, convulsed violently and withdrew beneath the water. Even the irritating, muddled echoes around them seemed to slacken for an instant. It worked. Everyone exclaimed, astonished and elated. Now collect quickly, then leave this area at once. Lin Mo ordered without hesitation. The duration of the rune S effect was unknown. There could be no delay. Unsure how S direction, several agile team members clad in stab-resistant suits slid down the ropes, chipping at the rock with specialized tools. They swiftly gathered the faintly blue-glowing crystals and several dark, metallic luster ores nearby, stowing them into waterproof sacks. The operation was taut and efficient. In under 10 minutes they had filled several large bags. Pull back. Quit while we're ahead, Lin Mo ordered. 2 boats turned and, using both oars and sail, sped back along their course. Only after they cleared the bounds of Echo Gorge did the vexing noises and latent peril recede. They tallied the haul. Over 20 gene of blue-striped crystals and a dozen or so gene of ores likely to be magnetite and cobaltite. More profoundly, the practical value of rune lore had been confirmed. En route, Su Qianqian, attuning to the ores, murmured to Lin Mo. The metal constituents within these stones resemble those described for star-pattern steel. Weak, yet conceivably sufficient if refined and augmented by runes. The mentor had not deceived them. Lin Mo nodded and gazed toward the Mayuan pavilion. The expedition had yielded urgently needed materials, provided an initial proof of rune efficacy, and, perhaps most importantly, honed the team's coordination and adaptability under pressure. On their return to the island, Qianduo brought encouraging news. The Dragon Soul faction had, in principle, agreed to establish a limited strategic collaboration. Pride showed on Qianduo's face. They endorsed their stance against the Free Wings, pledged deep intelligence sharing, particularly regarding Caesar's movements and his suspected backers, and promised, should the Free Wings mount a major offensive against Mayuan Pavilion, to conduct diversionary operations against its flanks or logistical lines. In exchange, we must periodically supply non-core intelligence on sea beast tides, anomalous celestial phenomena, and any information we acquire about ancient ruins. They also expressed scholarly interest in elementary rune techniques and sought future academic exchange. Pragmatic cooperation, no binding ties. Mutual support for mutual needs, exactly what Lin Mo had hoped for. Agreed. Finalize the particulars with them, he consented. Also notify everyone, starting tomorrow. Concentrate our efforts and use the newly acquired ores and rune knowledge to hasten the final construction and reinforcement of the storm sail vessel. Caesar will not grant us much time. That night the forges in the shipyard of Mayuan Pavilion burned without rest. Li Wei and a few craftsmen of keen perception began to attempt the first inscriptions of basic fortification and anti-corrosion runes upon critical sections of the hull, using the conductive mineral powder derived from the new ores. Their techniques were raw and failures frequent, yet as faintly luminous runes took shape upon the keel, ribs, and planking. All present felt the ship undergoing a profound, almost ineffable metamorphosis. Lin Mo stood upon the almost finished deckhouse, rolling in his hand a newly refined ingot flecked with dark blue stars, an initial alloy, a provisional substitute for star-pattern steel, derived from the preliminary smelting of cobaltite and magnetite. The materials had direction, the runes had begun, and the alliance was taking form. All that remained was to wait for Caesar to make his move, or to take the initiative and steer into the eye of that restless sea. The salt wind whipped, setting the newly hung Mayuan battle standard atop the ship house aflutter. Though the maritime expanse was vast and the undercurrents swift, the hand on the helm had grown steadier and more assured. Chapter 40. King of Storms Li Wei's sclerae were rimmed with red, yet his gaze shone with an unnerving brilliance, pointing at the nascent giant of a sailing vessel occupying the workshop as center. His voice trembled with excitement. The reinforcing rune inscriptions on every main keel and rib have been completed. The anti-corrosion rune arrays on the hull as critical sections have passed all tests. The prow ram and rudder blades, reinforced with the new alloy, are installed. Lin Montag, the storm ship may be launched. Silence fell over the workshop. After nearly 2 months of preparation, bartering, expeditions, research, and ceaseless labor. This vessel, bearing the hopes of the Mayuan Pavilion, was finally finished. 35 meters in length, its mainmast soaring, the streamlined hull was fashioned chiefly from fur, with alloy plates inlaid at key points, studded with dark blue specks like distant stars. In certain light, the fine rune filigree, etched with powder of blue crystal, seemed to exhale a faint, almost imperceptible halo. Lin Mo stepped forward and laid his hand upon the cool, solid hull. The touch was substantial, a mingled scent of wood and metal, carrying a faint prickling trace of lingering rune energy. This was no ordinary ship. It was the consummation of all the Pavilion's current technologies, resources, and wisdom, a pivotal instrument for confronting the challenges ahead and for seeking the truths of the world. "How goes the trial preparation?" he asked. Sure Hao snapped to attention and reported. "The crew has been chosen. Seasoned men and brothers we trust. Supplies, arms, and spare rigging are aboard. Per your instruction, the trial route will avoid main channels, skirting the northeastern outer waters under our control. Steward Qian has arranged several modified patrol cutters to stand guard nearby to deter any prying eyes." "Very well." Lin Mo nodded, his gaze sweeping across the weary, expectant faces around him. "This afternoon, 1 hour before sunset, we launch for trial." "Sure Hao, you're captain responsible for navigation and command. Li Bei, you go aboard to monitor the rune arrays. I will personally accompany the expedition." "Yes," came a unified reply. Word spread like a gust through the Mayuan Pavilion's islands. Members, whether they had helped build the vessel or not, converged upon the newly erected slipway on the island's eastern shore. There, the storm ship, officially named Mayuan by Lin Mo, rested upon the log-laid runway, its prow shrouded in a red cloth that stirred in the breeze. Su Qianqian stood at Lin Mo's side and murmured, "It is beautiful and formidable. I can sense a sleeping power within it, kin to those oars and runes, yet more concentrated. May it be strong enough to carry us wherever we wish, and to face whatever enemies we must," Lin Mo said, taking her hand. "Qianqian, once the trial concludes and matters settle, we will do that thing." Su Qianqian understood he referred to upgrading the island to level 5. The materials had long since been amassed in excess. The upgrade had been deliberately restrained, not only to avoid provoking an untimely, all-out retaliation from Caesar's faction, but also to await the completion of the Mo Yuan, so that they would possess sufficient mobility and deterrence. Now the moment had arrived. Afternoon sunlight slanted toward the west. The auspicious hour had come. Launch! At Sure Hao's sonorous cry, the final mooring ropes securing the hull were severed. Logs tumbled down the inclined slipway, and the heavy Mo Yuan sighed as it slid into the sea, sending a towering spray skyward. The hull settled and rose steadily. Preset ballast and the hull's design ensured commendable initial stability. Sailors sprang into action, hoisting auxiliary sails and trimming the rudder. The Mo Yuan began to carve an elegant arc across the water. Lin Mo boarded a nearby escort launch with his core companions and followed closely, a monocular to his eye as he scrutinized every movement of the vessel. The ship turned with nimble precision and attained a service speed markedly superior to any peer of its class they had encountered. Under Sure Hao's command, the Mo Yuan executed several tactical maneuvers, beating into the wind, zigzagging, and an emergency stop, each demonstration exemplary. Li Wei relayed the rune array's status through a makeshift signaling rig of rope and bells. Bow rune energy stable, slight fluctuations in the port reinforcement area. Within normal break-in parameters, main keel resonance frequency sound, no signs of fissure. After more than an hour of sea trials, every metric met or exceeded expectations. When the Mo Yuan completed a wide circuit and eased back toward its dock to anchor, cheers erupted ashore. "Success! We succeeded! The Mo Yuan, our ship!" Lin Mo leapt onto the deck, feeling the solid, dependable give of the planking beneath his feet. He walked to the prow and gazed upon the endless expanse of ocean, a surge of ambition swelling within his chest. With this ship, his sphere of operation would no longer be confined to the vicinity of the islands. He could explore farther seas, seek additional resources and relics, even take the initiative in offensive actions. He turned to face those gathered on deck and along the shore and proclaimed in a clear voice, "The completion of the Mo Yuan is the achievement of every one of us. From this day, we possess an instrument to traverse the wide sea. Yet this is merely the first step. He paused, his gaze sharpened. Xiao, Qian Duoduo, Su Qian Qian. Li Wei, return with me to the council hall. The others, unsure how S orders, would familiarize themselves with the MO Yuan S operations and shifts and undergo adaptive training. Within 3 days, I expect to see it attain basic combat readiness. Yes. Once the council chamber doors closed behind them, Lin Mo summoned up the long-neglected island upgrade interface. Current island level, for 25,600M. To upgrade to level 5 requires foundation stones x 51,200, timber x 256,000 units, stone x 128,000 units, iron ingots x 51,200 units. Any energy crystal x 100 units. Resources detected sufficient. Proceed with upgrade? Note, the first 10 survivors worldwide to elevate their islands to level 5 will receive special rewards and a server-wide announcement. The resources required were truly astronomical, especially iron ingots and energy crystals. Yet after 2 months of frenzied accumulation, trading, profiteering, and relic salvage, Lin Mo's storerooms were already overflowing. He had not merely reached the necessary quantities. Many of the materials far exceeded baseline quality. The supplies were ready. Qian Duo rubbed his hands, both nervous and exhilarated. Boss, are we really doing this now? Once we announce it, we'll be thrust into the spotlight. Caesar and those unseen watchers, precisely because eyes are watching, we must act. Lin Mo replied, his voice calm and adamant. The Mo Yuan gives us confidence. A level 5 island brings new functions and far stronger defenses. More importantly, the server-wide top 10 rewards are not to be missed. We must seize first place. I'm with you, Su Qianqian said. Hesitation solves nothing. When it's time to draw the sword, we must show it. Our strength no longer needs to be hidden. Sure how nodded. Meet force with force. We have a ship, fortified defenses, and a latent synergy with the Dragon Soul. It's time to make Wings of Freedom understand who truly commands these waters. Li Wei adjusted his glasses. A level 5 island may unlock higher building templates and research options crucial to our technological advancement. I propose that once the upgrade completes, we immediately establish a more comprehensive rune laboratory and an advanced workshop. With everyone in agreement, Lin Mo no longer hesitated. He drew a steady breath and pressed the upgrade button on the virtual interface. Consumed. Foundation stone x 51,200, timber x 256,000 units, stone x 128,000 units, iron ingot x 51,200 units, energy crystal, micro, x 100 units, resources deducted. Island upgrade initiated. Estimated upgrade time, 10 minutes. During the upgrade, island defenses are temporarily offline. Ensure safety. The island trembled as if a sleeping leviathan were stretching its bulk. The surrounding seawater retreated. New land upheaved from beneath the waves, rapidly solidifying and expanding. The planned areas extended outward, visibly increasing in scope. Everyone held their breath. After a little over 9 minutes, the tremors ceased. Upgrade complete. Congratulations. Your island has been successfully upgraded to level 5, 102, 400 square meters. Detected. You are the first survivor globally to upgrade an island to level 5. Special rewards granted. Title, Storm King. Special blueprint. Basic rune tower. 10 free attribute points. Global broadcast imminent at once. Survivors everywhere were confronted by a radiant system announcement that spanned their entire field of view. Global announcement. Congratulations to survivor Lin Mo. The first in the world to upgrade a personal island to level 5. Granted exclusive title, Storm King. This announcement is issued as encouragement. The notice flashed thrice. Then the world channel erupted. After a brief, stunned silence, the information torrent burst forth like a tsunami. Unbelievable. Level 5? Someone already reached level 5? Lin Montauk? The name rings a bell. Was it that the one who used to sell cold weather supplies? The Storm King. What an imposing title. First place again. The first to reach level 2 and 3 had been the anonymous benefactor J, and now Lin Mo is the first to reach level 5. Could they be the same person? It makes sense. Mr. J has always been enigmatic, and Lin Mo's sudden ascension to the top is eerily unsettling upon reflection. Admirers bow in reverence. Does the great patron lack a trinket for his leg? Where's his location? May I attach myself to his coattails? Did not Caesar, leader of the Free Wings. Proclaim he would seize the first position long ago? How has someone else stolen it? Laughter turns to chagrin. We're the Free Wings now. Step forward and show yourselves. Regional and national channels alike boiled over. The area channel where Mo Yuan Pavilion dwelt was instantly flooded. Acquaintances and strangers alike clamored about Lin Mo, inquiring, congratulating, probing. A handful of perceptive observers had already begun to weave together Lin Mo, Mr. J, the Storm King, and the previously indistinct silhouette of Mo Yuan Pavilion into a single, coherent image. A clear, potent new force was rapidly taking shape in everyone's imagination. At Dragon Soul command, Zhao Jigang read the bulletin, paused in surprise, and then smiled. Of course it is him. Silent until the right moment, then astonishingly loud. Orders were dispatched. On behalf of Dragon Soul, congratulations were sent to Lin Mo. And liaison with Mo Yuan Pavilion was elevated in priority. This Storm King will be our most important partner in the southeastern seas and perhaps our most steadfast shield. On the Free Wings main island, Caesar slammed his fist through the wooden table, his face ashen. Lin Mo, again this Lin Mo, investigate, he commanded. Pinpoint the island's location and ascertain his composition of strength, and determine whether that J is the same man. Confirm immediately. General, several of our reconnaissance vessels sent to the SH-7 sector have been lost recently. Spare no expense. I must know everything, Caesar growled. The first place rewards to the Storm King are acceptable. When what that noble promised arrives, I will show you who truly rules. In a dim chamber of the Mason's Brotherhood, the mentor set down an ancient stone tablet, and the figure beneath the gray robe stirred slightly. Lin Mo has advanced so swiftly. The seed of civilization's resonance has, accordingly, grown a faintly intriguing clarity. Accelerate the decryption of the core relic in the restless sea. We must find the key faster than he does. In Mo Yuan Pavilion's council hall, Qiando Duo watched the ceaseless scroll of messages, wiped sweat from her brow, and could not help but grin. Now we cannot remain low-key. Boss, your Storm King title is both dazzling and apt to draw envy. Lin Mo inspected his newly acquired title in his attribute panel, the Storm King, emitting a subdued aura of dominance. Effects: 5 to all attributes, 10 to sea navigation speed. Slight morale and defense boost for the entire team when confronting storm-type disasters. And the purple glimmering novice rune tower blueprint, his expression serene. What was destined to arrive has arrived. Notify all members. The island's area is to be expanded, defenses and functional zones reconfigured. Patrols are to be doubled, especially at night. The Mo Yuan is placed on second-tier combat readiness. Prepare to set sail at a moment's notice. He walked to the window and looked out at the island. Now expanded several-fold, its emptiness suggesting latent promise, and at the men moored on the distant sea like a slumbering leviathan. Caesar will not yield easily, nor can we. We require more resources, more intelligence, and greater strength. The title Storm King is not meant to be ornamental. He turned, his gaze piercing. 3 days hence, the MUN's inaugural expedition will head to the edge of the agitated sea to ascertain the source of the anomalous energy. Simultaneously, construction of the basic rune tower will commence. We must convert the advantage of this first ascension into tangible martial capability without delay. The storm has arrived. The throne is newly claimed, and the true odyssey is only beginning. Chapter 41. The Rune Tower Rises. Undercurrents surge. Half an hour had passed since the gilded server-wide announcement faded, yet the World Channel's deluge of messages showed no abatement. Lin Mo muted most channel alerts, retaining only the core members group and a direct line to Dragon Soul. Even so, private chat requests and friend invitations continued to flash like a frenzy of stars, their numbers swelling by the second, at least 1,000 by now. Qiando Duo glanced at her equally overwhelmed interface and smacked her lips. Some hailed them with cheers. Some sought patronage, some proposed alliances, and most were merely sizing up the situation. Caesar's camp remained unervingly quiet, no public outcry, and that silence only deepened everyone's unease. He is biding his time. Surehouse stood with folded arms before the newly redesigned island map. Our territory had more than doubled. The defensive perimeter needed to be reconfigured. Patrols have been increased by 2 shifts, and the MUN could weigh anchor at a moment's notice. Yet passive defense alone would not suffice. Su Qianqian set a cup of warm water beside Lin Mo and murmured, in the regional channel, Someone disclosed that the Wings of Liberty have recently been acquiring large quantities of explosive crystals and resilient sinew from beasts, materials crucial for assembling massive catapults and heavy crossbow bolts. They may be preparing for long-range bombardment. There are also notable ship movements. Li Wei produced the intelligence he had compiled from various sources. At least 3 Wings of Liberty fleets had departed their publicly known anchorages within the past 2 days, bearings uncertain. Our scout vessels dared not pursue too far, but the general trend suggested a converging formation across our peripheral waters. Lin Mo sipped and tapped the map where the agitated sea edge lay. Our initial expedition plan remained unchanged. Its priority must be elevated. We cannot afford to wait for Caesar to be ready. Still, the home front must be secured first. He turned to Li Wei. Can the basic rune tower be erected now? How long will it take? Li Wei brightened and brought up the detailed purple print. Yes. The core materials are 1 conductive crystal core, 50 units of blue vein crystal, and 100 units of refined iron. Other basic resources are in stock. The conductive crystal core can be substituted by preliminarily charging and inscribing runes onto our highest grade micro-energy storage crystal. The result may be somewhat diminished, but it should suffice to activate the tower. If we commit all resources and construct at full effort, placing it within the newly established inner fort at the island's center, the build time will be roughly 36 to 48 hours. Too slow, Lin Mo said, shaking his head, and activated the construction acceleration privilege. Each island that reaches level 5 grants 1 weekly accelerated build opportunity, which can substantially reduce the time required for a single structure. This concealed boon is known only to proprietors of 5th tier islands. Spend it on this? Qian Duo winced. Should it not be reserved to hasten the workshop or the shipyard? The rune tower is a strategic edifice. Lin Mo was unequivocal. The blueprints indicated it would subtly enhance the stability of all runic effects across the island, furnish basic rune detection and jamming capabilities, and perhaps unlock advanced avenues of rune research. It is the linchpin of our technological superiority and must be erected at once. With it, the island's defenses and the subsequent fortification of the Mayuan would attain a genuinely higher caliber. He no longer hesitated. He allocated resources, chose the site, and invoked a one-time acceleration privilege. The novice rune tower began construction, its completion estimated in 6 hours. At the island's center, on the cleared ground designated for the inner keep, a chorus of pounding and hauling rose. Corps members supervised personally. The finest craftsmen worked in shifts, and vast stores were delivered with disciplined precision. A compact stone tower on a hexagonal base rose from the earth with plainly visible speed. Amid the building fervor, Lin Mo did not relax his vigilance over external affairs. He empowered Qian Duo, acting as the Storm King's commerce steward, to post 3 succinct notices on the regional and national channels. First, the Mayuan Pavilion is prepared to engage in fair trade with any survivors of goodwill who abide by basic rules, supplies of various materials, especially food, construction materials, and basic tools are steady. Second, the Mayuan Pavilion maintains an armed contingent for self-defense and the protection of allies. It intends no provocation, but will answer any unprovoked aggression with overwhelming force. Third, the Mayuan Pavilion appreciates the Dragon Soul Organization's congratulations and values friendly relations with all guardians of order. The language was measured and unassuming, projecting both strength and openness, delineating clear red lines and subtly underscoring an alliance with the Dragon Soul as a deterrent. Instantly, the tenor of the channels shifted. Numerous minor factions and solitary strongmen began to express goodwill, and much of the wing of Freedom's provocative rhetoric was suppressed. Yet the undercurrents would not be stilled so easily. 4 hours later, the officer responsible for intercepting and decrypting communications brought urgent news. They had captured an encrypted fragment likely exchanged among senior members of the Wing of Freedom. The decryption was incomplete, but the keywords included goods received, testing ground, Sector 3. And before the tide, the analyst's face went grave. According to our charts, Sector 3 most likely corresponds to the shattered reef zone between us and the restless sea, a labyrinthine expanse prone to anomalous whirlpools. Su Qianqian glanced at the sky. A great tide was due tomorrow evening. They may have received some cargo in that sector and intend to conduct tests in Sector 3 before the tide rises tomorrow. Sure how asked aloud, test what? A new weapon? Something aimed at us? or at the restless sea itself? Lin Mo moved to the newly posted, more detailed sea chart. His gaze rested on the fractured reef region, Sector 3, and the adjacent edge of the restless sea behind it, marked in deep crimson and speckled with tiny lightning symbols. Our expedition had originally been scheduled for 3 days hence, to probe the very edge of the restless sea. He pondered aloud. If Caesar's men are operating tomorrow in the reef zone ahead, carrying unknown cargo, we cannot allow them to act under our noses, especially along the route to the turbulent sea. Su Qianqian interjected. That would put us on the defensive. Besides, it might present an opportunity. Li Wei pushed his glasses up. A glint passed across his lenses. If their experiments concern runes, energy, or that unknown civilization, we might observe at close quarters, perhaps even seize samples. Lin Mo turned, his gaze sweeping the assembled group. Plan amended. The rune tower will be completed as scheduled. Sure, how? Immediately select our most capable combatants and replenish the Moyuan with provisions and arms, with special emphasis on underwater combat gear and protective equipment. Li Bei, bring every detection instrument and rune resonator you possess. Qian Duo, hold command on the island. Coordinate defenses, maintain uninterrupted communication with Dragon Soul, and if circumstances change, execute the third contingency plan. What about me? Su Qianqian asked. You depart with the Moyuan. Your heart of the ocean is irreplaceable for underwater sensing and energy detection. Lin Mo said, looking at her. But remember, your primary objective is perception and early warning, not combat. If the situation spirals beyond control, the Moyuan will withdraw at once. Understood. Su Qianqian replied, nodding firmly. When do we move? Sure Hao asked. Tonight at midnight, Lin Mo answered. Under cover of darkness, the Moyuan will sail early. Our objective is to covertly approach the shattered reef sector, Sector 3, and observe from concealment. Should we detect vessels of the Free Wing or any suspicious activity, he continued, his eyes cooling, we will decide whether to surveil, disrupt, or seize them as circumstance dictates. Priority is to discern their intentions and gather intelligence, while avoiding large-scale direct confrontation. But if conflict proves unavoidable, he paused, voice steely, then ensure we are the victors. Let Caesar understand that the waters around the Storm King's dominion are not his experimental playground. Orders given. The Moyuan pavilion sprang into frantic activity. Night deepened. The ruined tower at the island's center, lit by torches and crystal lamps, had already taken shape. A faint eddy of energy spun about its apex. On the eastern quay, the Moyuan crouched like a leviathan of the dark, completing final preparations for departure in absolute silence. Its black hull melted into the night, only the faint, intermittent blue gleam of rune tracings betraying its presence. Lin Mo stood on the quarterdeck, making a final check of equipment, modified crossbows, alloy daggers, close-fitting armor, and a small leather pouch at his belt containing several blue-veined crystal chips etched with simple runes. Li Wei's hurried experiments, efficacy uncertain, but potentially useful. Below on the deck, the elite crew took their stations with silent precision while Shurhao murmured last-minute tactical briefings. Su Qianqian closed her eyes at the bow, her hair whipping in the sea breeze as her senses spread like quicksilver. The midnight hour approached. Lin Mo stared at the Black Sea, toward the unknown reefs, and beyond them, the turbulent sea that sent shivers through every mariner's spine. Caesar, what are you testing? What have you procured? He gripped the cold rail. Soon, he thought, we will know. Weigh anchor, he ordered softly, and the sail filled. They slipped away into the night. Mo Yuan cleaved the tranquil nocturne like an arrow loosed from a bow, steering toward a blackened sea where furtive currents writhed. Perhaps the true storm had already begun its silent prelude before they reached the restless waters. Chapter 42. Shadows of the reef. The Mo Yuan lay across the night like a blade of lacquered obsidian, slicing the dense darkness without sound. To mask their passage, the mainsail was raised only a third. Propulsion came chiefly from long oars manned by seasoned sailors. Newly etched runes along the hull slumbered in the dark. Only when one drew near could a faint energy feel be perceived, like the breath of a colossal beast at rest. Su Qianqian stood at the port bow observation post, eyes half closed and hands light upon the rail. Her senses extended along the hull into the sea like innumerable invisible tendrils, scanning the shifting hydrology and the faint signatures of life below. The water shallowed. The seabed rose in jagged outcrops, teeth locked together. She reported softly through a makeshift speaking tube to the bridge. The currents were chaotic, at least 4 separate flows converging beneath them. Small fish were scarce. Some crustaceans with neutral energy signatures clung to the rocks. About 800 meters to starboard forward, a broad coral plateau showed a faint surface gleam, perhaps foam glinting beneath moonlight. Sherhow consulted the charts and murmured that they had reached the outer rim of the shattered isles, maintained silence. Lights out. The lookouts peered through night-glow crystal lenses, watching both sea and sky for anomalies. Lin Mo stood in the bridge as shadow, his gaze keenly sweeping the reef cluster ahead, which lay like a crouching leviathan. The breeze carried the usual salt tang, threaded with an unfamiliar sweet brine unlike ordinary seaweed. Li Wei crouched beside him, cradling a modified mineral resonator. Its needle trembled faintly, but gave no clear bearing. The energy background is cluttered, he whispered. Reef stone, peculiar minerals, even deep-sea flora can interfere. If the Freedom S-Wing truly tests high-energy apparatus here, a closer approach should make it discernible. Time seeped by an oppressive hush. The Mo Yuan ghosted through the reef maze, skirting one lurking reef after another. Night birds, roused from roost, cried sharp alarms that tightened nerves aboard. Around 3 in the morning, Su Qianqian's eyes flew open. Her voice was taut. Port, 11 o'clock, about 1.5 kilometers. There's a large metallic object below, ships. Not one, but several. They're at anchor. The hulls emit faint, rhythmic energy pulses, like a low-power hum. They're here. Everyone snapped alert. Sherhow signaled the helmsman to edge them closer, using the shadow of a massive reef for cover. The lookout raised a monocular fitted with a dark filter and peered towards Su's mark. Masts appeared. At least 2 medium-sized sailing vessels. Hulls reminiscent of the Pillager-class freighters often refitted by the Freedom S-Wing. No lights showed, but a dim, holy reflection suggested activity. The lookout stifled his excitement as he reported. Can you make out what they're doing? Lin Mo asked. Too far, and the light is too weak to see clearly. Came a reply. But one hull S port side seems to bear an armature of some sort. A crane-like boom reaching toward the sea. It doesn't look like fishing, more like it's lowering or retrieving something. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, then ordered, close in, maintain the reef as cover. Reduce speed to a crawl. Su Qianqian, concentrate your senses on the water beneath that boom. The Mo Yuan glided forward like a black panther pressed to the ground, slipping among the jagged reef formations. Bit by bit it narrowed the distance. When they were under a kilometer away, the 2 vessels' dark silhouettes could be discerned even without binoculars, like larger reef outcrops embedded in the ink-colored sea. Indeed, from one ship's side is stout. Crane-like shadow extended into the waves, its tip vanishing beneath the surface. Su Qianqian's brows tightened. Her face appeared unnaturally pale in the diffused moonlight. There's something under the water, she said, either suspended or anchored to the seabed. The energy signature is peculiar. It's not purely mechanical or mineral, more like something living, yet its energetic architecture is rigid, woven. It resembles an aggregate composed of countless tiny life forms forcibly bound together, driven and constrained by an external power. Living? An aggregate? Driven by external energy? Lin Mo and Li Wei exchanged a grave look. Neither needed to say aloud what the implication was. They both felt it. This was no ordinary weapons test. Can you estimate its size and shape? Lin Montauk Plesset. Su Qianqian concentrated until sweat beaded at her temples. Vast, likely over 10 meters in length. Irregular in form, as if a gigantic mass of entwined vines or tentacles. Energy pulses emanate from within, synchronized with a device aboard the ship. Wait, there's a change. The ship's output is ramping up. The aggregate beneath the surface is activating. Its signature is climbing. Almost at the exact instant she finished speaking, a few tightly shielded spotlights on the free wings suddenly cut through the night, their beams aimed downward. The columns of light stabbed the black water, illuminating the area under the boom. With that brief, cruel illumination, the lookouts and those on the bridge caught sight of the thing below. It was indeed an enormous, dark brown, near-black, irregular mass. Its surface glistening with slime that reflected a nauseating, sickly sheen. Under the harsh beams, its composition became unmistakable, an entanglement of countless tendrils, varying in girth, half plant, half animal in aspect. Some of the appendages ended in suckers, others in sharp, bone-like barbs. The entire mass writhed and unfurled beneath the light, like a nightmare pulled from dormancy. "What on earth is that?" A young sailor breathed, his voice trembling. "I don't know," Li Wei replied, his tone dry. "But it's certainly not a product of natural evolution. Energy readings are skyrocketing. Its internal structure is highly unstable, seemingly catalyzed and under external control." At that moment, something on the free wing went terribly wrong. A dull, cavernous noise, part metal tearing, part something collapsing, resounded across the night. Though the distance was not short, the sound sliced through the silence with unnerving clarity. Immediately, the powerful spotlights began to sway violently, and faint cries and commotion rose from the deck. The experiment had gone out of control. Su Qianqian gripped the rail so tightly her fingertips paled. The energy restraints binding the aggregation beneath the waves were rapidly weakening. Its activity surged, becoming fiercely aggressive. As if to confirm her warning, the sea under the lamps suddenly exploded open. A grotesque tentacle, as thick as a water bucket and bristling with barbs and suckers, burst forth with a shrill crack through the air and lashed the hull of the vessel Freedom's wing. The wooden planks splintered with a sound that carried even across that distance. The ship reeled, pandemonium erupted, shouts, running feet, and the clatter of metal colliding. Another ship swung a ballista to strike the appendage, but still more tentacles surged up from the deep, thrashing wildly and entwining both vessels. One wrapped around a heavy crane boom, and, amid the teeth-grinding screech of contorting metal, bent it with brutal force. The experiment had rebelled against its makers. Sure, Hao drew a sharp breath. What kind of monster had they unleashed? Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the chaotic, terror-stricken waters, his mind racing. It was plain Freedom's wing had been testing a hybrid of organism and machinery, or perhaps organism and energy as a weapon, and it had failed. Now the thing made no distinction between friend and foe, and struck with indiscriminate ferocity. "Boss, what do we do?" "Withdraw into chaos," Qian Duo asked, her voice taut with anxiety over the encrypted channel. "Withdraw?" Lin Mo surveyed the two enemy ships ensnared in the tentacles, then glanced down at their own newly launched vessel. The Mo Yuan, its runes still unproven. If the creature ran rampant through these reefs, it would become a grave hazard to the Mo Yuan's future courses. Moreover, the energy core or whatever external device controlled it might remain aboard those ships. If they could seize it, Li Wei urged, it would be invaluable for understanding Freedom's wing's technological trajectory and perhaps for reverse engineering. Risk and opportunity were entwined. Lin Mo's voice was composed and even, without a tremor, prepare for combat. The Mo Yuan bore to windward of the turmoil and held a cautious distance. All ballistae were loaded with heavy, armor-piercing bolts. Aim at the bases of the tentacles or at the submerged cohesive mass. Li Wei, record every fluctuation in energy. Su Qianqian, continuously monitor its movements and any vulnerabilities in its energy signature. He paused, eyes sharpening as he watched the battlefield grow darker and more violent. "We wait. Let them aim one another. If an opportunity presents itself," he said, slowly clenching his fist, "seize the core or whatever valuable component we can retrieve. As for the creature, if Freedom's wing cannot put it down, we will finish the task." On the Mo Yuan's deck, the warriors tightened their grips on their weapons in silence. Ballista crews adjusted their angles. A cold, lethal resolve spread unobtrusively through the ship. Far out on the sea, the creature's roars mingled with the groan of collapsing hulls, staging a bloody calamity, and in the darkness, a new hunter had quietly taken position. Chapter 43. Seizing the core of the reef had become an inferno. The runaway, tentacled monstrosity revealed an astonishing capacity for destruction. The medium schooner Freedom's wing, the first to be struck, had a gaping wound torn along its starboard side. Seawater thundered in, the hull listing violently as silhouetted figures on deck scrambled in panic. Calls to lower the lifeboats fractured and scattered on the night wind. The other ship fared only marginally better, still stubbornly replying with ballistae and flaming arrows, yet the tentacles seemed impervious to pain. When struck they grew only more feral. Limbs the size of battering rams smashing the hull again and again, wood and splinters spraying into the air. The Mo Yuan lay like a patient reef, dormant in the shadow 700 meters away. All the ballistae had been zeroed, heavy bolts seated in their grooves, bowstrings drawn taut. The men on deck, clad in makeshift armor, gripped spears, harpoons, and modified hand crossbows, holding their breath in readiness. The air was thick with brine, the acrid tang of scorch, and a faint metallic undertone of blood. Su Qianqian's complexion had drained to near pallor. Beads of sweat crept along her brow. The creature's core was lodged in the central cabin of that listing ship, where the energy fluctuations were strongest, yet wildly unstable, like a fireball poised to detonate. Some of the tentacles fed off that core, but many were driven by their own biological fury. She inhaled sharply. Its senses were odd, keyed chiefly to disturbances of energy and to physical vibrations. Our vessel carried a runic energy field, weak, but of a different origin, and for now, it seemed to have overlooked us. Or rather, it favored more blatant energy signatures and more immediate physical threats. A malformed synthesis of organism and energy. Li Wei kept his eyes fixed on the resonator in his hand. The needle jittered violently, recording chaotic data. The core ought to be a device used to force and bind it. With the restraint failing, the creature's instincts were rebelling, yet the core still fed it power, rendering it far more savage than a mere living thing. What lunatic forged such a thing? Lin Mo's gaze remained brazenly fixed on the fight. The sinking ship was going down faster. The stern had already begun to slip beneath the waves. Most survivors had transferred to lifeboats and were frantically rowing toward the other vessel. The monster's attention, likewise, was shifting toward the ship that still fought back. An opportunity was opening. Sure how, Lin Mo said in a low voice. Primary objective: seize the core. The Mo Yuan eased forward until they were within 400 meters effective range. All ballistae, hold fire until my command. On my order, unleash a volley at the points where the tentacles anchor to the hull to create an opening for the assault team. Assault team? Sure how asked. I'll lead it. 6 men. We take the speedboat, exploit the chaos of the salvo and the creature's diverted attention, close quickly on the sinking ship, infiltrate, and seize the core. Lin Mo selected the most agile, the closest combat and underwater-capable crew members. Zhao Tai. Lu Feng, you two with me. Don wetsuits, carry short blades, breaching tools, and waterproof bags. Su Qianqian, monitor the core's energy fluctuations and alert us to any shifts in the creature's focus. Li Wei, ready yourself to receive and analyze the core. We may need your guidance to dismantle it safely on sight. Too dangerous, Su Qianqian cried, grabbing Lin Mo's arm instinctively. The creature was near, and the sinking ship could capsize at any moment. Conditions inside were unknown, precisely because both the creature and the remaining defenders are focused on the other ship. The stricken vessel's interior may be momentarily deserted, Lin Mo replied. This is our best window. Lin Mo tapped her hand and fixed him with a steely gaze. We must seize that core, she said. It may contain the technological secrets of the wings of freedom, and, more importantly, could illuminate how to confront similar threats. Rest assured, we will be swift and precise. Sure how, seeing persuasion was futile, replied in a low voice. I will direct the covering fire. You must move quickly. The ballista salvo can at best buy 2 or 3 minutes of safety. The plan was relayed without hesitation. Lin Mo and 6 assault troopers donned close-fitting, puncture-resistant suits and checked their gear. 2 sleek, spindle-shaped skiffs, each barely accommodating 3 or 4, were hung along the Mo Yuan's flanks and were silently lowered. By then, the second wings of Freedom vessel had reached the brink of collapse. A thick tentacle had coiled around the mainmast. With a sickening groan, the mast snapped and fell, crashing onto the deck amid screams and flame. The hull began to spin uncontrollably. Now Lin Mo barked. Mo Yuan, forward. Ballista ready. The Mo Yuan's main sail snapped taut, oars fell into rhythm, and the ship sprang from the reef shadow like a crouched leopard, cutting obliquely toward the fray. The prow cleaved the sea, speed surged. The sudden arrival of a third ship surprised both combatants. Amid the terrified cries of the wings of Freedom survivors, the tentacled behemoth clustered near the wreck. Its central mass, some 15 meters across, hesitated as several attacking appendages slowed. 400 meters, within range. The lookout reported. All ballista, aim for the tentacle roots. Sure how roared. Bang, 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 bang. 4 heavy ballista along the Mo Yuan's flank fired in unison. Special heavy armor-piercing bolts screamed through the night and struck with surgical precision at the junctures where tentacles coiled around the stricken ship and the adjacent wreckage. Under the moonlight, A nauseating spray of blood and ichor erupted. The creature issued a high, inhuman shriek, struck tentacles convulsed, severed or dislodged. One bolt plunged deep into the edge of the massed flesh, provoking a furious rolling spasm. Now, into the water. Lin Mo gestured and leapt first into a skiff. Zhao Tai, Lu Feng, and the others followed. The skiffs shot forward like arrows, harnessing the Mo Yuan's wake and the chaotic chop of the sea. Silent yet blindingly swift toward the sinking, shattered enemy ship. Su Qianqian stood at the Mo Yuan's prow, knuckles white on the rail. Her psychic focus pushed to its limit. The creature's attention was fixed on the Mo Yuan. Its core was turning toward them, and 3 tentacles probed in their direction. The central hold of the wreck thrummed with escalating, unstable energy. There was an opening on the port side that provided access, but the compartment was flooded and might harbor surviving foes. Her voice came through the squad's crude conch radio, its resonant crystal delivering clear speech at short range. Into Lin Mo's ear. Received. Maintain observation. Lin Mo crouched low as the skiff rode the swell. Cold spray lashed his face. 200 or 300 meters at that moment felt interminably long. He could feel the shudder of the aft ballista as it reloaded and discharged, and hear the creature as furious. Hissing bellow and the thunderous slap of its tentacles against the sea. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, port side, the breach is there. Zhao Tai's finger stabbed toward a ragged tear above the waterline, its edges rent by writhing appendages. The skiff scraped past the slowly capsizing hull and came to a precarious halt. Lin Montag Zignat. Zhao Tai and Lu Feng were the first to swing grappling hooks, fastening them to the jagged lip of the breach. Like apes they scrambled up and slipped into the ship's dark interior. Lin Mo was last, securing the skiff's mooring line before following. The hold was a scene of utter chaos, thick with the stench of blood, char, and a sickly sweet rot. Seawater lapped at calf level, carrying shards of planking, detritus, and mangled corpses. An emergency oil lamp still clung to a tilted bulkhead, throwing jittering shadows. Forward, then right. Down a stair, core energy source 1 deck below, a little to starboard. Su Qianqian's voice guided through the conch. Move. Lin Mo drew a short blade and led the way. Zhao Tai and Lu Feng flanked him, for others kept a wary watch behind. The lower compartment was deeper, nearly waist deep, and bore the unmistakable signs of a laboratory or retrofit workshop. Strange glassware, metal frameworks, and jars of biological tissue, suspended in unknown fluids, lay scattered about, nauseating to the senses. At the room's center, half submerged in water, stood a metal cabinet roughly the size of a wardrobe, its mass connected by thick cables that looked part organic, part metallic. Embedded in its casing were several dark red crystals that glowed with an unstable, ominous light, the epicenter of the energy fluctuation. Pipes ran from its flank. Several had burst, and a viscous, phosphorescent green liquid oozed and glimmered as it seeped out. There it is. Li Wei's voice crackled over the conch, taut with excitement and tension. The dark red crystals are both the energy source and the control interface. The green fluid may be a bioactive sustaining agent. Sever the primary energy connections. Be aware of residual bioelectric shock or corrosive fluids. Zhao Tai, Lu Feng, secure the entrance. You two, with me, Lin Mo commanded, wading forward and carefully avoiding the flowing green seepage. He studied the cabinet's construction until he located several principal cable junctions and what appeared to be a manual energy valve. Su, what's the situation outside? He asked as he set about his tools. The main body has been momentarily driven back by how's flaming arrows. But more tentacles are retreating and likely have sensed the core's disturbance. You must hurry. Maximum 1 minute. Without hesitation, Lin Mo seized insulated bolt cutters and with swift, precise strokes, severed the 3 thickest power conduits. Sparks spat and a bitter, singed odor rose. He then found a manual valve and forced it shut with everything he had. The dark red crystal's glow receded rapidly until only a faint afterglow lingered. Energy source cut. Prepare to extract the core crystals and the main control board, Lin Mo ordered. 2 team members moved forward and, with careful leverage, pried off the cabinet's protective panel to reveal an even more intricate and delicate interior. One of them, using a specially fabricated anti-corrosive vessel, swiftly collected samples of the oozing green liquid. The other maintained remote contact with Li Wei and, under his precise instruction, carefully detached 3 dark crimson crystals and a metal plate etched with delicate striations, depositing them into a lead-lined, waterproof sealed case. The entire operation consumed scarcely 40 seconds. Secured retreat. Lin and Mo snatched the case and bolted back the way they had come. At that instant the wreck shuddered violently. With a hair-raising rasp and a sound of tearing close above them, a tentacle tipped with jagged bony barbs gouged through the hull at a slant. A deluge of turbid seawater and splintered timber cascaded inward. It found us. Move. Su Qianqian's cry cut through the conch. Run. Lin and Mo roared, one hand clutching the case, the other swinging a knife to hack away the debris blocking their path. They hurled themselves through the heaving, flooding hold toward the breach. Behind them, more tentacles were savaging the structure. Horrific hisses and a groan of collapsing timbers pursued them mercilessly. It was a race against death in those last desperate meters. A bone-spiked limb skimmed Lin Mo's back, the fetid gust it raised setting his hair on end. Splinters and filthy seawater struck them full in the face. Exit jump, he bellowed, without a moment to look back, using the cabin's tilt to propel himself and the box toward the aperture where a faint ribbon of moonlight and reflected water leaked in. Zhao Tai vaulted almost simultaneously, slamming the flat of his blade into Lu Feng's back midair to push him onward. The other 4 team members scrambled and rolled. In the nick of time, before the tendrils utterly breached the bulkhead, they spilled out one after another. They splashed into the icy sea. Lin and Mo pinched his breath, clung to the sealed case, and kicked furiously toward the remembered position of the dinghies. Around them came the muffled thunder of collapsing wreckage and the terrible suction as tentacles churned the water. Front left. The dinghies there. Lu Feng broke the surface, spitting salt water and shouting as he thrashed toward them. 2 narrow, canoe-shaped craft lay some dozen meters away. The 2 crew assigned to pick up were furiously paddling to steady them and reach out. Lin and Mo seized a proffered hand and hauled himself aboard, immediately sliding the case into the craft's bespoke locking cradle. All aboard. Row toward the Mo Yuan. The team, sodden and shaken, scrambled in. The boats, of course, were overloaded. Oars beat a frantic tempo, carving agitated ripples as they fled toward the Mo Yuan, which still wrestled with the creature. Lin Montauk, behind you. 3 tentacles are coming fast. Su Qianqian's voice wavered in the conch, underscored by the thunder of the Mo Yuan's ballistae and the monster's rending cries. Lin and Mo glanced back. Under the moon, 3 monstrous limbs, thicker than barrels and ringed with suckers and barbs, burst from the surface like sea serpents, surging toward the 2 dinghies with terrifying speed. The distance closed swiftly, no more than 100 meters. Sure how. Intercept, open fire on the pursuers. Lin and Mo shouted into the conch. On the bridge of the Mo Yuan, Sherhao's forehead veins throbbed as he fixed his gaze on the pursuing tentacles. To starboard, Ballista 1 and Ballista 3 trained on the midsections of the assailants. High explosive bolts. Fire. Boom. Boom. 2 bolts, their tails fitted with small powder charges, crude, improvised explosives that Li Wei had jury-rigged from available materials, whistled away. Because the skiffs were racing and the sea rolled, their impact points faltered. One detonated several meters before a tentacle, throwing up a tall column of spray and only slightly slowing it. The other missed entirely, exploding on more distant water. Not enough. They're too fast. The oarsmen cried, despair in their voices. The tentacles' barbed suckers gleamed menacingly in the moonlight. Lin Mo's mind raced. The skiffs had reached their maximum speed, and the Mo Yuan's supporting fire was hampered by angles and the risk of friendly fire. A nearby tentacle reared high, poised to strike. Left. Turn left. Follow my lead. Su Qianqian's voice cut through with an uncanny, penetrating authority. Trust me. Without hesitation, Lin Mo ordered, hard left. Full ahead. The 2 skiffs swung abruptly, carving a sharp arc. The raised tentacle slammed down with immense force, but grazed the skiff's starboard edge and missed. The towering wake it cast nearly capsized them. 30 degrees starboard. Accelerate. Su's commands came in quick succession. The skiffs shifted course again. Another tentacle swept in from the flank and failed to connect. It has blind zones underwater. Its reaction is sudden. Irregular maneuvers is delayed. The energy disturbance is concentrated directly ahead. She explained, her ocean's heart pulsing at an intensity previously unseen. predicting each tentacle's strike trajectory and the fragile seams in their energy flows. Now, straight for the MO Yuan. Hurry. Without hesitation, the skiffs poured every ounce of strength into their oars toward the MO Yuan, which had turned to present its broadside and was keeping a lane clear with ceaseless ballista fire. Behind them, the besieging appendages writhed like maddened beasts, each seemingly sure strike foiled at the last instant by a barely perceptible change of angle. It was a dance on the razor's edge, threading between the fingers of death, 80 meters, 50, 30. The MO Yuan's vast black silhouette loomed. Ropes and soft ladders dangling from her rail were plainly visible, covering party. Sure how bellowed. In the final 10 meters, a thick tentacle, seemingly enraged beyond restraint, abandoned its sweeping blows and lunged forward like a constrictor, its gaping tooth-ring suction maw snapping toward the last skiff. Careful. The men aboard Lin Mo's lead skiff felt their hearts tear in their chests. At the crucial moment, beside the only remaining unfired heavy ballista on the MO Yuan's starboard, a ballista operator, eyes red, with no time for careful aim, fired instinctively. The heavy bolt became a black streak, not toward the tentacle's flank, but plunging true into the open suction maw, penetrating its comparatively fragile internal structure. A sickening spurt of slime and torn tissue erupted. The tentacle emitted a piercing, almost unbearable shriek, then convulsed and retracted, freezing mid-motion. In that suspended instant, the two skiffs hurtled perilously close. Beneath the hull of the MO Yuan, scores of arms reached down, hauling and tugging, and in a scramble they dragged the exhausted, ashen-faced Lin Mo and the others up onto the deck. The boats were quickly secured with ropes. Weigh anchor. Full speed. Get us out of this sea. Lin Mo had barely steadied himself on deck and caught his breath when he shouted orders. The MO Yuan's mainsail rose. The long oars dipped in unison. The hull gave a slight shudder and began to accelerate toward the reef labyrinth from which they had come. Behind them, the tentacled beast, bereft of its core energy and grievously injured, seemed spent. Though it still flailed what remained of its limbs in furious anger, its pursuit slowed markedly. At last it could only emit a low, fading hiss in the direction of the receding MO Yuan and sink with reluctance into the sea now fouled with blood and wreckage. On the deck, the shock still clinging to everyone, Lin Mo leaned against the rail, breathing heavily, cold seawater dripping from his slicker. Su Qianqian ran to him, paler than he was, her eyes rimmed in red. She wanted to speak, but instead gripped his wet arm with trembling fingers. Well done, Qianqian. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse as he offered a tired but sincere smile. Without you, we wouldn't have made it back. She shook her head. Tears finally slipped free, but she hastily wiped them away. Sure how strode over and thumped Lin Mo on the shoulder, saying nothing, though the terror and relief in his eyes were plain. Li Wei bounded forward like a monkey, his gaze fixed on the lead-sealed crate at Lin Mo's feet, eager yet hesitant to touch it. The core. Is it secure? What about those green samples? Let me see immediately. I need to analyze them. Those free-wing maniacs, what on earth are they doing? He exclaimed. Lin Mo gave the crate a nudge with his foot. Back on the island. When you can inspect it, he replied. For now, tend the wounded, take inventory of our losses, and tighten the watch. The free-wing crew escaped on a single, damaged boat. There may be survivors. And though that creature appears subdued, it is not wholly dead. This sector is temporarily off limits. He climbed to the pilot house and looked back at the field of battle, now being swallowed by darkness and the shadow of the reefs. The moonlight was cold. The surface of the sea seemed to calm, marred only by floating debris and oil slicks that testified to the ferocity of the engagement. This time he had prevailed. They had secured the pivotal prize and dealt a grievous blow to the enemy's secret weapon. They had escaped with fright, but no fatal loss. Yet Caesar's madness and resolve had exceeded all expectations. A creature fused with raw energy was no hastily contrived abomination. Behind Free Wing, there was likely far more than mere plunder. He touched the seashell at his waist. Qian Duoduo's anxious voice crackled through. Boss, how are you? There are scattered reports of a massive explosion and commotion in the southeast reef. Is that you? Do you need support? Lin Mo steadied his breath and answered, it was us. We encountered Free Wing's test site and engaged. It's been resolved. We're returning. The core objective has been achieved. Notify the island. Tighten defenses, especially seaward. We will return shortly. He set the conch down and felt the Mayuan cleave steadily through the waves. He watched his comrades on deck, exhausted, yet with resolute eyes, and then cast his gaze upon the warship beneath his feet, a vessel forged by many hands that had acquitted itself admirably in its first battle. The title King of Storms conferred more than honor. It demanded confronting the fiercest undertows and wrestling the most monstrous foes. He was resolved to lead these people along that path, come what may. Accelerate our return, he murmured, and turned his eyes toward Nguyen Pavilion Island. Home. By now the ruined tower must be nearly complete. New trials and opportunities awaited there. Chapter 45. The tower rises, the Mayuan's prow split the deepest pre-dawn darkness. The island's silhouette sharpened in the faint morning light. The watchtower's lamps gleamed like stars guiding a homeward course. After a night of mortal combat, the men and women, bone-weary and spent, felt their taut nerves ease at the sight of home. As the ship eased ashore, Chien Duo led a welcoming party. Seeing them drenched, wounded, faces lined with fatigue, but eyes still clear, she stifled her questions and simply patted Lin Mo's arm. Back safely. That's what matters. The tower the engineer had been muttering about was finished. It had been completed only an hour before. Lin Mo looked up. In the island's central inner keep stood a newly erected tower of stone and timber, about 5 stories tall, its form antique yet suffused with an unusual rhythmic grace. Faint, intricate patterns traced in blue-veined crystal powder marred the tower's surface. In the pre-dawn gloom, they emitted a soft, cool, bluish-white glow, distinct from the island's other lights, and suffused with a calm, mysterious aura. First, send the wounded to the infirmary. The others rest in shifts. Keep the watch unbroken. Sure, how? You coordinate. Lin Mo issued the orders briskly, then lifted the lead-sealed chest and said to the expectantly Wei and the barely steady Su Qianqian, "Come, let us see our tower." Though Su Qianqian's complexion remained pale, her eyes had regained their clarity, and she followed in silence. The interior of the novice ruined tower felt more capacious than its exterior suggested. The first floor opened into a broad hall. The central floor bore an intricately incised, circular rune array nearly 3 meters across, now emitting a faint glow in time with the tower's circulating energies. The air carried a curious purity, as if dust and mundanity had been sifted away, leaving only a pale fragrance of rain damp or in pine. Libe inala depoli, unrupturat, then flung himself beside the central array and produced a clutch of crude instruments to make his readings. Stable, remarkably stable, he declared. The ambient free energy, he insisted upon that term, rather than magical elements, was being naturally absorbed by the tower's basal runes, purified, and gently released to form a harmonious, orderly energy field. Conducting rune etchings or processing energetic materials here would raise success rates by at least 20%. No, 30, he corrected with growing excitement. He gestured toward several recesses and platforms arrayed along the hall's walls. Look there, according to the schematics. Those are interfaces for detection pedestals and interference nodes. We do not yet possess the auxiliary component blueprints, but the fundamental functions appear to be activated. Try them. Lin Mo approached a shallow recess whose rim bore faint conduits of guided energy linking it to the central array. After a moment's hesitation, he set into it a fragment of dark red crystal he had pried from the wreck's core, dormant and lifeless. The instant the shard seeded, the ringed sigil array in the chamber's center brightened subtly. Above the recess, a delicate veil of light materialized out of nothing. Across its surface flickered, twisted, discontinuous lines and points of light, like the static of a failing screen. An energy structure residual analysis? Li Wei drew nearer, pushing up his spectacles and peering intently. Though the projection was incomplete, it was plain that the crystal's internal energy channels had been constructed crudely, marred by signs of forcible embedding and overriding. This was not the work of natural formation or of refined engineering. Rather, it looked like a violent external imprinting of a biological tissue's energetic affinity into a mineral substrate. Savage, inefficient, yet capable, at least in the short term, of producing a potent power source. Can we reconstruct their technological pathway or locate weaknesses? Lin Mo asked. It will take time and more samples and controls. But with this tower, our analytical efficiency will be drastically improved, Li Wei replied confidently. His gaze then shifted to the lead-sealed case in Lin Mo's hands, alight with anticipation. Lin Mo set the case beside the central array, but did not open it at once. Su Qianqian, what do you feel? Does the tower's field affect you? Then Montag inquired. Su Qianqian had been quietly attuning herself. She nodded softly. It's comfortable, like soaking in a spring of ideal temperature. The fatigue from my previous sensory overreach has eased considerably. The tower seems to gently nourish and organize perceptive and affinity-based abilities, such as the heart of the ocean. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them and pointed toward a direction outside the tower. Centered on the tower, within roughly a 200-meter radius, the flow of energy has become markedly clearer and more ordered. Were a foreign, powerful, discordant energy to intrude, I should now detect it far earlier than before. Enhanced regional perception and environmental energy harmonization. This was a strategic capability, Lin Mo realized. The tower's worth far exceeded their expectations. Li Bei. Analysis of the core and the green fluid must be our immediate priorities, Lin Mo said sternly. For safety, the work must be done inside the tower with proper isolation. I need 3 things. First, how this was fabricated, what the key materials and technical thresholds are. Second, its energy output characteristics, control modalities, and vulnerabilities. Third, whether it can be partially reverse-engineered or repurposed defensively. If the Wings of Freedom can make 1, they can make 2 or 3. We must be prepared. Understood. Leave it to me, Li Wei answered, beating his chest with conviction. Then, blushing slightly, as he added that they would likely require additional materials to fabricate analytical instruments and secure containment. Secure funding and priority allocations, Lin Mo said without hesitation. Knowledge is power, and in this matter they would not stint. At that moment Sure Hao, having finished matters ashore, entered with a trace of gravity upon his face. He had just received word from the outer patrol boats, roughly 30 nautical miles to our southeast and northwest. Unidentified vessels were loitering, scattered in formation, yet adopting an unmistakably surveillant posture. They might be remnants of the Wings of Freedom or other scavengers alerted by the scent of opportunity. Increase the density and breadth of patrols and deploy more reconnaissance skiffs. Maintain a posture of deterrence. But refrain from initiating hostilities so long as they do not breach our 12 nautical mile security perimeter, he reported. Lin Mo spoke in a low voice. We need time to assimilate what we gained, to consolidate our defenses, and above all to ascertain the full capabilities of that tower. At this, a portly companion who had been following in silence stepped forward. Boss, he proposed, in the names of the King of Storms and the Mayuan Pavilion. Release a concise statement on the regional and national channels. Say that during a routine patrol we encountered an assault by an unknown biological weapon and have since neutralized it. Note that the device appears to be artificially engineered and highly dangerous. Urge all survivors to remain vigilant and treat unfamiliar waters and anomalous energy signatures with caution. At the same time, Mayuan Pavilion is prepared, at reasonable terms, to offer basic consultation on energy anomaly detection and supply certain defensive materials. Qian Duo's eyes lit up at once. It exonerates us of provocation, casts the incident as the removal of a public menace, subtly rebukes the Wings of Freedom, and even opens an opportunity for commerce, enhancing our prestige and voice. I'll draft it immediately, he said, and Lin Mo cautioned that the wording must be precise, leaving no opening for accusations. Trust me with words. I'm adept, Qian answered, and hurried away, watching his retreating figure. Sure Hao shook his head with a smile before resuming a sober tone. This episode has strengthened the crew's faith in the Mayuan. Yet the engagement revealed shortcomings in coordination and equipment. I intend to organize several focused drills in the coming days. Also, bring the tissue samples we retrieved from that creature in the reef. Perhaps they can help us discover effective countermeasures. Agreed. You design the drills. Assign the sample research to Li Wei, but it must be conducted within the Rune Tower under strict containment. Lin Mo consented. They discussed further details until dawn. Morning light filtered through the tower's windows, casting mottled shadows across the rune-inscribed floor. Lin Mo went to the window and watched the island awaken, smoke rising from hearths. Patrols moving with lithe certainty, the clang of hammers from the workshops, and the Mayuan replenishing stores and undergoing repairs upon the distant sea. Behind them, the newly erected Rune Tower quietly emanated its unseen force, safeguarding and fortifying everything within its reach. From a 6 square meter speck of land to a stronghold boasting a warship, a Rune Tower and a multitude of allies. The road ahead remained long, enemies formidable and mysteries unsolved. Yet with every step they took, the foundation beneath them grew firmer. He turned and saw Su Qianqian propped against the wall, asleep at some unknown hour, her pale face softened by a rare tranquility. Li Wei was preparing with meticulous reverence to open the lead-sealed chest, while Shihao had already begun sketching the training schedule upon a wooden plank. This was his domain, his companions, the force he must protect and lead forward. Rest now. Li Wei, do not toil too long. The samples will not flee. Lin Mo's voice reverberated through the tower. Shihao, organize the watch rotations. Once everyone has recovered, there are more pressing matters to attend to. He looked toward the vast sea, his gaze distant. Caesar's vengeance will not tarry, and the secret of the restless sea still awaits those who would uncover it. But before that, he must fortify this island, this tower. Make them stronger. The Storm King must not only summon tempests, he must also fashion a windless haven for his people. Chapter 46, Crystal Analysis. Dark undercurrents. The lead-sealed case opened beside the ring array at the center of the rune tower. There was no anticipated burst of energy or odd sound. 3 dark red core crystals and the intricately veined control plate lay quietly on a bespoke shock-absorbing pad, their surfaces muted, only occasionally emitting a faint, ember-like red glimmer when the tower's power flowed through them. In a smaller adjacent vessel was sealed a viscous, faintly luminescent green liquid. Li Wei wore a makeshift protective suit fashioned from multiple layers of adhesive tape and coarse cloth, goggles obscuring most of his face. Holding an extended pair of forceps, he gingerly transferred a core crystal onto a stone analysis slab, engraved with conduits for channeling energy. The slab connected to the rune tower's foundational detection array. Su Qianqian sat on a nearby step. Her complexion was slightly improved from the day before, but still pallid. She closed her eyes and, rather than probing aggressively, laid her perception over the objects like a careful listening. Within the crystal, there was a pervasive silence, yet the bio-threads that had been forcibly embedded remained. Those starved of power, like a riverbed left to parch, leaving behind residues of pain and furious resentment. The green liquid held similar traces of life activity, but in a more chaotic state, rife with urges to grow and mutate, likewise forcibly suppressed. Lin Mo stood to one side, arms folded, brow slightly furrowed. As he listened to Su Qianqian's impressions and considered the technical analysis Li Wei was about to commence, he endeavored to assemble a fuller picture of the wings of Liberty technology. Initiate baseline scan. Li Wei drew a deep breath and activated the analysis slab. The tower's energy flowed along the etched channels. The stone surface glowed with a soft white light that enveloped the dark red crystal. The light screen before them reappeared, far more stable and lucid than when they had used fragments, slowly delineating the crystal's intricate internal three-dimensional architecture. Look here. Li Wei pointed to a twisted main conduit on the screen and the countless branching filaments, an energy channel network. Its construction was brutally crude, marked by forcible boring and subsequent patchwork. The main artery had been driven through the crystal's original stable lattice, while the branching filaments resembled energy-sensitive biological nerve cords seared in with extreme heat and power. This had rendered the crystal's structure fragile, its energy transmission inefficient and highly unstable. He cycled through several scan modes, and the screen displayed regions in different colors. The crimson region represents the crystal's quiescent energy substrate. The deep blue denotes embedded vestiges of biological conduits. The bright green specks are forcibly injected catalytic energy residues intended to activate and drive those channels. Li Wei enlarged the image, his expression growing increasingly grave. This energy displays potent inducement of mutation and enforced proliferation, and its signature corresponds closely with that of the green fluid. He suddenly looked at the jar, and then at Lin Mo. I understand now. The system likely uses such a specialized crystal as both power source and control core, coercively driving and binding one or more extremely active, highly mutagenic marine tissues. The green liquid functions as the culture medium and controller that sustains and stimulates the tissues. The crystal issues commands. Catalytic energy propagates through the biological conduits, provoking rapid growth, mutation, and guided morphogenesis, such as forming tentacles to execute attacks. Yet because the technologies and materials are so crude and brutal, the tissue's instincts readily turn predatory. Once control fractures or the energy supply overloads, it becomes the runaway monstrosity we witnessed last night. Lin Mo interfaced, his gaze ice cold. Where did Caesar obtain this technology? And those special crystals and culture media? The crystals themselves resemble energy storage crystals that have been heavily mutated and contaminated, though the manner of processing is unprecedented. The culture medium is even more complex. I will need time for refined separation and analysis. As for the technical provenance, Li Wei pushed up his slipping glasses and observed that this ruthless, any-cost fusion approach does not resemble conventional scientific work. It looks more like a shortcut in weapons development or the leftover handiwork of some deranged experimental complex. Stonemason Brotherhood? Lin Mo immediately thought of that enigmatic mentor. But the mentor's bent towards scholarship and relics makes this destructive chaos seem unlikely to be his doing. Could another power be operating behind the wings of liberty? At that moment, the intelligence officer hurried into the tower and handed Lin Mo a wooden tablet bearing reports. Consolidated patrol and perimeter intelligence indicates the remaining wings vessels have withdrawn deep into their control zone and surface activity has subsided. Yet several small and medium factions that have traded with us reveal that the wings are clandestinely purchasing stable energy crystals, high-strength biological gels, and active tissue samples from ancient sea beasts at lavish prices, scarcely questioning cost. A contact at the Black Coral Market to the northeast reported that 3 days ago, an unmarked medium paddle sailor clandestinely arrived near the wing's principal island and unloaded several sealed, exceedingly heavy crates under extreme guard. Lin Mo tapped the tablet lightly. Caesar is replenishing losses and may even have secured new technical backing, preparing to escalate. Could the secret freighter be the source of those technologies and materials? Any word from Dragon Soul? He asked. Captain Zhao Jigang replied by encrypted comm, confirming they too are monitoring the Wings of Liberty's anomalous movements and reporting that one of their recon detachments farther north has detected faint, erratic signatures resembling restless oceanic energy. Though the locations remain elusive, they warned us that Caesar might be orchestrating a large-scale operation. Its target could be us. Or it might be intended to seize a resource hidden in the treacherous seas. Lin Mo walked to the tower window and stared at the distant horizon. Having suffered such a defeat, Caesar would not relent. Augmenting supplies and securing new backing were all steps toward an even more furious assault. His objective would be either the utter destruction of the Moiwan Pavilion to eliminate any future threat, or the acquisition of resources sufficient to reverse our fortunes or to forge a far more terrible weapon, most likely something tied to the turbulent sea. Li Bei analyzed the core and the fluid, identify the energy frequency signatures of this fusion technology, map its control signal patterns, and determine the most probable weaknesses. Pay special attention to any biological components. See whether common inhibitors or interference techniques exist. Lin Mo turned and issued orders. Sure how. Accelerate a full refit and reinforcement of the Moyuan, with an emphasis on underwater defenses. Organize the workshop to attempt mass production of the silent ripple rudimentary rune plates Li Wei developed. Their range is limited, but they may prove vital in a pinch. Also, select and train an elite underwater strike team. Understood, came the response. Where's Qian Duo? Shopkeeper Qian is in the trade quarter, conversing with visiting merchants and quietly gathering commercial intelligence around the free wing zone, a team member reported. Let him continue, Lin Mo said, and, through our trading network, discreetly seed rumors that the Moyuan Pavilion is seeking stable energy crystals and ancient sea beast research, offering generous terms but insisting on transparent provenance. See whether we can disrupt Caesar's procurement or flush out a secret supply line. Orders were taken and the others dispersed. Only Lin Mo, Su Qianqian, and the engrossed Li Wei remained in the tower. Su Qianqian stepped beside Lin and murmured, "You're worried about the next strike. Caesar is like a wounded mad dog. When he lunges again, he'll be crueler and more ruthless." Lin Mo did not deny it. "I suspect someone is egging him on. We must grow stronger faster. This tower and the Moyuan are our foundation." Su looked toward the slowly rotating rune array at the tower's core. "I can feel the tower's power slowly integrating with the island. Perhaps I can attempt to meld the heart of the ocean as perception with the tower's sensing functions, not to control, but to map my senses onto the tower's energy field. It might extend our warning range or allow us to distinguish threats more clearly." Lin's eyes brightened. Try it, but be cautious and proceed gradually. Your body is not yet fully recovered. Sue nodded. A faint smile ghosted her pale face. We will not lose. This is the home we have built bit by bit. Yes, home. Lin Mo surveyed the tower that embodied so many people's hopes and efforts, then gazed at the island bursting with life. From solitary survival on an isle to standing among rivals, the path had been thorny, but every step had been firm. If Caesar desired war, then war he would have. The realm of the King of Storms had never been preserved through retreat. He would make every would-be usurper understand who truly commands these waves. He gently squeezed Su Qianqian's hand. Come, let's go see how the Yun is coming along. Then we must devise, with care, a splendid surprise for any guests who might arrive. The sea breeze slipped through the tower's window, carrying with it the pristine breath unique to the newly risen rune tower. Far off, dark currents swelled, and the bedrock, unseen, was becoming ever firmer. Chapter 47. Tidal Intelligence. Li Wei had remained in the rune tower for 2 uninterrupted days. When he emerged, his eyes were hollowed, his beard unkempt. Yet his gaze burned with a mingled flame of dread and exhilaration. Clutching a stack of birch bark pages densely scrawled with notes, he hurried to Lin Mo, who was inspecting the Yun's underwater reinforcements in the shipyard. A major discovery, he rasped, his voice hoarse from excitement and sleeplessness. Boss, that green liquid, it's not merely a culture medium. It's a composite of inducing pheromones and energy-catalyzing enzymes. Moreover, it carries definitive characteristics of group command signaling. Lin Mo waved for the craftsmen to continue their work and drew Li Wei aside into a sheltered corner. Be precise, he instructed. I fractionated the liquid and analyzed its energy fluctuation patterns with the tower's detection array. Li Wei flipped through the bark pages, pointing at a series of contorted waveform graphs and hasty annotations. Look at this band. It's not random stimulation. It's an encoded signal. Crude as it is, it mimics the aggregation and attack pheromones certain deep-sea creatures emit under specific conditions. The wings of freedom are not merely trying to breed solitary monsters. They may be attempting to employ this liquid together with those aberrant crystals to influence, even commandeer, natural sea beasts within a given radius. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened. Are you suggesting last night's experiment might have been only a prototype, a controller or signal tower, that the real objective is to provoke a controlled, or at least steerable, tide of sea animals? Highly probable, Li Wei affirmed emphatically. The biological networks embedded within those crystals resonate strongly with this class of pheromone. If they deploy multiple crystal cores like beacons across a chosen sea region and then disperse copious quantities of this modulated liquid, in theory, they could attract and arouse nearby creatures into extreme aggression and roughly steer their movement toward desired vectors. Last night's runaway monstrosity may have been a failed unit from a single core overload. If they resolved the stability issues and field multiple units, the consequences would be catastrophic, a manufactured onslaught of sea beasts whose direction and targets can be broadly controlled. Lin Mo's mind raced to Su Qianqian. Her island lay relatively isolated. If Caesar employed such a pernicious weapon, her island would likely be an early target, both to strike allies associated with the Yun pavilion and to trial the weapon's efficacy. Can we analyze the effective range and duration of these pheromones? Is there any way to disrupt or shield against them? Then Montauk Plessit. It depends on the crystal core's energy output and the liquid's diffusion, Li Wei replied. We lack precise data, but if deployed judiciously, influence across several nautical miles seems possible. The active compounds in the liquid will naturally degrade, yet the crystals can continuously emit reinforcing signals, at best sustaining the effect for hours, perhaps up to a full day. Li Wei pushed up his spectacles. In theory, if one could pinpoint the exact frequency of the pheromone, it might be possible to disrupt its commands by superimposing inverse or chaotic energy fluctuations. But that would demand exquisitely precise instruments and a formidable energy source, capabilities we currently lack. As for shielding, only a barrier that utterly prevents the passage of energy and pheromones or sufficient distance would suffice. Lin Mo felt a chill. At this moment, the disparity in technology and the shortage of preparation time were painfully conspicuous. The Free Wings had likely been investigating this hazardous weapon in secret for some time, while they had only recently seized a sample and begun their analysis. At that moment, Su Qianqian's slightly urgent voice came through the small resonant conch Lin Mo carried at his waist. Lin Mo, where are you? I have a bad feeling. Lin Mo and Li Wei exchanged a glance and immediately hurried toward the rune tower. Inside, Su Qianqian stood by the central array. Her complexion paler than the day before, almost translucent. She pressed both hands lightly to the rim of the array, eyes closed, her body trembling faintly. Qianqian, what's wrong? Lin Mo hurried forward. Far out at sea. The energy is restless, she replied, her voice tinged with barely concealed alarm. Not by the agitated sea. That's not it. It's another direction, to the northeast. There's a chaotic, savage aggregation of life energy reactions converging and surging. Mixed within it are insistent oscillations that make me uneasy. They resemble the sensation I had from that green liquid, but they're more dispersed and more covert. Northeast. That was roughly the direction of Su Qianqian's island. In the same sector where Dragon Soul had previously detected faint energy perturbations akin to those of the agitated sea. Can you determine distance and scale? Lin Mo asked, his voice low. Su Qianqian concentrated, sweat beading on her brow. It's distant, beyond our usual patrol range, perhaps 200 or 300 nautical miles away. It's sizable, many life signatures of varying scale, all becoming increasingly aggressive. It's like the prelude to a storm. When fish grow restless, only now it's as if the entire seafloor's predators are agitated. Li Wei's face drained of color. The pheromone is dispersing and taking effect. Caesar may already be conducting a test. In that direction, your island is that way. Lin Mo turned to Su Qianqian. She opened her eyes. Concern etched there, but steadied by resolve. My island has basic defenses. I made arrangements before I left. But if this is a man-directed surge of sea beasts, they likely cannot withstand it on their own. And there are other survivor isles in that area. Lin Mo's mind raced. Caesar's decision to test in a remote northeastern sector beyond his controlled region allowed him to avoid collateral damage to his own forces while targeting potential adversaries, including Su Qianqian, and to collect real combat data. A ruthlessly astute choice. What now? Reinforce Su Qianqian's island? The distance was prohibitive. Even if the Mayuan steamed at full speed, it would take nearly a day, and by the time they arrived it might be too late. Furthermore, the Mayuan pavilion's home island might then be vulnerable. Caesar could easily feint in one direction while striking in another. Sure how? Lin Mo shouted into the conch. Here. Sure how's voice answered immediately. The island is at Condition 1 alert. Inspect all defensive installations, double the patrols, and recall every peripheral vessel and crew member. Notify Qian Duo and suspend all non-essential trading voyages. Inventory the stores, paying particular attention to weapons and medical supplies. Lin Mo spoke rapidly. Also prepare the provisions required for the Mayuan's emergency departure. Prioritize maximum endurance and combat reserves. Complete this within 2 hours. Understood. Sure how responded without hesitation. Lin Mo then turned to Li Wei. Li Wei, remain here. Continue the analysis and try to isolate the key frequency characteristics of the pheromonal signal, even if only approximately. Ready some experimental runic devices that might be used for interference. Small range is acceptable. Simultaneously monitor the rune tower's detection feedback. Report immediately if any anomalous energies or biological concentrations appear. All right, I'll do my best, Li Wei said, nodding emphatically. Finally, Lin Mo looked to Su Qianqian. Before he could speak, she gripped his wrist. Her fingertips were cold, but her grasp was firm. I'm coming with you, she said. My ability to sense underwater and to communicate with gentle creatures may be precisely what we need. Besides, that is my home. I must go back. Lin Mo met her gaze. There was no pleading in it, only unassailable resolve. He knew he could not, and must not, stop her. Very well. But you must promise to obey orders and avoid unnecessary risks. Lin Mo, squeeze her hand back. Prepare yourself, and take the necessary gear and medicines. We depart in 1 hour. Su Qianqian exhaled, nodded vigorously, and strode away. Lin Mo walked to the tower window and stared at the somber sky. At the northeastern seam, where sea met horizon, the cloud bank hung lower. Caesar's vengeance had begun in a more insidious and unexpected way. A man-driven surge of sea beasts was gathering in the distant northeastern waters. He did not know whether they could arrive in time, whether they could stop it, or even whether he and Su Qianqian's isle would survive that rampaging tide. Yet some things must be done despite the danger. Not only for Su Qianqian, but to determine the true potency of Caesar's new gambit. for the innocents who might be swept up in it, and for the inviolable line he refused to see trampled. The Storm King could not stand idly by while a tempest ravaged seas he held dear. He drew a deep breath, turned, and strode toward the quay with determined steps. The Mayuen would set sail once more into an unknown, furious ocean, and this time they might face thousands upon thousands of ocean eyes dyed with madness. Chapter 48. Rushing the furious sea, the Mayuen surged forward like a heavy arrow loosed from a bow, cleaving the swelling waves as she bore northeast at full speed. The mainsail filled, billowing like the flank of some great beast. Every extended or station roared to life. The strongest hands were chosen, their low-voiced chants punctuating each strenuous stroke. The water split at the prow into white froth that tumbled aside and trailed in a long, roiling wake. The sky was leaden and low. The air was thick with saline dampness and a faint, unsettling briny reek. Lin M.O. stood upon the quarterdeck, a monocular to his eye, his gaze sweeping ceaselessly over the sea and the distant horizon. Apart from the mounting swells and the occasional low-flying seabird, there was nothing overtly amiss. Yet the weighty premonition in his chest and the intermittent murmurs from the conch at his waist, coupled with a terse dispatch from Li Wei at the Rune Tower, reporting that the Tower S Foundation energy field remained stable, no large anomalous energies were detected near the island, and that stray ambient energy readings to the northeast were steadily rising, consistent with the precursors of a mass congregation, left him incapable of the slightest complacency. Su Qianqian, wrapped in a thick waterproof cloak, leaned against the base of the mainmast. Her complexion was still pallid, but her gaze was intent. Her hands were clasped in front of her, knuckles paling from the grip. Her perception spread outward into the deep like the most delicate sonar, unceasingly probing the ocean ahead. The life signs increased in number. She spoke softly, the sound cutting through wind and surf to reach Lin M.O. with crystalline clarity. They were not along our course, she said, but farther east by north, across a vast stretch of sea, like innumerable restless points of light that had been scattered in the dark. They were now being drawn and awakened by some invisible force, slowly converging in the same direction. I can feel the chaotic rage and hunger growing more intense. Can you distinguish the principal species and their speeds? Lin M.O. asked, lowering his spyglass. Su Qianqian closed her eyes and focused for a long moment. The array was heterogeneous. She replied, there were large forms with energy signatures reminiscent of hammerhead and tiger sharks, yet far more frenzied. Medium-sized predators predominated, schooling wolffish, sizable barracuda-like hunters, and a fast-moving armored arthropod. Their overall pace was not swift, more like an assembly and incubation, but if they were to erupt, their surge would be terrifying. Most troubling were several enormous denizens from the deep rising upward. Their energy reactions were potent and their shapes elusive. Shark swarms, large predatory fish, armored sea beasts. Perhaps even deep-sea leviathans being lured to the surface. Lin M.O. mused, drawing his brow into a tighter knot. If this were truly an artificially guided tidal onslaught, its destructive capacity would be beyond reckoning. Ordinary wooden sailing ships, and even typical reinforced islands, would be brittle before such force. How far from us? How far from Qianqian S Island? At our present speed and bearing, she answered, we will reach the fringes of that agitated sea in about 7 or 8 hours. Her island lies further within. Her voice trembled with a barely perceptible quiver. She hoped they had prepared. Lin M.O. stepped to her side and gently pressed his hand to her quaking shoulder. We will make it, he assured her. Your islanders are not unready. Besides, Caesar would not cause such a commotion merely to strike a single island. His true aim may be a test, a purge of rivals, or something he covets in that region. We still have time to respond. Su Qianqian felt the warmth and steadiness conveyed by his touch, drew a slow breath, and inclined her head. Sure how emerged from the lower deck, his face damp with spray and wind. The ship was sound. The oarsmen rotated with disciplined order. Weapons had been checked, the ballistae loaded, the bolts divided evenly between heavy shot and incendiary heads. Following the strategy Li set before his departure, we hurriedly fashioned a batch of sonic tubes, bamboo casings sealed with gunpowder and shards of iron, fuses lit and thrown. At close range, they unleashed deafening detonations and deadly shrapnel, perhaps useful against dense schools of fish. We also reinforced the underwater protective net with an additional layer. though whether it could withstand the impact of a large sea beast remained uncertain. Do what we can, Lin Mo said gravely. Notify everyone. Rest and eat while you can. The real battle may well arrive around dusk. The order spread, and the mood aboard the Mo Yuan grew heavier, though no one panicked. Only seasoned elites who had endured countless engagements and trials had been permitted on this expedition. They checked weapons in silence, tended their gear, and chewed on hard rations and jerky, trading the occasional low word. Their eyes were wolfish in vigilance and ferocity. Time passed amid wind and waves. The sky darkened, and a cold drizzle began to fall. Visibility fell, and the Mo Yuan felt as if it sailed inside the maw of a gray leviathan. Around 3 in the afternoon, Su Qianqian, who had been sensing with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and cried urgently, ahead to port, roughly 15 nautical miles. A violent energy conflict. This isn't a natural beast tide, it's a battle. There are ships, more than one, they're fighting the sea beasts. Lin Mo and Sure Hao rushed to the port rail and lifted their spyglasses. Through the rain and drooping clouds, they could just make out intermittent flashes of fire on the horizon and faint detonations shredded by the wind. Can you discern whose forces they are? Lin Mo asked. Su Qianqian strained to read the signatures. The energy in the engagement zone is chaotic, but one fluctuation is very precise, highly ordered. It feels like a dragon soul. Dragon soul? They're in these waters too? And engaged with the sea beasts? Lin Mo said. Slow down. Close in toward the fight with caution. Keep concealed and observe from a safe distance. If it truly was the dragon soul, they might glean intelligence or even form an alliance. The Mo Yuan eased its speed and, under the veil of thickening rain and sea mist, crept toward the direction of the firelight. As they drew nearer, the spyglasses resolved the scene. 3 medium-sized sailing vessels sailing in a wedge formation, locked in fierce combat with a swarm of sea beasts many times their number. The ships were stout and their crew's maneuvers practiced, though rain plastered the flags. The dragon emblem of the dragon soul could still be discerned on their sails. The attackers were a motley array, hammerhead sharks over 5 meters long battering the hulls, packs of wolffish launching themselves toward the decks, and several glossy, dark-shelled, scorpion-like behemoths brandishing massive pincers as they tried to clamber over the bulwarks. The dragon soul vessels fought stubbornly with bolt cannons, flaming arrows, and vats of burning oil rigged along the rails. The sea was strewn with carcasses and wreckage. Yet the horde seemed inexhaustible, each wave of assault surging over the last. They were surrounded. The beast struck in an organized, rotational manner designed to sap the ship's defenses. Sure Hao, seasoned and keen-eyed, immediately spotted the crucial detail. Look there. Su Qianqian suddenly pointed to a comparatively calm stretch of water beyond the swarm. Something lay beneath the surface. The energy signature was concentrated and deliberate. The lingering sensation was much like that of the green fluid, yet far more covert, as if it were issuing persistent commands. Lin Mo followed her pointing finger and found the water there a shade darker. Faint, unnatural dark green luminescence drifted beneath the surface. A beacon, or a control node, he realized with a flash. The wings of Liberty had not shown themselves directly. Instead, they had planted control nodes here, steering the beast swarms to assail the Dragon Soul ships operating in this sector, both to test their weapons and to strike at rivals. Boss, what shall we do? Help them or not? Sure Hao asked. To help would mean confronting the unnaturally governed tide of beasts and revealing themselves, with grave risk. To abstain could mean the 3 Dragon Soul vessels would be wiped out. Lin Mo hesitated only an instant. The Dragon Souls were potential allies, a bastion of order. To stand idly by would be a moral failing and a strategic blunder. More crucially, if they did not probe this controlled swarm now to uncover its vulnerabilities, they would be even more passive when the tide turned toward Su Qianqian's island or toward themselves. Help, Lin Mo said decisively, but not rashly. Sure Hao. Take command of the Moyuan. Circle to the rear flank of the swarm and target that underwater control node area Su Qianqian pointed out. Bring every ballista to bear. Concentrate fire and strike it hard. Use armor-piercing heavy bolts and explosive rounds. Smash it. Understood. Sure Hao's eyes glinted. He dashed for the helm. Qianqian, focus all your senses on the energy fluctuations around the node and on the beast responses. Zhao Tai, Lu Feng, lead a skirmishing team and stand ready. If the node is destroyed and the swarm breaks, stray beasts may surge toward us. You two will clear anything that comes too close. Orders flew like lightning. The Mayuan glided like an assassin-blade through shadow, tracing a wide, silent arc to avoid the main fray and slipping toward the phosphorescent waters of the swarm's rear. Every heartbeat tightened. The fate of the engagement depended on this single strike. Chapter 49. Breaking the deadlock. Convergence of dragon souls. The Mayuan, like a poisoned dagger, cut silently into the thudding pulse of the swarm's rear. Rain and sea mist afforded perfect concealment. The ship's lights were long extinguished. Only the faintest gleam of runes along the gunnel was allowed, strictly controlled. All held their breath. Only the measured slap of oars and the wind's moan through the rigging disturbed the hush. Su Qianqian clutched the cold, wet rail, her awareness fixed on the patch of water that glowed that uncanny dark green. Beneath the surface, the energy's heartbeat was steady and icy. A cold metronome to the chaotic life pulses of the surrounding beasts, an obstinate, discordant rhythm in the midst of the cacophony. Directly below, at roughly 15 meters, the energy core was stable, but encircled by a protective biofield. No, by a dense aggregation of small, energy-inert organisms that cloaked it like living armor. Her voice came through the conch in a whisper to Lin Mo and Sure Hao, strained by interference. My perception cannot pierce through. I cannot make out precise forms. But the energy signature is closely akin to that of the green fluid. The source of the control signal is here. Position locked. A glint of resolve flashed in Sure Hao's eyes as he bellowed into the speaking tube at the ballista stations below. Numbers 1 through 4. Replace ammunition with engineerly specially devised armor-piercing explosive bolts. Target, 300 meters ahead, 15 meters beneath the surface, concentrated spread. Hear my order. The Mo Yuan adjusted her angle with deliberate slowness. In the darkness, for heavy ballistae along the broadside rose soundlessly and locked their aim. The gunners affixed oversized powder canisters to the shaft's tails. Specially hardened arrowheads were slid into the grooves, fingers ready upon the triggers. Now, Sure Hao's hand cut through the air. Fire. 4 muffled cracks merged into a single thunder. The bowstrings shuddered violently. The bespoke heavy bolts ripped through the curtain of rain, tracing almost perfectly straight arcs before plunging into the dark green water. They entered without a sound. Time held for a heartbeat, then boom. A succession of subterranean detonations roared up from below. The sea convulsed, surging into 4 towering plumes mingled with firelight. Viscous strands and torn tissue. The shockwave shuddered the Mo Yuan 300 meters away. Men staggered across the deck. The bioluminescent glow in that swath of water spluttered and fractured, then dimmed swiftly. Hit! The energy core's oscillations abetted violently. Control signals were severed. They're hit. Su Qianqian cried, her voice threaded with relief and exhaustion. At almost the same moment, the horde besieging the Dragon Soul fleet fell into obvious disorder. The predators that had struck in orderly rotations froze, their rhythm and coordination shattered. Hammerhead sharks ceased their ramming assaults and began aimless patrols. The wolf fish lost their synchronized leaps, some even turning to savage one another. The colossal sea scorpions halted their climbs, pincers waving in bewilderment. The command node was ruptured. The pack had been stripped of its unified directive. Sure Hao pumped his fist in triumph, but Lin Mo's gaze stayed fixed forward. Not so fast, he warned. Their directives may be cut, yet the beast within remains. They are enraged and dangerously near. Watch for counterattacks and chaotic surges. All hands, prepare to engage. Predictably, after a brief confusion, the enraged creatures redirected their fury toward the nearest prey, the Mo Yuan among them. Though scattered, their numbers were formidable. Free fire. Prioritize mid-range threats nearest us. Conserve the heavy bolts. Sure Hao commanded with calm urgency. The crew sprang into disciplined action. Ballistae were reloaded with standard heavy bolts to pick off charging packs and isolated hammerheads. Archers and harpooners lined the rail, loosing shafts and barbs to repel encroaching small predators. Zhao Tai and Lu Feng marshaled a contingent of close combat veterans, pole hook and machete in hand, posted at critical points along the bulwark to deal with any that managed to breach the rail. The engagement flared into white-hot intensity. Though the Mo Yuan was well outfitted, assaults from multiple directions bore down like a tide. A hammerhead slammed into the port below the waterline with a dull, bone-jarring thud. and the ship lurched perceptibly to one side. A few wolffish leapt opportunistically, their serrated teeth grazing the bulwarks before the warrior stationed there drove his spear through them. Starboard, 2 giant sea scorpions are coming. The lookout screamed. 2 massive, cold dark crustaceans abandoned the Dragon Soul's vessel and, paddling with jointed limbs, bore down the Mayuan with astonishing speed. Their enormous pincers were held aloft, glinting with a cold menace. Starboard ballistae, aim for the joints. Fire. Sure how roared. The twin ballistae to starboard were hurriedly trained and loosed. One bolt glanced off, showering sparks across the scorpion's thick carapace. The other struck true, embedding its head deep into the fragile joint where pincer met thorax. A high, sibilant shriek escaped the wounded scorpion as it convulsed wildly. Its intact companion surged forward, pincers clamping down on the ship's rail with brutal force. In that dire instant, a sharp whoosh tore through the air from astern. Several heavy bolts, wreathed in flame, streaked from the direction of the Dragon Soul fleet, striking with lethal precision at the junction of the charging scorpion's head and carapace. With a series of thunderous explosions, fire and concussive force reduced its head and thoracic shell to charred fragments. Its forward momentum snapped, and it collapsed into the sea. Support from the Dragon Soul, Zhao Tai cried in delight. The 3 Dragon Soul ships, having steadied after the initial confusion among the beasts, had decisively detached one vessel to close with and aid the Mayuan. Their crews worked with seamless coordination, ballistae and bows unleashed in unison, lightening the Mayuan's burden. Bolstered by fresh forces, the pressure on the Mayuan eased. 2 ships fought abreast, covering one another as they drove back the scattered tide of beasts. Bereft of unified command and assailed from both sides, the lured sea creatures finally began to withdraw, some diving into the depths, others scattering away from the vessels. After roughly half an hour, the surface returned to a grim calm. Floating carcasses, flotsam, lingering smoke, and a metallic tang of blood. The Dragon Soul's mid-sized sailboat drew alongside slowly. At its prow stood a poised, ruggedly capable middle-aged man in simple leather armor, Zhao Jigang. Lord Lin, M.O. I have long heard of you. His clear voice carried across the water. The Storm King's renown is well-deserved. Thank you for your timely aid. Had you not struck those strange control nodes with such accuracy, the 3 of us might have been lost today. Lin M.O. stepped to the rail, returning the salute with a clasped hand gesture. Captain Zhao, you are too courteous. The Dragon Soul upholds order at sea. We happened upon the scene and could not stand by. Besides, this manipulated beast tide posed a threat to all. The vessels drew nearer, and a gangplank was lowered. Zhao Jigang and 2 lieutenants boarded the Mayuan and exchanged a terse briefing. A reconnaissance team of ours was tracking a faint energy anomaly in these waters and blundered into an ambush, trapped by that uncanny tide, Zhao Jigang said, his expression grave. We suspect the Free Wing's involvement, but we lack evidence and a means to counter it. Your swift identification and decisive action at the node command my admiration. We had a falling out with them before, and by chance we obtained some of their experimental specimens and conducted an analysis. Lin M.O. did not dwell on the past. He steered the conversation toward the pivotal question. Captain Zhao, are the energy anomalies you have been tracking connected to the control signal behind this beast surge? Zhao Jigang inclined his head. Our instruments lack ultimate precision, but the general vector converges toward the deeper northeast. We suspect that Freedom's Wing may have discovered something there, or is exploiting a natural energy field in that region to amplify and disseminate their control signal. This beast surge may very well have been nothing more than a pressure test. Lin M.O. and Su Qianqian exchanged a glance and found the same worry mirrored in one another's eyes. If Caesar has indeed located a natural signal amplifier, the scale and reach of the storms of beasts he could unleash would exceed all expectation. What are your plans, Captain Zhao? Lin M.O. asked. We must report these findings and the situation here as soon as possible and continue to monitor the northeastern energy fluctuations. The threat posed by Freedom's Wing has escalated to a new tier. We must marshal broader forces to confront it. Hao Jigang regarded Lin Montag Ernestel Ypsilon. Lord Lin, we understand the capacity and position of the Mayuan Pavilion. Would you be willing to establish a closer cooperative relationship with Dragon Soul? At the very least, in this sea and in addressing Freedom's Wing and this uncanny beast surge, we must fight side by side. Lin M.O. considered for a moment. A deep alliance with Dragon Soul carries both advantages and risks. The advantage is access to official intelligence and support, alleviating pressure. The risk is being drawn into greater disputes and a degree of constraint on our actions. Yet the threat from Freedom's wing is immediate. Mutual benefit now outweighs reservation. Very well. Lin Mo extended his hand. We can cooperate closely in intelligence sharing, joint defense, and in efforts to contain Freedom's wing and its hazardous technologies. The particulars can be negotiated by our subordinates. Zhao Zhigang clasped Lin Montak's hand firmly. Excellent. Agreed. After exchanging a few more particulars and pledging to keep communications open, Zhao Zhigang led his men back to their vessel to withdraw from the hazardous waters and return to base to report. Aboard the Moyuan, the crew set about clearing the deck, tending to the lightly wounded and repairing hull damage. Lin Mo gazed northeastward. That was where Su Qianqian's home lay, in the direction of the anomalous energy and the suspected signal amplifier. After an hour of rest and resupply, they prepared to move on. Our destination remains unchanged, he ordered, but this time we must be far more cautious. Caesar's shadow stretches broader and more malignant than we imagined, and the road ahead is still shrouded in fog. Chapter 50. Isolated island fire having parted company with the Dragon Soul fleet, the Moyuan pressed on toward the northeast. Night had deepened. The rain had ceased, though the clouds lingered and the moon was obscured. The sea was as black as ink, the bow-breaking waves that shimmered only with a faint bioluminescent gleam. Most of the crew took the chance to rest. Only the lookouts and the watch sailors remained at their posts, vigilant against the near, absolute darkness. Lin Mo could not sleep. He sat in the pilot house with a lantern whose pale light came from a shard of stored energy crystal, pouring repeatedly over the charts. The coordinates of Su Qianqian's island were clearly marked. Even at full speed, it would take them roughly 4 hours to reach it. More than 3 hours had elapsed since they had encountered the Dragon Soul and destroyed its control node. Shurhao came over and murmured that if Caesar had other deployments in that sea, or contingency plans, they would likely have been set in motion by now. Suez Island might already be under strain. Lin Mo nodded, his fingers drumming unconsciously on the tabletop. This was precisely what he feared. Caesar would not muster such force merely to trap a few ships carrying the Dragon Soul. He could be testing weapons, preemptively striking potential rivals, or masking some deeper objective, perhaps to probe or exploit the anomalous energy emanating from the northeast. Su Qianqian's island, positioned forward and closely connected to the Moyuan pavilion, was an obvious candidate for a strike or an experiment. Increase speed. Tell the oarsmen to hold on a little longer. Once we arrive, everyone will take turns resting. Lin Mo said in a low voice. Understood. Shurhao turned to issue the orders. Lin Mo stepped out onto the deck. The cold night wind sharpened his senses. He went to the prow, where Su Qianqian still stood, cloaked and immobile like a silent statue, facing northeast. Rest a while, Qianqian. Your perception is draining you. Lin Mo draped a dry, heavy blanket over her shoulders. Su Qianqian shook her head slightly. Her voice was faint as if carried by the wind. I am fine. I am listening to what the wind brings, to the messages carried in the sea. My island remains. I can sense that familiar, faint call, the life imprint left by generations who have lived there. But it is anxious, taut like a string stretched to breaking. She turned to Lin Mo. Her eyes shone unnaturally bright in the darkness. Lin Mo, will we make it in time? We will, he answered, taking her cold hand. And we are not helpless. Your islanders have defenses, and we brought the Moyuan. The steadiness in his grip eased some of her fear. She refocused on the horizon, straining to catch every subtle disturbance. Time dragged, heavy and oppressive. Around 3 in the morning, the Moyuan entered a markedly different stretch of ocean. The water grew colder, the currents chaotic, and the unsettling tang of brine returned, more pungent than before. Scattered dead fish floated belly up, and fragments of unidentifiable organic matter drifted on the surface. We reached the edge of the affected area. Su Qianqian's voice tightened. The marine life around them had either fled or grown violently agitated. Watch below the water. As if to punctuate her warning, a dull thud reverberated along the hull, as if something had struck the ship. Moments later, not far off the port bow, the sea erupted. A monstrous fish more than 4 meters long, jaws bristling with teeth, leapt from the water, writhed frenziedly, and crashed back down. It's a mad-toothed shark, usually a denizen of the deep. An old sailor cried. Even they had been drawn here. Slow down. Evasive maneuvers. All hands, battle stations. Sure how S command rang across the deck. The MUN's speed sagged as it prowled a sea riddled with unseen hazards. From the darkness, agitated or disoriented sea beasts surged out in sudden assaults. Though each outbreak was modest in scale, their frequency was relentless, severely impeding progress. This 1T do. We 1T reach before dawn. Sure how urged. Lin Mo studied the chart, and then the sky. The island where Su Qianqian lay was not far as the crow flies, yet at their current pace it would not be reachable. Lin Mo made a decision, despite the risk of revealing themselves. Sure how faltered for a heartbeat, then nodded firmly. Understood. He barked the order. Several crewmen hauled from the hold long. Oilcloth-wrapped objects and fastened them to brackets along the ship's flanks. When the coverings were peeled back, copper tubes appeared thick, modified conduits etched with crude conductive sigils and linked to a chest retrofitted at the stern with a storage crystal and a rudimentary rune array. It was Li Wei's experimental directed sonic disperser, an apparatus that amplified and focused the silent wave rune principle. In theory, it could emit a potent, narrowly tuned sonic force to repel mid to small-sized marine predators. In practice, it was wildly unstable, voracious in its appetite for energy, and liable to attract larger hunters. One of those contingency measures reserved for dire necessity. Activate. Target. Frontal sector. Fan formation. Sure how commanded. The operator engaged the device. The storage crystal S glow dimmed in an instant, and the rune array began to hum. The copper pipes emitted a low, escalating drone whose frequency shifted rapidly until it became almost imperceptible to human ears, yet made the surrounding water convulse violently. A high-pitched strain that left each soul aboard breathless and irritable. The surface ahead boiled as if by fever. The fong sharks and other frenzied beasts that had been closing and were struck as by an unseen lash. They writhed in agony, rolled, and then fled in panicked retreat. In short order, a relative corridor of clear water opened before them. It works, but only for minutes. Full speed now. Sure how roared. The MUN's mainsail snapped aloft again. Long oars drove with frantic force, and the ship surged forward through the cleared channel like a beast breaking its bonds. Velocity leapt. In Su Qianqian's perception, the call of home grew clearer with every push of the ship. Yet so too did a tightening anxiety, an undercurrent of dread laced with the faintest edge of despair that clenched her heart. About half an hour later, as the directional disperser fell silent from exhaustion and the predators began to close ranks anew, a scattering of flickering lights appeared within the darkness ahead. Not starlight or phosphorescence, but true flame, amber and real, and not from a single source. More lights flared, sketching the silhouette of an island. On the shore and in the shallows, shadowed figures moved. Cries of battle, the clash of metal, the twang of bowstrings, and the roars of sea beasts rode the wind all at once. It's my island. They're under attack. Su Qianqian cried, her body trembling with a convulsion of fear and excitement. Lin Mo lifted the spyglass. At the fringes of the modestly sized island, the hastily erected wooden palisades and barricades lay broken and aflame. Dozens of islanders clung to the remaining fortifications, wielding spears, harpoons, bows, and crude slings as they fought to the death against the many sea beasts pressing onto the beach. On the water, the hulks of several shattered skiffs burned and sank. The attacking creatures were of mixed kinds, though not as vast as the hordes that had once besieged the Dragon Soul fleet. Their onslaught was cataclysmic for an island with scant defenses. Their scattered tide of beasts guided by the wings of freedom, sapping the island's defenses. Sure how deduced. Mo Yuan, full speed ahead. All ballistae. Aim for the densest clusters crashing the sand and strike hard. Use burning arrows. Lin Mo's eyes flash like ice. His voice is cold and sharp. Zhao Tai, Lu Feng, take 2 teams and be ready. Once we suppress the beast tide, land in the skiffs to support them. Remember, we are merely a passing, detached merchant convoy. I am Mr. J, understood? Understood, came a unified reply. The Mo Yuan did not slow. Like a black messenger of vengeance, she surged toward the island whose shores were crowned in smoke and flame. The ship's warriors took their stations. The ballistae were adjusted and the strings drawn. As the distance closed, the beleaguered defenders on the beach glimpsed the suddenly appearing, menacing vessel and burst into cries of wonder and suspicion. Lin Mo stood at the prow, raised his hand, and gazed at the tiny figures, lit by fire and soaked in blood, battling the sea beasts at the solitary island rocking under the assault. His hand came down in a decisive motion. Fire. In an instant, the ship's broadside erupted in furious light and howling energy. Burning arrows descended like meteoric fire, rending the darkness and slamming into the thickest mass of beasts on the sand. The rescue had begun. The anonymity of Mr. J would once more cloak Lin Mo in a mysterious, potent guise. Su Qianqian stood behind him, looking at the familiar isle and its bloodied home, then at the unwavering silhouette of Lin Mo. Tears welled in her eyes. He had come. He truly had come. Chapter 51. Strange Road. Fading fire, the flaming heavy arrows fell like judgment from the heavens, striking the most concentrated knot of beasts on the beach. The explosive conflagration instantaneously swallowed several of the foremost berserk-toothed sharks. Rolling flames and the shrapnel of preformed projectiles tore apart and ignited the surrounding medium and smaller beasts. The sudden, horrific blow stalled the frenzied onrush. Many animals instinctively recoiled, and a gap opened in their assault. Is that ship helping us? Reinforcements have arrived. Don't stand there. Fill the breach now. Spearmen, advance. On the sand, exhausted and bloodied islanders froze for a heartbeat, then erupted in shouts of newfound hope. A burly, middle-aged man who looked to be their leader waved a deeply nicked machete and barked orders hoarsely. The survivors summoned their last reserves of courage and, with spears, harpoons, and bundles of burning grass, drove back the beast that the explosion had driven into hesitation. The Mayuan did not run directly aground. Instead, she cut a graceful semicircle on the sea about 100 meters from shore, her broadside constantly trained on the densest cluster of beasts, laying down suppressing fire. The roar of the ballistae and the detonations of burning arrows formed, for the moment, the most reassuring of concertos. Prepare the dinghies. Landing party go. Sure How commanded from the deck. Two slightly larger boats, each holding a dozen or so, were lowered. Zhao Tai and Lu Feng, leading 20 fully armed members of Moyuan Pavilion S Elite, many with makeshift masks or painted faces, boarded swiftly and rowed resolutely toward the breach the ballistae had just made in the sand. Lin Mo remained in the shadow of the ship's superstructure, observing the landing through binoculars. He wore an unremarkable dark waterproof cloak over his usual attire and a half-mask that covered his mouth and nose, revealing only a pair of calm, watchful eyes. He had forced Su Qianqian to remain below to rest, and to avoid exposure to islanders who might recognize her. The landing boats struck the sand, and Zhao Tai's men sprang ashore like released tigers, immediately joining the fray. Their equipment was evidently superior, their training meticulous, their coordination seamless. They quickly steadied and widened the breach, isolating, driving off, and killing the remaining sea beasts. The Mayuan-S ballistae ceased fire at the right moment to prevent friendly casualties. With this fresh force joining the fight, the balance tipped swiftly. After roughly 15 minutes, the final wave of dozens of sea beasts attempting to smash onto the beach was utterly routed. The survivors fled back into the sea, leaving the sand littered with carcasses and smoldering wreckage. The crisis was temporarily averted. On the shore, the islanders who had narrowly survived sat or lay panting heavily. Many stared at the black ship anchored offshore, silent and imposing, and at the mysterious reinforcements that had suddenly appeared, their eyes full of gratitude, awe, and bewilderment. The middle-aged leader, breathing hard and supported by several younger men, approached Zhao Tai as he had just come ashore. Zhao Tai had adopted simple concealment and lowered his voice. It's all right. We were passing merchant convoy and saw you in trouble, so we lent a hand. We're your casualties. Thank you, noble friends, for your aid. The middle-aged leader cried, clasping his hands in gratitude. His name was Chun Hai. He had been one of the temporary administrators chosen after Su Qianqian's departure. We have suffered badly. Dozens are dead and many more wounded. If you had not arrived when you did, our island would have been lost. Please come ashore and rest. Allow us to show our hospitality. Zhao Tai waved them off. No need. Our supplies are ample. We will rest aboard. You should tend to the wounded, extinguish the remaining fires, clear the battlefield, and be on guard for a possible return of the sea beasts. He paused, then, following Lin Mo's earlier instruction, asked, were the beasts that attacked you behaving more frenzied than usual, attacking in what seemed like coordinated waves? Chen Hai's expression shifted. He nodded heavily. You are astute. Indeed. Though these creatures are ordinarily fierce, they would not normally attack so recklessly, mounting wave after wave and focusing on weaknesses in our defenses. About half a day before the assault began, we noticed the fish in nearby waters behaving madly, and the sea carried a strange odor. We suspect foul play. Any suspects? Zhao Tai asked. Chen-hai hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice. Before our island mistress, Miss Su Qianqian, departed, she warned us to be wary of the Free Wing. During the battle, just now, I thought I glimpsed the silhouette of a ship flashing across the distant sea, but it was dark, and I might have been mistaken. Zhao Tixin understood, but remained impassive. Noted. We will linger in this sector for a while to clear any lingering threats. Use the time to recuperate. If anything else occurs, signal for aid with a firelight. Thank you, benefactor. Chen-hai bowed deeply once more. Zhao Tixin spoke no further. He left some medicines and supplies, presented as surplus goods from the caravan, and then returned to the skiff with his men, heading back to the Moyun. Once aboard, Zhao Tixin gave Lin Mo a detailed account. Chen-hai is dependable. He used to lead a fishing crew and commands respect. Su Qianqian emerged from the cabin and, upon hearing the report, said that she and Chen-hai had arranged the island's defenses before her departure. The losses this time were considerable. She added in a subdued tone, "You all did very well. To hold out against an organized onslaught of beasts until we arrived was no small feat." Lin Mo offered consolation, then turned to Shi Hao. "Keep the Moyun patrolling the nearby waters and be especially vigilant for any suspicious vessels. Also, dispatch several skiffs fitted with those rudimentary energy resonators Li Wei hastily assembled to probe the waters around the island. See whether any control nodes or traces of pheromones remain." Understood. Lin Mo then looked to Su Qianqian. "Find a way, without exposing our true identities, to convey more specific warnings and defensive measures to Chen-hai. Use the clandestine code you once agreed upon during your anonymous dealings with him. Slip the message into the medicinal parcels left on the island. Urge him to heighten night watches. Stockpile more lamp oil and ranged weapons. Safeguard food and water, and minimize sea voyages for the time being. Also, hint that if they confront an overwhelming threat, a southeast withdrawal would be prudent." Su Qianqian's eyes brightened. "I understand. I'll write it now." Lin Mo's orders were executed with swift precision. The Moyun patrolled the island's perimeter like a loyal guardian, while the detection skiffs scoured the nearby seas like industrious ants. 2 hours later, one skiff returned with news. About 2 nautical miles northeast of the island, in an underwater fissure of a shoal, they found this. A crewman produced a waterproof wrapped object that exuded a faint, fishy odor. When they unwrapped it, inside lay a battered, fist-sized metal canister. The surface bore rough scratches, and its interior held traces of viscous, dark green liquid, the very kind of pheromone lure. So there were still deployment points, after all. Through remote analysis with the conch, Li Wei spoke with a mix of excitement and anger. This canister appears to have a timed or remotely triggered rupture mechanism. It was likely designed to release pheromones continuously to attract and agitate the sea beasts in this area. The primary control node we destroyed may have issued broad, powerful commands, while these smaller canisters sustained localized hotspots. "Can we trace the deployer?" Lin Mo asked. A crewman shook his head. "The canister is crudely made, like a rough handcraft, with no identifying marks. No other traces were found in the surrounding waters." Caesar was meticulous. Shi Hao snorted. "Using a worthless little metal canister, deployed remotely or planted in advance, could never be traced back to him." Lin Mo regarded the coarse tin can with a frigid gaze. Such furtive yet effective methods of harassment and attrition were unmistakably Caesar-esque style. This time it had been a pheromone device. What the next time? "Remove every canister we find. Widen the sweep," Lin Mo commanded. "Also, notify Chen-hai. They must not consume fish caught in the nearby waters for the time being." As a precaution, he walked to the rail and stared at the island, whose lights were slowly being restored and whose wounds were beginning to be tended. This time they had arrived in time. But what about the next time? Caesar's shadow was pervasive. These asymmetric, wearing attacks were difficult to guard against. He needed to accelerate his preparations, consolidate strength, secure more resources, discover Caesar's weakness, and even seize the initiative. "Qianqian," he said, turning to Su Qianqian, who had just returned with a message. "Wait until dawn. Once we confirm it is temporarily safe here, we will set sail at once. There is much to attend to at home. As for Caesar, We will settle accounts with him properly. Su Qianqian saw the icy resolve in his eyes and realized that the quietly advancing, latent power of Lin Mo, compelled time and again into defense and rescue, was gradually revealing the true edge of a storm sovereign. Beneath the sea, the currents never ceased. Above the waves, new swells were silently gathering. Chapter 52. Counterstroke when dawn pierced the horizon. The Ma Yuan had already left Su Qianqian's island behind and was on its return course. The hull bore fresh scars, and a faint scent of blood lingered on the deck from an incomplete cleansing, yet the atmosphere aboard was markedly altered. Fatigue still etched every face. But their eyes held something weightier. The anger of witnessing an ally's homeland ravaged, the confidence born of a swift and precise relief, and a deep wariness toward the unscrupulous methods of the wings of freedom. Lin Mo had scarcely slept. He stood in the pilot house before an unfurled chart, consulting intermittent analytic summaries sent via encrypted comms by Li Wei and the recent trade zone intelligence collated by Qian Duo. Su Qianqian dozed in a nearby chair, her brow unconsciously furrowed even in slumber. The method Caesar had employed was low cost, rapidly dispersing, and exceedingly hard to defend against. Lin Mo's finger traced the map from the site where they had encountered the Dragon Soul, across to Su Qianqian's island, and then toward the northeastern sector marked for anomalous energy. A central control node paired with multiple pheromone release points could generate a regional, sustained surge of beast activity. This time it had struck Qianqian's island. Next time it might be other Dragon Soul outposts or any allied small to medium-sized settlement. He was probing them while draining their strength. He.s. testing the weapon's real-world effects and various responses, exhausting potential opponents' resources and morale, sure, Hal said quietly. And I suspect he.s. using this harassment to mask his true operations to the northeast. Then Montauk nodded. The energy anomaly the Dragon Soul discovered must be known to Caesar. Perhaps he knew far more. They intended to lure the beast swarms to the shallow isles, both to strike at us and to draw every faction's attention, including the Dragon Soul, toward that afflicted zone, thereby providing cover for their deeper incursions into the anomaly. One scheme accomplishing many ends. Sure, Hao turned to Lin Mo. Hurry home. Lin Mo's gaze was keen. We must consolidate every scrap of intelligence gathered here. The vulnerabilities of the controlled swarms, the possible leads on the energy anomaly to the northeast, and any indicators of a tighter cooperation with the Dragon Soul. Only then can we formulate our response. He studied the intelligence dossier Qian Duo had sent. It noted that several principal trading nodes within the Free Wing's jurisdiction had seen unusual, all-out purchases of resilience ropes, waterproof incendiary oil, and large crossbow components, defensive and counterattack material bought without regard for cost. At the same time, a few middlemen who keep clandestine contact with the Free Wing have been boasting drunkenly of an imminent, earth-shattering deal that would silence everyone. Caesar is amassing supplies for a major operation. Coupled with the energy anomaly to the northeast, his objective becomes painfully clear. Lin Mo added 2 directives for Li Wei upon their return. First, based on analyses of the pheromones and the core crystals, rush to develop even the most rudimentary broad-spectrum dispersant or signal disruptor prototype. It need not be a complete solution. It only has to reduce the swarm's guidance efficiency. Second, employ the Rune Tower to attempt a limited purification or reprogramming of the confiscated core crystals, even rendering one inert, or reversing its emission to produce a fragmentary cacophony of interference, would constitute a major breakthrough. Understood. The voyage passed amid intense debriefing and planning. By the next evening, when the familiar silhouette of Ma Yuan Pavilion Island and the Rune Tower's faint central glow reappeared, the ship eased into a bustling harbor. Qian Duo, having received word in advance, had organized a reception and maintained the perimeter. The Ma Yuan moored, the gangplank lowered. Lin Mo was the first to step ashore. Though he had been gone only a few days, the separation had felt like a protracted campaign. The island presented a scene of orderly strength, fortifications visibly reinforced, sentinel towers speckled with figures, an atmosphere taut with readiness yet underpinned by reassuring steadiness. "Welcome home, boss." Qian Duo greeted him, his round face alight with genuine joy, though his eyes betrayed a strain. "Nothing happened inside while you were away, but the winds beyond have tightened. We'll talk indoors," Lin Mo said, patting him on the shoulder. They made their way to the council chamber at the heart of the inner keep. The Rune Tower S soft luminescence filtered through the windows, lending the room a serene quality that subtly contrasted with the tension beyond. Li Wei burst in, clutching a stack of scrivenings and several mineral samples that shimmered with different microglows. Boss, we've made a breakthrough. I've identified 3 frequency bands that may effectively disrupt the pheromones. The tower's computational power, he insisted on that term, is limited, so the derivations carry significant error. But they're worth attempting. There was progress on passivating the core crystal, an energy impulse at a specific frequency, applied in concert with cryogenic conditions, could hasten the necrosis of its internal biovenation. It could not be restored, but it could be reduced to a mere inert stone. He spoke with rapid, unbroken cadence. Lin Mo listened patiently and approved his work. Excellent. Immediately commence physical trials of the interference apparatus and conduct safety validation for the inerting protocol. Report any required resources directly to Qian Duo. Li Wei accepted eagerly and dashed off. Qian Duo then delivered a detailed briefing on island affairs and external intelligence, emphasizing Wings of Freedom's logistics movements and several suspicious vessels. Hao reported on fortification progress and the urgent maintenance schedule for the Mo Yuan. Su Qianqian listened quietly, occasionally supplying observations about the species and behaviors observed during the beast surges. Her temperament had steadied, yet the scars of her homeland's assault still lingered in her eyes. Lin Mo consolidated the information and issued a series of directives. First, elevate the island to level 2 readiness. Second, only to an immediate assault. Augment patrols, tighten the perimeter reconnaissance network, and pay particular attention to activity from the northeast and from the Wings of Freedom. Second, accelerate the counter B-surge technology under Li Wei's leadership and attempt small batch production of proven, simplified devices, such as an improved silent rune shard and enhanced sonic disruptors. Third, under Qian Duo's coordination, discreetly disseminate through reliable channels the notion that the Mo Yuan Pavilion possesses partial methods to oppose controlled B-surges and is willing to offer limited technical consultation and material support to friendly forces. An overture intended to attract allies, unsettle Caesar's dispositions, and elevate their own standing. Fourth, formally accept Dragon Soul's overture to establish a strategic cooperation framework encompassing real-time intelligence sharing, joint crisis response, and limited technical exchanges, and propose an expedited high-level summit to plan coordinated actions against the anomalous energy zone in the northeast and against the Wings of Freedom. Fifth, hasten the follow-up reinforcement scheme for the storm sail ship Mo Yuan and initiate early procurement and design planning for a second vessel of the same class. Caesar seeks to expend our strength by deceit, to sow disorder so he may profit from the confusion. Lin Montag Zumahist, his voice clear and resolute in the quiet council chamber. We shall do the opposite. Fortify ourselves, unite our allies, bare our fangs, and thrust into the light whatever he most desires to conceal. If he intends to act in the shadows, we will make that shadow the focus of every gaze. He will be rendered powerless. If he wants war, we shall oblige, but the battlefield and the timing will not be his to dictate. The others responded with steeled resolve and dispersed. Only Lin Mo and Su Qianqian remained in the chamber. Sunset washed through the lattice, bathing the rune tower's halo in a warm hue. Thank you, Lin Mo, Su Qianqian whispered, for my island, and for all who have been swept into this against their will. Not just for you, Lin Mo murmured, shaking his head as he watched the lights come alive beyond the window. People like Caesar see only conquest and plunder. Today he might attack your island to test a weapon. Tomorrow he will raise anyone's home for resources. Opposing him was not merely an act of vengeance or self-preservation. It was to safeguard a maritime realm where reason, moral boundaries, and the prospect of a secure livelihood could still exist. He turned to Su Qianqian. Moreover, we now possess the means to act. The epithet Storm King was not earned in vain. Su Qianqian regarded his profile, its resolve etched by the setting sun. The fear and shadow that had settled in her heart after their home was assaulted seemed to dissipate, driven away by his composed and formidable presence. She stepped beside him, and together they looked out over their territory, draped in dusk, yet vibrant with the myriad lights and the radiance of the runic towers. She murmured assent, her voice soft yet equally resolute. The returning vessels had already entered port, but a new expedition was unfolding beneath their feet. Hidden blades had been bared, and the storm upon the surface was gradually coalescing into being. Chapter 53. Portent of the Tower S core on the 7th day after the runic Tower S completion. Li Wei finally hauled himself out of the top floor laboratory, a room heavy with strange energies and the odor of parchment. His steps were unsteady and his eyes rimmed with fatigue, yet he clutched a thick roll of blueprints bound with fish skin cord. His countenance an odd mixture of profound exhaustion and exhilaration as he made for the Inner Fort Workshop district where Lin Mo worked. Lin Mo and Sure How were examining trial samples of a new batch of sonic tubes. The improved bamboo cylinders had been lined with thin iron, packed with more evenly distributed powder and sharp ceramic shards, and their fuses rendered waterproof, substantially more potent than the crude, local variants. Chief, a major discovery. Li Wei's voice was hoarse but pierced the workshop, drawing the craftsman's attention. It's not an interference device, nor a passivation process. It's the runic tower itself. Its detection arrays, combined with the oceanic energy fluctuation data Miss Su provided, and certain environmental energy signatures I reverse-engineered from those informational traces, enabled me to construct a predictive model. Lin Mo gestured for the artisans to continue and led Li Wei aside to a quieter materials pile. A predictive model? He asked. Weather, Li Wei replied. Or rather, large-scale periodic perturbations in ambient environmental energy. He unfurled the blueprints without restraint. They were dense with complex curves, waveforms, and meticulous annotations. Look here. These are the stray energy readings around the island recorded by the tower over the past 30 days. These marked points correspond to the conspicuous weather shifts we experienced. The first storm, the subsequent stretch of clear days, a brief sultry spell, and the anomalous cold sea fog we encountered on our return a few days ago. He traced his finger along a curve. Do you see the pattern? Roughly 36 to 48 hours before each severe weather event, the activity and disorder indices of ambient stray energy exhibit an initial gentle rise, followed by a steep ascent, peaking concurrently with the weather S climax, and then falling rapidly. Different weather types present subtly, but discernibly different ascent slopes and energy hues. The manner in which the Tower S detection array discriminates among energy characteristics. That is the provisional term I'm using. Lin Mo studied the curves intently, though he could not decipher the precise parameters. The temporal alignment between the key inflection points Li Wei had marked and the actual weather events was undeniably clear. You mean the Rune Tower can detect subtle shifts in environmental energy and thus give advance warning of the weather? It is more than mere warning, Li Wei said excitedly, pointing to another set of comparative charts recorded by Miss Su. The heart of the ocean S data showing minute premonitory changes in the water S energy field before large-scale marine disturbances. When I overlaid those signals with the Tower S atmospheric energy readings, they synchronized, and the atmospheric shifts preceded the marine ones. In other words, a recurrent atmospheric energy disturbance appears to perturb the ocean S energetic field across a vast area, precipitating anomalous behavior in marine life. Caesar's use of pheromones was likely a malicious amplification and directional exploitation of that natural background disturbance. The inference made Lin Mo and Sure How both go still. If true, the so-called controlled bee swarms are not merely technological weapons of the wings of freedom, but a deliberate perversion of an underlying natural pattern. It explains the swarm's staggering reach and suggests the threat may be periodic. Can the next major background disturbance be forecast? When might it occur? And what form might it take? Lin Mo immediately grasped the crux. That is the purpose of the model, Li Wei said, producing a newly rendered chart. It displayed an extrapolated, ascending curve based on existing data. According to the projection, the next substantial environmental energy perturbation is likely to occur in 15 to 20 days. From the curve S profile and preliminary energy signature analysis, this disturbance trends toward low temperature and a stagnating character. Coupling that with basic climatological reasoning, it is most likely to manifest as a large-scale cold wave accompanied by high winds and extensive cooling. A cold wave? Sure How sucked in a breath. If such a severe cold front arrives in this season, thin ice could form across the sea, hampering navigation. Heating and food preservation would become acute problems. Many small islands would be unable to endure it. Libe nuda gravely. Moreover, if Caesar has access to a similar predictive method, and perhaps even detects it sooner than we do, he could preemptively use pheromones to disperse or concentrate certain cold-tolerant sea creatures. Then, at the cold wave S peak when everyone is overwhelmed, he could launch targeted assaults. Or he might simply weaponize the cold itself to strike unprepared factions. Lin Mo tapped the adjacent timber with his finger in thoughtful silence, a chill seeming to climb his spine. He had considered extreme weather as an unpredictable natural risk, but to foresee it a fortnight or three in advance would transform it from mere survival hazard into a geopolitical instrument. What is the Model S current reliability? What conditions are required for ongoing improvement and validation? Lin Mo asked briskly. At present, the dataset is too sparse. I estimate accuracy at no more than 60%. But if we can continuously record future weather fluctuations and corresponding energy metrics, the model will self-correct and its accuracy will improve rapidly, Li Wei answered. The Rune Tower S sensor array is pivotal. Its energy readings are more refined and stable than any instrument we have used. Miss Su's Heart of the Ocean data provides crucial auxiliary verification. Moreover, if we could deploy simple energy reading sampling stations across a broader expanse of sea, even if merely by dispatching personnel periodically to take measurements, we would greatly broaden the Model S data sources and predictive reach. Collection stations, Lin Mo mused, would require reliable crews and secure shipping lanes, capabilities that the Moyuan Pavilion cannot yet project. The Dragon Soul, however, might be amenable to cooperation. Li Wei, prepare a comprehensive report at once. Lin Mo commanded. Include the Model S principles, the evidentiary basis for the forecast, estimated errors, and required refinements. Mark the encryption level as top secret. Lin Mo then instructed Sure how to summon Qian Duo and Su Qianqian. There were strategic matters to discuss. Half an hour later, the core members reconvened in the council chamber. Lin Mo tersely relayed Li Wei's findings and projections. Qian Duo's eyes narrowed into slits the instant she heard it. To anticipate a cold surge in advance? By heavens, that is not merely lucrative business, but an immense strategic advantage. If we hoard warming supplies, fuel, and shelf-stable provisions ahead of time. Not merely hoarding, Su Qianqian murmured, scrutinizing Li Wei's plotted energy curves with a thoughtful air. If the cold surge unfolds as predicted, many temperate zone fish will migrate to warmer waters or descend into deep dormancy. Nearshore catches will precipitously decline. Temperature-sensitive algae and shellfish may perish on a large scale, setting off cascading ecological consequences. For Caesar, this represents both opportunity and peril, Sure how analyzed. He could exploit the cold to strike rivals. Yet the same freeze would impair his vessel's mobility and disrupt supply lines. If he is indeed planning a major operation in the anomalous northeastern energy zone, a severe cold event could derail his timetable or compel him into premature risks. Our strategy must proceed in stages. Lin Mo summarized, sweeping his gaze across the room. First, Li Wei, your team must ensure the Rune Tower detection array's uninterrupted and stable operation and continually refine the predictive model. Concurrently, based on the forecast of cold-induced stagnation, commence targeted research into protective and mitigating measures. How to keep critical infrastructure operational during a cold surge, how to prevent pipes from freezing and bursting, and how to safeguard greenhouse production, should any exist. Second, Qian Duo, mobilize all our commercial channels and reserves to begin discrete, decentralized, and staggered procurement and stockpiling of the following goods. All manner of furs, down, and heavy textiles, charcoal, fuel oil, and any fuels that burn steadily, high-calorie, long shelf-life grains and preserved meats, and botanicals for treating frostbite and cold-related ailments. Exercise discretion to avoid provoking severe market fluctuations or arousing suspicion. At the same time, modestly ramp up production of our existing warming products, such as the imitation warming stone sold during previous extreme colds, but keep these stockpiled for now. Third, Sure how. Immediately augment the island defense plan with an extreme cold response module. Inspect all structures for windproofing and insulation. Ensure lookout towers and critical posts have heating provisions. Devise antifreeze protections and emergency deployment protocols for vessels like the Moyuan, and fortify the fuel and food depots against fire, theft, and raids. Fourth, Lin Mo turned to Su Qianqian. You must collaborate with Li Wei, using your abilities to continuously monitor subtle shifts in the marine environment and cross-validate those observations against the Tower S data. At the same time, consider, if your eye would be struck by such a cold snap, which marine life resources might remain relatively stable or accessible. We must prepare survival guidance for a broader circle of allies. Fifth, and most crucial, Lin Mo spoke with a grave tone. The strategic collaboration with Dragon Soul must be expedited. This cold wave forecast can serve as a pivotal token of our sincerity and worth. We should share part of the prediction, never the whole, in exchange for their cooperation in deploying energy monitoring stations across wider seas, and for cultivating deeper military cooperation in the crisis Caesar might contrive by exploiting the cold. He rose, crossed to the window, and watched the ruined tower emit its faint glow in the night. This time we must weave our warming net and ready our ice-breaking axes before the storm truly arrives. If Caesar seeks to use the heavens to harm us, we will turn that celestial advantage into our terrain and our unity. The cold approaches, he said, turning with eyes sharpened by lamplight. We must be the first to don winter garments and be prepared to strike against the blizzard. Chapter 54, Covenant and the Cold Edge on the appointed third morning. Dragon Soul's envoy ship appeared punctually on the southeastern horizon off Moyuan Pavilion Island. It was a medium warship of austere lines and meticulous maintenance. A dragon banner fluttered on the mast in the sea breeze. It did not approach heedlessly, but halted beyond the warning line and hoisted signal flags to announce its identity and intent, cautious yet courteous. Lin Mo stood atop the main island-s watchtower, watching the vessel, and said to Sure How at his side, "Dispatch a speedboat to pilot them directly into Small Harbor Number 2. Let Qian Duo receive them there and observe the secondary ally protocol we agreed upon." "Understood." Sure How nodded, then asked Boss, "Are you really going to share part of the cold wave forecast?" "Isn't that too risky?" "Share a portion to gain far more," Lin Mo replied, his gaze steady. "Our own monitoring points confine both the scope and precision of our forecasts. Dragon Soul possesses broader reach and manpower. We need their data to refine our models and thus better anticipate Caesar's possible moves. Offering this bait will also reveal our value and goodwill, paving the way for deeper collaboration. Caesar will not remain idle." Lin Mo glanced northward toward the Free Wing-s controlled waters. Caesar would be preparing too. Though we have foreseen the cold wave, he may detect it through other channels. This calamity will be both a test and an opportunity. Everything depends on who is better prepared and more decisive. The speedboat guided Dragon Soul's envoy ship slowly into Small Harbor Number 2, guarded by reefs and newly erected watchtowers. A section of the quay had been cleared. Qian Duo, flanked by several assistants dressed tidily by island standards, wore a practiced smile as she went to meet them. From the Dragon Soul ship stepped Zhao Jigang and two men who appeared to be an aide-de-camp and a civilian officer. After brief formalities on the pier, they followed Qian Duo toward the council chamber within the inner fort. As they progressed, Zhao Jigang's gaze swept sharply across the island's orderly defenses. The industrious yet unflustered inhabitants, and the distant ruined tower whose architecture betrayed it as no ordinary structure. Occasional glints of admiration crossed his features. Within the council chamber, Lin Mo awaited them. He had changed into a neat, dark linen robe, unadorned yet composed, his bearing calm. Su Qianqian and Li Wei were also present. "Captain Zhao, welcome." Lin Mo rose to greet him. "Lord Lin, my apologies for the intrusion." Zhao Jigang returned the gesture with a measured, respectful bow. "We fought side by side before, and I have yet to properly thank you. I come by command to discuss potential cooperation." They took their seats without excessive ceremony and soon moved to the matter at hand. Zhao Jigang first, on behalf of Dragon Soul's leadership, formally expressed the desire to establish a comprehensive strategic partnership with the Moyuan Pavilion and presented a preliminary framework. The draft encompassed intelligence sharing, military coordination without direct command, limited technological exchange, and joint crisis response measures. Lin Mo listened intently and did not reply immediately. Instead, he signaled to Li Wei. Li Wei cleared his throat, rose, and displayed several pre-prepared, simplified charts, with core algorithms and the ruined tower's sensitive data redacted, to Zhao and his delegation. In accessible terms, he elucidated the potential connection between cyclical disturbances in ambient energy and large-scale meteorological changes, and, based on existing models, identified a high probability that within the next 15 to 20 days, a significant weather anomaly biased toward cold stagnation could manifest. This implied a potentially regional but substantial cold snap in the making. Li Wei's voice, strained by tension, concluded that improper handling could yield severe losses, and that malevolent actors exploiting the event could bring untold consequences. Zhao Jigang and his aides wore grave expressions, Their civilian clerks recorded everything diligently. As a large organization that had long contended with the perils of the survival world, they keenly understood the lethality of extreme weather. Lord Lin, this intelligence is of utmost importance, Zhao said in a low tone. May I ask by what means you arrived at these conclusions? Lin Mo demurred lightly, acknowledging some special observational techniques and data analysis that had proved fortuitous, yet emphasized the limitations of their monitoring scope and predictive accuracy. This is one reason we hope to deepen cooperation with you. Dragon Soul's outreach is broader. If we could share basic environmental observations from certain maritime regions, regular measurements of sea temperature, pressure, and current variations, perhaps together we could deliver earlier, more precise warnings. Zhao exchanged a glance with his two deputies. The man with the civilian bearing murmured a few brief words. Zhao nodded and addressed Lin Mo directly. You speak candidly, and we will be frank in return. Dragon Soul does indeed operate meteorological and current observation stations across several critical seas. That data can be shared. Moreover, we can marshal additional personnel to strengthen surveillance of the anomalous energy zone to the northeast. In exchange, we request that your side provide regular meteorological warning analyses and engage in a degree of technical exchange on cold wave mitigation. Agreed. Lin Mo answered readily. We can provide recurring warning analyses. On technical cooperation, we can furnish basic cold wave protection plans and recommendations for material stockpiles. Given concerns that Freedom's Wing might exploit such a calamity, I suggest we establish a direct emergency communications line and a rapid response channel. Zhao Jigang brightened at the proposal, saying the particulars could be hammered out by their subordinates. He indicated his adjutant should report. The adjutant produced a briefing. According to our reconnaissance and peripheral intelligence, Freedom's Wing has spent the past week frequently redeploying its elite vessels, converging northeastward on the periphery of its controlled zone at an outpost codenamed Ice Claw. Concurrently, they have been procuring large quantities on the black market and through underground channels of antifreeze lubricants, high-grade antifreeze for precision machinery, low-temperature explosives, and sealed diving suits or their blueprints. The scale of these purchases far exceeds ordinary cold weather preparations. Lin Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the table. These supplies are highly specific, coupled with the energy anomaly to the northeast and the impending cold wave. Caesar's intentions are almost plain to see. He plans to conduct underwater or sub-ice exploration operations during or immediately after the cold wave. It seems Caesar has fixed his gaze on that place and has made thorough preparations, even at the risk of operating in tempestuous weather. Lin Mo asked Captain Zhao what they knew of the anomalous area. Zhao paused. Our intelligence is incomplete, he said. We know only that the underwater topography there is extraordinarily complex, with suspected large seabed structures. Energy readings fluctuate. At times they disrupt compasses and communications. We dispatched small, pressure-modified submersibles to scout, but they were driven back at the perimeter by fierce turbulence and unusually active deep-sea fauna. The place is perilous. If Caesar truly dares to force his way in during a cold wave, he is either reckless or holding an unknown trump card. Lin Mo's thoughts turned to hybrid bioenergy monstrosities and to the enigmatic Minter and the Stonemason's Brotherhood. There is deep water behind Caesar. In any case, he said with chilling resolve, we cannot allow him an easy victory. If whatever lies in that area falls into hands like his, it will spell disaster for everyone. He proposed a preliminary joint suppression plan. Over the ensuing hours, the two parties conducted in-depth consultations on real-time intelligence sharing, deterrent patrols around the Ice Claw outpost, and the establishment of joint observation posts near the anomaly, settling on broad principles and liaison mechanisms. When the meeting broke in the afternoon, they had reached a more profound and substantive cooperative agreement than anticipated. Zhao Jigang was plainly gratified. Before parting, he clasped Lin Mo's hand solemnly. Our Dragon Soul approaches this cooperation with utmost sincerity. May we work together to restore proper order in these waters and reign in unbridled ambition. Lin Mo replied that this was likewise the wish of Mo Yuan Pavilion. After sending off the Dragon Soul envoy ship, Lin Mo immediately summoned his core team. The pact had been sealed, yet the true trial was only beginning. Lin Mo's gaze swept the assembly. Caesar was mustering at Ice Claw, his objective the anomalous region to the northeast. A frigid surge was approaching. To strike at this hour, he must be counting on some advantage. Li Wei, concentrate every cycle of computing power and fuse it with the Dragon Soul's imminent shared data. Compress the forecast window for the cold front to the shortest span and determine, as far as possible, its magnitude. Sure how. Commence the Moyuin's cold weather refit and resupply immediately to the highest state of readiness. Select a contingent of cold-hardened operatives skilled in ice and water warfare and begin targeted training. Duo. Beyond the stockpiles you've already arranged, prioritize the search and procurement of antifreeze lubricants and technologies or materials for sealed diving suits, even mere leads. Increase the purchase of black market intelligence around the Ice Claw base. Qianqian. Lin Mo turned to Su Qianqian. Monitor marine life closely, especially the migration and congregation of cold-tolerant species. Your perception is vital to discerning whether Caesar will employ pheromonal measures in advance. They all receive the orders with solemnity. Su Qianqian, however, frowned and looked toward the northeast. When Captain Zhao mentioned Ice Claw and the anomalous region a moment ago, my heart jolted. It felt as though something icy, deep within the seabed, had been disturbed. It was an uneasy sensation. Lin Mo's chest tightened. Su Qianqian's intuitions had never been unfounded. He glanced out the window. The sky had grown a shade more somber, and the sea wind carried a sharper chill. The ink of the pact had barely dried before the cold edge crept close. Beneath the deep water, secrets coveted by ambition seemed to begin to stir with restless movement. The Storm King's gaze returned to that unknown ice sea. This time, he would not remain merely defensive. Chapter 55. Fortifying the city against frost, the Dragon Soul's envoy had borne the pact away, leaving in its wake a weighty responsibility and a tightening timetable. Moyuin Pavilion did not slacken after the conclusion of the crucial diplomatic exchange. Instead, it set itself, like a wound spring, a precision mechanism whose departments, guided by their stewards, now operated with heightened efficiency. Yet unlike the taut urgency of preparing for an imminent strike, this new flurry bore the calm purpose of prudent anticipation. Lin Mo spent the entire day, accompanied by Shi Hao and several workshop foremen, touring the island to inspect adjustments to defenses and production. Their first stop was the eastern sea-facing cliffs. There, atop the original watchtowers, craftsmen were erecting semi-enclosed wind bastions of stone and timber, exploiting the natural escarpments and newly built walls to blunt the fierce northeast gales. Within each bastion space was reserved a hearth for warmth and observation apertures to ensure sentinels could sustain vigil without succumbing to exposure in extremes of cold and wind. The workers called out in unison as they hoisted heavy stones with block and tackle, carefully laying each course. The ringing of hammer on chisel carried far on the sea breeze. By engineer Lee's worst-case calculations, winds at sea could rise above force 8 during the cold surge, accompanied by freezing rain or hail. These wind bastions must endure such fury and, above all, ensure the survival of those within. Shi Hao pointed to a section of the roof under reinforcement. We've used double-layered planking with dried seaweed and clay sandwiched between to insulate and block the wind. The windows are small, sealed twice over with thick oiled paper and movable wooden shutters. Lin Mo reached out to gauge the wall's thickness, then inspected the sturdy foundation anchoring the structure to the cliff and gave a nod. What a fuel reserves. Each post must be assured at least 7 days of uninterrupted heating. We've been hauling charcoal and fireproof compressed peat cakes to the outposts, the logistics lieutenant answered. Also, Chin the shopkeeper procured a batch of whale blubber for long-burning oil lamps. They emit little light but hold heat well for emergencies. They left the cliff and moved inland toward the supply warehouses. The area was busier than ever. Several newly excavated semi-subterranean stores were taking shape. Men and women shouldered bundles of pelts, carried sacks of grain, stacked jars of cured meat and dried fish, and bore oilcloth-wrapped medicines into the vaults without pause. Duo spun among the sheds like a top, list in hand, issuing orders in loud tones or whispering confirmations. Boss. Seeing Lin Mo, Duo wiped his brow and hurried over. Fur procurement went better than expected. Several northern hunting camps had surpluses. We traded iron, salt, and part of our grain for them at fair rates. Grain is trickier. Most of the coarse grain on the market has been swept up by us and a few others, and fine grain has jumped 30% in price. So I held off. Fuel-wise, we have plenty of charcoal, but peat and whale oil remain short. I've sent scouts to the distant Black Marsh. They say there are promising peat layers there. No need to chase fine grain, Lin Mo replied. Ensure coarse grain and durable root crops and sufficient jerky. prioritize fuel for the outposts, workshops, medical posts, and the core residential quarters. He watched the steady procession of workers and ordered another inspection of the warehouse's moisture and fire precautions. If the temperature differential during a cold snap is great, condensation will become an issue. Understood, Qian answered, patting his chest with conviction. Each storeroom has lime for moisture absorption, and the vents are designed to prevent rain and snow from sluicing in. Their final stop was the central workshops and the rune tower. The workshops roared with fire and iron. Hammering rang unceasingly. Under Li Wei's direction, the craftsmen were fitting the vessel Mayuan with its last anti-freeze modifications, applying a specially formulated grease to critical mechanical parts, packing possible contraction gaps in the hull planks with a blend of hair and gel-like compound, and fabricating frost covers for ballistae and other weaponry. Another team was mass-producing Li Wei's simplified stoves, essentially refined fire pits fitted with flues and heat-dispersing fins. Crude though they were, these stoves markedly improved thermal efficiency and safety. The rune tower, by contrast, was hushed and intent. Su Qianqian sat upon a cushion by the central array, eyes closed, not scanning for combat, but engaged in a gentler, sustained listening, attuning herself to the ocean's energy field and its slow, inexorable shifts, cross-referencing those sensations with the tower's meticulous recorded data. Li Bei, accompanied by his two brightest apprentices, stood before several newly installed stone slabs carved with intricate patterns. Embedded within the slab were several secondary energy storage crystals, their lights pulsing in a measured cadence and projecting streamlined clusters of energy readings into the air. The tower's harmonic analysis was more potent than I had imagined. Seeing Lin Mo enter, Li Wei lowered his voice with excitement. It not only measures the quantity and activity of ambient energy, but also dissects its frequency composition. Look, the specific low-frequency band that signals cold-induced stagnation has increased in intensity by 15% over the past 48 hours, and the ascent is growing steeper. The first batch of peripheral data shared by Dragon Soul also indicates that at several observation points roughly 500 nautical miles to the northeast, the sea surface temperature has fallen by nearly 2 degrees. The cold surge may arrive sooner and with greater force than our initial forecasts. Lin Mo approached the slab and studied the abstract, yet unmistakably trending ripples. Can it be precise to the day? Li Wei leaned closer, pointing to a slowly climbing curve. At this acceleration, I estimate that widespread cooling and gale force winds will likely begin in 12 to 14 days. But the vanguard, sudden strong winds, and scattered freezing rain could affect our outer waters in 7 or 8 days. Lin Mo did the arithmetic in his head. Time was tighter than he had hoped. Was the data link with Dragon Soul stable? He asked. Smot, Libe Raplia. They use carrier frequency communication crystals similar to ours. Although their encoding differs, the tower can parse it. They have agreed to synchronize the key readings from their 17 observation points every 6 hours. As he spoke, a trace of concern crossed his face. Data volume has increased, and the tower's processing capacity is lagging. The apprentices and I must spend hours manually filtering and cross-referencing. If only the tower could perform initial data screening and trend identification itself. That will be the next step. Lin Mo patted his shoulder. For now, your and Su Qianqian's judgments are our most reliable early warning. Keep monitoring and notify me immediately of any significant change. By the time he left the rune tower, dusk had fallen. The sea breeze carried a sharper chill that stung against the skin. Lin Mo did not return to the council hall. Instead, he strolled to a relatively sheltered stretch of beach on the island's southern flank. Far from the main works and docks, it was tranquil. Several small fishing vessels, recently overhauled, lay beached while fishermen made their final reinforcements, preparing for days when they might not be able to put to sea. He found Su Qianqian there, though he had not noticed her arrive. She stood alone atop a rock, gazing southward across the water, her silhouette slight against the rising wind. Lin Mo went to her and draped a heavy woolen cloak over her shoulders. Why are you out here? The tower is warmer, she said. I wanted to breathe and to look at the sea again. Su Qianqian drew the cloak tighter without turning. Li Wei had said that the cold surge could alter many ocean currents and disrupt the migratory routes of fish. I wonder where the creatures that have lived in these waters will go. Can they adapt? Her voice bore a quiet sorrow for the shifting natural order. Lin Mo understood that her concern extended beyond marine ecology. It was entwined with the care she felt for the island that had recently endured its own wounds. Life will always find a way. Lin and Mo stepped to her side, and together they watched the indistinct seam where sea met sky. Like us. When we know the cold wind is coming in advance, we contrive walls and kindle bonfires. Your islanders, having received the warning you sent back, must be busy preparing. Shun Hai is seasoned. He understands what must be done. Su Qianjian answered softly, fell silent for a moment, and then murmured, Lin and Mo, sometimes I wonder whether we are intervening too much. Caesar steering the beast tide with pheromones is evil, but are foretelling the weather, stockpiling provisions, uniting allies, even possibly trying to thwart his explorations. Could that not be another, subtler form of interference? Lin and Mo turned and regarded her intently. If intervention means preventing the innocent from starving or freezing to death, thwarting the reckless ambitions of those who would see others suffer for their gain, preserving a measure of order and a minimum standard of decency across these waters, then I believe such intervention is necessary. He cast his gaze northward, as if piercing the distance to rest upon the ice claw base in that anomalous, uncharted region. Caesar's eye seeks only conquest and plunder. His actions aim to make everyone his slaves or stepping stones. What we do is grant those willing to reason and cooperate a chance not merely to survive, but to live better. His voice was low, yet each word rang clear. There was a fundamental distinction. Su Qianqian chewed over his words. The fog in her eyes gradually dissolved into crystalline resolve. She tightened her cloak, feeling the wool's warmth and, alongside it, the steadier heat emanating from the man beside her. I understand, she said. Then, let us make the walls we must build all the more secure. Night had fully descended. Lights around the island came alive one by one, mingling with the ruined tower's constant, gentle glow to etch a warm, vital silhouette of the isle against the growing sting of the sea wind. The cold still gathered strength in the distance, but every stone, every stack of wood, and every heart laboring to meet the coming freeze proclaimed without words, we are ready. Chapter 56. The ice shadow emerges. Li Wei had, for all intents and purposes, taken up residence at the pinnacle of the ruined tower. The analysis slabs etched with conductive sigils were now ringed by more data boards and a clutter of hastily scrawled calculation sheets. The air held the tang of squid ink, the musk of aged sheepskin parchment, and a faint, peculiar scent of warmed crystal. His two apprentices, their eyes rimmed dark, bore a large bundle of freshly transcribed readings from Dragon Soul's latest synchronization, temperature, salinity, baseline energy charts, and placed them carefully upon a specially made wooden rack beside the slab. Master, the Dragon Soul's North Reef 7 observation point logged a brief but intense deep-water temperature plunge in the early hours, followed by a rebound. Yet the overall temperature curve has shifted down by half a degree, one apprentice reported in a hoarse voice. Additionally, Longwave Station 3 detected an anomalous infrasonic fluctuation lasting roughly 3 minutes. The source depth is estimated beyond 300 meters, bearing toward northeast by east. Li Wei lifted his head from among a stack of charts, rubbed his bloodshot eyes, and strode to the slab corresponding to that stretch of sea. He adjusted the angles of several inlaid crystals, then picked up a specially carved bone quill, dipped its tip into a faintly shimmering conductive powder, and swiftly drew a few guide lines along the blank edge of the stone slab. The deep water temperature plunged, and an infrasonic ripple passed through the instruments. He murmured to himself, and the quill paused. This was not the simple vanguard of an atmospheric cold front, he thought. It felt as if something on the seabed were breathing or turning over. Another apprentice asked cautiously, Master, could it be some kind of colossal sea creature? Or tectonic activity on the seafloor? Uncertain, he replied. The energy signatures do not match any known large organism, nor do they resemble typical geothermal or geological phenomena. Libeyesa brofuruba. The Dragon Soul observation grid remained insufficiently dense, particularly for abyssal data. If only we had an instrument capable of descending to that depth, he thought, then sighed, aware of the impracticality. With current technology, a retrofitted sealed diving bell that can barely operate at a few hundred meters is the limit, and it must still contend with immense pressure and unknown hazards. Mark these two anomalies as Class A uncertain and prioritize monitoring their subsequent developments. Continue to collect and collate data, especially regarding the seawater density gradients and bottom currents, Li Wei instructed, then returned to his primary workbench. There lay a larger drawing, his tentative design for an automatic trend-identifying rune circuit based on the detection array of the rune towers. Progress was slow. The complex logic of energy circulation and the isolation schemes required to prevent rune interference taxed his mind. Yet even the smallest advance thrilled him. Meanwhile, on the island's opposite side, in a trade coordination center converted from storage sheds, Chien Duo received two wind-beaten guests swathed in heavy pelts. These men have been introduced through several intermediaries, independent intelligence brokers who prowled the gray perimeter of the Ice Claw base, known by the nicknames Gray Rat and Ice Ridge. The room was small, but warmed by a clay stove. Chien Duo personally poured warm fruit wine for them. On the table lay a modest offering of durable jerky and hard biscuits. "You two must be tired to come out in such cold," he said with a merchant's genial smile, little enough to show, but heartfelt. Gray Rat, a lean middle-aged man whose eyes shifted restlessly, sipped cautiously, and exhaled. "Mr. Chien, your hospitality is appreciated. We did manage to learn a few things." Ice Ridge, broader and taciturn, with a frostbite scar across his cheek, cut straight to the point. At Ice Claw, the fleet is growing. More than 20 ships now, the majority Caesar-S Bloodshark-class warships. The dock has been unloading day and night. Most cargoes are shrouded in tarpaulins, so we couldn't TC everything, but what S exposed are large winches and steel cables, crates of crystalline antifreeze, and many sealed metal cylinders stamped with strange runes, unlike any insignia we usually encounter. Chien Duo noted this without expression and slid across a small pouch of salt as additional recompense. "Anything else?" he asked. "Have our people been at the nearby black markets or bazaars lately? Beyond acquiring supplies, have they been in contact with any particular individuals? Or has anyone unfamiliar, bearing unusual goods, come into Ice Claw?" Gray Rat and Ice Ridge exchanged a glance. The Gray Mouse lowered his voice. "About half a month ago, a shabby three-masted vessel flying a tattered merchant ensign, yet sitting unusually deep in the water, anchored for a night in a secluded cove to the west of Ice Claw. It departed before dawn. Some of our fellows saw from afar a few figures disembark, bundled tightly against the cold, yet their gait was not that of ordinary sailors or traders. They moved like craftsmen or scholars accustomed to handling delicate apparatus. They carried 2 long cases into a canvas-covered wagon, sent to collect them. The cases were very heavy. Where did that ship go? It headed north, into the ice flow region. That area is riddled with turbulent currents and hidden reefs. Ordinary ships dare not venture there. So we did not pursue." Chien Duo fell into thought. The flow region lies even farther north than Ice Claw, a harsher realm of perennial pack ice and perilous navigation. Caesar chose that rendezvous point presumably to avoid prying eyes. He pressed for more particulars and arranged that any further critical intelligence be transmitted through clandestine channels before dismissing the 2 information peddlers. After he closed the door, his smile vanished and his brow tightened. A metallic cylinder etched with strange patterns, mysterious craftsmen or scholars. A transfer point deep within the flows. As these fragments coalesced, the picture they sketched grew increasingly unsettling. Caesar-S preparations were evidently far more complex than mere ships and supplies. He at once compiled the intelligence into an encrypted dispatch and sent it to the inner fort via a resonant crystal conduit. When Lin Mo received Chien Duo's report, he was standing on the deck of the Mo Yuan, watching Sherhouse supervise crossbow artillery drills in sub-zero conditions. The gunners wore thick mittens. Their movements were slightly cumbersome, yet they strove to preserve procedural fluency. The sea wind bit through to the bone. Their breaths crystallized in the air. After reading the message, Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then said to Sherhouse, "Caesar-S trump card may be more troublesome than we imagined. He may not merely intend to explore. He could be attempting to activate or awaken something. That would require specialized artisans and bespoke equipment." Sherhouse's expression hardened. "Shall I dispatch men to the flows to reconnaissance?" Lin Mo shook his head. "Too distant, the environment too savage. The risk outweighs the gain. Our priority must remain Ice Claw and the anomalous northeastern sector. We should strengthen reconnaissance cooperation with Dragon Soul and keep a close watch on the movements of Caesar-S main fleet." He paused and added, addressing Li Wei and Su Qianqian, "Focus on analyzing this, if there's indeed a large seafloor structure or contrivance. What chain reactions might its activation provoke under the particular energy conditions of a cold surge? Especially consider any secondary impacts on the surrounding marine ecology and regional climate." Li Wei and Su Qianqian fell into contemplative silence. Li Wei paced and said, "If this is an ancient facility left by a lost civilization. It may require a specific key, a designated energy input, or an operational protocol. Caesar could have acquired partial knowledge from a mentor or some other source. That metallic, peculiar patterned cylinder, might it be a sealed energy cell or an instruction core? Su Qianqian was more concerned with the ecological consequences. If something on the seabed were to be reactivated, releasing vast energies or altering the local geomagnetic field, shifts in the thermal regime could provoke far sharper stress responses among marine life than any phenomenal cue. Certain deep-sea jellyfish and annelids are exquisitely sensitive to changes in geomagnetism and pressure. They might rise en masse or migrate, unraveling the entire food web. She moved to the window and stared at the sullen sky and the sea, its color deepening. I can feel it. The ocean is uneasy. Beneath its calm, there is a restless agitation. Not fury, but a patient expectancy, as if it were waiting for something or preparing itself for what is to come. Lin Mo came to stand beside her. Outside the tower, a cold wind howled, lifting scattered snow into the air. The island's lights burned stubbornly in the dusk, tracing the silhouettes of the wind fort, the warehouses, the dwellings. Whatever lies beneath, whatever Caesar intends, Lin Mo's voice remained composed and resolute. We stand here. The walls are ready, the fires are ready, the weapons are ready. The cold will come, trouble will come, but we will not yield. Su Qianqian answered with a soft acknowledgement. The steady authority eased the sharpness of her anxiety. She pressed her hand to the tower's chilled glass, as if, through it, she could touch the world beyond, a world gathering its strength and poised for upheaval. The shadows beneath the deep and the mustering upon the ice plain all foretold the approach of a storm. Yet this time they were no longer drifting, rootless skiffs. They were a bastion before the cold tide, the first stubborn flare that refused to be extinguished in the dark of the frozen sea. Chapter 57. Conspiracy on a Cold Night. The runic tower's faint glow grew ever more conspicuous in the deepening night, a beacon on the island. In the top-floor laboratory, Li Wei at last set aside the maddening auto-trend identifier rune circuit and turned his attention back to the imminent threat. With charcoal on a fresh slate, he sketched a simplified maritime chart, annotating the observation points shared by Long Hun, the Ice Claw base intelligence Qianduoduo had procured. The zones of anomalous marine agitation Su Qianqian had detected, and the energy disturbance front monitored by the runic tower. Look here, he said, tapping a bone stylus at the area circled to the northeast, the vanguard of the energy disturbance. At its current speed, and with its tendency to intensify, it will, within 5 to 7 days, overlap the periphery of the Ice Claw region, where Caesar's main fleet is presently concentrated. According to our revised model, widespread and severe cooling accompanied by gale force winds will then break out fully within 3 to 5 days after that. He drew a dashed line connecting Ice Claw to the energy anomaly core further northeast. This implied that if Caesar truly intends to strike, his optimal window would likely be while the energy front is passing, but before the full brunt of the cold wave arrives. Sea conditions will begin to deteriorate, yet remain passable, and the environmental turbulence might well mask the distinctive signals produced by their maneuvers. Seated beside him, Su Qianqian gazed at the chart, her fingertip unconsciously tracing the red pinpoint that marked the heart of the energy anomaly, as if trying to feel its pulse. Li Bei, if there truly is something beneath that seabed, and were to be activated amid such violent fluctuations of energy, would it, just as we feared, trigger a secondary upheaval among marine life? It is highly probable, perhaps even worse. Li Wei pushed his glasses up his nose. The abrupt upheaval of the energy field alone would agitate sensitive creatures. If human interference were added, releasing extra energy pulses or foreign matter, it could precipitate a localized ecological collapse, sudden mass die-offs within specific water strata, or the inadvertent attraction of deep-sea predators we have not even imagined. Moreover, the extent of such effects would be exceedingly difficult to predict. Lin Mo stood before the slate, arms folded, listening in silence. Candlelight stretched his shadow across the rune-carved wall, trembling imperceptibly. Caesar would not care for any of this. Sure How's voice came from the doorway. He had just finished inspecting the night watch, his leather armor still holding the cold from outside. And in his eyes, there was only what he intended to obtain. Even if his actions led to a small ecological catastrophe, he would not flinch so long as his objective was achieved. Therefore, we must not let him succeed. At last Lin Mo spoke, his voice steady. Li Bei, refine your predictions further, with particular emphasis on the opening and closing of that operational window and the likely sea-state characteristics. Qian, your perception remains our most crucial means of detecting any anomalous movement in Caesar-S fleet in advance. I need you more focused, though do not strain yourself. He addressed Sure Hao and the newly arrived Qian Duo. Sure Hao, the final refit of the Mo Yuan and the full team acclimatization training must be completed within 4 days. Additionally, select from our combat personnel those most adept at operating in severe sea conditions and conducting underwater tasks to form a special operations reserve. They will undergo intensified training and learn to use the new equipment Li Wei has rushed to produce, whether prototype dispersers or deep-water detection spheres. Qian Duo. 2 matters for you. First, intensify intelligence acquisition around Ice Claw, especially concerning their fleet composition, commanders' habits, and any further information about those mysterious metal cylinders and the craftsmen. Second, initiate the media preparation plan we discussed. Through our trade network, under the guise of a concerned veteran mariner or a warning from an ancient chart. Discreetly circulate the notion that the northeastern swath of sea becomes perilously hazardous under certain weather conditions and might provoke unknown Leviathan activity. Be vague, but provocative enough to stir alarm and debate, thereby increasing the political and public cost of Caesar-S operation. Qian Duo-S, small, eyes glittered. Understood. Stir the waters. Raise his operational price. I'm skilled at that. Also, Dragon Soul has just transmitted an encrypted brief concerning a new development discovered by one of their forward squads about 80 nautical miles northeast of Ice Claw. He handed over a small scrap of paper. Lin Mo took it and scanned it quickly. It read, 3 days ago at coordinates XXXXX. A cluster of small icebergs was observed exhibiting anomalous trajectories, apparently being towed by a subaqueous force. The tracks lead toward the anomalous core area. Non-natural abrasion and trace metal residues were found on iceberg surfaces, samples collected. Towed icebergs beneath the water? Then Montag ist Gaze shoppend. What magnitude of force would that require? Some colossal sea creature, or has Caesar already deployed a large underwater device unknown to us? Pass this to Li Wei for analysis. Lin Mo pressed the scrap of paper into Li Wei's hand, asking him to see whether the metal residues might be connected to the strange patterned metal cylinder recovered with the Ice Claw. Li Wei accepted the note with solemnity and immediately bent over the analysis crystal to begin his work. The meeting adjourned for the moment, and the others dispersed to their tasks. Lin Mo, however, did not leave the rune tower. He climbed the spiraling stone steps to the open platform at its summit. From there the view was vast, sweeping across much of the island and the ink-black sea. The wind struck raw and unshielded, bitter and saline, carrying the distant scent of ice and snow. Most of the island lay in slumber. Only the patrol's torches drifted slowly between the fortifications like fireflies in the dark. Far out, the moon's massive black silhouette rested in the harbor, its outline faintly discernible. Su Qianqian followed quietly and stood beside him, offering a warm copper flask. Drink some ginger tea, she said. It will take the chill away. Lin Mo took it and sipped. The spicy warmth traced down his throat to his stomach, easing the cold that clung to him. Thank you, he murmured. They stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing into the deep northern night. Thick clouds smothered the stars. Do you think we can stop him? Su Qianqian asked softly, her voice almost lost to the wind. I don't know, Lin Mo answered honestly. Caesar has prepared for this a long time. His aces remain unknown. We know very little about that stretch of sea. A direct clash could go either way. But we must try. Su Qianqian's voice hardened with resolve. We must try for the sake of those innocents who might be swept up in his madness, and to prevent that profit-obsessed, trampling rule from claiming dominion over these waters. Lin Mo glanced at her. In the faint light atop the tower, her profile was softened, but her eyes were clear and resolute. After their homeland was attacked, the long march to aid, and these weeks of planning together, the gentleness that first defined her remained, yet had been tempered by a newfound resilience and decisiveness. You're right, he said, turning his gaze northward again. It's not merely about stopping him. It's about establishing another possibility, one in which cooperation triumphs over plunder. Order supersedes chaos, and certain boundaries are not to be trampled. The path will be hard, but someone must take the first steps. He paused. His voice sank lower. And I have this inkling that Caesar's aim is not simply power or resources. Whatever lies beneath that seabed may concern a vaster secret about this world, about why we are here. Su Qianqian shivered, not from the cold. You suspect it's linked to the civilization screening project? Only an intuition, Lin Mo said, shaking his head. My mentor once said that crucial keys or nodes are often hidden in extreme environments. The anomalous region to the northeast has peculiar energies and a harsh environment, conditions that fit. If Caesar is being fed intelligence by a faction like the Stonemasons Brotherhood, then his goal could very well reach to the heart of this world. They fell into a brief, wind-scoured silence. Whatever lay beneath the waves, Lin Mo finally declared, downing the last of the ginger tea and feeling the heat unfurl in his chest. It must not end up in Caesar's hands. At the very least, he must not claim it easily. He turned and looked at Su Qianqian. Go and rest. These next few days will be our final preparation. We must remain at our best. Su Qianqian nodded and descended the tower with him. Before they parted, she paused, and in a low voice said, Lin Mo, whatever transpires, my family at the Incubus Pavilion, and I will stand by you. Lin's steps faltered. He met her earnest gaze and felt a subtle movement within. He reached out and gently clasped her fingertip, which was cool to the touch. I know, he murmured. Go and sleep. Night deepened, and a chill crept into every corner of the isle. Yet beneath the softly luminous tower, among the patrol fires, and within the hearts of those who prepared in silence for the coming tempest, something sterner than cold was gathering and taking form. It was resolve and vigilant watchfulness, a promise that, when the shadow of the ice sea descended, they would become one another's most steadfast bulwark and beacon. Chapter 58. The unveiling of ice traces the Dragon Soul Vanguard had recovered a minute residue of metal, which was carefully sealed in a bone casket lined with lead foil and, together with a parchment scroll inscribed with precautions, delivered to Li Wei. For the next 2 days, Li Wei shut himself away in a decontaminated, reinforced isolation chamber on the lower level of the rune tower, a space originally meant to handle hazardous energies, now repurposed into a makeshift microanalysis laboratory. Clad in multiple layers of protective garb and wearing goggles fashioned from polished crystal shards and leather, he harnessed the stable energy flow guided by the tower to drive a handful of precise yet crude instruments, an etching needle honed from the hardest sea beast tooth, an observation lens magnifying 30-fold composed of stacked crystals of differing purities, and a rudimentary elemental affinity plate that revealed tendencies through thermal differentials and conductive powders. The work was painstakingly slow, demanding exacting patience and absolute steadiness. 2 apprentices remained outside, charged only with recording and relaying items, scarcely daring to breathe. It was not until the morning of the 3rd day that Li Wei emerged, exhausted but eyes alight, clutching several sheets of fish-skin parchment scrawled with symbols and terse conclusions. Not any alloy we know, he declared to Lin Mo as if casting a verdict. The residue's architecture was extraordinarily peculiar. It had not been forged or cast. Rather, it appeared to have formed by some process of growth or deposition within a specific energetic milieu, wherein base metals spontaneously arranged into a composite lattice. Lin took the parchments. Alongside the notes were microscopic sketches of strange, orderly microstructures observed through the lens. Can you discern a purpose? Might this relate to those patterned metal cylinders from the Frostclaws? He asked. Highly probable, Li Wei replied with conviction, though the sample was too scant to recreate the larger form. Its crystalline ordering and the control pathways resembled the mixed bioenergy crystals I analyzed before, both exhibiting a schema of guided energy, an emphasis on coerced directionality and resonant coupling under unnatural conditions. I conjecture that these metallic residues most likely flaked from the surface of a far more substantial apparatus or component engineered to operate stably in extreme environments, such as the crushing depths of the ocean, where pressure is immense and temperatures are frigid, and to transmit specific energy signatures. Those strange markings are unlikely to be mere ornamentation. They may constitute an energy circuit or resonant pattern. He drew a breath and pointed at another sheet of paper crowded with equations. More significantly, I detected an exceedingly faint yet remarkably stable trace of an energy-inert coating within the residues. This coating appears to resist metal embrittlement at low temperatures and to prevent energy dissipation. Such a technology is far beyond what we could manufacture in our current survival phase. Someone behind Caesar must possess advanced material science. Lin Mo browned it tightly. The technological gap is the most vexing problem. Courage and guile can offset a numerical disadvantage. But lagging in fundamental materials and energy applications almost always translates into absolute passivity on the battlefield. Can we reverse engineer the composition or the fabrication principles of this coating? Even if only to obtain a clue? He asked. Li Wei smiled ruefully and shook his head. It is exceedingly difficult. The quantity of residue is minuscule and the tower's analytical precision is limited. I can only confirm the presence of several rare mineral elements. Their proportions and the synthesis process are utterly opaque. It is like seeing a slab of forged steel and knowing it is 100 times stronger than pig iron, yet having no idea how the furnace was constructed or how the heat was controlled. Although he had anticipated as much, Lin Mo felt a subtle heaviness. He adjusted his demeanor quickly, however. At least now they understood the nature of the disparity more clearly and had identified one of Caesar's dependencies. Good work, Li Wei. Compile these findings into a report and raise the encryption to the highest level. Also, attempt to design, based on the metal's energy guiding characteristics, a rudimentary device that could interfere with or pollute its resonant patterns. It need not destroy them entirely. Even a transient signal disruption would suffice. I will try, Li Wei replied, his eyes rekindled with resolve. If the principles are analogous, interference is conceivable. I need more data on that bioenergetic hybrid crystal. Go find Qian. She has more detailed sensory logs. Li Wei departed with haste. Lin Mo took the report to Qian Duo, who was reconciling the inventory list. Qian Duo had just finished another round of trading with fur merchants. He was tallying kinds and quantities of pelts when Lin Mo approached. Upon seeing him, Qian Duo immediately set aside his abacus. Boss, did Li's team get results? Lin Mo handed over the report and briefly summarized the situation. Qian Duo's jovial face turned grave. Indeed, there is something amiss. I do not understand the finer points of the technology, but if that is so, the instruments Caesar prepared are likely far more specialized and more dangerous than we had assumed. Conventional sabotage may prove of limited efficacy. Precisely, Lin Mo agreed. Therefore, we must refine our prior strategy. Reconnaissance and intelligence gathering on the Ice Claw base must continue unabated, but our emphasis should shift toward identifying the precise form, number, and potential vulnerabilities of their equipment. Also, when you disseminate the warning through your channels, add a few evocative details, she suggested. According to ancient charts, beneath the northeast ice sea lies a sleeping iron leviathan. To rouse it heedlessly could invite catastrophe and churn the waters into chaos. Qian Duo's eyes brightened. Understood. A blend of truth and fabrication, illusion and reality, to make him paranoid, distracted. I'll take care of it. After leaving the warehouse district, Lin Mo found Su Qianqian and Shi Hao by the shore, overseeing the Special Forces ice water acclimatization drills. The training ground had been fashioned from a wind-sheltered shallow bay, where water was artificially splashed and frozen. The air was bone-numbing, and the recruits wore thickened rubber suits as they practiced traversing ice, breaking through to dive, and handling weapons in sub-zero conditions. Su Qianqian approached. Her cheeks were wind-bitten and flushed, but she looked composed. Li Wei's analysis is back, Lin Mo said, and summarized the findings. They confirmed his suspicions. Caesar possessed technology that outstripped the prevailing level, likely originating from an organization devoted to ancient ruins or esoteric knowledge. Su Qianqian skimmed the report and frowned. If he truly intends to use those energy-inertial-coated deep-sea devices to activate seabed structures, the chance of success is not insignificant, she said. She glanced at the recruits grinding through the ice and added, all we can do is strike before he succeeds, or when he is at his most vulnerable. And make it count. How are they taking the training? Lin Mo asked. Tough, but no one has backed down, Shi Hao replied, exhaling a cloud of white. They're promising. Cold drains strength and contorts movement, so we're pushing them to build muscle memory. The new kit engineer Li supplied is being integrated as well, just a bit scarce. We're preparing as best we can. Lin Mo patted his shoulder and turned to Su Qianqian. Your perception, any new changes at sea? She closed her eyes and stood still, concentrating. The agitation has been intensifying and spreading. Schools that once dwelled in warmer waters are migrating deeper or southward, and the vacuums they leave are being filled by hardier, more aggressive species. I also sense the pressure in the deep waters to the northeast shifting, a subtle, almost furtive rhythm of being slowly drawn out and then refilled. It's faint, but abnormal. Drawn out and refilled? Den Montag Musit. Like a large-scale, periodic exchange of energy or matter. Something like that, but more deliberate, she replied, searching for the right metaphor. Natural currents and cycles don't feel like this. It's as if an enormous, dormant pump is being coaxed, ever so slowly, into motion. The image chilled both Lin Mo and Sherhow. If there truly lay a colossal, activatable device on the seabed, the energy it contained and the consequences it could unleash would dwarf a mere cold front. Keep monitoring, Lin Mo ordered gravely. Alert us at the first sign of anything unusual. We're closing in on Caesar's likely window of action. A bitter wind swept across the training ground, sending ice shards stinging into their faces. But the cries of practice and the sound of ice cracking across the training field grew ever louder, each more urgent than the last, suffused with a resolve as if the rowers had already vowed to burn their boats. Far to the north, the lights of the Iceclaw base might likewise be burning through the night. On the islands of the Mayuan Pavilion, every preparation, every drill, every vigilant gaze was accumulating strength and conviction for an impending collision. The shadow beneath the frozen sea thickened by the day, and upon the ice. The true identities of hunter and quarry might only be revealed in the instant of confrontation. Chapter 59. The ice sea's keen song on the third evening after locking himself in a ruined tower. The door to the isolation analysis chamber finally opened again. Li Wei emerged looking more disheveled than before, his hair in wild tatters, hollows carved beneath his eyes, lips cracked and flaking from dehydration. Yet the eyes behind the thick crystalline lenses burned with a near-obsessive exhilaration. In his hands he did not carry a scrap of fish-skin paper, but cradled a palm-sized, dark gray metal disc, its surface covered in fine incisions. Lin Mo and Sherhow, along with Su Qianqian, have been discussing the final phase training regimen for the Special Operations Reserve. They fell silent at the sight of him. Li Wei Su Qianqian watched him with concern. I'm fine, just a bit sleep-deprived, he rasped, voice hoarse yet brimming with restrained excitement. Chief, look at this. He set the metal disc on the table with reverent care. At first glance, the disc seemed unremarkable, roughly cast from some alloy and polished. The gouges on its surface varied in depth and appeared chaotically arranged. Upon closer inspection, though, there were faint, darker substances filling the bases of some grooves. Lin Mo leaned in to examine it scrupulously, based on the guiding properties lingering in that metal. I designed a prototype resonant disruptor, Li Wei exclaimed, practically gesticulating with joy. The principle is simple. It emits no strong signal of its own. When it detects high-intensity resonant fluctuations within a specific band that share the metal's energetic signature, it automatically activates a handful of pre-programmed chaotic resonance modules within, unleashing a very brief but highly disordered interference ripple into the surrounding space. He pointed to several nondescript dimples near the disk center. These are filled with a responsive medium I concocted from blue-veined crystal powder and several energy-conductive minerals. The moment they sense the target resonance, they activate. The surrounding incisions form a crude conductive circuit. Crude, yes, but sufficient to diffuse the chaotic oscillations outward. I estimate an effective radius of 10 to 15 meters at most, with a duration of only 2 or 3 seconds. But if you seize the precise instant, you can disrupt a Caesar device's operation, even if only for the briefest flicker. Lin Mo's eyes flashed. Even if you merely cause a critical command to fail transmission, or make some precision instrument momentarily lose calibration, it could create an opening. Exactly. Libe nudda vigorously. And it consumes almost no power in standby, sustaining itself on minute ambient energy. Only upon triggering does it expend the reactive medium. After use, it needs recharging and replacement of the medium, essentially a single-use consumable, but one that is cheap to produce. Sherhow picked up the disc, weighed it in his hand, and scrutinized those incisions more closely. How is this supposed to be deployed? He asked. We cannot simply swim beneath the enemy's hull and stick it on, can we? There are 2 deployment modes. Li Wei had evidently already considered them. One is the delivery method. Encase the unit in a waterproof shell and devise a way to cast or place it near the target. Launch from a ballista-like device or carried and emplaced by a diver. The other is the preset method. If we can predict Caesar S transit routes or key operating sites in advance, We can lay them on the seabed like mines and let them await activation. What are the trigger conditions? How do we ensure it only disrupts Caesar-S apparatus and not our own? Su Qianqian cut to the heart of the matter. Li Wei pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. That S where your help is indispensable, Qianqian. I need a far more detailed energy signature of that metal, particularly its resonant spectral profile when active. The responsive medium within the disk must be micro-tuned to this signature to raise recognition fidelity. Perfection is impossible, but with sufficiently precise signature data, the likelihood of a friendly trigger becomes negligible. Our device's energy signatures are fundamentally different. Su Qianqian nodded at once. I'll collate all the recent sensory records, including those sensations that seem deliberately induced. Those are likely the device's active state. Excellent. The sooner, the better. With the data, I can begin adjusting the medium S formulation and refining the etchings tonight. By tomorrow, we should have a few test prototypes. Li Wei rubbed his hands together, eager to return to the laboratory. Lin Mo regarded the unassuming gray disk on the table and felt a flicker of hope. Technological gaps are difficult to bridge, but such a targeted, compact interference device might, at a decisive moment, accomplish disproportionate effect. Li Wei, make your research and tests a priority. If you need materials or personnel, go directly to Qian Duo, Lin Mo ordered. Sure how. Pick your most meticulous men to learn the device's operation and emplacement techniques. Once the prototypes are ready, run simulated drills. Understood. Qianqian, finish the data collation, but make sure you rest as well. Your perception is our most vital early warning system. You must not expend it. The others dispersed to carry out their orders. Lin Mo remained alone in the council chamber, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously as he weighed the next steps. At that moment, Qian Duo burst in, chilled by the cold, clutching a narrow bamboo tube sealed with sealing wax. Boss, an urgent communique from Long Hun just came through the secret channel. Lin Mo broke the wax and drew out the parchment. It contained Zhao Jigang's hurried, encrypted script. Lord Lin Mo, our Longwave 4 observation post lost contact 6 hours ago. The last transmission reported anomalous energy accumulation in the direction of the ice claw. Several large vessels appear to have departed port, heading northeast. Recon craft patrolling the perimeter of the ice field report markedly increased surface ice drift and have observed 3 unidentified large underwater shadows, forms indeterminate, appearing to be guided. Caesar may have initiated operations. We have raised a level 2 response. 3 rapid reaction flotillas are proceeding to the designated interception zone. Request heightened vigilance and coordinated readiness. Zhao Jigang. Is it finally beginning? Lin Mo read the report, his expression hardening. Caesar had indeed chosen to act in the narrow window before the energy disturbance front passed and before the full onslaught of the cold surge arrived. He had also employed an unknown underwater force. Lin Mo rose immediately and went to the observation platform atop the rune tower. Li Wei had already retreated to refine his jammer. Only Su Qianqian remained, standing with her eyes closed beside the central array. Her hands lightly pressed on the stone dais engraved with conduits of guided energy, her expression concentrated and grave. Qianqian, Dragon Soul Intelligence reports that Caesar-S fleet may have already put to sea, heading northeast. In the ice field there are large, guided, unidentified underwater shadows. Lin Mo relayed succinctly. Su Qianqian did not open her eyes, but a deep furrow appeared between her brows. Her perception, like the most sensitive of tendrils, reached outward toward the northeast with all its force. After roughly a quarter of an hour, she slowly opened her eyes, sweat beating at her temple. The pressure change characteristic of the deep sea had intensified. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, as if a gigantic pump had been given a sudden shove and begun to work faster. There are many chaotic filaments of energy being sucked from all directions into a cavity, she said. The direction is indeed the core of the northeastern anomaly. She paused and inhaled deeply. And I sense more than a single guiding force. Besides that cold, deliberate signal, metallic like a machine, there is another, much older and heavier oscillation faintly resonating beneath that stretch of sea. I cannot name it, but it feels very wrong, unbearably oppressive. An alarm bell rang in Lin Mo's mind. This exceeded every prior expectation. Could there be something else beneath the seabed besides the device Caesar sought to activate? Or did the device itself possess some unforeseen property? Can you determine the fleet's approximate position and strength? Lin Mo asked. Su Qianqian shook her head. Is too far. A complex zone of energy disturbances lies between us and them. My penetration is insufficient. I can only perceive a dense, unnaturally metallic energy signature moving toward the northeast. Its scale is not insignificant. That will suffice. Lin Mo turned to the orderly standing beneath the tower. Order the entire island to enter Level 1 combat readiness. Recall all perimeter patrol vessels. Notify Captain Shi Hao. The Special Operations Reserve is to complete final preparations and stand by. Inform Manager Qian Duo to activate every intelligence channel at any cost to obtain the Ice Claw Fleet's real-time movements. Inform Li Wei to accelerate jammer testing. I want a usable device within 12 hours. Yes. The commands fell like pebbles into still water, sending out ripples. The quiet island sprang to life. Lights flared, figures hurried, orders cried, boots stamped, equipment was hauled. A taut sense that a great battle loomed filled the air. Lin Mo walked to the tower's edge and stared northward at the sea and sky merged into black ink. The wind was bitter, carrying fine crystals that spattered his face. The blade had been drawn. The ice sea was about to sound. Hunter and prey would clash in a maelstrom of savage energy and relentless cold. And he, the Storm King, would lead his ships and his city to confront the coming blizzard and the conspiracy that rode upon it. Chapter 60. Gazing north toward the frost edge, the order for Level 1 combat readiness struck the island of Moyuan Pavilion like ice cast into boiling oil. An immediate eruption of activity that, under disciplined coordination, swiftly settled into a grimly efficient order. Shi Hao was the first to report before dawn. There were red rims to his eyes from a long night. Yet his voice was steady and resolute. The Moyuan is fully fitted with its anti-freeze modifications and has passed the final inspections. Supplies and ammunition are loaded to capacity. The crew is at their stations, and we can set sail at a moment's notice. The Special Operations Reserve is on 24-hour alert. We ran the interference deployment and underwater raid drills one last time. Though the equipment remains rudimentary, the procedures are familiar. As you requested, the 2 converted fast patrols, Flying Fish and Wavebreaker, have been ready to serve as scouts and vanguards. Lin Mo stood before the inner Fortress Council chamber window, watching the leaden sky beyond and the first sparse flakes of snow beginning to fall. How are the crew and fighters holding up? Extreme cold is our greatest adversary. Morale is high, Shi Hao replied. Everyone understands what is at stake. Cold weather garments and in-berth heating have been distributed to the highest standard. Each person received extra high-calorie fats and preserved meats. The simple stoves engineerly supplied are installed at critical locations aboard. To be honest, boss, if we must sustain prolonged operations in the kind of anticipated hostile sea conditions, it will be a severe test of both stamina and willpower. I know. Lin Mo turned. We must not be passive, waiting for the cold surge to fully arrive, or for Caesar to complete whatever he intends. We will choose the battlefield in a moment. At that instant, Qian Duo almost slid into the council chamber, her heavy fur coat rimed with snow, an excited flush on her round face. Boss, breaking intelligence, Gray Squirrel, and Ice Ridge risked everything to get this. She gasped for breath and hurried on. Caesar's main fleet, 23 large and medium warships in total, departed Iceclaw late last night. 15 are standard Bloodshark-class battleships. 5 are towing vessels fitted with high-powered winches and booms. The remaining 3 are very strange, low-slung and broad, their gunnels nearly awash, with sparse-deck superstructures but a very deep draft, like they're laden with stone. Ice Ridge crept close enough to take a look and said their hulls are very dark, as if coated with something special. They make almost no splash when they move. Low-slung, broad, deep draft, silent in passage. Shi Hao and Lin Mo exchanged a look, both thinking of the unidentified large underwater shadows mentioned in Dragon Soul intelligence. Could those 3 be motherships for some underwater or semi-submersible craft, or specialized platforms for subaqueous operations? And the fleet's disposition? Then Montauk Plesset. After leaving port, they split into 3 groups. Qian Duo continued. 10 Bloodsharks and those 3 strange vessels formed the first echelon and steamed hard to the northeast. The remaining Bloodsharks and the 5-tow ships comprised the second echelon, following at a distance as escort and support, perhaps to deal with interceptions. The remnants left at Ice Claw strengthened their guard. They seem more like a garrison and a reception force. Sure, Hao considered the implications. The first echelon is the true spearhead, bearing those mysterious devices and whatever underwater forces may be with them. The second is protection and reinforcement. Where is Caesar himself? Which group? Lin Mo asked. Qian Duo shook her head. She hadn't seen clearly. Gray Rat, however, conjectured that given Caesar's temperament, he was most likely aboard one of the 3 anomalous vessels in the first squadron, personally directing the critical operations. Lin Mo moved to the enormous sea chart and fixed his gaze to the northeast. Where is the Dragon Soul Rapid Response Fleet? According to the last encrypted transmission, their 3 squadrons had reached the periphery of the designated interception zone and were establishing defensive lines and reconnaissance networks. Captain Zhao had warned, though, that sea conditions were deteriorating rapidly. Visibility was poor, flows were increasing, and reconnaissance effectiveness was severely compromised, Qian Duo reported. At that moment, Su Qianqian and Li Wei entered. Su Qianqian looked pale, yet her eyes were bright. Li Wei carried a wooden case containing a neat array of a dozen or so dark gray metal discs, the improved versions of the resonance pollution devices. Qianqian, you speak first. Then Montag Signat. The pressure fluctuations in the deep are becoming increasingly pronounced, Su Qianqian said, her words quickened. The rate at which energy is being siphoned is accelerating. The cavity seems to be filling rapidly. That ancient, ponderous oscillation has become clearer. It does not feel passive. It seems to be responding to this influx of energy. I have a very bad feeling about it, as if something long dormant is being awakened. Awakened? Lin Mo felt a chill. That was worse than the mere activation of some device. Li Wei continued. The disruptors have been adjusted according to Qianqian's energy signature data. Their identification accuracy should be improved. I made 16 finished units. Once triggered, the interference lasts approximately 3 to 5 seconds, with an effective radius of about 10 meters. The casing is waterproofed and pressure-proofed. Theoretically, they can operate at depths around 100 meters for short intervals. There are 2 deployment methods. 1. Fitted onto custom crossbow bolts replacing the arrowhead. These trigger on impact with a hard surface or upon reception of a specific frequency signal. 2. Manually placed by divers, with options for timed or remote detonation. The remote range is short, under 50 meters. He handed a disc to Lin Mo. It was heavy in the hand, its casing cool to the touch. Is the remote signal based on the same frequency resonance? Lin Mo asked. Yes, but with different encoding to prevent inadvertent self-triggering, Li Wei replied. However, all of this is theoretical, untested in combat. Deep sea pressure, temperature, and ambient energetic interference could affect real-world performance. Prepared is better than unprepared, Lin Mo said, placing the disc back in the case. Li Wei, you and your apprentice remain at the Rune Tower. Monitor energy fluctuations and maintain data communications with the Dragon Soul. If there is any sudden change in the energy signature of Caesar's devices or of that ancient oscillation, notify us at once. Understood. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the council chamber. The steady stone Hao, the shrewd Qian Duo, the resilient Su Qianqian. The focused Li Wei, these were the steadfast companions who had walked beside him and could be trusted. Time would not wait. Caesar's fleet had already set out. Lin Mo's voice was calm, but resolute. Stone Hao, order the Mayuan, the Flying Fish, and the Wavebreaker to weigh anchor in 1 hour. Set course for the Dragon Soul's prearranged interception zone to the northeast. We will not clash head-on with Caesar's main force. Rather, we shall act like a nail driven into the machinery of his operations, seeking openings to sabotage his pivotal moves. The Special Forces Reserve will sail with the vessel MOU on. Qian Duo. Island defenses and rear coordination fall to you. Maintain uninterrupted intelligence links with Dragon Soul, especially concerning those 3 strange ships and any underwater assets. Su Qianqian, you will embark with us. Your perception is our keenest eye. The assembled men wore solemn expressions and answered in unison, yes. An hour later, the vast silhouette of the MO Yuan eased away from the warm harbor and plunged into a tempest of flying spray and swelling gray seas. Flying fish and breakers darted like twin arrowfish, flanking the ship on both sides. On the quay, Qian Duo tightened his fur cloak and watched the receding hull. The lubricious smile was gone from his round face, replaced by resolute gravity. He turned his aides and barked, "Keep sharp. The others are throwing themselves forward. So safeguard our home. Double the patrols. Lock down the communications lines. Report even a single suspicious seabird. The wind howled and the snow thickened. The island blurred behind them and was swallowed by the pale indistinction where sea met sky. On the bridge of the M.O. Yuan, Lin M.O. stood against the gale. Cold spray and snow stinging his face. He stared northward, the source of the restless energies, the object of Caesar's appetite, the nucleus of unknown peril. Su Qianqian stood at his side and slipped her hand into his icy palm. Whatever lies beneath, her voice carried clear through the wind. We will face it together. Lin M.O. tightened his grip around her hand and inclined his head. Below deck, the special operatives conducted one final gear check and murmured tactical details. On deck, the sailors braced against the snow, gripping sheets and the wheel. Ruined Tower's anti-freeze salves gleamed at mechanical joints, and makeshift stoves offered scant but precious warmth at vital stations. The bow cut through an increasingly viscous sea now flecked with delicate flows, resolutely steering toward the icebound ocean, a realm where cold fronts and ambition conspired alike. The fleet of the Storm King had been unleashed. Their course, the northern blade,